Chapter 1. Endless Chaos. Ling Chen gazed around in disbelief at the surrounding void. Was I not merely exhausted from delivering takeout, taking a brief nap on my electric bike? How'd I end up in this dreadful place? I must be dreaming. As Ling Chen's mind wandered amidst these thoughts, a sudden mechanical electronic voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Host detected to have traversed the primordial chaos. The divine selection system has been activated. Host has arrived at the node before the lecture at Zhixiao Palace. Please choose. Option 1. Become Hongyun. Reward. Chaos Bell. Option 2. Become Dongwang Gong. Reward. Chaos Bell. Option 3. Become Shi Wang Mu. Reward. Chaos Bell. Option 4. Become the Black Dragon. Reward. Chaos Pearl. What in the world? Ling Chen was utterly bewildered. Yet, as a seasoned enthusiast of primordial novels, he quickly grasped the situation. He was not dreaming. He had evidently traversed into the world of primordial chaos. Panic filled Ling Chen's eyes. He was merely a lowly delivery man at the bottom of society. How could he possibly survive in the perilous realm of primordial chaos? Wait, I have a system. Ling Chen felt as if he had clutched at a final lifeline. However, upon viewing the system's options, the terror in his eyes only intensified. The first option was to traverse and become Hongyun. After the third lecture at Zhixiao Palace, Hongyun would meet his demise at the hands of Kunpeng and other formidable beings of primordial chaos. This was the design of the heavenly Tao, a manifestation of the greater trends of primordial chaos. Ling Chen certainly did not believe he could alter the course of primordial events. Choosing Hongyun was absolutely out of the question. As for the second option, Dongwang Gong's fate was hardly any better than Hongyun's, also doomed to death, eliminated. And upon seeing the third option, Ling Chen's complexion darkened considerably. Shi Wang Mu was a goddess of primordial chaos, breathtakingly beautiful. Merely imagining himself as Shi Wang Mu, pursued relentlessly by countless male immortals of primordial chaos. Ling Chen shuddered at the thought. The third option must be discarded. Moreover, the first three options all offer the Chaos Bell as a reward. It appeared that choosing any of them would lead to his demise. Ling Chen. System, I choose option 4. After making his choice, Ling Chen's expression improved significantly. In his view, although the Dragon Clan bore heavy karmic burdens, it would provide some protection should calamities arise. What concern was it of his as a mere little black dragon? Yet, Ling Chen overlooked a crucial point. The fact that the system offered the option of becoming a black dragon, along with the reward of the Chaos Pearl, indicated that the identity of the black dragon was anything but ordinary. Years later, in the western continent of primordial chaos, at the remnants of the Tao magic battlefield, a massive black cocoon stood silently in midair. Surging demonic energy flowed from the heavens and earth, converging into the demonic cocoon. Boom! Thunder roared. The sky was adorned with thick chains, forged from karmic energy. Endless chains encircled the demonic cocoon. It seemed both imprisoning and protective. The scene was grand yet eerie. Meanwhile, within the cocoon, Ling Chen wore a face full of anger. I am not a black dragon. I am clearly a demonic dragonborn of the luck and karma of the demon clan. Wait, I must also include the luck and karma of the dragon clan. System, you have deceived me. You are shameless, you. Ling Chen found himself deeply ensnared by the system's trickery. He had intended to remain inconspicuous, yet unexpectedly found himself burdened with the luck and karma of both the demon and dragon clans. This was hardly the transparency he had hoped for. Ling Chen could only pray not to be discovered and hastily transform. If he were found by the likes of the three pure ones, he would likely be reduced to ashes. Yet the ensuing developments were entirely beyond Ling Chen's expectations. As time flowed, just as Ling Chen was about to transform, three figures suddenly appeared outside the Tao magic battlefield. Their auras were either profound and vast, solid and weighty, or ethereal and mysterious. It was none other than the renowned three pure ones of primordial chaos. Taiqing Laozi, Yuqing Yuanshi, Shanqing Tongtian. The three pure ones had originally intended to attend a lecture at Zhixiao Palace, but for some unknown reason, they found themselves here. Yuanshi gazed at the Dao magic battlefield, his brows furrowing slightly. Third brother. This place was once where the saints suppressed the demon ancestor Luo, who not a blade of grass grows here. And living beings are extinct, how could there be any opportunities? We should hasten to Zhixiao Palace, and not delay important matters. Tongtian, however, gently shook his head, speaking solemnly. Second brother. My sore heart does not deceive me. There must be opportunities here. As he spoke, Tongtian directly dashed into the Dao magic battlefield. Tongtian Yuanshi's frown deepened, about to admonish him. Suddenly, Laozi, who had remained silent, spoke up. Second brother, do not be hasty. Let's accompany third brother for a moment. As he spoke, Laozi stepped into the Dao magic battlefield as well. Yuanshi's expression was one of reluctance, but he ultimately followed. He was curious to see what remarkable opportunities lay within the Dao magic battlefield. However, the moment he stepped into the battlefield, Yuanshi was taken aback by the scene before him. Karmic chains and the demonic energy cocoon. Such a sight exists here. Even with Yuanshi's extensive knowledge, he could not help but be astonished. Yet in the next moment, Yuanshi noticed a fluctuation of energy within the cocoon, conjuring illusions. Let me see what is inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuanshi unleashed a surge of power toward the cocoon. But do not underestimate this attack. Yuanshi was a latest-stage existence of the great Luo Golden Immortal. His casual strike could effortlessly annihilate any being below the great Luo realm. Yet at that moment, ZZZ, a streak of azure sword light sliced through the void, blocking the attack before the cocoon. Yuanshi's brows furrowed as he coldly exclaimed, Tongtian, why do you obstruct me? Tongtian's gaze was fixed on the cocoon as he spoke solemnly. Second brother, refrain from acting rashly. For some reason, I feel inexplicably drawn to this cocoon. Drawn to the cocoon? Upon hearing Tongtian's words, a chilling murderous intent surged in Yuanshi's eyes. If that is the case, I shall annihilate this cocoon. No sooner had he spoken than the overwhelming power of Yuqing erupted, crashing down upon the cocoon. Second brother, do not. Caught off guard, Tongtian could not intervene in time, his expression fraught with urgency. Laozi's gaze flickered, then returned to calm. Simultaneously, boom, the surging demonic energy suddenly erupted, forming protective barriers, yet swiftly fracturing into numerous cracks. Oof. Yuanshi scoffed disdainfully. How could mere demonic energy withstand his Yuqing powers? But just then, buzz. The karmic chains stirred, transforming into serpentine dragons, collectively shielding the cocoon, successfully blocking Yuanshi's strike. Crack! A fissure suddenly appeared on the cocoon. The crack in the cocoon expanded at a terrifying speed. The anomaly of the cocoon immediately drew the attention of Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. But before they could ponder further, boom! The massive cocoon shattered with a resounding crash. A torrent of demonic energy and the power of fortune erupted skyward. Buzz! The karmic chains trembled, swiftly forming a karmic prison that confined the demonic energy and the power of fortune within, preventing any escape. This bizarre scene left the three pure ones utterly astonished. Whose side were the karmic chains on, exactly? Yet before they could contemplate further, a surge of vibrant life, energy, suddenly emerged from within the karmic prison. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar. The karmic prison and the endless demonic energy trembled, collapsing towards the center. In just a few breaths, the world was cleansed. Only a black dragon hovered silently in the void. This black dragon was none other than Ling Chen. Ling Chen looked at the three pure ones not far away, his eyes filled with despair. Truly, what one fears the most comes to pass. In the current primordial chaos, as a being born of the luck and karma of the demon clan, what he dreaded most was encountering the formidable powers of the celestial sect, especially the top-tier figures like the three pure ones. I am finished. I fear I am destined to be purged. Yet, just as Ling Chen lamented within his heart, an exclamation suddenly rang in his ears. This child, born of demonic fate and karmic retribution, possesses an innate Dao Bada, is an exceptional candidate for cultivation. Truly, it is ineffably marvelous. The speaker was none other than Laozi. Though Tongtian remained silent, his gaze was equally peculiar. Even Yuanshi, who had been clamoring for violence, was surprisingly quiet. In that moment, the three purities fixed their intense stares upon Ling Chen. Ling Chen. As Ling Chen found himself utterly perplexed, Laozi's voice once more echoed in his ears. "Young friend, do not be afraid. We shall not slay you, not to be killed." Upon hearing Laozi's words, Ling Chen was immediately overcome with uncontainable joy. An irresistible thought surged within his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Chen bowed deeply to Laozi and implored, "I humbly request that you take me as your disciple." Ling Chen had long recognized Laozi. The grand purity Laozi, not only the foremost among the three purities, but also one of the 6 saints ordained by heaven, remained untarnished even in the later stages of the conferred God Calamity. To be accepted as Laozi's disciple would ensure immense protection for Ling Chen's safety. However, to Ling Chen's dismay, after a brief silence, Laozi shook his head and remarked, "You are indeed remarkable, yet alas, we lack the fated bond of teacher and disciple." With that, Laozi lowered his gaze, no longer regarding Ling Chen. Ling Chen. Rejection by Laozi left Ling Chen profoundly disappointed. Fortunately, another opportunity remained. Ling Chen's gaze then shifted towards Yuanshi. Although he was not particularly fond of Yuanshi's disposition, it was a far better fate compared to Tongtian's. If he could become Yuanshi's disciple, it would still be a commendable outcome. However, before Ling Chen could utter a word, Yuanshi disdainfully declared, "Be silent. How dare a scaled and armored wretch aspire to join my ranks?" Ling Chen. Having been turned away by both Laozi and Yuanshi, Ling Chen felt a mix of disappointment and anger. Yet, at that moment, a resounding and powerful voice suddenly resonated in his ears. "Young one, would you like to become my disciple?" As the words fell, a mechanical voice echoed in Ling Chen's mind. Beep. Detection of Tongtian's desire to accept the host as a disciple. Please choose. Option 1. Agree to Tongtian, becoming the chief disciple of the Jieyin, rewarded with the 12-petal Annihilation Black Lotus. Option 2. Refuse Tongtian, incurring his resentment, rewarded with the Chaos Bell. Ling Chen's body trembled. He had not anticipated the activation of the system task at this moment, and upon seeing the 2 options presented by the system, Ling Chen found himself engulfed in turmoil. Compared to Laozi and Yuanshi, Tongtian's fate was rather bleak. As for Tongtian's disciples, their fates were even more tragic. Logically speaking, he should not align himself with Tongtian. Yet Ling Chen harbored a genuine fondness for Tongtian's character. Moreover, the reward for refusing to become Tongtian's disciple was none other than the Chaos Bell. The system was once again offering a bell. The malevolent intent was glaringly apparent. System, you are not providing me with a choice, you are clearly coercing me. Ling Chen inwardly grumbled, but ultimately complied and made his selection. I choose option 1. On the other side, Tongtian observed the silent Ling Chen with a slight furrow of his brow, preparing to speak. At that very moment, a resolute voice abruptly resonated in Tongtian's ears. Ling Chen wishes to become a disciple under the esteemed master. Tongtian's heart surged with elation as he stepped forward to assist Ling Chen, solemnly declaring, "Excellent disciple. From this moment forth, you shall be my chief disciple." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the void trembled. An arcane force descended, enveloping both Ling Chen and Tongtian. The bond of master and disciple was thus established. Tongtian's joy intensified as he threw forth a jade talisman, intoning gravely, "My dear disciple, this is the Shangqing talisman, which encapsulates the teachings of the Shangqing Tao. You must diligently study it henceforth." Observing Ling Chen nod obediently, Tongtian cast forth a beam of black light, stating, "You were born bearing the fortune of the demonic path. This spiritual treasure should suit you perfectly." As he spoke, the black light landed in Ling Chen's palm. Fixing his gaze upon it, Ling Chen could not suppress an exclamation. "Is this the God-slaying spear?" The God-slaying spear, the innate treasure of the demonic ancestor Luo Ho, was of the highest caliber, having vanished completely since the ancient conflict between the Tao and the demons. It was surprising to find it in Tongtian's possession. However, Ling Chen quickly deduced that Tongtian's ability to set up the extermination sword array indicated he had acquired a portion of Luo Ho's legacy. Thus, it was not strange for the god-slaying spear to be in Tongtian's hands. From that moment forth, this treasure would rightfully belong to Ling Chen, although it lacked the sharpest spearhead, rendering it merely a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The god-slaying spear remained a coveted artifact for countless beings of the primordial world. That Tongtian's regard for Ling Chen was evident. The wave of warmth surged within Ling Chen's heart as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your generous gift, master, disciple." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold chuckle echoed in Ling Chen's ears. Even if the god-slaying spear is incomplete, it is not something a mere whelp can refine. The malevolent energy and karma contained within it could easily overwhelm this little golden immortal black dragon. "Third brother, you are squandering a treasure." Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, Tongtian's expression faltered with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Ling Chen heard the system's voice resonate in his mind once more. "Ding! The god-slaying spear bestowed by Tongtian has been detected. Please choose Option 1. Return the god-slaying spear and receive the 12th-grade merit golden lotus. Option 2. Immediately refine the god-slaying spear and gain Yuanshi's animosity, receiving the 12th-grade karma fire red lotus as a reward." The activation of a choice task brought a smile to Ling Chen's face. Upon seeing the reward for Option 2, his joy deepened. Disdained by Yuanshi, Ling Chen felt quite perturbed. However, as Yuanshi had pointed out, he did lack the confidence to refine the god-slaying spear. Even though the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus he possessed could suppress the malevolent energy, what about the karma? Ling Chen truly had no means to handle that if he had the 12th-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus. The situation would be entirely different, with the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus to suppress the malevolent energy and the 12th-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus to alleviate the karma. How could Ling Chen not refine the god-slaying spear? System, I choose Option 2. Just as Ling Chen made a selection, Tongtian resolved to reclaim the god-slaying spear. Apologizing, disciple, I admit I have been somewhat inconsiderate. Allow me to select another spiritual treasure for you. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi's face lit up with smug satisfaction as Tongtian's concession pleased him greatly. However, at that moment, Ling Chen's unwavering voice pierced through. "Master, I wish to give it a try." Without waiting for Tongtian's response, Ling Chen directly immersed his consciousness into the god-slaying spear. Boom! The god-slaying spear erupted with boundless malevolent energy and karma, instantly engulfing Ling Chen in a shocking spectacle, leaving both Tongtian and Yuanshi astonished. Even Laozi's eyelids twitched involuntarily. The three purities had never anticipated Ling Chen would act so recklessly. "Humph!" Yuanshi scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. In his view, Ling Chen's brashness would likely lead to his demise. In stark contrast to Yuanshi's mocking demeanor, Tongtian displayed a look of urgency. Zila, a magnificent sword intent, shot skyward, tearing through the void as Tongtian prepared to assist Ling Chen. Yet should he do so, Ling Chen's attempt to refine the god-slaying spear would surely fail. Just as Tongtian was about to intervene, Laozi, who had remained silent for a considerable time, suddenly spoke up. "Hold on." Tongtian's movements halted abruptly. At that moment, buzz! A black lotus emerged from where Ling Chen stood, soaring into the sky. Following the appearance of the black lotus, the endless malevolent energy in the void trembled, as if in fear, converging towards the black lotus like swallows returning to their nests. Strangely, the black lotus, though only 100 miles in size, seemed to be an abyss, continuously devouring the malevolent energy. This is the accompanying spiritual treasure of the demonic ancestor Luo Ho, the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Laozi's voice, seemingly calm, carried a hint of excitement. It was said that the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus could suppress all malevolent energy. And oh wonder my disciple dares to be so audacious. Haha, Tongtian's voice brimmed with delight. In contrast to Tongtian's joy, Yuanshi's expression darkened. The scene before him was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Yuanshi, who valued his pride above all, could hardly feel pleased. "Umph," Yuanshi scoffed, dismissively stating, "Even if the Black Lotus can suppress the malevolent energy, so what? The God-slaying spear contains not just malevolent energy, but also boundless karma from the demon race. If these karmas are not properly dealt with, this lad will still be unable to refine the God-slaying spear." As Yuanshi's voice echoed, Tongtian's expression turned serious once more, poised to intervene at a moment's notice to rescue Ling Chen. Laozi's eyes narrowed slightly. Spiritual treasures capable of suppressing both malevolent energy and karma were exceedingly rare. Ling Chen's acquisition of the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus was already a stroke of fortune. It seemed unlikely that he would obtain another treasure to suppress the karma. What a pity! Laozi sighed softly. In his view, Ling Chen remained incapable of refining the God-slaying spear. However, the subsequent developments unfolded in a manner that completely surprised the three purities. After an indeterminate period, as the malevolent energy surrounding Ling Chen was entirely devoured by the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, the scarlet karma concealed beneath the malevolent energy erupted violently. Roar, boundless karma morphed into a blood-colored evil dragon, roaring as it lunged towards Ling Chen. "You wretched thing!" Tongtian bellowed, preparing to act. Yet at that moment, a blood-red lotus emerged from Ling Chen's brow, ascending into the void, transforming into a lotus platform of 10 miles in size. Red karma fire rained down, landing upon the blood-colored evil dragon. Roar! The blood-colored evil dragon howled in pain, its cries now laced with palpable fear, as it attempted to retreat back into the God-slaying spear. Unfortunately, it was too late. The crimson lotus of karmic fire spread with a terrifying swiftness, enveloping the entire form of the blood-colored dragon in an instant. The dragon emitted a chilling roar, repeatedly unleashing its karmic energy in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. However, its efforts not only failed to quell the fire, but instead intensified the raging inferno of the crimson lotus. In less than a quarter of an hour, the blood-colored dragon, transformed by endless karmic energy, vanished completely. In its place hovered an ethereal crimson lotus of karmic fire, suspended quietly in the void. This individual astonishingly possessed the 12th-grade karmic fire lotus. At that moment, even the most inscrutable Laozi could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The 12th-grade karmic fire lotus was not only a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, but also the pinnacle of suppressing karmic forces. Laozi had never anticipated that after the 12th-grade world-destroying Black Lotus, the 12th-grade karmic fire lotus would also be in Ling Chen's possession. How profound must Ling Chen's fortune be? With this, Ling Chen's refinement of the God-slaying spear was undoubtedly a foregone conclusion. Laozi gazed deeply at Ling Chen, a hint of regret surging uncontrollably within him that he felt that there was, after all, a thread of master-disciple affinity between himself and Ling Chen. Such a pity. Laozi sighed once more. This time, however, the meaning behind his sigh was entirely different from before. Meanwhile, the previously haughty Yuanshi wore a look of utter disbelief. He could never have imagined such a scene unfolding. The malevolent aura and karmic forces were continuously suppressed. Ling Chen's refinement of the God-slaying spear had become an established fact. Yuanshi felt as if he had been struck painfully in the face. Furthermore, a subtle regret began to arise within him. If only his fortune were sufficiently profound, even a disciple clad in scales and armor would not be unacceptable. Unlike Laozi and Yuanshi, Tongtian could barely contain his laughter. Good disciple, good disciple. Ha! Tongtian laughed heartily, his voice filled with elation. Initially, he had harbored little hope for Ling Chen's success in refining the God-slaying spear and even regretted his decision, but he had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. In his excitement, Tongtian could not help but repeatedly pat Yuanshi on the shoulder. "Second brother, you just said my disciple couldn't refine it. Did you see? My disciple has succeeded." Ha! Yuanshi's expression darkened. He felt that Tongtian was deliberately trying to irritate him. Tongtian remained oblivious to this, only feeling that his disciple's profound fortune was truly worthy of celebration. Just then, a resonant hum echoed as the God-slaying spear spun and merged into Ling Chen's body. Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes and bowed respectfully to Tongtian. "Rest assured, Master," The disciple has initially refined the god-slaying spear. Although Ling Chen had been refining the spear, he had keenly observed the reactions of Tongtian, Yuanshi, and Laozi. Especially Yuanshi's expression, had it not been for the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus and the 12th grade Karmic Fire Lotus. He might have become a laughingstock in Yuanshi's eyes. Revenge does not wait for the night. Although Ling Chen could not overpower Yuanshi, he would certainly not allow Yuanshi an easy time. With this thought in mind, Ling Chen looked at Yuanshi with a playful glint in his eyes. I must thank my second master for your concern. Yuanshi. Yuanshi could hardly miss the playful tone in Ling Chen's words. And his anger surged, yet he felt powerless to act. Humph. Yuanshi could only snort coldly, unwilling to engage with Ling Chen, preferring to ignore him. However, Ling Chen would not let Yuanshi off so easily. Ling Chen chuckled, his expression growing more mischievous as he said, I have long heard of my second uncle's vast powers and numerous spiritual treasures. Might I be granted a glimpse of them? As he spoke, Ling Chen casually extended his right hand, gazing intently at Yuanshi. Though Ling Chen's words were subtle, the gesture of his outstretched hand made his intentions unmistakably clear. Ling Chen was clearly demanding a gift from Yuanshi. Moreover, his words had effectively placed Yuanshi in an awkward position. Yuanshi found himself unable to dismiss Ling Chen as he had intended. This was no longer a mere request, but an outright extortion. Tongtian's lips curled into a smile, immediately echoing, Ling Chen is my first disciple. Second brother, as a second master, you indeed need to make a gesture. Yuanshi. Yuanshi felt utterly speechless, unable to suppress his urge to scold. He would not allow himself to be morally coerced so easily. Just then, the previously silent Laozi suddenly spoke up. Third brother, you have gained a fine disciple, as seniors. We indeed need to show our appreciation. As he spoke, Laozi waved his sleeve. Roar, screech. Amidst the dragon's roar and Phoenix's cry, a ray of spiritual light materialized, transforming into a zither-like spiritual treasure, radiating a mystical aura that it was the innate spiritual treasure. The dragon phoenix zither. Laozi's voice resounded once more. Ling Chen, this is the dragon phoenix zither that I presented to you, that a fine treasure. Without hesitation, Ling Chen seized the dragon phoenix zither, beaming with joy as he exclaimed, Thank you. Master. Laozi nodded lightly, closing his eyes once more, choosing not to elaborate further. Ling Chen, unsurprised, then turned his unwavering gaze toward Yuanshi. Yuanshi felt as if he were about to become numb. He had initially intended to explode in anger, but he had not anticipated Laozi's action. With this, Yuanshi could no longer find any reasons to evade the situation. Humph. Yuanshi suppressed his fury and reluctantly produced a feather fan spiritual treasure, coldly stating, This is the burning sky feather fan, I bestow it upon you. Ling Chen eagerly seized the burning sky feather fan, raising his voice in gratitude. Thank you, second master, for the treasure that I shall make good use of it. Yuanshi felt as if his resolve was crumbling, his teeth grinding in frustration. At this point, even Tongtian noticed that Ling Chen was targeting Yuanshi. However, rather than feeling angered, Tongtian found it immensely satisfying. He had often been reprimanded by Yuanshi, and now, through Ling Chen, he was able to vent his frustrations. This only deepened Tongtian's appreciation for Ling Chen. With such an excellent disciple, what more could he desire? The more Tongtian observed, the more pleased he became, eager to start teaching Ling Chen right away. Unfortunately, with the upcoming teachings of the Purple Cloud Palace, he could not afford to delay any longer. After a moment of contemplation, Tongtian spoke solemnly. Ling Chen, the sage will soon impart teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, and I cannot linger. Are you willing to accompany me to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the teachings? Upon hearing this, a voice from the system echoed in Ling Chen's mind. Ding! Detected Tongtian's invitation for the host to attend the Purple Cloud Palace. Please choose Option 1. Accompany Tongtian to the Purple Cloud Palace, gaining Yuanshi's animosity with a reward of a random supreme innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Refuse to go to the Purple Cloud Palace. Digest the gains with a reward of the method to create a world. Method to create a world. allows the use of spiritual treasures to create an inner world within the body, with infinite transformations and profound mysteries. Undoubtedly, the system's tasks have been reactivated. Ling Chen fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Yuanshi's displeased voice suddenly rang out. Third brother. While it is true that the sage allows all fated individuals to hear the teachings, this little black dragon's cultivation is absolutely insufficient to navigate the chaotic currents outside the Purple Cloud Palace. Are you truly willing to ignore the risks and force him along? I vehemently oppose this. Yuanshi's words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Tongtian's expression shifted slightly, frowning as he replied. What if I insist on bringing Ling Chen along? Tongtian has always refrained from engaging in disputes with Yuanshi, yet now, for the sake of Ling Chen, he could not contain himself. Yuanshi was taken aback, and then filled with fury. Tongtian, how dare you speak to me in such a manner for the sake of a newly accepted disciple? Do you still consider me your elder brother? Tongtian's brows furrowed even deeper, ready to retort. However, Ling Chen made a choice and spoke aloud. Master, there is no need for such measures. I have only just taken form and possess limited cultivation. Even if I were to go to Zhixiao Palace, I would be of little use, and it is better to remain here and cultivate while awaiting your return. Tongtian understood Ling Chen's desire to avoid conflict with Yuanshi and felt moved. Disciple, you. But before Tongtian could finish a sentence, Laozi interjected, Second brother, my nephew speaks wisely. Third brother, do not be obstinate. Upon hearing this, Tongtian begrudgingly fell silent, though his expression remained dark. In contrast, Yuanshi's face lit up, pleased to have regained a measure of dignity. Little did he know that he had merely salvaged a semblance of face, while Ling Chen had acquired a top-tier cultivation method. When comparing the two, the strength of each was evident. Ling Chen was not lying. He had no genuine interest in Zhixiao Palace and preferred to stay here to assimilate his gains. Moreover, even if Ling Chen could not go to Zhixiao Palace, he could still lay out plans and reap the benefits he deserved. Observing the still irate Tongtian, Ling Chen felt both amusement and gratitude as he said, Master, although I cannot go to Zhixiao Palace, there is an important matter for which I seek your assistance. Upon hearing this, Tongtian's eyes brightened. His earlier frustration from not being able to take Ling Chen to Zhixiao Palace faded. Assisting Ling Chen would make all the difference. Good disciple, speak quickly, I shall not let you down. Seeing Tongtian's reaction, Ling Chen felt even more touched. If all went well, after the conclusion of the teachings at Zhixiao Palace, a gourd vine bearing 7 colored gourds would manifest in a valley at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. I wish to ask Master to bring back the main stem of that gourd vine along with the nurturing soil. Tongtian's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to agree. But before he could respond, Yuanshi sneered first. You are but a mere golden immortal. How could you predict events thousands of years hence? I see this as sheer nonsense. Ling Chen seemed to have anticipated Yuanshi's reaction and replied with a smile. If second uncle does not believe me, we can make a wager. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Yuanshi furrowed his brow. Though their acquaintance was brief, he had suffered losses at Ling Chen's hands repeatedly, leaving him uncertain of the truth in Ling Chen's words. However, conceding without a fight was even less appealing to Yuanshi. What do you propose to wager? He asked coldly. Ling Chen felt a surge of joy. Yuanshi's question was akin to an agreement. He fell into contemplation. Presently, he possessed treasures such as the Chaos Pearl, the God-slaying Spear, the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, and the 12th rank Fiery Red Lotus, leaving him with no lack of spiritual treasures. Yet, what he truly lacked were auxiliary techniques. The path of cultivation requires more than just protective treasures. One also needs skills in alchemy and artifact forging. Coincidentally, Yuanshi excelled in artifact forging. An idea sparked in Ling Chen's mind, and his smile widened. If I lose, you may take any spiritual treasures from me. This declaration. Yuanshi's eyes gleamed. He was well aware of the riches Ling Chen possessed, which even he found enviable. However, Yuanshi did not immediately agree. Instead asking, and if I lose? Ling Chen replied with a calm smile, I wish to obtain second uncle's insights on artifact forging. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi instantly grasped Ling Chen's intention. Yuanshi was one of the foremost masters of artifact forging in the primordial world, and his insights were treasures sought after by myriad beings. Furthermore, based on Ling Chen's various displays, it was entirely plausible that the gourd vine might indeed exist. Yuanshi instinctively wanted to refuse, but found himself unable to do so. His pride would not allow him to decline. What if I agree? Yuanshi gritted his teeth. At this juncture, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Buzz, the void trembled as a peculiar force of causality descended, signifying the establishment of the contract between Yuanshi and Ling Chen. Humph! Yuanshi snorted coldly, ignoring Ling Chen further as he turned to Tongtian and said, Tongtian, the saint's teachings are imminent. How long will you delay? With that, Yuanshi turned on his heel and departed. Laozi nodded at Ling Chen before following suit. That Tongtian's eyes flashed with irritation. It was one thing for Yuanshi to boss him around. It was another entirely for him to put on airs before his disciple, which left Tongtian feeling quite humiliated. The atmosphere grew awkward. Fortunately, Ling Chen timely interjected to shift the topic. Master, do not forget what I entrusted to you. Tongtian nodded slightly, his expression improving significantly as he gestured. Zila, a streak of azure sword energy descended from the heavens, landing before Ling Chen and transforming into a small azure sword. Tongtian's voice followed. This azure sword contains 3 strands of my sword energy, left for your protection. Cultivate well here. As soon as he finished speaking, Tongtian transformed into a beam of azure sword light and vanished from sight. I ended the vast magic battlefield. Only Ling Chen remained. Once the 3 pure ones departed, Ling Chen let out a sigh of relief. Although their visit was brief, it had been eventful. From nearly being eliminated to successfully becoming Tongtian's disciple, and even seizing the opportunity to extort Yuanshi, it had been a whirlwind of reversals. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Ling Chen's gains were extraordinarily bountiful. His first accomplishment was becoming Tongtian's disciple, the foremost disciple of one of the most powerful beings in the primordial world and one of the 6 destined saints. At least before the calamity of the Fengshen, this title would be quite impressive, allowing Ling Chen to navigate the primordial realm with ease. His second gain included numerous spiritual treasures: the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, the 12th rank Fiery Red Lotus, the God-slaying Spear, and the Dragon and Phoenix Sheen, each a coveted treasure sought by countless beings in the primordial world, now wholly possessed by Ling Chen. These treasures offered both offensive and defensive capabilities. Once refined, they would significantly enhance Ling Chen's safety. Delightful. Ling Chen's third achievement was the method of world creation. Although he had yet to begin comprehending this technique, its extraordinary nature was evident even from the system's description. It might well become the foundation of Ling Chen's path in the future. The fourth acquisition of Ling Chen was the successful refinement of the God-slaying Spear, being born from the fortunes and karma of the demonic path. The God-slaying Spear was perfectly suited for him. Although it currently existed merely as a superior innate spiritual treasure, its power remained formidable and should not be underestimated. Ling Chen had an inexplicable premonition that one day he would discover the spear's tip and restore the God-slaying Spear to its former unparalleled glory. However, for the moment, his priority was to quickly master the upper clear Taoist method and begin cultivating the art of world creation to forge his inner world. The system had presented him with the art of world creation right at the initial stages of his transformation, undoubtedly harboring profound meanings unknown to Ling Chen, that if he could successfully manifest a realm within himself, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous opportunity for his future path. With his thoughts firmly established, Ling Chen simply needed to proceed step by step. The subsequent developments, however, far exceeded Ling Chen's expectations. In less than a century, he propelled the upper clear Taoist method to the golden immortal realm. 500 years later, his cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Unfortunately, his time for cultivation was too brief, and he ultimately failed to consolidate the 5 energies within him to break through the Tai golden immortal level. Despite this, Ling Chen felt no disappointment. Rather, he was exceedingly satisfied. His current circumstances were already far better than he had anticipated. The upper clear Taoist method was nearing its initial completion in the time that followed. He would devote himself to comprehending the art of world creation and hasten the formation of his inner world. Another 500 years passed. Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, a dazzling brilliance erupting from them. Though his cultivation had not made any breakthroughs over 5 centuries, he had gained immensely. Ling Chen had indeed grasped the art of world creation. This technique was profoundly esoteric, not something a golden immortal could typically comprehend. Fortunately, the system had provided extensive annotations to aid his understanding. Even so, it took Ling Chen the entire 500 years to achieve a preliminary comprehension. Yet, this was sufficient. Ling Chen exhaled a long breath. His expression slightly wearied. In his previous life, he had never been one to settle down and study. Otherwise, he would not have ended up as a food delivery worker. The prolonged 500 years of seclusion and contemplation left him feeling quite out of sorts. Half a month later, Ling Chen finally adjusted his state and began to create his own inner world. It is worth mentioning that the creation of an inner world required an object imbued with spatial laws as a foundation. This object could be a spiritual treasure or a heavenly material. Ling Chen had long since selected his foundation, the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl contained an entire world within it. What Ling Chen needed to do was transform this world within the Chaos Pearl into his inner world. Once successful, his foundation would experience a tremendous leap. This was the simplest and best method available, the Chaos Pearl and the art of world creation. If one were to claim that the system had not orchestrated this deliberately, no one would believe it. Then let us begin. Ling Chen murmured softly and entered a meditative state. Concurrently, a pearl, seemingly infused with boundless chaos, slowly ascended and settled upon Ling Chen's crown. Threads of chaotic energy emanated from the Chaos Pearl, entering Ling Chen's body and forming a minuscule vortex. The vortex gradually solidified. Years passed, though Ling Chen could not discern how many. The vortex, once ethereal, took on a tangible form. Condense. Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes and uttered a single word. As his voice fell, a faint power of the world surged forth from the vortex. Though this world power was thin, the moment it emerged, the Chaos Pearl hovering above Ling Chen's crown trembled violently. Ling Chen's expression turned exceedingly serious as he commanded, "Chaos Pearl, return to your rightful place." The Chaos Pearl ceased its struggle and instantly vanished in Ling Chen's body, heading straight for the vortex. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, Ling Chen found himself enveloped in a sea of chaos. This chaos resembled that of the initial crossing, but possessed a certain uniqueness. "Da-do!" Ling Chen exclaimed softly, realizing that he might, perhaps, be able to manipulate this chaos. Yet before he could ponder further, an unexpected change occurred. Rumble! Thunder rumbled. Strikes of purple lightning erupted within the boundless chaos. Chaos was beginning to unfold. The pure essence rose to form the sky, while the turbid essence sank to become the earth, with spiritual energy residing in between, forming dense clouds. Earth, fire, wind, and water surged forth. A nascent world began to take shape. However, this embryonic world appeared as illusory as a dream, seemingly on the verge of vanishing at any moment. Just then, buzz, a stream of life-infused purple energy approached from the east, swiftly solidifying the previously tenuous world form. Purple energy from the east. It's done. Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with joy. After nearly 3,000 years of seclusion, he had finally succeeded in establishing his inner world, gazing upon this newly birthed realm. Ling Chen felt an indescribable affection, akin to a parent gazing upon their child. "From henceforth, you shall be called the Chaos World," Ling Chen gently declared, his expression tender. If all went well, this Chaos World would accompany Ling Chen throughout his life and would become one of his most crucial trump cards. As if responding to Ling Chen's words, the Chaos World trembled gently, as if expressing its J-O-Y-I in the next moment. To Ling Chen's astonishment, buzz, an overwhelming force from the world surged forth from the Chaos World, instantly enveloping the entire magic battlefield, transforming into heavy and solid barriers to protect all things. Was this a protective formation? In that case, Ling Chen exclaimed with delight, the Dao magic realm has become a true sanctum. He had never anticipated that, upon the completion of his inner world's evolution, it would give rise to a sanctum. The defensive level of this sanctum remarkably reached the stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, providing immense security for Ling Chen's life. If his perception was correct, the sanctum's power would likely increase alongside Ling Chen's cultivation, with wealth, companions, and laws at his disposal. After acquiring the sanctum, Ling Chen's path had broadened significantly. A delightful surprise, since it was born from the chaos world. Let it be called the Chaos Sanctum. Ling Chen whispered, his eyes brimming with joy in a mere 3,000 years. Ling Chen not only elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm, but also created the Chaos World and even evolved the Chaos Sanctum. The developments vastly exceeded Ling Chen's original plans. Yet, his gains this time were far from over. As the master of the world, Ling Chen not only fully experienced the entire process of world creation, but also received the benefits of the world as formation. The insights gained from experiencing the process of world creation enriched Ling Chen's understanding of the Tao. The benefits derived from refining the world enhanced Ling Chen's foundation and cultivation, though different in nature. Both were immensely precious, just as myriad thoughts swirled in Ling Chen's mind. Buzz, the void trembled. Streams of purple energy surged forth from the chaos world, akin to returning swallows, swiftly entering Ling Chen's body, rapidly strengthening both his physical form and primordial spirit. Ling Chen involuntarily fell into a profound state of seclusion. In less than half a year, the 5 energies within his chest reached perfection, shattering the constraints of the Tai Golden Immortal. This is merely the beginning. Ling Chen's aura continues to surge dramatically. Meanwhile, far away in the Zixiao Palace, Hongyun gradually ceases his discourse. The sermon that has persisted for a full 3,000 years abruptly comes to an end. Within the Zixiao Palace, upon the cessation of Hongyun's teachings, a resounding thunder reverberates. Endless spiritual energy transforms in a spiritual rain, cascading through the void. Moreover, celestial maidens scatter blossoms, and unicorns gallop forth. A multitude of extraordinary phenomena ensue. Amidst the celestial wonders, the 3,000 Zixiao guests rise in unison, bowing deeply to Hongjun. The grace of the sage's teachings shall never be forgotten. The hearts of the 3,000 Zixiao guests brim with gratitude. Although Hongjun's teachings pertain to the cultivation methods beneath the Great Luo, they are profoundly beneficial to the 3,000 Zixiao guests. Yet, unbeknownst to them, at the very moment they bow to Hongjun, streams of indescribable fortune emanate from above their heads, merging into Hongjun's being. That a glimmer of light flashes in Hongjun's eyes, quickly retreating to an expression of calmness as he gently states, "There is no need for such formality. That if you so wish, you may simply address me as your teacher in the future." Initially taken aback, the 3,000 Zixiao guests once again bowed deeply to Hongjun. Acknowledging him as their teacher, the words leave their lips. A surge of fortune once more emanates from their bodies. Directed towards Hongjun, the first surge of fortune arose from Hongjun's impartation of wisdom. The second was born from the establishment of the bond between teacher and student. The 3,000 Zixiao guests are among the most fortunate beings of the primordial era, and the magnitude of fortune they bestow upon Hongjun is undoubtedly immense. Moreover, this is merely the first sermon. By the time the Zixiao Palace has hosted 3 teachings, Hongjun will not only absorb boundless fortune, but will also firmly secure the 3,000 Zixiao guests within his ranks. In the future, these 3,000 Xiao guests will undoubtedly become top-tier powers, influencing all matters within the primordial realm. While mastering the 3,000 Zixiao guests, Hongjun effectively wields indirect control over the entirety of the primordial world. Such a scheme is truly formidable. In a hidden corner of the chaos, a Taoist with green hair gazes towards the direction of the Zixiao Palace, sighing deeply. Hongjun's machinations are indeed terrifying. The old Taoist muses, "Even if I can see through it, I cannot prevent it. If I continue to linger in the primordial realm, it will only be a matter of time before I am ensnared to my demise. I must find a way to leave the primordial realm swiftly." This green-haired Taoist is none other than Yang Mei. However, at that moment, Yang Daoist seems to sense something, involuntarily exclaiming, "Something's amiss. Why do I feel an additional variable in the heavens and earth that remains unclear?" How strange. Upon returning to the Zixiao Palace, much like the original history of the Primordial Realm, after conferring the title of Primordial Male Immortal upon Dongwang Gong and the title of Primordial Female Immortal upon Shi Wangmu, as well as announcing the date for the second discourse of the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun promptly vanishes, disappearing into the void. The 3,000 Zixiao guests do not linger excessively, each departing in small groups. Notably, the largest group is led by the newly appointed Primordial Male Immortal, Dongwang Gong. Surrounded by fellow immortals, Dongwang Gong is filled with pride, frequently erupting in joyous laughter. Little does Dongwang Gong realize that his identity as the Primordial Male Immortal is not a path to ascension, but rather a road to ruin. How tragic. Half a month later, just as the Zixiao Palace transitions from a clamor back to tranquility, several figures quietly appear in a small valley at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Outside the small valley, Yuanshi gazes down at the unremarkable terrain, sneering repeatedly. The spiritual energy here is thin. How could there be any opportunity? I believe Ling Chen is merely fooling around. Those with scales and armor are indeed untrustworthy. Tongtian's expression instantly darkens, and he coldly remarks, "Second brother, you aren't afraid of losing, are you?" Oddly enough, in the past, Yuanshi often admonished Tongtian in a fraternal manner, yet Tongtian never displayed anger. Now, however, he repeatedly retorts in defense of Ling Chen, intensifying Yuanshi's disdain for him. Just as Yuanshi prepares to retort against Tongtian, the void begins to tremble. Suddenly, figures materialize outside the small valley. They are none other than Yuhua, Fushi, Hongyun, Yuanzi, Dijun, and Tai Yi, all prominent members of the 3,000 Zixiao guests. What? Yuanshi's brows furrow. Among the three pure ones, even within the 3,000 Zixiao guests, Yuhua and Fushi are among the most elite. Now, seeing them all gathered here raises a suspicion in Yuanshi's heart. Could there truly be an opportunity here? Absolutely impossible. Yuanshi's heart sinks, his expression turning increasingly grim. The mountain may not be high, but with immortals present, it is indeed spiritual. Regardless of how ordinary this small valley appears, the fact that it can attract such top-tier power signifies it can no longer be deemed ordinary. Even if there is some opportunity here, it cannot possibly be the so-called purple gourd vine, nor can it yield the seven-colored gourd that reaches the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. I have not yet lost. Just as Yuanshi's thoughts swirl, buzz, a purple light soars into the sky, dyeing the surrounding void a rich violet hue. Amidst the sounds of shattering, a purple vine ascends from the valley, reaching towards the heavens. A purple vine, Yuanshi's expression darkens, a foreboding sense rising within him. But before he can contemplate further, resplendent seven-colored rays of light explode forth, transforming into seven luminous gourds that hang delicately from the purple vine. Yuanshi's countenance shifts to one of profound displeasure. The simultaneous emergence of the purple gourd vine and the seven-colored gourds perfectly corroborates Ling Chen's previous assertions. The wager between Yuanshi and Ling Chen is utterly lost. He has been outmaneuvered by that young man. Fury wells up within Yuanshi. Yet at that moment, Tongtian's mocking voice suddenly rings in his ears. "Second brother, you have indeed lost." Lost? Indeed, Tongtian's derision incites Yuanshi's wrath to a boiling point. Just as Yuanshi is about to explode, Laozi's voice abruptly resounds. "The extraordinary treasure has emerged. Do not waste time. Act swiftly, Yuanshi." Yuanshi feels as if he's held his breath too long. His face flushed, yet he obediently complies. In stark contrast, Tongtian laughs heartily as he wields the Qingping sword, cutting a swath through all obstacles. Due to Ling Chen's influence, the three pure ones not only acquire the gourds that rightfully belong to them, but also seize the gourd vine's main stem along with the nine heavens soil. After departing from Mount Buzhou, after a span of 3,000 years, the three pure ones return to the Dao magic battlefield, but Laozi's demeanor remains as placid as ever, while Yuanshi stands by with an expression of impatience. Only Tongtian, filled with mirth, eagerly strides towards the Dao magic battlefield. But at that moment, buzz, a grand formation suddenly appears, blocking Tongtian's path. Tongtian is momentarily taken aback, but then his expression shifts dramatically as he exclaims, "Not good! Chen'er is in danger." When they parted ways, Ling Chen's cultivation was merely at the golden immortal stage that, in Tongtian's view, such a terrifying formation could not possibly have been set by Ling Chen. Therefore, the one who laid the formation must be the enemy, without a moment's hesitation. Zila, the awe-inspiring sword energy rent the very fabric of the void, striking towards the battlefield of Tao and Demon. Filled with a fervent desire to save his disciples, Tongtian wielded this sword without any reservations. In the current realm, few beings could withstand such a strike, let alone a formation. Yet the ensuing events were entirely beyond the expectations of the three pure ones. With a thunderous roar, the formidable sword energy shattered upon making contact with the grand formation, dispersing into countless minute blades that, in stark contrast, the luminous barrier of the formation merely trembled a few times before returning to its original state. This unforeseen spectacle left the three pure ones in a state of astonishment. "Break for me!" Tongtian bellowed repeatedly, attempting every conceivable method to breach the formation. However, no matter what Tongtian tried, it proved utterly futile. "Elder brother, do you recognize what formation this is?" Tongtian, filled with anxiety, could only seek assistance from Laozi. The earlier events had already demonstrated the formidable nature of this formation. If he could not ascertain its origins, he feared he would be unable to dismantle Tongtian's dismay. After a moment of silence, Laozi shook his head. "I have never encountered such a formation before. This array is harmonious and imbued with chaos. The one capable of setting such a formation must possess skills in formation comparable to yours, third brother." Upon hearing this, Yuanshi also nodded slightly. Among the three pure ones, Laozi excelled in alchemy, Yuanshi in artifact forging, and Tongtian in formations. Each had attained remarkable mastery in their respective fields, standing at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Even Tongtian, a grandmaster of formations, was unable to breach it. Laozi and Yuanshi were equally at a loss. Filled with disappointment, Tongtian gritted his teeth and declared, "Regardless of the cost, I must rescue Chen'er." As he spoke, boundless sword energy surged upwards, transforming into a majestic sword array that thundered down towards the battlefield of Tao and Demon. Tongtian was determined to forcefully breach the formation. Laozi did not assist, nor impede him, but Yuanshi furrowed his brow, unable to contain himself as he admonished, "Tongtian, that kid Ling Chen has likely perished already. Are you willing to offend a grandmaster of formations for a dead man? Cease this madness at once." Hearing Yuanshi's words, Laozi frowned but remained silent. Tongtian, however, could not tolerate it, shouting in anger, "Yuanshi, what kind of talk is that? Chen'er is my disciple. Even if he is truly fallen, I must find his remains." Fueled by rage, the sword energy Tongtian unleashed grew even more fierce and violent, causing the grand formation above the battlefield to tremble incessantly. "Humph!" Yuanshi snorted coldly, choosing not to speak further, nor did he offer assistance that, in his view, the likelihood of Ling Chen's demise was high. Tongtian's actions would not only fail to save Ling Chen, but would also provoke a grandmaster of formations, an endeavor fraught with peril. The thought of whether this grand formation might have been set by Ling Chen never crossed Yuanshi's mind. Just then, a familiar voice echoed through the heavens and earth. "Master, what are you doing to my family's formation?" The moment those words were uttered, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian were taken aback, an incredible thought surging within them. However, before they could ponder further, a portal slowly opened within the chaotic formation, and Ling Chen's head cautiously emerged from within. Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian. Half a day later, within the battlefield of Tao and Demon, Tongtian, still grappling with the profoundness and might of the chaotic formation, found it hard to accept as he inquired, "Disciple, is this grand formation truly a result of your bloodline inheritance? But why did the demon ancestor Luo who not set this formation? Even with a bloodline inheritance, how could a mere golden immortal like you have the ability to establish it?" Tongtian was filled with questions, while Yuanshi stared intently at Ling Chen, his brow furrowed deeply. He could not bring himself to believe that Ling Chen had set the chaotic formation. It was no wonder Tongtian and Yuanshi felt this way. Even Laozi rarely exhibited signs of doubt. Logically speaking, Ling Chen should be incapable of establishing such a grand formation. There must be some hidden complexities. Ling Chen had long anticipated the three Pure One's reactions and was prepared with his explanation. Master, uncle, second master uncle. The bloodline inheritance encompasses not only this formation, but also a complete set of foundational arrays that I merely need to follow the prescribed steps. As for why the demon ancestor Luo, who did not set up this formation. I cannot say. A complete set of foundational arrays. Tongtian suddenly came to a realization. If that were the case, everything would make sense. Laozi's expression returned to calm, though a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Yuanshi continued to scrutinize Ling Chen, still somewhat skeptical. Not so fast. Even if you had the formation diagrams and a complete set of arrays, with your golden immortal cultivation, you should still be unable to set the formation. You are lying. At this, a mocking smile crept across Ling Chen's face. Buzz, 5 rays of light erupted from Ling Chen, the aura of a Tai golden immortal exploding forth, sweeping across the surroundings. Ling Chen's playful voice followed. Second Master Uncle, it has already been over 3,000 years. I am no longer a golden immortal, but a Tai golden immortal. Yuanshi, feeling the peak aura of a Tai golden immortal emanating from Ling Chen. Yuanshi was left dumbfounded. In just over 3,000 years, Ling Chen had ascended from a fledgling golden immortal to the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal. This was simply too outrageous. Such a rate of advancement surpassed even his own. No, even Laozi, the strongest among the 3 Pure Ones, could not compare. Could it be that Ling Chen's talent for cultivation surpassed that of the 3 Pure Ones? How could the noble 3 Pure Ones be outstripped by a mere scaled and armored demon dragon? This was utterly unacceptable to Yuanshi. What gnawed at Yuanshi even more was that Ling Chen had once harbored thoughts of taking him as a master, but he had resolutely rejected him. A deep sense of regret surged within Yuanshi. Even more profound than the first time he had felt regret. Ling Chen not only possessed numerous spiritual treasures, but also the chaotic formation as an inheritance, coupled with such terrifying talent for cultivation. Blessed with both fortune and talent, he was the epitome of a divinely gifted disciple. Yet Yuanshi had pushed him away. Did I truly make a mistake? Yuanshi sighed inwardly, his expression somewhat dazed. Laozi maintained a calm demeanor, but an undeniable thrill flickered in his eyes, clearly indicating his inner turmoil. Ling Chen's master, Tongtian, could not contain his joy once more, a smile stretching widely across his face. Good lad, in just 3,000 years, you have not only mastered the supreme clarity method, but also elevated your cultivation to the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal. Your speed of advancement surpasses even our own. Moreover, you have established such a powerful formation. Chen'er, you have truly astonished me. Haha, Tongtian laughed heartily, having initially felt a sense of calling to this place. After Laozi and Yuanshi had consecutively declined, he had ultimately accepted Ling Chen. Tongtian never anticipated that Ling Chen's fortune and talent would be so formidable. This was truly a divinely gifted disciple. In the primordial realm, the bond between master and disciple often surpassed that of blood relations. With such remarkable fortune and talent, Tongtian felt genuine happiness for Ling Chen, knowing that every bit of his strength brought honor to his own name. Catching a glimpse of Yuanshi's envious and resentful gaze, Tongtian couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction within. After all, it was you who initially rejected Ling Chen. Now, it is too late for regrets. Haha. The more Tongtian contemplated, the more elated he became, his laughter growing increasingly unrestrained, occasionally casting a glance towards Yuanshi. Ling Chen. Even Ling Chen found it difficult to bear the ostentatious display of his own master. Yuanshi, who took great pride in his reputation, could not tolerate Tongtian's perceived insult, and coldly remarked, Tongtian, I acknowledge Ling Chen's fortune and innate talent, but do not forget that Ling Chen inherits not only the fortune of the demon and dragon clans, but also their karmic burdens. Yuanshi's words were not entirely clear, yet anyone present could discern his implication. After inheriting the karmic burdens of the demon and dragon clans, Ling Chen would inevitably become a target of the primal heavens. Facing calamities that, if he could not surmount these tribulations, he would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes, and no matter how profound his cultivation or fortune, it would all ultimately be in vain. Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, Tongtian's laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression grew somewhat tense. Yuanshi was not mistaken as Ling Chen's master. Tongtian bore the responsibility of safeguarding him and must do everything possible to protect him. Yuanshi slightly raised his head, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips, as if he had once again gained the upper hand. Ling Chen observed Tongtian's reaction with a sense of gratitude, saying, "Master, with the protection of the Chaos Great Array and your guardianship, what dangers could possibly threaten me? There is no need for undue worry." Noticing Tongtian's demeanor lighten, Ling Chen turned to Yuanshi, playfully inquiring, "Second uncle, have you visited the valley at the foot of the Unzao mountain?" Upon uttering these words, the smile on Yuanshi's face instantly froze, and his cheeks flushed slightly. After a lengthy silence, he coldly snorted, tossing out a jade slip and stating brusquely, "This is my understanding of artifact forging." Yuanshi had bypassed the stage of conceding and directly presented his wager. Ling Chen, unfazed, cheerfully accepted the jade slip and exclaimed, "Thank you, second uncle. Your nephew shall certainly ponder it diligently." Yuanshi, his expression darkened as he couldn't help but scoff, "You have merely cultivated for 3,000 years. You cannot possibly comprehend my insights in artifact forging. Bestowing it upon you would be a waste." Despite Yuanshi's disparagement, Ling Chen remained unperturbed and gently suggested, "Second uncle, shall we make another wager? Let us bet on whether I can grasp your understanding of artifact forging." Yuanshi, he was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Ling Chen had been waiting for him. Feeling the intensity of Ling Chen's fervent gaze, Yuanshi's scalp prickled. Ever since he had encountered Ling Chen, he had repeatedly found himself at a disadvantage, even losing his years of insights into artifact forging that if he were to lose again. Instinctively, Yuanshi covered his pocket, his expression wary. Ling Chen was undoubtedly eyeing one of his precious treasures. He could not concede. Just as a myriad of thoughts swirled in Yuanshi's mind, the teasing voice of Ling Chen suddenly echoed in his ears. "Second uncle, are you afraid?" "Afraid? How could he possibly be afraid?" Yuanshi's eyes widened in indignation as anger surged within him. As a disciple of Pangu, and one of the three pure ones, he was among the most formidable beings in the primordial realm. Respected by all, when had he ever feared anything? Even knowing it was Ling Chen's provocation, Yuanshi could not rein his emotions and retorted angrily, "How could I be afraid? How shall we wager?" Caught in the trap, Ling Chen chuckled and replied, "Once the second lecture of the Zixiao Palace concludes, if I fail to comprehend your artifact forging methods, I will concede, and you may take any treasure from me. However, if I succeed," he let his gaze drift toward Yuanshi's tightly guarded pocket and added nonchalantly, "I desire the purple-black chaos gourd in your possession. Second uncle, do you dare to agree?" With Ling Chen's voice echoing, Yuanshi quickly grasped the situation. Ling Chen had clearly set his sights on the recently acquired purple-black chaos gourd, which contained a portion of chaos and was classified as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Although Yuanshi had just obtained it and had not yet examined it, he recognized its extraordinary nature. Deep down, he was reluctant to part with the gourd. Yet, the stakes had been set, leaving him no room for retreat. "How can I agree?" Yuanshi replied, forcing his tone. Though he felt a foreboding sense of unease, he still did not believe that Ling Chen could comprehend his insights into artifact forging in such a short span of time. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's heart surged with joy. Given Ling Chen's composed demeanor, it was clear he had absolute confidence in his ability to win this wager. Consequently, the purple-black chaos gourd would soon be his. Just as Ling Chen reveled in his private triumph, the previously silent Laozi suddenly spoke up. "Ling Chen, if you succeed this time, I shall also bestow upon you my understanding of pill refining." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen was momentarily stunned before bursting into elation that he had been pondering how to acquire Laozi's insights into pill refining, and yet here it was, handed to him on a silver platter. What a stroke of fortune. Meanwhile, Yuanshi could not help but express his anxiety. "Elder brother, Why do you act thus? Do not be deceived by this lad. Laozi merely smiled faintly and replied, no need for further words. If Ling Chen truly comprehends your insights into artifact forging, it would indicate his exceptional aptitude. What harm is there in my bestowing upon him my understanding of pill refining? Yuanshi. Watching Ling Chen's lips curve into an uncontrollable smile, Yuanshi felt a sense of foreboding. He feared he would be deceived once more, and this time he would also have to part with Laozi's insights into pill refining. What a loss! Little did Yuanshi realize that even before the wager had begun, he had already set himself up for defeat. Throughout the entire process of establishing the wager, Tongtian had remained silent, his eyes filled with affection and determination. Ling Chen, with his limited cultivation of the Tai Golden Immortal, displayed such composure and even outmaneuvered Yuanshi, showcasing his audacity and cunning. Tongtian found himself increasingly fond of Ling Chen and more resolute in his commitment to protect him. Chen'er. With some time remaining before the second lecture of the Zhixiao Palace, Tongtian proposed, let me impart the teachings of the Upper Clear Tao to you. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's heart leapt with joy. Though he had already made some headway in the Upper Clear Tao, he still had numerous unresolved queries. If he could receive Tongtian's guidance, it would undoubtedly yield significant rewards. Thank you, Master. When shall we begin? The smile on Tongtian's face deepened. Let us commence at once. Without a moment's delay, Tongtian began to impart the teachings of the Upper Clear Tao to Ling Chen. The Upper Clear Tao was a method Tongtian had comprehended himself, making him intimately familiar with it. As he addressed Ling Chen's myriad questions, Tongtian effortlessly clarified them in just a few words. Ling Chen's understanding of the Upper Clear Tao soared to new heights, simultaneously instilling within him a profound respect for Tongtian. In contrast, Tongtian was taken aback by Ling Chen's capacity for comprehension. The Upper Clear Tao was renowned as one of the pinnacle techniques of the primordial realm, notoriously intricate and difficult to grasp. Yet Ling Chen, his progress could no longer be described as mere understanding. However, after merely a few centuries, Tongtian realized that he had exhausted all he could impart, even as Ling Chen posed new inquiries. Tongtian found himself increasingly at a loss for answers. As time flowed inexorably onward, the dialogue transformed from a one-sided discourse into a profound exchange of ideas between Tongtian and Ling Chen. Centuries slipped by in the blink of an eye, and as the second lecture of Zhixiao Palace was about to commence, Yuanshi rose and spoke in a deep voice. Tongtian, hurry and exit your seclusion, lest you delay the timing of the second lecture at Zhixiao Palace. There was a palpable impatience in Yuanshi's tone. In his view, a mere few hundred years were hardly sufficient for Ling Chen to achieve any significant breakthroughs. Even if Ling Chen possessed exceptional comprehension, mastering the Qingjing technique to perfection would require countless years of meticulous refinement. Yet, what Yuanshi was unaware of was that Ling Chen had already endured the rigors of a previous life's relentless training, endowing him with comprehension far beyond that of ordinary beings. Coupled with his experience through the entire process of world creation, Ling Chen's understanding had reached an exceedingly terrifying level. This was one of the cards Ling Chen held in his gamble against Yuanshi. Just as Yuanshi urged, a surge of azure, sword energy shot into the sky, transforming into a blue lotus. Sword chi flower, blue lotus. Third brother, have you broken through? Even with the composure of Laozi, he could not suppress his astonishment. Now, the cultivation of the three purities had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With Tongtian experiencing yet another breakthrough, he was undoubtedly on the verge of reaching the realm of the primordial Golden Immortal. Yuanshi's pupils constricted slightly. If Tongtian were to surpass him and break through to the primordial Golden Immortal first, where would that leave his dignity? But why would Tongtian choose this moment to break through? Could be due to Ling Chen. The thought flickered through Yuanshi's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed, and no matter how gifted Ling Chen was. He was still but a pinnacle Tai Golden Immortal. How could he possibly aid Tongtian in his breakthrough? It was simply implausible. Just as Yuanshi's thoughts swirled, a resonant hum echoed. The azure lotus formed from sword energy dissipated, revealing Tongtian clad in a blue robe. Tongtian's hearty laughter resonated through the heavens and earth. Thanks to Chen'er, I gained numerous insights during our discussions, which enable my breakthrough. Huh. Discussion? Yuanshi's brow furrowed as he spoke sternly. Third brother, Ling Chen is merely a Tai golden immortal. How could he possibly qualify to engage in a discourse with you? Do not speak such nonsense. Yuanshi's tone was resolute. There was no way Ling Chen could have refined the Qingjing technique to perfection in such a short time, and thus he was unqualified to debate with Tongtian. Yet at that moment, an astonishing surge of pure energy erupted, forming an azure lotus platform that radiated profound Tao essence. Yuanshi was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "The Qingjing lotus platform? Could it be?" An uncontrollable thought surged in Yuanshi's mind, but before he could ponder further, a figure soared upward, landing upon the azure lotus platform. Who else could it be but Ling Chen? The manifestation of the Qingjing lotus platform was a clear indication of having mastered the Qingjing technique. Tongtian had undoubtedly achieved this long ago, so the one who had condensed this lotus platform could only be Ling Chen. Yuanshi was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had doubted Ling Chen's ability to refine the Qingjing technique to perfection, and now the Qingjing lotus platform appeared before him. This was nothing short of a slap in the face. Yuanshi, feeling flustered, cast a sidelong glance at Laozi and Tongtian, his face turning crimson. Laozi paid no heed to Yuanshi, instead gazing up at Ling Chen on the lotus platform, letting out a soft sigh. Fortune and destiny are indeed profound, and his comprehension is astonishing. Ling Chen's path is boundless. Laozi felt a twinge of regret stir within him once more. Meanwhile, atop the azure lotus platform, Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes and bowed deeply to Tongtian. "Thank you, Master, for imparting the Deification. Is only through your teachings that I could refine the Qingjing technique to perfection." Tongtian stepped forward to assist Ling Chen, laughing heartily. "There is no need for such formality between us as master and disciple. Were it not for you, I would not have achieved such a substantial breakthrough." With that, Tongtian turned to Yuanshi, a smile spreading across his face. "Second brother, do you think Chen'er qualifies to engage in a discourse with me?" Haha. Yuanshi could only remain speechless. Another century passed, and the second lecture at Zhixiao Palace commenced. The Dao Demon battlefield was left with only Ling Chen. After successfully mastering the Qingjing technique, Ling Chen's cultivation did not advance. He remained at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal. However, he could distinctly sense that his Dao foundation had solidified significantly, even hinting at an impending breakthrough. If the three purities were to learn that Ling Chen was on the verge of breaking through, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. With only a few thousand years remaining before transformation, was Ling Chen truly about to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal? Such a rapid pace of cultivation was indeed terrifying. Nevertheless, Ling Chen chose not to break through. The ascent to the great Luo golden immortal required consolidating one's entire life's cultivation into the three flowers atop the head. The quality of these three flowers directly determined how far a cultivator could progress on their path. This was a crucial step on the path of Dao, and Ling Chen's foundation had yet to reach perfection. Thus he was not in haste to break through. What lay before him was the task of comprehending the laws of artifact forging. To secure victory in his wager against Yuanshi, as for how to grasp the essence of artifact forging in such a short time, Ling Chen had long been prepared. As previously mentioned, after experiencing the world's creation, Ling Chen's comprehension underwent a qualitative leap, allowing him to progress at an astonishing pace. This was the fundamental reason behind Ling Chen's rapid mastery of the Qingjing technique. However, were it not for the three purities being present, Ling Chen's speed in grasping the Qingjing technique would have increased exponentially. It turned out that after the creation of the chaotic world, a spiritual pool was quietly born at the pinnacle of the world. This spiritual pool was formed from the coagulated power of creation within the chaotic realm, referred to as the pool of creation. Similar to the chaos supreme treasure, the creation jade dish, a cultivator's comprehension of techniques within the pool of creation would occur at a speed hundreds or thousands of times greater than in the outside world. This was the true foundation upon which Ling Chen dared to wager against Yuanshi. However, before that, Ling Chen had one more task to accomplish: to implant the 12th rank World Destruction Black Lotus and the 12th rank Karma Fire Red Lotus into the pool of creation. The Lotus platforms served as exceptional suppressive objects, and the 12th rank Lotus platforms were no exception. If Ling Chen's calculations were correct, implanting the 12th rank World Destruction Black Lotus and the 12th rank Karma Fire Red Lotus into the pool of creation would undoubtedly enhance the stability of the chaotic world. In the future, should he acquire other Lotus spiritual treasures, Ling Chen would also implant them into the pool of creation one by one in less than 3 years. Ling Chen successfully connected the 12th rank World Destruction Black Lotus and the 12th rank Karma Fire Red Lotus with the energy of the pool of creation. Buzz! The chaotic world trembled gently. 2 profound energies erupted from the pool of creation, one black and one red. The black and red energies swept through the entirety of the chaotic world, ultimately merging into the world barrier. Countless black and red lotus leaf runes appeared within the chaotic world barrier, visibly enhancing its defensive strength significantly. It worked. Ling Chen felt a surge of joy. The results exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. Next, it is time to comprehend the laws of artifact forging. Upon this contemplation, Ling Chen gradually seated himself within the creation pool, dedicating his utmost efforts to comprehend the principles of artifact forging. However, not long after Ling Chen entered seclusion, the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus within the creation pool suddenly emanated waves of life force. A spectral demonic figure began to materialize from the heart of the Black Lotus. Initially, the gaze of this phantom was somewhat bewildered, but as time passed, its focus gradually sharpened and a grave whisper then echoed. I never anticipated that the demon ancestor might indeed have a day of revival. Hongyun, you did not foresee this, did you? This apparition was none other than the demon ancestor, Luo Ho, who had once been suppressed by Hongyun. It came to light that after his battle with Hongyun, Luo Ho did not perish completely. Instead, he left behind a fragment of his soul within the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus. Stimulated by the creation pool, this remnant soul had awakened from slumber. Consequently, the scene before us unfolded. Luo Ho's gaze fell upon Ling Chen, who was seated cross-legged within the creation pool, and his expression shifted to one of excitement. This young man possessed a remarkably pure lineage of the demon ancestor. Along with the fortune of the demon race, was this not the perfect vessel for my soul to seize? If I could take over, my foundation would surely rival that of my past life. As Luo Ho pondered, he raised an eyebrow and suddenly exclaimed, Heavenly D.A.I.S. this yet another of your schemes. But why did you assist Hongyun back then? Why? Luo Ho's eyes brimmed with confusion. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. This young demon before him was undoubtedly the reincarnation vessel prepared by the heavenly Tao. When the time was ripe, Luo Ho could seize this opportunity to resurrect. Luo Ho chuckled ominously, retreating back into the Black Lotus. He had only just awakened and required some time to prepare before he could attempt to take over another's body. Unbeknownst to Luo Ho, at the very moment of his awakening, an electronic voice from the system resonated within Ling Chen's mind. Detection of the remnant soul of the demon ancestor Luo Ho awakening in the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus. He plans to seize the host. Please choose Option 1. Expend the power of the chaos world to vanquish Luo Ho. Reward: 1 fragment of the creation jade plate. Option 2. Immediately proceed to the Zhixiao Palace and utilize Hongyun's aid to eliminate Luo Ho. Reward: qualification to attend the Tao lectures in the inner hall of the Zhixiao Palace. Option 3. Play along and find a way to subdue the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Reward: the tip of the god-slaying spear. The sudden emergence of the electronic voice sent shivers down Ling Chen's spine. The demon ancestor Luo Ho was an entity capable of contending with the Saint Hongyun had it not been for the favor of the heavenly Tao upon Hongyun. He might not have stood a chance against Luo Ho. Such was the strength of Luo Ho. Ling Chen had never anticipated that a remnant of Luo Ho's soul would exist within the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus. Damn system, you are deliberately setting me up. Ling Chen felt certain that the system was intentionally leading him astray. Fortunately, it was merely a remnant soul. Moreover, the system provided 3 options. Ling Chen glanced at Option 1. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Based on Option 1, even a remnant of Luo Ho's soul would require exhausting the resources of the chaos world, leading to a mutually destructive outcome. Thus, it was dismissed as for option 2. Ling Chen had no desire to involve himself with Hongyun in any capacity. That too was eliminated. Therefore, only option 3 remained, upon discovering that the reward for option 3 was the tip of the god-slaying spear. Ling Chen's heart stirred with excitement. If he was not mistaken, option 3 was the optimal solution provided by the system. Should he successfully complete the task, not only would he avert danger, but he would also acquire the complete god-slaying spear and potentially gain Luo Ho, a formidable ally, all in one fell swoop. With this thought in mind, Ling Chen hesitated no longer and declared, "System, I choose option 3. After finalizing his choice, Ling Chen did not even open his eyes, continuing his meditation and comprehension of artifact forging. Since option 3 was the system's optimal solution, it stood to reason that the system would not merely watch as Ling Chen fell victim to possession. Additionally, given Ling Chen's substantial resources, dealing with a mere remnant of a demon god should not pose a significant challenge. Henceforth, all that remained was to wait for Luo Ho to walk into his trap. Time flew by, and a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Ling Chen successfully grasped the essence of primordial artifact forging, the 12th rank annihilation Black Lotus within the creation pool trembled gently. A pure stream of demonic energy detached from the Black Lotus and wobbled towards Ling Chen as it approached him. The demonic energy abruptly transformed into a formidable shadow. Who else but Luo Ho? Observing Ling Chen, who was still in a meditative state, Luo Ho lunged forward as if he were a wolf pouncing upon a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet, as the demonic shadow entered Ling Chen's body, the latter's previously closed eyes snapped open, revealing a knowing glint. The bait had been taken. In Ling Chen's past life, there was a saying, "A seasoned hunter always appears in the guise of their prey." This perfectly encapsulated the current situation, returning to the remnant soul of Luo Ho. Upon entering Ling Chen's body, it surged towards Ling Chen's Niwen Palace. If he could extinguish the primordial spirit within the Niwen Palace and occupy it, Luo Ho would have successfully taken over. However, upon entering the Niwen Palace, Luo Ho was suddenly struck by an unsettling realization. What is this? The Niwen Palace. Why does it resemble a world of its own? Luo Ho furrowed his brow. Ordinarily, the Niwen Palace should manifest as a chaotic expanse. Yet Ling Chen's Niwen Palace resembled a miniature world. Though devoid of life, it brimmed with spiritual energy. An ominous premonition surged within Luo Ho's heart. Yet, it was too late to retreat. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to soar toward the core of the Niwen Palace. If all went according to plan, Ling Chen's primordial spirit should reside there. As long as he could ensnare Ling Chen's primordial spirit, no matter the variables, they would remain within his control. Yet at that very moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Buzz! The void trembled as the world surrounding Luo Ho seemed to come alive. Watching him, not good. I've fallen into a trap. Luo Ho's heart raced as he realized he was ensnared. However, true to his nature as a cunning strategist, he did not panic. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed. I never expected that a mere Tai golden immortal could possess such means, truly worthy of being born of the fortune of my demonic path. Huh. In Luo Ho's eyes, Ling Chen was merely a Tai golden immortal. Regardless of his methods, they would prove futile in the face of absolute strength. As he spoke, Luo Ho's consciousness stirred. Z. A black spear pierced through the air and appeared in his hand. Its form was unmistakably the god-slaying spear. Though only its tip was solidified, the remainder was but an illusion. It turned out that the tip of the god-slaying spear had always been in the possession of Luo Ho's remnant soul. Break! Luo Ho commanded, nonchalantly thrusting the spear. Roar! The spear surged forth like a dragon, transforming into a majestic, demonic dragon that charged ahead. Wherever the spear tip passed, the sound of shattering resonated incessantly, as if the void itself were a mirror, fracturing inch by inch. Luo Ho laughed heartily. The world was shattered. How could Ling Chen possibly obstruct him? There was no longer any doubt of victory. Yet in the next instant, Luo Ho's laughter was abruptly cut off. In the perception of Luo Ho, the originally shattered void swiftly fused together, restoring itself in the blink of an eye. That would have been tolerable, but what Luo Ho found most difficult to accept was the sudden loss of control over the god-slaying spear. The god-slaying spear was, after all, his life's spiritual treasure. Who could forcibly seize the god-slaying spear from his grasp? This insignificant Tai golden immortal before him certainly lacked such capability. Who could it possibly be? Just as Luo Ho was engulfed in confusion, a low hum resonated through the air, and a portal gradually materialized in the void, and a figure, as imposing as a mountain, stepped forth from within, upon catching sight of the black spear in that figure's hand. Even the demon ancestor Luo Ho could not help but exclaim in disbelief. The complete god-slaying spear. Who on earth are you? Could you be a subordinate of Hongyun? You are certainly not just a mere Tai golden immortal. In that instant, Luo Ho's mind raced with thoughts. Given the various signs, there was only one explanation for the current situation. Ling Chen was indeed a subordinate of Hongyun. Everything unfolding before his eyes was a trap meticulously laid out by Hongyun for him. However, the subsequent developments once again took Luo Ho by surprise. Ling Chen paid no heed to Luo Ho. Instead, he weighed the complete god-slaying spear in his hand, musing that the rewards for completing the task could also come from the external world. System, you truly are a dog. After venting his frustration at the system, Ling Chen finally turned his gaze to Luo Ho and calmly stated, Luo Ho, you are mistaken that I am not a subordinate of Hongyun. I am merely a Tai golden immortal who has not yet transformed for 10,000 years. Seeing the disbelief etched on Luo Ho's face, Ling Chen felt somewhat speechless in this day and age. It is truly disheartening that no one believes the truth. Since that is the case, let's be a bit more direct. With that thought in mind, Ling Chen focused his consciousness. The world within the Gong pill suddenly trembled violently. A torrent of world power surged forth, manifesting as towering mountains that pressed down upon Luo Ho. Additionally, countless Lotus platform phantoms coalesced and crashed down with a thunderous roar. In an instant, Ling Chen unleashed nearly all of his strength, determined to suppress Luo Ho. Although Ling Chen was merely a Tai golden immortal, one must not forget that this was within the chaotic world of Ling Chen himself, bolstered by the world's power. Ling Chen's strength expanded infinitely, and it should have been sufficient to subdue Luo Ho. Yet for reasons unknown, an inexplicable unease welled up within Ling Chen. After all, he was facing the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Just as Ling Chen pondered this, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The world power shattered explosively, and a colossal demonic shadow emerged slowly from the center of the explosion. It was none other than Luo Ho. Although Luo Ho appeared somewhat disheveled, his aura remained stable as he coldly declared, Junior, it seems this demon ancestor has underestimated you. However, it ends here, but if you are willing to submit, I may spare your life. Luo Ho's voice brimmed with confidence, as if he had already taken control of the situation. Ling Chen, however, let out a derisive laugh. Mocking, I never imagined that the illustrious demon ancestor would resort to such intimidation. If I am not mistaken, you must have burned your essence just now, correct? Now, you are but a remnant soul. How much essence can you afford to burn? Upon hearing this, the confidence that had adorned Luo Ho's face evaporated completely. Replaced by anger and solemnity, he had not anticipated that Ling Chen would be able to discern this. After a long silence, Luo Ho finally spoke, while I may not be able to deal with you, should I disregard everything and burn my essence? This world will not withstand it. Why not allow me to leave, to avoid mutual destruction? Ling Chen smiled. Luo Ho's words indicated that he had already softened. As for Luo Ho's threat, Ling Chen was entirely unconcerned. If he had not been entirely certain of subduing Luo Ho before, everything had changed now that the god-slaying spear had returned to its complete form. The god-slaying spear harbored the fortunes of the demon clan, not only serving as Luo Ho's life's spiritual treasure, but also as an object of suppression for the demon clan. Possessing the power to command countless demons, by forcibly seizing the tip of the god-slaying spear with the aid of world power, the spear in Ling Chen's hand had been fully restored, becoming a congenital supreme treasure, a sacred artifact of the demon clan. Dealing with a mere remnant soul of a demon ancestor was a piece of cake. Heh! Ling Chen scoffed coldly, refraining from further pleasantries as he channeled the immense magical power within him into the god-slaying spear. Roar! The spear surged forth like a dragon. As before, the god-slaying spear transformed into a black dragon with impressive horns. However, unlike before, the dragon's body was solid and devoid of any trace of ethereality. Its might was overwhelming. The cold gaze of the dragon fell upon Luo Ho's remnant soul, radiating an icy, bone-chilling murderous intent, coupled with the terrifying power to suppress all. This time, however, the dragon's adversary was not Hongyun but its original master, the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Luo Ho. As Ling Chen had anticipated, Luo Ho's remnant soul was utterly incapable of resisting, quickly succumbing to defeat. The once arrogant demon ancestor, Luo Ho, was now on the brink of collapse, as if he would dissipate at any moment. Confusion filled Luo Ho's eyes. He never imagined that the demon god would ultimately perish at the hands of a Tai golden immortal. But I cannot fathom. You cultivate the Xianmen Shangqing Dao, so why are you able to wield the god-slaying spear? What is the reason? Luo Ho roared in frustration. Had it not been for Ling Chen's use of the god-slaying spear, he would not have been defeated in this battle. Ling Chen coldly chuckled and replied, "Very simple. Because I am a dragon born of the fortunes and karma of the demon path, if even I cannot wield the god-slaying spear. Then how could you, a mere remnant soul of a demon ancestor, Luo Ho?" The unwillingness and confusion in Luo Ho's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a profound sense of impending doom that if that is the case, then kill me. Luo Ho's voice was filled with resignation. This remnant soul was all that remained of him in this world. Once it dissipated, all traces of him would vanish completely from existence. There would be no more demon ancestor Luo Ho in this realm. Slowly, Luo Ho closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet instead of death, Luo Ho was met with Ling Chen's ridicule that I never imagined that the fearsome demon ancestor Luo Ho would turn out to be a coward waiting for death. No wonder he was defeated by Hongyun back then. Upon hearing this, Luo Ho, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them wide and shouted, "Shut up!" Had it not been for the heavenly Tao secretly aiding that old man Hongyun, how could I have been defeated? Ling Chen was not angered in the least. He calmly replied, "And what about now? Has the heavenly Tao assisted me? You are simply conceding defeat like this?" Luo Ho. Luo Ho found himself at a loss for words. His face flushed with embarrassment. His earlier reaction of waiting for death indeed felt quite disgraceful. In that case, why not fight to the death? With that thought, a frenzied glint sparkled in Luo Ho's eyes that a wave of destructive energy radiated outward from Luo Ho, centered around him. Luo Ho was clearly intent on self-destructing his essence. Ling Chen. Ling Chen's face turned pale as he realized the situation had spiraled out of control. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Luo Ho, do not be hasty in self-detonating. That was not my intention. You must stop." However, Luo Ho showed no signs of halting, coldly stating, "This demon ancestor has made up his mind. No matter how eloquently you express yourself, it will not alter my resolve." The words of Luo Ho were imbued with unwavering determination. Yet, upon hearing Ling Chen's next utterance, Luo Ho's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily halted his self-detonation. What if I could restore the former glory of the demon clan? What if I could resurrect all the members of the demon clan? What if I could aid you in reclaiming your pinnacle? Each word from Ling Chen struck at the softest core of Luo Ho's heart. Luo Ho may be indifferent to his own fate, yet he could not disregard the glory of the demon clan, nor could he neglect those brothers who stood by him. Even the slightest possibility was too precious for Luo Ho to dismiss. Fellow Taoist, he proclaimed that if you truly possess the ability to restore the glory of the demon clan, to resurrect its members, I, Luo Ho, vow upon the great Tao to serve you as a slave for life. Ling Chen could naturally sense the sincerity underlying Luo Ho's words and replied earnestly, "I will exert every effort to restore the glory of the demon clan. Let the great Tao bear witness." As soon as the declaration was made, Thunderous roars echoed through the void, with arcs of purple lightning illuminating the space. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Ho fell into a prolonged silence. Ling Chen did not press him, patiently waiting for an indeterminate time. Finally, Luo Ho raised his head and declared, "Then I shall trust you this once. However, until the glory of the demon clan is restored, I am not your servant." With these words, Luo Ho chose to place his faith in Ling Chen. A surge of joy filled Ling Chen's heart as he responded, "That is entirely acceptable. Until the oath is fulfilled, we shall address each other as fellow Taoists." However, Ling Chen's tone shifted as he continued, "In the external world, you shall be my steward and must address me as master. Will you consent to this?" After a moment's hesitation, Luo Ho nodded in agreement. "I accept." Only at this moment did a smile finally grace Ling Chen's face as he said, "Fellow Taoist, you have exerted yourself greatly. Allow me to restore your strength," with a flick of his sleeve. A surge of vital energy flowed into Luo Ho's body. Unfortunately, there was no sign of improvement in Luo Ho's lingering soul. Rather, it appeared increasingly ethereal. With a pallid complexion, Luo Ho exclaimed, "It is futile. I am of the demon race. Only the essence of the demon can aid me." "The essence of the demon, you say?" Ling Chen replied with a faint smile. While he did not possess that essence, he did hold the fortune of the demon Dao. With a tremor of the void, the god-slaying spear transformed into an 8-clawed black dragon, exhaling a breath of dragon essence towards Luo Ho. "What is this?" Luo Ho was momentarily stunned, but soon his joy surged. This was not merely dragon breath. It was unequivocally the fortune of the demon Dao. Ling Chen was willing to utilize the fortune of the demon Dao to assist him in restoring his lingering soul. This was something Luo Ho had never anticipated. However, from this point, it was evident that Ling Chen was not a miserly master. This realization deepened Luo Ho's recognition of Ling Chen, and his gaze softened. Yet, just as Luo Ho's heart swelled with gratitude, he was abruptly interrupted by Ling Chen's incessant chatter. "Luo Ho, fellow Taoist, I grant you a maximum of 100 years to recover. After a century, regardless of your condition, you must emerge. After all, the fortune of the demon Dao is exceedingly precious. A little used is a little lost. Moreover, from now on, you shall be responsible for the reception and maintenance of our chaotic Taoist hall." And also, Luo Ho thought to himself, "I feel as though I've been duped." Ling Chen repeatedly claimed to treat him as a guest and fellow Taoist, yet in truth, he was merely being utilized as a steward. However, Luo Ho found himself unable to refuse. Given his current circumstances, he could only acquiesce. Thus, from that day forth, the chaotic Taoist hall was no longer a solitary domain for Ling Chen, but rather a place shared with the slender, hunched figure of Luo Dao Run. Time flowed swiftly, and a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. The end of the second lecture at the Purple Cloud Palace was drawing near. Throughout this millennium, Ling Chen was no longer the busy figure of yore. Instead, he reveled leisurely, engaging in discussions with Luo Ho, savoring tea, refining treasures in the creation pool, or simply daydreaming within the chaotic realm. As time progressed, although Ling Chen's cultivation showed no signs of improvement, his foundational strength subtly deepened, and even his Dao heart grew increasingly complete. Ling Chen remained oblivious to his own transformation, yet it did not escape Luo Ho's discerning eye. This left Luo Ho continually astonished. Even with his discerning perspective, he could not help but be amazed by Ling Chen's demeanor. In Luo Ho's view, Ling Chen's every action seemed to exude the essence of the Dao, bordering on transcendence. Yet here was Ling Chen, merely a Tai golden immortal who had yet to condense the 3 flowers at the summit. Such character and foundation were genuinely formidable. Furthermore, when he considered the numerous treasures in Ling Chen's possession and the most mysterious chaotic realm, Luo Ho found himself at a loss for words. This young man was undoubtedly blessed by fate. His future accomplishments would surely surpass my own. Standing behind such a figure might not be so bad after all. Luo Ho mused, feeling a newfound respect for Ling Chen. In a time of tranquility within the chaotic Taoist hall, the master and servant enjoyed a harmonious coexistence. However, a century later, A desperate dragon's roar shattered the serenity of the chaotic Taoist hall. Roar! Ao Bai gazed at the approaching giant bird, his eyes filled with despair as he bellowed. Zhongming bird, are you truly intent on exterminating us? Do not forget my ancestral dragon clan still resides in our homeland and has not fallen. As he spoke, a piercing cry resonated, and a colossal bird descended slowly. Its form resembled a chicken, but its call was like that of a phoenix, with two orbs for eyes. That it was none other than the formidable Zhongming bird. The cultivation of a Zhongming bird had reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, while Ao Bai had merely attained the peak of Golden Immortal. The disparity between them was glaringly apparent. Furthermore, the Zhongming bird was adept at wind manipulation and possessed astonishing speed, effectively overshadowing Ao Bai in every aspect. Had it not been for the Zhongming bird's inclination to toy with him, Ao Bai would not have survived until now. Yet the patience of the Zhongming bird had worn thin. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, Ao Bai could not escape death. The fierce gaze of the Zhongming bird rested upon Ao Bai's battered dragon form, filled with derision. That at this juncture, do you still hope to threaten me with your paltry ancestral dragon power? Once the demon master returns, my demon army shall undoubtedly sweep through the dragon palace. Ha ha! The Zhongming bird's voice was rife with arrogance and delight, as if it had already secured victory over Ao Bai. Yet at that moment, bang! In his attempt to flee, Ao Bai suddenly collided with a shimmering barrier. The instant the golden dragon blood made contact with the barrier, it was completely absorbed. With a flash of white light, Ao Bai vanished from his location. The Zhongming bird was left speechless. In the chaotic Great Hall, Ling Chen was poised to savor a succulent, dripping spiritual fruit when he unexpectedly caught sight of Luo Ho entering with a small white dragon in tow. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, straightening his posture while discreetly stowing the fruit into his sleeve. Simultaneously, Luo Ho's teasing voice echoed throughout the hall. That I say, Master, a mere golden immortal little white dragon has inadvertently stumbled into the Taoist hall. Your chaotic great formation does not seem particularly impressive. Luo Ho harbored grave doubts regarding the reliability of the chaotic great formation. Ling Chen let out a faint smile, feigning ignorance. Perhaps it was due to the long duration of their acquaintance, or perhaps it was merely the presence of a lingering soul. Luo, whose temperament was entirely dissimilar to that of the infamous demon ancestor. Rather, he resembled a mischievous old child. As for the chaotic formation, there would naturally be no issues. The reason Ao Bai could enter the chaotic formation was the result of Ling Chen's intervention. Ling Chen paid no heed to Luo Ho's intentions. Instead, he gazed with keen interest at Ao Bai. Ao Bai possessed a robust fortune of the Dragon Clan, indicating his esteemed status among them. The Dragon Clan was a superlative ancient lineage. Even a deceased camel surpasses a horse in size. Even if the Dragon Clan had fallen, it was not something a mere demon bird could dare to hunt down. There must be hidden circumstances. Ling Chen was, after all, a black dragon. The fortune of the Dragon Clan he possessed was immeasurably deeper than Ao Bai's, and as a senior of the Dragon Clan, he could not possibly stand by and watch Ao Bai perish at his doorstep. Hence, the scene unfolded as it did. Ling Chen tossed a spiritual fruit from his sleeve into his mouth. Savoring it with a crunch, its fragrance wafting, he mumbled, "Little white dragon. Pray tell, what transpired?" Upon hearing this, Luo Hu pointed a finger, releasing Ao Bai from his confinement. Despite being gravely injured and on the verge of collapse, Ao Bai straightened his spine and proclaimed, "I am Ao Bai, the Dragon Prince of the West Sea Point. 3,000 years ago, the Demon King under Kunpeng led a band of demons to besiege our West Sea Dragon Palace. The West Sea Dragon clan suffered tremendous losses, facing imminent peril. Countless clansmen risked their lives to send me out, hoping to seek aid. Alas, I was intercepted midway by this heavy Ming bird. I have let down the expectations of my kin." Ao Bai clenched his teeth, his eyes reddening. Droplets of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ling Chen, well versed in the trajectory of the primordial world, understood all too well what had transpired, and remarked lightly, "If I am not mistaken, the Demon Clan seeks to subjugate the Dragon Clan. Am I right?" Upon hearing this, Ao Bai nodded vehemently, his teeth gritted. Indeed, I shall eventually skin these demon scoundrels alive. In contrast to Ao Bai, Luo, whose expression was one of astonishment. How could Ling Chen, who resided daily within the chaotic dojo, possess such clarity regarding external matters? Did he perhaps harbor hidden forces outside? Ling Chen paid no attention to Luo, whose gaze, casually stating, "The demon clan is formidable. Not to mention the two demon emperors, Dijun and Tai Yi. Even Kunpeng is beyond your capacity to withstand. How do you intend to take your revenge?" Upon hearing this, Ao Bai's complexion paled, his gaze suddenly clouding with despair, his previously erect form gradually slumping. Ling Chen's words nearly shattered his backbone. Indeed, given the current foundation of the Dragon Clan, let alone the West Sea Dragon Clan, even the combined might of the four Sea Dragon clans might not withstand Kunpeng. Moreover, the Demon Clan boasts 10 great demon gods, alongside Demon Emperors Dijun and Donghuang Tai. The Dragon Clan has no hope of resurgence. Ao Bai fell into despair. Yet the subsequent developments were entirely unexpected for Ao Bai. What none knew was that at the moment Ao Bai entered the Great Hall, an electronic voice resonated within Ling Chen's mind. Beep! Detected that the West Sea Dragon Clan is under siege by the Demon Clan. Please select Option 1. Exit immediately to assist the Dragon Clan. Reward: 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood. Option 2. Remain a bystander. Indifferent. Reward: have Dragon Clan fortune. After a brief contemplation, Ling Chen chose Option 1. It was true that Ling Chen acted prudently, but he was cautious, not cowardly. Setting aside the 3 drops of ancestral dragon blood from Option 1, Ling Chen would never allow his own Dragon Clan fortune to be halved. Returning to the chaotic Great Hall, he observed Ao Bai, who was on the brink of collapse. Yet a smile crept upon his face as he gently inquired, "Ao Bai, have you ever considered seeking my assistance for the Dragon Clan?" Upon hearing this, Ao Bai's eyes brightened momentarily, only to quickly dim again. For one, Ling Chen had no ties to the Dragon Clan and thus had no reason to lend aid. For another, although Ao Bai could sense Ling Chen's formidable cultivation as a Tai Yi Golden Immortal, the Dragon Clan faced the entirety of the Demon Clan. Ling Chen had yet to reach the realm of a Deluo Golden Immortal. How could he possibly withstand the demon army? Alas, Ao Bai sighed deeply. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly echoed in Ao Bai's ears. Where did this Dragon Clan come from? Ao Bai abruptly looked up, his expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. But in the next instant, he beheld the ethereal visage of a true dragon behind Ling Chen. Ao Bai's heart trembled in shock, exclaiming, "Why, you are a senior in my Dragon Clan." Ao Bai was at a loss for words. Encountering a fellow kin in his moment of utmost despair stirred a torrent of emotions within him. Ao Bai's eyes turned crimson, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ling Chen gazed at Ao Bai gently, saying, "As a member of the true dragon lineage, do you think I have no reason to assist you?" After a brief pause, Ling Chen's voice resonated once more. "I am the foremost disciple of the supreme, pure heaven. Do you think I lack the qualification to help you?" As Ling Chen's voice continued to echo, Ao Bai's despair gradually dissipated, replaced by elation and gratitude. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Ao Bai wept bitterly. Throughout his journey, Ao Bai had faced countless life and death crises without shedding a single tear. Even when on the verge of despair moments ago, he had not cried. But at this moment, upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Ao Bai could no longer contain his tears. Ao Bai's tears were for the Dragon Clan, but also for himself. After enduring trials of life and death, he had finally found hope for both the Dragon Clan and himself. Returning to the battlefield outside the Dao Demon, after Ao Bai's sudden disappearance, the Heavy Ming Bird had already discovered the chaotic formation and immediately began attempting to breach it. What the Heavy Ming Bird did not anticipate was his frenzied assault could not shake this mysterious formation in the slightest. Yet, even so, the Heavy Ming Bird had no intention of retreating, regardless of the formidable strength of the beings within the formation. The Heavy Ming Bird felt no fear, for he stood behind Kunpeng and the entire Demon Clan. The heavy Ming bird snorted coldly, raising its head high, proclaiming, "I am the great demon, heavy Ming bird, here to apprehend the white dragon Ao Bai. You all should swiftly hand him over. Do you dare to offend the demon clan?" The heavy Ming bird's voice was laced with arrogance. In its view, upon hearing his words, the mighty beings within the formation would undoubtedly surrender Ao Bai without hesitation. However, the subsequent developments were entirely unforeseen for the heavy Ming bird. Instead of the surrendering Ao Bai, it was met with a spear piercing through the air. Seeking death, the heavy Ming bird coldly scoffed, pointing a finger. A chilling gale converged before the heavy Ming bird, transforming into countless blades of wind aimed at the spear. But do not underestimate these blades of wind. The heavy Ming bird excelled in wind manipulation and was on the verge of comprehending the laws of wind. These blades, forged from the gales, possessed terrifying power. Even beings at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal would find them hard to contend with. Yet, at the moment those wind blades neared the spear, roar, the spear quivered lightly, transforming into an 8-clawed black dragon. An overwhelming dragon might surged forth, shaking the surroundings. The heavy Ming bird's proud wind blades trembled in unison, instantly dissipating into nothingness. The 8-clawed black dragon turned its massive head, its dragon eyes slowly fixing upon the heavy Ming bird. This is bad. It felt as though it were being scrutinized by a primordial beast of terror, its fur bristling in alarm, internally screaming in dread. The previous strike had made it abundantly clear that this enigmatic powerhouse far surpassed its own capabilities. With a vigorous flap of its wings, it sought to flee. However, in a moment of sheer terror, it discovered that the very void surrounding it had been sealed. Escape was impossible. The bird's eyes, as small as beans, were filled with horror as it hastily exclaimed, "Hold your hand. I am a formidable demon under the auspices of the. If you dare to slay me, the esteem shall not let you go unpunished, nor shall the two forgive you." As it spoke, it unconsciously straightened its posture. Had it still been the solitary combatant of yore, it would undoubtedly face certain death. Yet now, backed by it felt a semblance of security. Even if its own strength was lacking in that moment, it could not help but feel immense gratitude for having allied with it. But just as it thought itself to be regaining its footing, a resounding roar erupted. The 8-clawed black dragon extended a single claw with an air of nonchalance. With a deafening crash, this demon form erupted like a mere balloon. Obliterated in an instant, the great demon had perished. Amidst the chaos of the gazed in shock at the unfolding scene, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was already aware that its cultivation was yet with a single strike, had annihilated which was also at the same level. It was a blatant execution. The might of was truly terrifying. In stark contrast to his astonishment, the old man maintained an expression of calm indifference, devoid of surprise. He understood all too well the terrifying depth of his master's capabilities. Amir was hardly a challenge. What piqued interest was next course of action. Given its insight into, he expected a prudent approach. Why then would he risk enmity with and take a stand for harbor doubts about its commitment to his kin? What could possibly intend? In the void, observed Ant's expressions, nonchalantly clapping his hands as if crushing an insignificant insect. His gaze then fixed upon, commanding, "There is no time to lose. Lead the way swiftly to the sat wearily upon his throne, his countenance heavy with sorrow, after 3 millennia of relentless warfare. Even with the protective array of that had suffered grievous losses, this was still under the condition that they had not launched a full-scale assault. Yet even so, they could no longer endure. He hoped for safety, murmured softly, a flicker of relief and longing crossing his eyes. Unbeknownst to anyone, his sending away was not a plea for assistance, but a means to grant a chance at survival. It was formidable. Even with this reinforcement, it would be futile. The extinction of was already inevitable. That was the last scion of their bloodline. At that very moment, an urgent voice reached ears. "Dragon King, the foundation of the dragon array has been damaged by 50%. If this continues, the array will collapse. You must devise a plan at once." Upon hearing this, remained unmoved, muttering to himself, "Is the day of reckoning finally upon us? This day has come at last, after 3 millennia of bombardment." The dragon array was riddled with wounds, impossible to repair. Moreover, they had exhausted all materials for restoration. The protective array that had safeguarded them for countless years was on the brink of destruction. A trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes, only to be replaced by a sense of resignation. He had long anticipated this day and prepared himself accordingly. Surrender was not an option, if that were the case. Then he would fight to the death. With flesh and indomitable will, he would vindicate the... With this thought, abruptly rose from his throne, bellowing, "We, are an ancient and esteemed lineage. Even if we fall to obscurity, we shall never bow to the... Where are my sons? The array is on the verge of collapse. Fight to the death alongside this dragon king, with flesh and unyielding spirit, for the honor of our..." As rallying cry echoed throughout the remaining members of the felt a surge of fervor coursing through their veins. The once weary stood tall, their gazes resolute, roaring towards the heavens, for the glory of the... In that moment, the battle spirit of the coalesced like never before, as if purging them of their previous burdens. Deeply moved, felt tears welling in his eyes as he strode towards the array's threshold. Following were the dragon clan members. Though weakened, their expressions resolute. This battle would surely end in this defeat, yet not a single member chose to retreat. In this confrontation, though they may fall, their spirit would remain undying. Simultaneously, with a thunderous roar, the dragon array that had stood for countless years erupted into chaos outside in that instant. The army erupted in jubilant cheers. After 3 millennia, they had finally breached the dragon array. The time for the hunt had arrived, and their targets were none other than the once mighty. With this thought, the soldiers' eyes sparkled with madness and exhilaration, their thirst for blood palpable, upon sighting leading the army. This murderous intent surged to its zenith. Kill! With a thunderous roar, the army transformed into a torrent, surging towards overwhelming them in an instant. Boom! Lightning crackled. Beneath the stormy skies, an ocean of blood surged upward, staining the entire sea crimson, a testament to the brutality of the conflict. Yet to this astonishment, they did not immediately overpower the army. They, like a fragile vessel, teetered amidst the deluge of yet they persevered. The soldiers howled in fury, their expressions twisted with rage. Despite their overwhelming advantage, they could not secure a swift victory over This was a disgrace. Enraged, the soldiers transformed from a flood into a relentless meat grinder. Intent on slaughtering Witnessing this scene, S. eyes flickered with profound sorrow that if all went as expected, they would soon vanish from existence at his hands. Yet he had not dishonored the fight, roared to the heavens, issuing one final command. But just as prepared to embrace his fate, he caught sight of a familiar figure materializing in the distant void. Not good, felt his heart momentarily halt, his previous resolve and determination evaporating. The figure that appeared was none other than the he had painstakingly sent away. "Little flee! Do not approach!" shouted in desperation, his expression frantic. However, seemed oblivious to his pleas, steadfastly advancing towards the battlefield. In tandem, the surrounding had already caught sight of. Grinning maliciously as they closed in for the kill. "No!" His anguished roar erupted, blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. His sudden return signified the end of this last bloodline. This realization plunged into utter despair. But at that moment, bang! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the demon clansmen besieging Ao were sent hurtling backward, akin to dumplings plummeting into the western sea. This sudden turn of events left countless beings, including Ao Tan, utterly astonished. Simultaneously, a tall figure clad in a black robe emerged slowly from behind Ao Tan. Who else could it be but Ling Chen? In an instant, the battlefield fell silent, with every creature's gaze fixated upon Ling Chen. A towering figure then stepped forward. It was none other than the leader of the demon army. "Huake, dare to kill my demon warriors. You seek death. Where are the demon soldiers? Kill him." No sooner had the words left his mouth than numerous demon warriors soared into the sky, charging towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly remarked, "Before you act, would you not first inquire who I am?" At this proclamation, the demon soldiers suddenly froze. Huake, suppressing the murderous intent brewing within him, spoke in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Ling Chen slightly raised his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I am of the Dragon Clan, Ling Chen." The mention of the Dragon Clan left Hua Ke momentarily stunned, and realization dawned upon him that he had been outmaneuvered. His murderous rage erupted as he bellowed, "Despicable! Kill this sinful dragon!" As his voice faded, countless demon soldiers surged forth like a torrential wave, intent on slaying Ling Chen. "This is bad." Ao Tian's eyes widened in alarm, and he prepared to rush to the rescue. But in the next moment, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded before all beings. Ling Chen appeared oblivious to the throngs of demons, remaining utterly still. Was this a death wish? Just as the onlookers were bewildered, a resonant hum filled the air that a stream of pure energy erupted from Ling Chen's location, transforming into a verdant lotus platform. Ling Chen sat poised upon the lotus, exhaling a single word, "Freeze." As the word left his lips, countless demons suspended in the void were instantaneously immobilized, their expressions filled with terror. This is not good. Hua Ke's heart sank. Yet before he could react, Ling Chen's voice resonated once more, "Break." As the command was uttered, the immobilized demons shattered into a crimson mist, filling the air with a haunting silence. All beings gazed in horror at the figure seated upon the lotus, astounded that with merely 2 words, Ling Chen had annihilated tens of thousands of demons, including several golden immortals and even a few Tai golden immortals. The sheer terror of Ling Chen's prowess was undeniable. Wonderful. We are saved. The remaining dragon kin wept tears of joy, their despair momentarily lifted by the glimmer of hope. However, unlike the other dragons, Aotan, the Dragon King of the Western Sea, bore no significant joy upon his face that, if his senses were correct, Ling Chen had yet to condense the 3 flowers atop his head and remained within the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. In contrast, Hua Ke, as the demon clan's leader, was a Deluo Golden Immortal. The difference in their realms was vast. How could Ling Chen possibly contend with Hua Ke? A glimmer of determination flickered in Ao Tian's eyes. Even if it meant self-detonation, he would assist Ling Chen in escaping with Ao Bai. Meanwhile, Hua Ke finally regained his composure, his gaze piercing through the void to lock on a Ling Chen as he coldly declared, "Words manifest as law. It was unexpected that you possess such strength without even condensing the 3 flowers atop your head. What a pity." By the end of his statement, Hua Ke's voice dripped with an icy, bone-chilling malice. The demons had suffered tremendous losses, and he could not escape culpability, and no matter the cost, he would slay Ling Chen to assuage his fury. Upon hearing Hua Ke's words, the once celebrating dragons felt a jolt of despair surge within them, their fleeting hope extinguished. Was this truly the will of heaven? Just as despair spread through the hearts of the dragon kin, Hua Ke roared, "Die!" A colossal surge of fiery spiritual energy converged from the heavens and the earth, morphing into a gigantic flaming bird. Caw! The flame bird screeched as it dove toward Ling Chen. Hua Ke, a descendant of the vermilion bird and a fire element demon, had comprehended the principles of fire after breaking through to the Luo Golden Immortal. His terrifying power was beyond what the previous Chongming bird could compare to. Be careful. This is Hua Ke's innate divine ability, Ao Tian shouted. Though Ao Tian was also a Deluo Golden Immortal, his strength had waned after 3,000 years of depletion, leaving him on the brink of a decline. Yet, as Hua Ke made his move, a destructive aura began to emanate from Ao Tian. He was about to self-destruct. Just then, a black spear pierced the void, lightly tapping the flaming bird's head, leading to an unexpected turn of events. Crack! A black fissure radiated from the point of contact, swiftly spreading across the flaming bird's massive form. This was merely the beginning. The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the void, resonating in the hearts of the battlefield's onlookers, in the next moment. To their astonishment, the once mighty flaming bird emitted a mournful cry before erupting into a devastating explosion. PFF! The backlash hit Hua Ke, forcing him to spit a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stammered, "You actually managed to break my innate divine ability. Are you also a Deluo Golden Immortal?" "No, wait, you have not condensed the 3 flowers atop your head. It is due to that spear." "Am I correct?" By the end of his inquiry, Huakei's gaze was fixated greedily upon the black spear. The weapon that had significantly boosted Ling Chen's combat power was undoubtedly extraordinary, possibly the legendary supreme innate spiritual treasure. As for the innate treasures, Huakei did not even dare to contemplate. After all, such treasures were far beyond his reach. Ling Chen made no denial, responding nonchalantly, "Your insight is commendable." Ling Chen's words confirmed Huakei's suspicions, causing the latter's greed to explode forth. Huakei laughed heartily, never expecting to gain such a treasure. "If I acquire this spear, I shall surely ascend to the ranks of the demon gods." As he spoke, 3 blossoms resembling flames bloomed slowly above Huakei's head. The manifestation of the 3 flowers signified Huakei's readiness to fight to the death. Caw! Accompanied by a thunderous screech. Huakei soared skyward, transforming into a colossal fiery form. The intense flames distorted the very fabric of the surrounding void. "Kid, if you hand over the spear and submit to me, I may spare your life." Huakei's voice boomed like thunder through the void. Yet, rather than yielding, Ling Chen responded with a spear. More accurately, it appeared as an 8-clawed black dragon. Seeking death, Huakei grunted, slowly extending a claw to grasp the 8-clawed black dragon. "Ha!" Huakei rejoiced, but at that moment, roar! He suddenly raised his head, and a thunderous dragon roar erupted from the octopod black dragon in his grasp. Slowly, a 9th toe emerged atop the dragon's claw, a 9-clawed black dragon. "This is bad." A wave of shock coursed through Huaqiao's heart. The cultivation of a dragon is distinguished by the number of claws it possesses. 0.8 claws denote a Tai Golden Immortal level, while 9 claws signify a Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Huaqiao never anticipated that the black dragon would break through at this moment. Yet before he could ponder further, an incomprehensibly terrifying force erupted from his hand, instantly engulfing his entire being. "No!" Huaqiao screamed in despair, attempting to flee, but it was already too late. Within mere breaths, the 9-clawed black dragon had torn apart Huaqiao's physical form and even his primordial spirit into shreds. Roar! The 9-clawed black dragon emitted an elated roar, wagging its head and tail as it returned to Ling Chen, transforming once more into a black spear. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The once invincible demon king Huaqiao had perished just like that. It was worth noting that Ling Chen was merely a Tai Golden Immortal, while Huaqiao had long attained the status of a Great Luo Golden Immortal. When had a Tai Golden Immortal ever been capable of slaying a Great Luo Golden Immortal with such ease? This was simply too outrageous. Among those most bewildered was Zhunti, also a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Zhunti understood all too well the vast chasm between the Tai Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal realms. To illustrate with a simple analogy, if a Great Luo Golden Immortal were likened to a towering tree, then a Tai Golden Immortal would be akin to a mere ant. Even if the ant wielded formidable weapons, it could never hope to shake the foundation of a tree. Yet the reality was that Ling Chen had reversed the odds and slain Huaqiao. The ant had not merely shaken, but obliterated the tree. Boom! A blood mist erupted from Zhunti's body. He had just been forced to halt his self-detonation by Ling Chen, and now he was on the verge of another explosion due to Ling Chen's overwhelming power. All of this was simply too incredible. However, had Lahu been present, he would have exhibited no surprise whatsoever. For Lahu understood the terrifying depth of Ling Chen's capabilities. One might well ask, which Tai Golden Immortal could harbor a world within? Ling Chen's strength defied all logic. Moreover, he possessed the god-slaying spear, a formidable weapon of mass destruction. Even if it were 10 or 8 early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals like Huaqiao, that would not suffice for Ling Chen to unleash his wrath. In the void, upon witnessing Huaqiao's downfall, Aobai, who had been hiding behind Ling Chen, could no longer contain his inner elation and shouted, "Huaqiao is dead! Our West Sea Dragon clan will not perish. We are saved." Ha ha ha! Aobai wept tears of joy, even though he was aware of Ling Chen's might. When the moment truly arrived, Aobai could not suppress his overwhelming joy and pride. He rejoiced that the West Sea Dragon clan was saved thanks to Ling Chen. He took pride in the fact that Ling Chen was the savior he had brought forth. As Aobai's jubilant cries rang out, the West Sea Dragon Clan, which had been in a state of shock, erupted into unprecedented cheers. Upon realizing that Ling Chen's cultivation was merely that of a Tai golden immortal, the West Sea Dragon Clan had once again descended into despair. They could never have imagined Ling Chen would be so formidable. The reversal came too swiftly and was too delightful. The remaining members of the West Sea Dragon Clan embraced each other in tears. Like a tea last, they could survive. Even Jieyin was moved to tears. Regardless of whether the Demon Clan would seek vengeance in the future, at least for now, the West Sea Dragon Clan would not face extinction. That alone was enough. In an instant, the West Sea Dragon Clan was engulfed in ecstasy. In stark contrast, the demon soldiers were bereft of hope, their gazes towards Ling Chen fraught with terror. Prior to Ling Chen's arrival, everything had seemed inevitable. The Demon Clan was on the brink of victory. Yet, within less than half a day of Ling Chen's appearance, the demon King Huixiao had fallen, and the Demon Clan was utterly defeated. If Ling Chen were a being above the great Luo golden immortal level, it would be understandable. However, he was clearly just a Tai golden immortal. What manner of monster was this? The Demon Clan was terrified. Countless demon soldiers fled the battlefield like a receding tide in less than a moment. The West Sea was left desolate, with only remnants of walls and a scant few dragons remaining. At this moment, all the Dragon Clan's gazes were fixed upon the black-robed youth in the void. Their expressions a mixture of shock and reverence. This was a powerhouse, and moreover, the savior of the Dragon Clan. Half a day later, in the West Sea Dragon Palace, Jieyin, upon learning of Ling Chen's background, could not help but laugh heartily towards the heavens. I never expected our Dragon Clan to have such a genius abandoned in the outside world. You even became a disciple of the Supreme Clear. Tongtian, truly, we are most fortunate. This is a great blessing for our Dragon Clan. Ha ha ha. Jieyin had been deeply worried about the Demon Clan's revenge. However, if Ling Chen had the backing of Tongtian, then everything would be different. The three purities were one. Behind Ling Chen stood the formidable three purities, whose power resonated throughout the primordial chaos. With the three purities as a backing, the Demon Clan would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation. In this way, the Dragon Clan would have no worries. How could this not bring joy to Jieyin? Yet unlike Jieyin, Ling Chen did not share such optimism. The Kunpeng would undoubtedly seek vengeance. They would not easily let the Dragon Clan off, nor would they spare him. Fortunately, Ling Chen had already communicated with Tongtian through the Supreme Clear Jade Talisman. As long as Tongtian could arrive in time, everything would be fine. With this thought, Ling Chen relaxed his expression and turned to Jieyin, saying, "Senior, the junior has a request to make." Jieyin hastily replied, "I cannot accept the title of senior. If you wish, let us address each other as brothers." Ling Chen did not decline and responded with a smile. Younger brother pays respects to elder brother. Upon hearing this, Jieyin was overjoyed and laughed heartily. "Good, my wise younger brother." Ha! Jieyin was naturally elated. However, Bai, standing nearby, felt somewhat discontented. On the way here, Bai had been calling Ling Chen big brother. Now he had inexplicably been reduced to a younger generation in front of Jieyin. After the laughter subsided, Jieyin finally recalled Ling Chen's earlier words and said solemnly, "What does my younger brother seek? Speak freely, and I shall do my utmost." It was no wonder Jieyin was so sincere. Ling Chen had shown immense kindness to the West Sea Dragon Clan and was also a direct disciple of Tongtian. Out of both emotion and reason, Jieyin would do his best to fulfill Ling Chen's request. However, Ling Chen's request was entirely beyond Jiyin's expectations. You wish to enter the ancestral land. You seek to obtain the legacy of the ancestral dragon? You are barely under 10,000 years old? Jiyin's eyes were filled with astonishment. His voice faltering, he could never have anticipated that Ling Chen would make such a request. Ever since the Great Calamity of Longhan, the ancestral dragon had been gravely wounded and fallen into a deep slumber in the ancestral land. Yet before the ancestral dragon fell asleep, it had enacted a decree: any Dragon Clan genius who reached the Tai Golden Immortal level within 10,000 years would have the opportunity to enter the ancestral land and attempt to obtain the legacy of the ancestral dragon. Those who succeed would become the new Dragon Emperor, the sovereign of the Dragon Clan. This was a golden opportunity for Dragon Clan geniuses to soar to great heights. Alas, the Dragon Clan had committed grave errors. shackled by karma. For countless years, hardly any dragon had managed to reach the Tai golden immortal level within a mere 10,000 years. Thus, this matter was seldom mentioned among the dragon clan. Until the appearance of Ling Chen, the method to enter the ancestral land of the dragon clan was quite simple. As long as any of the four seas dragon kings activated the heirloom, a guiding light would descend to usher the trial taker into the ancestral realm. This guiding light possesses the ability to discern worthiness if a prodigy of the dragon clan fails to meet the criteria. Not only will they be denied passage to the ancestral land, but they will also face punishment. For countless years, no true genius qualified to enter the ancestral land had emerged from the dragon clan. Yet now, Ling Chen appeared before them, radiating vitality, which was the very reason for Ao Tian's excitement. CND, you must not jest. If the guiding light discovers any deception, severe repercussions will ensue. Ao Tian still harbored some concerns. However, upon seeing Ling Chen's resolute gaze, his doubts dissipated entirely. With a grave expression, he declared, "If that is the case, I shall activate the guiding light for you." With a flourish of his sleeve, a miniature 9-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. This miniature golden dragon was the heirloom Ao Tian spoke of. Buzz, the void trembled as a bronze gate gradually materialized above the dragon palace. Roar! An ethereal dragon roar emanated from within the portal, majestic and awe-inspiring. Without need for further words, Ling Chen understood that this was the passageway to the ancestral land of the dragon clan. He clasped his hands towards Ao Tian and smiled. "Ao, brother, await my good news here." With that, Ling Chen stepped forward and vanished into the bronze gate. Buzz! The bronze gate emitted a series of deep thuds as it slowly closed. Ao Tian gazed at this scene in a daze, murmuring, "CND, I sincerely hope you can attain the inheritance and become our dragon clan's sovereign." Ao Tian's words were devoid of any pretense. Since the calamity of Long Han, the dragon clan had languished for countless years. One reason for their decline was the suppression by the heavenly laws, but a more pressing issue was the lack of a leader. The dragon clan desperately needed a figure capable of guiding them out of their plight. The arrival of Ling Chen brought immense hope not only to Ao Tian, but to the entire dragon clan. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, as Ao Tian activated the heirloom, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Bing sensed it immediately. Could it be? Ao Bing's eyes widened as he realized something. His excitement barely contained. The reactions of the South Sea and North Sea Dragon Kings mirrored Ao Bing's. 4 years. Under the influence of karma, the Dragon Clan had endured tremendous suffering as Dragon Kings. Ao Bing and his peers bore the brunt of this hardship. If anyone among the Dragon Clan longed for a leader akin to the ancestral dragon, it was undoubtedly these Dragon Kings. And now their wish finally had a chance to be fulfilled. In an instant, all 4 Dragon Kings eagerly anticipated Ling Chen's success. Returning to Ling Chen, upon entering the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, he was captivated by the massive dragon body floating in mid-air. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "This must be the ancestral dragon, right? Even after all these years. It exudes such terrifying power, truly worthy of being a formidable being at the pinnacle of the Hongyun golden immortal stage." In Ling Chen's perception, the colossal dragon body exhibited no signs of life. The ancestral dragon had likely perished long ago. Just then, roar! The previously motionless ancestral dragon suddenly lifted its head, emitting a thunderous roar. Was the ancestral dragon still alive? Ling Chen was taken aback. Yet in the next moment, the dragon's head slowly lowered, and a pearl radiating immense dragon spirit flew forth from its mouth. The ancestral dragon pearl. Now I see. Ling Chen instantly comprehended. The ancestral dragon must have perished. The earlier roar likely originated from this ancestral dragon pearl. If all went according to legend, the Dragon Clan's inheritance should reside within this pearl, but why was the pearl covered in cracks? As Ling Chen pondered, the ancestral dragon pearl trembled slightly and seemed to gaze at him. Ling Chen's heart raced, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, before he could contemplate further. Buzz! The ancestral dragon pearl transformed into a beam of white light and instantly entered Ling Chen's body. Initially startled, Ling Chen soon felt a surge of joy that he knew the Dragon Clan's inheritance had commenced. 300 years later, Ling Chen gradually opened his eyes, a hint of joy gracing his lips as he murmured, "I never imagined the Dragon Clan's inheritance would be so uncomplicated." Ling Chen had expected to spend a long time overcoming the trials, but it had only taken 300 years. If the powerful beings who devised the inheritance trials of the Dragon Clan were to hear this, they would likely spit blood in disbelief. Their painstakingly crafted trials have been so easily trivialized by Ling Chen. However, it should be noted that for an ordinary member of the Dragon Clan, be it 300 years or even 1,000 or 10,000 years, passing the trials would be impossible. Ling Chen found it simple due to his extraordinary foundation and comprehension. Yet, just as Ling Chen relaxed after enduring 300 years of trials, an unexpected event unfolded. Roar! The colossal head of the ancestral dragon suddenly rose, fixing its gaze upon Ling Chen. The golden dragon eyes met Ling Chen and said, "Not good." The ancestral dragon was still alive. Ling Chen's heart trembled. He distinctly perceived the emotional fluctuations within the dragon's gaze. The ancestral dragon was indeed still alive. At that moment, a vast consciousness erupted from the dragon's head, manifesting as the phantom of a nine-clawed golden dragon. Hurtling towards Ling Chen, it sought to seize his body. Having experienced the body snatching by Luo Ho, Ling Chen was all too familiar with this scenario. Yet caught off guard, he could only allow the nine-clawed golden dragon to enter him. Who could have imagined that the coveted ancestral dragon inheritance would be a grand conspiracy for the ancestral dragon's rebirth through body snatching? But the ancestral dragon never anticipated that the genius it had awaited would be none other than the prodigious Ling Chen. Ling Chen gazed at the rampaging nine-clawed golden dragon, utterly speechless. He embodied the fates of both the demon and dragon clans. However, Ling Chen had first been usurped by the demon ancestor Luo Ho, and now he faced body snatching by the ancestral dragon. This was simply outrageous. Fortunately, he had opened up his inner world. Ling Chen silently rejoiced. Had it not been for this inner world, he might have already fallen victim to Luo Ho's usurpation, leading to his demise. Yet, precisely because he had faced Luo Ho's body snatching, Ling Chen remained unfazed. Though the ancestral dragon was powerful, how could it possibly compare to the demon ancestor Luo Ho? If Ling Chen could contend with Luo Ho, then how much more so with the ancestral dragon? Ha! Ling Chen scoffed repeatedly, gradually channeling the power of the world to subdue the cunning dragon. Within half a month, the nine-clawed golden dragon was already on the brink of collapse. Lying on the ground like a defeated dog, no longer exhibiting its former arrogance, the ancestral dragon's pleas followed suit. Junior, I am your ancestor. To offer your physical form to me is your honor. You should quickly open your mind at this point. It still sought to deceive him. Ling Chen's eyes narrowed, brimming with murderous intent. He had no inclination to respond to the ancient dragon, instead quietly harnessing the power of the world to erode its will. Ancient dragon. One ploy had failed. The ancient dragon then resorted to threats. You wretched boy, are you not afraid that I might self-destruct here? We could perish together. The ancient dragon oscillated between coaxing and furious roars. Yet, until its very end, it failed to elicit even a flicker of response from Ling Chen. The ancient dragon could scarcely fathom that it did not fall to the cataclysm of the Dragon Calamity, but rather at the hands of Ling Chen. In the fleeting moment of the ancient dragon's soul dissipating, a vast dragon spirit unfurled from its remnants, vanishing into the ether. The formidable aura emanating from the ancient dragon's remnants continued to wane. Simultaneously, the place of inheritance suddenly fractured with numerous fissures, but a surge of destructive energy spread forth. The site of inheritance, being the manifestation of the ancient dragon's corporeal form, began to crumble as the remnants of the ancient dragon faded away. Feeling this turn of events, Ling Chen furrowed his brow. The dissolution of the inheritance site was one matter, but the remnants of the ancient dragon were indeed a treasure that could not be allowed to vanish. Without hesitation, Ling Chen summoned the ancient dragon pearl, attempting to stabilize the remnants, but to little avail. Was there truly no hope? Ling Chen's brow knitted deeper. Just then, a thought struck him. The system had previously rewarded him with 3 drops of the ancient dragon's blood. The rewards from the system were never without purpose. Thus, these 3 drops of blood must hold some exquisite utility. Inspired, Ling Chen waved his sleeve, sending the 3 drops of the ancient dragon's blood into the remnants. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that seemed to originate from the dawn of time. As Ling Chen had anticipated, the remnants of the ancient dragon indeed ceased their dissolution. The site of inheritance soon regained its tranquility. Indeed effective, Ling Chen rejoiced. Waving his sleeve once more to collect the remnants into his possession, he had already devised a plan for utilizing the remnants. The ancient dragon was originally a being at the pinnacle of the Hongyun Golden Immortal stage. Should he succeed in refining it into a doppelganger, one could only imagine the immense power of such a projection. Once matters here concluded, he would hasten to forge the ancient dragon doppelganger. As Ling Chen pondered, buzz, the ancient dragon pearl erupted with radiant brilliance, merging into Ling Chen's being. Was this the luck of the dragon clan? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, finding it unsurprising. Yet the next moment, elation ignited in his eyes as he exclaimed, "This is not merely the luck of the dragon clan, but rather the authority of the dragon clan." Simultaneously, in the void outside, boundless phenomena erupted. Boom! Thunder rumbled as golden lightning crackled across the vast emptiness. Beneath the tempest of thunder, an ancient bronze door slowly swung open in the western sea's void. A terrifying dragon's roar emanated from within the door, its might reverberating far and wide. Such a grand spectacle instantly captivated the attention of countless beings in the primordial world. Whispers of speculation arose from every corner of the primordial realm. What calamity had transpired? Could it be that a powerful entity of the Dragon Clan had broken through, given the Dragon Clan's entanglement in karma? It should have been impossible for them to surpass such obstacles. What could this mean? Was the ancient dragon returning? The myriad beings of the primordial realm speculated fervently, in stark contrast to the ordinary beings. The 4 dragon kings trembled with excitement, unable to contain themselves. Surely, it was their esteemed brother who had attained the inheritance. It has come to fruition. Our esteemed brother has succeeded, after countless years. The Dragon Clan finally welcomed a new Dragon Emperor. They had been granted a chance for resurgence. Ao Tan wept tears of joy, appearing almost mad with exhilaration. Beside him, Ao Bai was equally moved to tears. Ao Bai understood well how fervently their father had yearned for the Dragon Clan's resurgence, and now, at last, they glimpsed the dawn of hope. Moreover, Ao Bai felt a profound pride, for it was Ling Chen who had ushered this light back to the Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kings of the East Sea, South Sea, and North Sea shared in the joy, equal to that of Ao Tan. Even the ordinary dragons, previously unaware, felt a stirring in their very bloodlines. Countless dragons looked skyward, their expressions brimming with excitement. An uncontrollable thought surged within their minds. A new Dragon Emperor had emerged for the Dragon Clan. After the ancient dragon, the Dragon Clan was set to welcome a new sovereign. As time passed, news of the impending arrival of the Dragon Clan's new sovereign spread swiftly throughout the primordial realm. In a certain chaotic expanse, Yang Mei's gaze fell upon the ancient bronze door. Intrigued, this aura was not that of the ancient dragon. The old rascal had failed to seize control. How amusing, how very amusing. It was evident that Yang Mei was privy to certain secrets in the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun also noted the disturbances above the Western Sea, a shadow flickering in his eyes. In his calculations, the Dragon Clan ought to become the totem of the human race, and thus, the emergence of a sovereign should have been impossible. Nevertheless, Hongjun was occupied with imparting wisdom, leaving him no time to delve deeper into the matter. Moreover, his plans encompassed the entirety of the primordial realm. The mere Dragon Clan could hardly disrupt his grand design. There was no cause for concern. On the solar star, the demon god Bai Zhe gazed toward the western sea, his expression darkening as he frowned. The demise of the fire sparrow in the western sea was likely connected to this new Dragon Clan sovereign. Just where had this so-called sovereign emerged from? In an instant, The gaze of countless beings in the primordial realm fixated upon that ancient bronze door, awaiting the arrival of the newly ascended Dragon Clan sovereign. The wait was not long for the beings of the primordial realm that a century later, the ancient bronze door erupted with dazzling light. A black dragon slithered forth from the door, a dragon pearl atop its head, bellowing defiantly at the heavens. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens, its might resonating far and wide. The dragon blood within every dragon in the primordial realm surged with fervor. The deep and authoritative voice thundered through the void. I am Ling Chen. Observing the Dragon Clan ensnared by karma and disorder, I vow to be the sovereign of the Dragon Clan, to eradicate their karma and restore order. With the ancient Dragon Pearl, I shall suppress the fate of the Dragon Clan. The Tao bears witness. Ling Chen's voice transformed into a resounding decree, echoing throughout the primordial realm. The eye of the Tao materialized, slowly uttering a single word. Approved. Ling Chen's oath was unmistakably recognized by the Tao. Countless dragons knelt in reverence towards the Black Dragon's direction. All hail, our sovereign! The dragon clans of the four seas bowed in submission, welcoming the dawn of their new sovereign. Simultaneously, waves of faith surged forth from millions of dragons, converging upon the ancient dragon pearl above Ling Chen's head. Buzz! The ancient dragon pearl erupted with boundless golden light. Radiant and resplendent, beneath the cascading golden glow, Ling Chen transformed into a figure clad in black robes, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the heavens. Ling Chen first wielded the ancient dragon pearl to command the authority of the Dragon Clan, then absorbed the power of faith from the Dragon Clan. From this moment forth, Ling Chen became the undisputed sovereign of the Dragon Clan, ruling over countless dragons in the primordial realm. The beings of the primordial realm stared in astonishment at the black-robed youth in the void, their expressions shaken. The Dragon Clan's weakness stemmed not only from their entanglement in karma, but also from their lack of leadership. Yet from this day forth, the Dragon Clan had welcomed a new Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Clan was poised for a resurgence from its humble beginnings. First, both the Wu and Yao clans had risen unexpectedly, becoming the foremost powers in the primordial realm that in the present day. A new dragon sovereign has emerged among the Dragon Clan. It seems that the primordial chaos is about to become quite lively, though one must hope it does not devolve into a cataclysm. The sudden appearance of the dragon sovereign stirs a complex array of emotions within the hearts of the beings in the primordial chaos. Unlike the ordinary denizens, the responses of the powerful entities are varied. In the ancestral land of the Witch Clan, within the Panga Temple, the gaze of the ancestral witch, Emperor Jiang, falls upon the ethereal figure in the void, his tone gravely serious that has come to his attention that not long ago. The Demon Clan launched an assault on the Dragon Clan, and now, unexpectedly, a new dragon sovereign has appeared. This seems rather too coincidental. The ancestral witch, Zhu Rong, dismisses it with disdain, remarking that they are merely remnants of the Dragon Clan. Even if a new dragon sovereign emerges, what difference does it make? They are not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jiang furrows his brow slightly, but refrains from retorting. As Zhu Rong has pointed out, in comparison to the flourishing Witch Clan, the Dragon Clan is indeed exceedingly feeble. Under the sun, Baize's expression darkens like a turbulent sea, his eyes occasionally flashing with a chilling intent. However, Baize refrains from issuing any commands, for none are necessary. The fallen Fire Sparrow and the Radiant Bird were both subordinates of Kunpeng. Given Kunpeng's nature, once he emerges from the Zishao Palace, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon the Dragon Clan. Baize need not lift a finger in the depths of chaos. Yang Mei's gaze rests upon Ling Chen, a faint smile gracing his lips. I cannot believe I failed to discern the origins of this newly ascended dragon sovereign. How intriguing. Returning to the skies above the western sea, Ling Chen slowly opens his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within. After becoming the sovereign of the Dragon Clan, he can distinctly feel his own fortune flourishing. Even his origins have seen a slight elevation. One must not underestimate such an enhancement, setting aside the fact that one's origins are often determined at birth and are difficult to alter thereafter. Ling Chen's current origins have already reached the pinnacle of innate beings. This recent enhancement is akin to taking a significant step beyond the 100-foot pole. It bears immense significance. As for the increasing karmic debts of the Dragon Clan, Ling Chen remains entirely unconcerned. More debts do not weigh one down. Moreover, he has long possessed a means to eliminate karmic burdens. He simply awaits the right moment. Just as a flurry of thoughts races through Ling Chen's mind, he suddenly hears the electronic voice of the system echoing in his mind. Ding! Host detected as the sovereign of the Dragon Clan. Please select Option 1. Seize this opportunity to expand the territory of the Dragon Clan, conquering the world with a reward of an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Nine Heavens Bell. Option 2. Lead the Dragon Clan to remain steadfast and accumulate strength, with a reward of an innate spiritual plantation. Can tasks truly be activated in this manner? Ling Chen is momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the first option, his expression darkens. The Dragon Clan has already become so feeble. To contemplate expansion and conquest? Would that not be akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, courting death? This troublesome system is digging a pit for me. Ling Chen scoffs, decisively stating, System, I choose Option 2. Choosing Option 2 aligns perfectly with Ling Chen's intentions, especially with the reward of the innate spiritual plantation. In his previous life, he had a profound fondness for various fruits, and now, in the primordial chaos, he is utterly enamored with all manner of spiritual fruits. This innate spiritual plantation is a gift that lands squarely in Ling Chen's heart. How delightful! A century later, Ling Chen sits upon his throne, listening to the report from Tian, the Dragon King of the Western Sea. Your Majesty, due to our conflicts with the Demon Clan, there are very few primordial forces willing to attend the Dragon Sovereign Feast. Tian's voice conveys a sense of frustration. The emergence of the Dragon Sovereign is a momentous event for the Dragon Clan. And naturally, Tian sought to invite the world, hoping to host a grand feast. Yet primordial forces, fearing the Demon Clan, have practically all declined the invitation. This leaves Tian feeling both frustrated and enraged. The other dragons also were expressions of indignation. However, Ling Chen had anticipated this, responding with a calm smile. No matter, I intended to act discreetly and did not wish for fanfare. Thus, this works out even better. At this juncture, a mocking smile appears on Ling Chen's face as he declares, a century hence, the Dragon Sovereign Feast shall commence. Like a tea that time, I shall ensure those forces regret their decisions. A century slips by in the blink of an eye, and the Dragon Sovereign Feast is successfully underway. The number of primordial forces attending is even fewer than anticipated, clearly indicating that some have regretted their decisions in the interim. Ling Chen, however, remains utterly unconcerned. Observing the sparse gathering of guests below, he proclaims, I am the Dragon Sovereign, Ling Chen. Those of you who do not fear the Demon Clan and have come to attend, I commend you. Pausing for a moment, Ling Chen's voice rises dramatically. Your trust in the Dragon Clan shall not go unrewarded. Let the feast commence. As his words fall, a procession of elegantly attired maidens enter, bearing platters of exquisite delicacies. Initially, the guests pay little mind, but as time passes, exclamations of astonishment begin to resound throughout the banquet. That the innate spiritual fruit, the daylight lotus seed, and the royal extreme branch, starlight fairy herb, dragon tongue fruit, all of them are innate spiritual fruits. Heavens! This tea is actually Da Hong Pao. The Dragon Clan is extravagantly generous. The guests marvel in awe. They had entered this Dragon Sovereign Feast with little hope, only to encounter such extraordinary fortune. No, this cannot merely be described as good fortune. It is a rare opportunity. If they can assimilate the bounties received during the Dragon Sovereign Feast, their cultivation and foundations will undoubtedly see tremendous enhancement. The guests, filled with gratitude for having withstood the pressure to attend, simultaneously bow towards Ling Chen, exclaiming, We thank the Dragon Sovereign for the generous gifts. Witnessing this scene, Tan and the other dragons are filled with joy, their gazes towards Ling Chen imbued with reverence. After enduring countless years of decline, the Dragon Clan possesses no innate spiritual fruits. All these fruits are sourced from Ling Chen's hands. Aware of the multitude of gazes upon him, Ling Chen nods slightly, his demeanor composed. These innate spiritual fruits, of course, come from the innate spiritual plantation rewarded by the system. The plantation is not only vast in scale, but is also borne an array of diverse spiritual fruits, including the prized Hong Pao tree, a true treasure of the earth. It indeed validates the saying. What the system produces must be of superior quality. The dragon's sovereign feast concludes amidst laughter and merriment. As various guests experience breakthroughs, the details of the feast swiftly spread throughout the primordial chaos. Upon learning that the banquet was filled with innate spiritual fruits and that even the tea served was the legendary enlightenment tea, countless beings in the primordial chaos lament their lost opportunity in their everyday lives. They would fight tooth and nail for mere postnatal spiritual fruits. Yet, an opportunity of such magnitude lay before them, and they allowed it to slip through their fingers. The regret felt by the beings of the primordial chaos is beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, as the focal point of this event, Ling Chen sits upon the dragon throne. His expression somewhat grave. 3,000 years have passed since the second lecture at the Zhixiao Palace. The second lecture is drawing to a close, given the temperament of the demon master Kunping. Once he learns of the demise of the demon king, Fire Sparrow, he will undoubtedly descend upon the Western Sea with a vengeance. Kunping is likely already a quasi-saint. Ling Chen knows he cannot match Kunping, and thus must rely on Tongtian. Therefore, in the coming days, he must endure under Kunping's hand until Tongtian arrives. Ling Chen chuckles softly, his expression more resolute than ever. While it is true that Ling Chen acts with caution, he has never shied away from taking action when a moment calls for it. This time, he is likely to confront Kunping head-on. Should other beings become aware of Ling Chen's intentions, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. Although Ling Chen holds the title of Dragon Emperor, he is, at most, merely a Tai golden immortal. In contrast, Kunping is a quasi-saint. The notion of Ling Chen challenging Kunping to battle is utterly preposterous. Even the four great dragon kings, who possess some knowledge of the situation, share similar sentiments. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Ling Chen has already devised a chaotic formation in the Western Sea. The remnants of the ancestral dragon, refined into a clone, have also been prepared in the later stages of the Hongyun Golden Immortal Realm. Additionally, Ling Chen has long since conveyed messages to Tongtian through the Shanqing Talisman. Countless preparations have been made by Ling Chen. He merely awaits Kunpeng's arrival. As time progresses, gazes from all corners of the primordial realm are drawn towards the Western Sea. The defeat of Kunpeng's demon army in the Western Sea is no secret. The second lecture at the Zhixiao Palace is nearing its end. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Kunpeng is poised to descend upon the Western Sea, unleashing his wrath as a quasi-saint. For the Dragon Clan to rise, they must surmount this formidable challenge. In this regard, the overwhelming majority of beings in the primordial realm maintain a pessimistic outlook. With Kunpeng's quasi-saintly prowess, he could effortlessly annihilate the entire Dragon Clan. In an instant, a tense atmosphere foreshadowing a storm envelopes the skies over the Western Sea. After another century, a resounding cry reverberates. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that shakes the heavens and earth, the shadow rushes from the distant void. From afar, the shadow appears small, and its speed unremarkable. Yet in the next moment, the shadow materializes above the Western Sea, transforming into a colossal bird that obscures the sun. Its wings, resembling clouds, slowly fold, revealing a proud young man clad in black robes. None other than Kunpeng. Kunpeng's gaze falls upon the Dragon Palace of the Western Sea, his expression darkening as he bellows, "Dragon Emperor, come forth to meet your demise." Kunpeng's voice erupts from the void, echoing in the ears of countless primordial beings. Kunpeng has arrived. The existential crisis of the Dragon Clan is upon them. Countless beings in the primordial realm turn their attention to the Western Sea. Amidst the multitude of eyes, a figure steps forth from the Western Sea. Who else could it be but Ling Chen? Are you the new Dragon Emperor? A mere Tai golden immortal dares to call himself the Dragon Emperor. Kunpeng lifts his head high, his tone dripping with disdain, exuding an arrogance that knows no bounds. Given Kunpeng's haughty nature, had it not been for Ling Chen's title, he likely would have ignored him entirely. Ling Chen, expressionless, replies coolly, I am not only the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, but also a direct disciple of Tongtian. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng's brow furrows. If Ling Chen is indeed a direct disciple of Tongtian, that complicates matters. However, Kunpeng swiftly dismisses it, scoffing, I have never heard of Tongtian taking on disciples. Furthermore, here, Kunpeng's voice rises ominously. I am a quasi-saint, on par with Tongtian. Even if you truly are his disciple, you cannot escape death. Prepare to die. As he speaks, the terrifying aura of a quasi-saint erupts from Kunpeng, bearing down upon Ling Chen. The void itself seems unable to withstand such overwhelming force. Emitting a sound of unbearable strain, Kunpeng's chilling voice echoes once more, I offer you a chance to live. If you are willing to submit to me, I may spare you. However, before Kunpeng can finish, Ling Chen interrupts, silence. You, a mere feathered creature, think you are worthy of my submission? Kunpeng. Primordial beings. No one anticipated Ling Chen's defiance. Kunpeng, known for his vengeful nature, is pushed to the brink by Ling Chen's words. The primordial beings surmise. Kunpeng is utterly enraged. You seek death. As soon as the words leave his lips, the oppressive force in the void transforms into colossal, invisible mountains, crashing down upon Ling Chen. The quasi-saint level might is more than sufficient to obliterate an ordinary Tai golden immortal. Yet contrary to all expectations, Ling Chen does not flinch in fear or retreat. He allows the terrifying force to descend upon him. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolds. The quasi-saint's might, akin to a gentle breeze, fails to inflict any harm upon Ling Chen, not even ruffling the hem of his garments. Ling Chen's disdainful voice rings out. Is this all you've got? You must be a mere shadow of your former self. With such meager strength, you dare to compare yourself to my master. How audacious to claim equality. Kunpeng, primordial beings. None could have anticipated such a turn of events. The profound silence blankets the scene, with only Ling Chen's mocking voice resonating through the void. Kunpeng's eyes redden in fury. How dare you, wretch! Terrifying demonic power erupts from Kunpeng, manifesting as countless feathered blades descending upon Ling Chen. If the previous quasi-saint pressure was a mental assault, this is a direct physical attack, a furious strike from Kunpeng. Under this onslaught, not even a Tai golden immortal, let alone a Deluo golden immortal, could hope to survive. Nevertheless, Ling Chen remains undeterred, calmly uttering a single word, Qi, as the word escapes his lips. The power of the chaotic formation materializes, transforming into a crystal-clear armor that envelopes Ling Chen. In the astonished gazes of countless beings, this seemingly fragile armor withstands the barrage of feathered blades. You cannot withstand this, Kunpeng roars, channeling all his demonic power. The might of countless feathered blades surges again, the sound of shattering echoes. Countless fissures appear on the armor, which then explodes violently. A myriad of feathered blades converge, all aimed at Ling Chen. Ha ha ha! Kunpeng laughs maniacally. With this strike, Ling Chen is as good as dead. Yet contrary to the expectations of all beings, Ling Chen's form is not reduced to ashes. He is merely sent reeling back millions of miles. Cough, cough. Ling Chen coughs repeatedly, grimacing, truly a quasi-saint. That was quite painful. Pain, merely pain. Hearing Ling Chen's robust voice, every being present is left in stunned disbelief. A Tai golden immortal withstood a full-force strike from a quasi-saint and only experienced pain. Shouldn't he be obliterated? This scene is simply absurd. Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan, led by Ao Tan, collectively breathes a sigh of relief. Although Ling Chen had previously expressed confidence, he was still facing a quasi-saint. It would be disingenuous to claim they were not worried. Our sovereign still lives. How wonderful! How wonderful! Ao Tan murmurs softly, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Chen. The other dragons, including Ao Bai, exhibit similar relief. The Dragon Clan has waited countless years for their Dragon Emperor. He cannot be allowed to perish so easily. Meanwhile, Kunpeng's brow furrows deeply as he coldly states, You are definitely not a Tai golden immortal. Who are you, truly? A mocking smile plays on Ling Chen's lips as he replies. That question has also been posed to me by that dead bird. Quebec. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng can no longer suppress his fury, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, in that case, you shall die. Let us see how long you can endure. The ferocious onslaught erupted once more. Kunpeng unleashed the power of quasi-sainthood to its utmost, bombarding Ling Chen with relentless force, even activating the treasured artifact of the Demon Master Palace. However, what left Kunpeng and countless beings in disbelief was that, despite Ling Chen's anguished cries, he seemed impervious, akin to an indestructible copper pea, refusing to perish. Kunpeng nearly succumbed to despair, even beginning to question himself. Could it be that his quasi-saint cultivation was a mere facade? How else could he fail to vanquish even a Tai golden immortal? Little did Kunpeng know, what stood before him was not Ling Chen's true form, but rather the avatar of Ling Chen's ancestral dragon. Before its fall, the ancestral dragon was a terrifying existence at the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. Even if Ling Chen could not fully harness the remnants of the ancestral dragon's might, he was certainly not something Kunpeng could easily harm. Ling Chen's current objective was to buy time continuously. Once Tongtian arrived, the situation would naturally turn in his favor. By then, it would be Kunpeng who found himself in dire straits. Yet, Ling Chen had underestimated the treachery of Kunpeng. Upon discovering that he could not break Ling Chen, Kunpeng's gaze shifted toward the Dragon Palace of the West Sea. Screech, the immense quasi-saintly power transformed into towering mountains, descending upon the West Sea Dragon Palace with intent to suppress. Not good. Ling Chen's heart raced, positioning himself before the West Sea Dragon Palace. Bang! As before, Ling Chen was once again sent flying. Yet before he could recover, Kunpeng's assault descended anew. Shameless, Ling Chen cursed inwardly. Caught off guard, he found himself unable to mount a defense. Fortunately, he still had a trump card. Ziz, a streak of azure sword energy soared into the sky, arriving in an instant. Boom! Kunpeng's formidable assault was violently cleaved apart. Ling Chen's voice erupted with fury. Kunpeng, do you recognize this sword energy? Kunpeng fell silent. How could he not recognize it? This sword energy was resolute and unyielding, imbued with a thread of vitality. It was unmistakably the unique sword energy of Tongtian. Are you truly Tongtian's disciple? Kunpeng's eyes narrowed, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. Yet in the next moment, his expression hardened once more, and he coldly declared, even if you are Tongtian's disciple, what of it? This time, I shall annihilate you and the Dragon Clan utterly. Kunpeng's voice bore no veil, echoing through the primordial realm like a rolling thunder, imbued with a chilling murderous intent that all could sense. The Dragon Clan was truly doomed. The beings of the primordial world gazed toward the West Sea, their eyes filled with pity. After enduring so long for the arrival of a Dragon Emperor, they never anticipated that he would be extinguished by Kunpeng. Fate, indeed. On the Sun Star, in the Demon Court, a resolute glint flickered in by Zay's eyes. Should Kunpeng truly slay Ling Chen, this disciple of the upper purity, the Demon Court would not hesitate to offend the three pure ones to protect Kunpeng. In the Panga Divine Hall, the ancestral, with Zhu Rong, was restless, saying, Elder brother, shall I lend a hand to the Dragon Clan? I have long harbored disdain for that mixed-feathered bird, Kunpeng. Jie. Dijong's face darkened, delivering a sharp slap, scolding, you fool, stay put and don't meddle. Zhu Rong withdrew his head, refraining from further comments. Though his eyes darted with chaotic thoughts, Yang Mei, with great interest, observed the West Sea. Chuckling, to turn the remnants of the ancestral dragon into an avatar is one thing, but to use it as a punching bag is another. If the ancestral dragon were to learn of this, he might just suffer another stroke. Returning to the skies above the West Sea, upon hearing Kunpeng's proclamation, Ling Chen's expression tightened. Yet in the next moment, the gravity on his face dissipated entirely, replaced by an air of relaxation as he mockingly remarked, Kunpeng, you have likely squandered your chance to kill me. Kunpeng furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition surging within him. But before he could ponder further, Ling Chen's pitiful voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Master, if you do not arrive soon, your good disciple shall be slain by this mixed-feathered bird. Master, Tongtian, Kunpeng was struck with shock. Though he claimed not to fear Tongtian, he was internally terrified that Tongtian's power was already formidable, and as one of the three pure ones, to provoke Tongtian was tantamount to inciting Laozi and Yuanshi simultaneously. These were the three most formidable figures beneath the saints. After the second lecture in the Purple Cloud Palace, the three pure ones had all ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Kunpeng truly could not afford to provoke them. Yet, the thought of retreating in shame was something Kunpeng would not entertain. Just as he wrestled with his internal conflict, a thunderous voice rang in his ears. "Who dares to harm my disciple?" No sooner had the words been spoken than a streak of azure, sword energy traced an arc of profound mystery, slicing toward Kunpeng. "Tongtian, it truly is you." Kunpeng could not help but scream, exerting all his might to activate the Demon Master Palace to block this strike. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the sword energy roared. Countless azure sword energies surged forth from the horizon, saturating the previously dim void with their azure hue. Kunpeng's mind trembled, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Only by facing Tongtian directly could one truly grasp his terror. Kunpeng no longer embodied his former arrogance and tyranny, but rather was consumed by fear, shrieking, "Tongtian, you actually want to kill me?" Kunpeng desperately urged the Demon Master Palace to withstand Tongtian's sword energy. However, in the face of absolute disparity, no amount of effort from Kunpeng would suffice. The endless sword energy struck the Demon Master Palace, carving deep gashes. Soon, these gashes transformed into fissures. The fissures multiplied and widened. The aura of the Demon Master Palace plummeted rapidly. Along with it fell Kunpeng's spirits. Kunpeng was truly bewildered. He was a quasi-saint powerhouse, the Demon Clan's commander, merely executing the Demon Court's mission to invade the West Sea. He never anticipated returning in utter defeat. Even more astonishing was the fact that, while he had come with confidence to exact revenge, he encountered Ling Chen, this seemingly indestructible little monster. If that were not enough, at a critical moment, Ling Chen had summoned the wrath of the fearsome Tongtian. Upon meeting, Tongtian had immediately sought to take his life. Where could Kunpeng plead his case? Regret flooded Kunpeng's heart. He lamented why he had ventured to the West Sea, why he had come alone to seek vengeance, and why he had provoked Ling Chen. But now, it was all too late. Under the deluge of Tongtian's sword energy, even Kunpeng, the fastest in the world, could not escape. "Tongtian, are you truly going to kill me? I am but a demon master of the Demon Court." Kunpeng's cries echoed incessantly. In stark contrast, Tongtian remained silent, his expression indifferent as he commanded the sword energy. Laozi and Yuanshi beside him did not speak either. They had spent countless years with Tongtian and understood him well. That Tongtian's demeanor clearly signaled that he was genuinely enraged. All of this was due to Kunpeng having touched Tongtian's reverse scale. Unless an unexpected turn of events occurred, Kunpeng's demise was already a foregone conclusion. Yet, just as fate would have it, an unexpected development unfolded. Accompanied by two earth-shattering screeches, two golden streaks of light raced toward the West Sea in an instant. They were none other than the two demon emperors of the Demon Clan, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai. Boom! The resonant chime of the bell echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. A colossal bell's phantom materialized. Standing before Kunpeng, it was none other than Tai, who had summoned the Chaos Bell to deflect the torrent of sword energy. Clad in resplendent golden robes, Emperor Jun hovered in the void, his imposing voice resonating. "Kunpeng is a master of my demon court. I implore you, my friend Tongtian, to show mercy." However, Tongtian paid no heed to Emperor Jun's words. With a thrum, the Qingping sword soared to an altitude of 90,000 miles. A ferocious aura erupted from Tongtian, targeting Kunpeng. Slash! A sword energy spanning billions of miles descended violently upon the phantom of the Chaos Bell. Boom! A massive crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the bell's illusion. The Chaos Bell revealed its true form and was sent hurtling backward. One must understand that the Chaos Bell is an innate treasure designed for defense. The fact that Tongtian could force it to reveal its essence with a single strike was a testament to his terrifying might. Tai's expression grew unusually grave as he fixed his gaze upon Tongtian. a surge of combativeness swelling within his chest. In stark contrast, Emperor Jun furrowed his brows. The radiant power of the Golden Crow cascaded through the void, manifesting intricate formations. His deep voice resounded through the realm. Tongtian, you have gone too far. Too far? Tongtian raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he turned his attention to Laozi and Yuanshi. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances and stepped forward in unison. With a wave of his hand, Laozi unleashed his Taiqing divine power, channeling it into the coiling dragon staff. The staff trembled gently, transforming into a green lotus peak that descended to suppress Emperor Jun, Tai, and Kunpeng. Though Yuanshi was somewhat reluctant, he did not delay his movements. Under the impetus of the Yuqing divine power, the three treasures Rui erupted with dazzling brilliance, brimming with potential. Emperor Jun's face suddenly turned exceedingly awkward, his eyes becoming strikingly clear. If he had previously prided himself on being the Demon Emperor, the explosive display from Laozi and Yuanshi shattered his arrogance into fragments. Kunpeng fell utterly silent, while Tai's fighting spirit intensified. If given the chance, Tai would relish the opportunity to engage the three purities in a fierce battle. That would be exhilarating. Meanwhile, the upheaval in the Western Sea left countless beings of the primordial world in stunned disbelief. Previously, Ling Chen had claimed to be a disciple of Tongtian, yet neither Kunpeng nor the beings of the primordial world had ever heard of Tongtian taking on apprentices, and thus they did not take it seriously. Little did they expect that Ling Chen was not only Tongtian's disciple, but also an existence akin to Tongtian's reverse scale. Now, with Tongtian in a rage and the three purities present, not even Kunpeng nor the two demon emperors, Emperor Jun and Tai, could suppress the brilliance of the three purities. Not long ago, the once arrogant Kunpeng now faced the prospect of being in deep trouble with the Zhixiao Palace. Hongyun's gaze landed upon the Western Sea, his eyes flashing with a hint of perplexity. In his grand design, Kunpeng was meant to return to the demon court alongside Emperor Jun and Tai. How had he ended up in the Western Sea, provoking such a significant conflict with the three purities? And all because of this so-called Dragon Emperor. A flicker of unusual interest crossed Hongyun's eyes, but he quickly dismissed it. A mere Tai, golden immortal Dragon Emperor, could not possibly disrupt the intricate web he had woven. Deep within the chaos, Yang Mei felt somewhat disinterested. Amidst the actions of the three purities, Emperor Jun and Tai, Yang Mei could distinctly sense the quasi-saintly power that should rightfully belong to Hongjun Daha. It was a pity that he chose to pursue the path of quasi-sainthood instead of properly cultivating the primordial path. Squandering such a remarkable talent, it was utterly uninteresting. He found the little demon dragon far more engaging. Returning to the scene above the Western Sea, upon witnessing Tongtian make another move, Emperor Jun hurriedly exclaimed, "Friend Tongtian, hold on. As long as you do not kill Kunpeng, the demon court is willing to offer compensation." Upon hearing this, Tongtian raised an eyebrow, forcibly halting his sword. If Kunpeng had offended Tongtian, he would not have engaged in trivial negotiations with Emperor Jun, nor would he seek any form of compensation. However, since Kunpeng had offended Ling Chen, the decision lay in Ling Chen's hands. Under the watchful gaze of many, Tongtian did not sheath the Qingping sword but instead turned to Ling Chen. The coldness on his face swiftly dissipated, replaced by warmth and concern as he gently spoke. "Chen'er, this matter is yours to decide. If you do not agree, I shall slay Kunpeng to avenge you." Kunpeng, Ling Chen, Kunpeng was dumbfounded. Not long ago, he had rained down blows upon Ling Chen, wishing to obliterate him. Yet the tides had turned. His very life and death were now firmly in Ling Chen's grasp. The terror of life and death loomed large in this moment. Even the proud Kunpeng could not help but lower his head, pleading, "Dragon Emperor, I have wronged you greatly. I implore you to show mercy." In an instant, countless gazes, including that of Kunpeng, fell upon the young figure. The beings of the primordial world were eager to discover what choice Ling Chen would make amidst this tense atmosphere. Feeling the multitude of eyes upon him, Ling Chen's heart sank with disappointment. "Dog system, have you fallen asleep? Why is there no task activation?" Ling Chen had been waiting for the system task to arrive, but was met with silence. "Humph. Then let us seek recompense from the demon race." With this thought, Ling Chen turned his gaze toward the demon emperor, Emperor Jun. his eyes filled with a profound intensity. Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. Yet before he could contemplate further, Ling Chen suddenly smiled brightly. "May I ask, Demon Emperor, what is Kunpeng's status within the demon court?" A sense of unease surged within Emperor Jun, but he dutifully replied, "Kunpeng is a master of my demon court and possesses quasi-saint combat prowess. His status is exalted." As he spoke, Emperor Jun began to sense something amiss. The higher Kunpeng's status within the demon court, did that not mean he was more valuable? Unfortunately, Emperor Jun realized this too late. Ling Chen chuckled. Given that Kunpeng holds such a distinguished position in the demon court, it is only fitting that the demon court provide corresponding compensation. Otherwise, the sword in my master's hand will not acquiesce. Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun was truly at a loss. As the esteemed demon emperor, he found himself outmaneuvered by Ling Chen in front of the beings of the primordial world. It was an utter embarrassment. Yet, Emperor Jun could do nothing but suppress his anger, frowning as he asked, "What do you truly desire?" Upon hearing this, Ling Chen's smile widened. Swish, with a flick of his hand, a lengthy scroll unfurled from Ling Chen, extending for hundreds of miles. His voice resonated. "My demands are quite simple. As long as the demon court provides the items listed, this matter shall be considered resolved." Emperor Jun, gazing at the densely packed list of precious materials. Emperor Jun felt his scalp tingle. Was this truly simple? While the demon court's treasury was indeed vast, it could not possibly accommodate such demands. This was not compensation. It was outright extortion. Fury surged within Emperor Jun, and he could not restrain himself from rebuking. Yet, feeling the icy gaze of Tongtian, he forced himself to suppress his indignation, begrudgingly stating, "I agree. 300 years hence, the demon court will deliver the compensation to the Western Sea." Having spoken, Emperor Jun transformed into a golden rainbow and vanished from the scene. He did not wish to linger in this cursed place for even a moment longer. Accompanying the departure were Tai and Kunpeng. While Tai was to be expected, the retreating figure of Kunpeng exuded a palpable sense of disarray. The stark contrast to Kunpeng's earlier arrogance could not be overlooked. After the departure of Jieyin, Tai, and Kunpeng, only the four figures of the Sanqing and Ling Chen remained upon the vast expanse of the West Sea. Thus culminated the conflict that had begun with the invasion of the demon clan, ending with the demon court's reparations and Kunpeng's hasty flight. The myriad beings of the primordial realm gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, unable to conceal their shock. They had never anticipated that this war of extermination against the Dragon Clan would conclude in such a manner. Aside from the Dragon Emperor, who sustained minor injuries resisting Kunpeng, the Dragon Clan suffered no losses even among their lesser ranks. In stark contrast, Kunpeng was gravely injured and nearly fell. The demon court, after sacrificing countless treasures of heaven and earth, could only depart in disgrace with Kunpeng. Truly a humiliating defeat. All of this transpired due to the newly ascended Dragon Emperor, Ling Chen. The primordial beings stared in awe at the figure clad in black robes, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Ling Chen was not only the new generation's Dragon Emperor, but also a direct disciple of Tongtian. After this battle, Ling Chen's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. It was highly likely that the Dragon Clan would once again ascend to the historical stage thanks to Ling Chen. In the Panga Temple of the Wu clan, Zhurong's face was alight with excitement as he could not help but shout. "I've long been displeased with those two feathered nuisances, Jieyin and Tai. They've suffered a tremendous setback this time." The other ancestral witches could not suppress their smiles either, although the witch and demon clans had not engaged in open warfare. Their long-standing grievances were well known. Witnessing the demon clan's misfortune brought immense joy to the ancestral witches. Only Dijiao appeared somewhat different. Beyond the joy, a heavy sense of gravity filled his heart. Although the Dragon Clan's overall strength was far inferior to that of the Witch Clan, with Ling Chen being a direct disciple of Tongtian and supported by such a formidable bloodline, the Dragon Clan was poised for a significant resurgence within the West Sea Dragon Palace. Unlike the beings of the outside world, Tian and the other dragons were filled with tears of joy, unable to contain their excitement. Kunpeng had fled, and their sovereign not only emerged victorious, but also extorted the demon court. How splendid! How splendid! The hope of the Dragon Clan's rise was palpable. Ao, Tan murmured, tears streaming down his face. For countless years, the Dragon Clan had been trampled from the heights down to the dust. With anyone able to tread upon them, devoid of dignity, the suffering of the Dragon Clan had been immense. Yet, with Ling Chen's arrival, everything had changed. The Dragon Clan truly saw the hope of resurgence. Simultaneously, Ling Chen cheerfully welcomed Tongtian into the Dragon Palace. Along the way, he recounted the events that transpired after Tongtian's departure. Tongtian did not interrupt. He merely listened as Ling Chen chattered away. When Tongtian heard of Ling Chen's unwavering commitment to aiding the Dragon Clan, a flicker of approval flashed in his eyes. Tongtian, valuing loyalty and righteousness, found Ling Chen's actions deeply commendable. Upon learning that Ling Chen had passed the trials of the Dragon Clan to become the new Dragon Emperor, Tongtian felt a swell of pride and joy. However, when he heard that Ling Chen had used the avatar of the Ancestor Dragon to withstand Kunpeng until his arrival, Tongtian felt both admiration and trepidation. Despite having the Ancestor Dragon's avatar, the disparity between Ling Chen and Kunpeng was immense. Had Tongtian arrived even slightly later, Ling Chen might have faced dire consequences. Chen'er, Tongtian admonished, you must not act so recklessly next time. My presence cannot always be guaranteed. He reiterated his warnings with great concern. Ling Chen nodded repeatedly, feeling no annoyance at Tongtian's insistence. Rather, he found it immensely comforting. Tongtian, with his forthright nature, was not one to be verbose. His concern stemmed solely from his care for Ling Chen. Ling Chen felt fortunate to have Tongtian as his master, rather than the indifferent and self-serving Laozi, or the prideful Yuanshi. However, just as Ling Chen and Tongtian were enjoying their conversation, an untimely voice intruded upon their ears. Ling Chen, the 3,000 years have elapsed. Have you comprehended my insights on artifact forging? It was none other than Yuanshi, his demeanor replete with arrogance, upon hearing this. Tongtian's brow furrowed. 3,000 years was hardly sufficient to grasp Yuanshi's profound insights on forging. The original wager had been utterly unreasonable. Just as Tongtian prepared to speak on Ling Chen's behalf, Ling Chen interjected. Second uncle, he began, I had intended to let you off the hook, yet you seem unwilling to grant yourself the same courtesy. Ling Chen's tone was laden with regret. Yuanshi, hearing this, was incensed. He had dedicated countless years to the study of artifact forging and knew all too well the challenges involved. 3,000 years was hardly enough time to comprehend his insights. Even merely scratching the surface would be difficult. Moreover, Ling Chen had been anything but idle during those years, stirring up trouble everywhere. Yuanshi could not possibly believe Ling Chen could triumph. Do not feign innocence. Losing is losing, Yuanshi scoffed. Yet Ling Chen merely shook his head slightly, smiling as he replied, Second uncle, you will soon discover whether I am feigning or not. As he spoke, Ling Chen casually produced a crystal-clear orb. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl. Yuanshi immediately recognized it. However, the next moment he frowned slightly, observing the multitude of cracks adorning the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. That battle must have been exceedingly fierce. At this point, a thought struck Yuanshi, prompting him to ask, Ling Chen, do you intend to repair the Ancestor Dragon Pearl? Upon uttering this, Laozi and Tongtian both turned their gazes towards Ling Chen, their expressions inquisitive. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl was an exquisite, innate spiritual treasure. It would be exceedingly difficult for Ling Chen, a mere novice in artifact forging, to repair it, let alone for Yuanshi, a master craftsman. However, to the surprise of Tongtian and the others, Ling Chen actually nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he declared, if I cannot repair the Ancestor Dragon Pearl, it signifies my defeat. Should I succeed in its restoration, then I shall emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, Tongtian felt a surge of urgency and quickly interjected. Chen'er, you must not. Yet before Tongtian could finish his warning, Yuanshi abruptly interjected. It is settled. Let the repair of the Ancestor Dragon Pearl be the wager. Tongtian opened his mouth but ultimately chose silence. In his view, Ling Chen had essentially lost. His usually astute disciple had shown an unexpected naivety in this instance. Even Laozi sighed softly, not harboring any optimism for Ling Chen's prospects. Yuanshi, on the other hand, could not suppress a smirk. Ever since encountering Ling Chen, he had faced repeated setbacks, and now he finally saw an opportunity to turn the tide. Yet the subsequent developments unfolded entirely contrary to the expectations of the Sanqing. Ling Chen was acutely aware of their thoughts, and he offered no further explanations. Words were futile. Action was far more effective. Under the gaze of the Sanqing, Ling Chen turned his attention to the outside of the hall and called out, "Ao Tan, is the artifact forging workshop prepared?" As soon as his words fell, Ao Tan's voice rang from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, everything is ready." Ling Chen smiled faintly and gracefully made his way outside the hall. Stepping into the Dragon Clan's artifact refining workshop. "Humph, pretentious." Yuanshi snorted coldly, displaying palpable disdain. The Dragon Clan had languished in weakness for countless years. How could they possibly possess any rare materials, let alone a superior artifact furnace? In Yuanshi's view, Ling Chen was merely putting on an act. Yuanshi's thoughts were not entirely misguided. The Dragon Clan was indeed weak, and even when pooling the treasure from the 4 great dragon palaces, they could not find the materials necessary to restore the ancestral dragon pearl. However, the Dragon Palace lacked such resources. The chaotic world, on the other hand, was abundant with them. Though newly established, the chaotic world had already birthed countless rare materials. Furthermore, with the innate spiritual plantation bestowed by the system, the spiritual energy within the chaotic world surged significantly. Rare materials sprouted forth like bamboo shoots after a rain, be it the creation pool that aids in enlightenment or the myriad rare materials within the chaotic world. It could be said that from the very beginning, Yuanshi's failure had been predestined. Time ticked by slowly. The 3 pure ones and a multitude of Dragon Clan members waited outside the artifact refining workshop. Yet, 50 years passed, 100 years passed. Inside the workshop, an eerie silence prevailed. Yuanshi sneered repeatedly, further solidifying his convictions. Even Tongtian could not help but frown slightly. Only Laozi, the most powerful among them, exhibited a flicker of unusual interest in his eyes. It seemed as though he had heard a faint dragon's roar. The roar did not emanate from the outside world, but rather from within the artifact refining workshop. Could it be? An incredible thought surged within Laozi's mind. Just then, an extraordinary event unfolded. Boom! Thunder roared. Golden lightning erupted abruptly above the western sea. This sudden spectacle captured the attention of countless beings in the primordial world. Was it a heavenly tribulation? Had a member of the Dragon Clan broken through to the Great Luo? No, the Great Luo's tribulation was not of this nature. It resembled more the phenomenon of a precious treasure emerging. The Dragon Clan first unveiled a Dragon Emperor, and now a significant treasure was appearing, truly signaling a potential resurgence. As beings of the outside world debated fervently, buzz, the void trembled. Multitudes of radiant light cascaded from the heavens. The dragon's roars grew stronger, resonating throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Above the western sea, an illusory 9-clawed golden dragon gradually materialized. Hiss! The Dragon Clan had actually condensed a fortune golden dragon. All beings of the primordial world collectively gasped in astonishment. The emergence of the fortune golden dragon signified that the Dragon Clan genuinely possessed the foundation for resurgence. Yet at that moment, clang, black chains suddenly appeared in the void, writhing towards the fortune golden dragon. Roar! The fortune golden dragon roared in fury, yet could not escape the chain's grip, displaying signs of imminent collapse. Karmic chains, such a pity. A primordial powerhouse sighed deeply. The Dragon Clan bore too much karma. After finally gathering the fortune golden dragon, they were still on the verge of failure. But just then, a pearl radiating overwhelming dragon might ascended from the western sea and landed upon the forehead of the fortune golden dragon. Roar! The fortune golden dragon, once on the brink of destruction, raised its head and let out an exultant roar. Supreme dragon might surged forth. The karmic chains upon its golden body trembled and shattered into pieces. Long confined within a cage, it returned to its true nature. The Dragon Clan's fortune had been shackled by karmic chains for countless years. Yet in that moment, the karmic shackles erupted in a resounding blast. Roar! The fortune golden dragon roared repeatedly. exuding immense excitement. Waves of jubilant dragon roars erupted across the four seas. Countless dragon breaths surged, as if a layer of shackles had been lifted from their beings. Instantly, numerous dragons began to fluctuate in power, ready to break through. Witnessing this scene, exclamations of astonishment echoed throughout the primordial world. The restoration of the ancestral dragon pearl, the manifestation of the fortune golden dragon, and the shattering of karmic shackles. Was the dragon clan truly on the verge of resurgence? The primordial world would undoubtedly become even more vibrant. In stark contrast, the once mighty Phoenix clan and Jieyin clan had fallen into utter obscurity. This was entirely due to their failure to produce a sovereign like Ling Chen. The words of the primordial beings were filled with awe. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn occurred. Buzz, although the karma chains had shattered, they did not dissipate entirely. Instead, they transformed into a gray mist, enveloping the fortune golden dragon. The fortune golden dragon roared in fury, yet could not liberate itself from the karmic grip. Its golden scales were marred by streaks of black and gray, clearly tainted by karma. Not good. Countless dragons cried out in alarm, their expressions filled with sorrow and anger. Even with the fortune golden dragon condensed and the ancestral dragon pearl successfully restored, the dragon clan ultimately remained unable to escape the contamination of karma. In such a scenario, the hope for the dragon clan's resurgence seemed utterly bleak. The faces of the primordial beings reflected a somber realization. The dragon clan, a super race of the primordial world, had fallen to such a fate. What would become of them in the future? Yet at that moment, another anomaly arose. Unbeknownst to them, a figure cloaked in black appeared atop the head of the fortune golden dragon. It was none other than Ling Chen. Ling Chen stood upon the fortune golden dragon, his gaze fixed upon the surging waves of karma, and slowly uttered a single word, "Seize," as soon as the words left his lips. Buzz, the boundless karma, surged violently, transforming into a colossal funnel. The endless karma gradually flowed into Ling Chen's body through the funnel. This sudden occurrence left the primordial beings utterly astounded. It was well known that even the slightest touch of karma would send ordinary beings into a state of trepidation. Yet Ling Chen dared to actively absorb a vast amount of karma into his being. Was he not courting death? Surely, he would perish before even consuming all the karma, unlike the astonished ordinary beings of the primordial world. Tongtian and the countless dragons felt a mix of emotions, both touched and sorrowful. Even if the fortune golden dragon could thus break free from the karmic shackles, they would lose Ling Chen, their dragon emperor, a loss far outweighing any gain. Your Majesty, what purpose do you serve in this? Tongtian's tears streamed down his face. Yet the subsequent developments were entirely unforeseen by all beings of the primordial world. In less than half a day, the karma in the void dissipated completely. Roar! The fortune golden dragon truly achieved freedom, letting out a triumphant roar to the heavens. However, the beings of the primordial world paid no heed to the fortune golden dragon. Instead, they all turned their gazes toward Ling Chen. Yet, to the astonishment of all beings, after absorbing the boundless karma, Ling Chen exhibited no signs of perishing, instead nonchalantly waving his hand and leisurely making his way toward the Western Sea Dragon Palace. The beings of the primordial world, the countless dragons, every single being in the primordial world was left utterly dumbfounded. Having absorbed such immense karma, Ling Chen emerged unscathed. Surely that boundless karma could not have been a mere illusion. Little did they know, Ling Chen was born from the karma of both the demon and dragon clans. Compared to the karma within him, the earlier influx was hardly worth mentioning, as the saying goes. More debt does not crush the bearer. Simultaneously, waves of joyous dragon roars resonated throughout the four seas. The dragon clan, long shackled for countless years, began their breakthrough. The multitude of dragons roared in unison. Their might surged. After countless years, the dragon clan once again captured the attention of the beings in the primordial world, and this was merely the beginning. Under the protection of the fortune golden dragon, the dragon clan's cultivation, reproduction, and all endeavors would become significantly easier as the karma continued to dissipate. The dragon clan would undoubtedly rise step by step, reclaiming their place at the pinnacle of the primordial world. As long as Ling Chen is present, The day should not be far off. In the West Sea Dragon Palace, at the very moment of Ling Chen's return, Aotan and the other members of the Dragon Clan could hardly contain their overwhelming joy and emotion. They all bowed before Ling Chen and respectfully proclaimed, "We pay our respects to your majesty. Your majesty's achievements shall undoubtedly be passed down through the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. May they be remembered for all eternity." Ling Chen nodded slightly, accepting their reverence with composure. Subsequently, he gracefully produced the perfectly intact ancestral dragon pearl and extended it towards Yuanshi, smiling silently. Tongtian immediately grasped the implication and burst into laughter. "Second brother, do you still believe that Chen'er is merely putting on an act? If you have any doubts, you may examine it for yourself." Yuanshi's expression darkened like water before Ling Chen began to refine the ancestral dragon pearl. He had harbored disbelief in Ling Chen, which prompted him to mockingly accuse Ling Chen of pretending. Yuanshi never anticipated that Ling Chen had genuinely repaired the ancestral dragon pearl. But how could this be possible? How could Ling Chen comprehend the art of crafting in merely 3,000 years? Could it be that Ling Chen is an unparalleled genius in the realm of crafting? With this thought, Yuanshi's emotions became exceedingly complex: doubt, anger, but more prominently, a deep sense of regret. Had he accepted Ling Chen back then, he would have had the finest successor for his crafting path. However, it was all too late. Ling Chen had already become Tongtian's disciple. Alas, Yuanshi lamented inwardly, while outwardly maintaining an air of nonchalance. "I did not expect your talent for crafting to be so formidable." After a pause, Yuanshi waved his sleeve, and a purple-black chaotic gourd appeared out of thin air, descending towards Ling Chen. It was indeed the purple-black chaotic gourd. After completing this gesture, Yuanshi turned away, unwilling to cast another glance at Ling Chen. "Thank you, second master uncle, for the bestowed treasure." Ling Chen joyfully accepted the purple-black chaotic gourd and then turned his gaze towards Laozi, extending his palm and inquiring, "Master uncle, do you still remember the promise made back then?" Laozi. The corners of Laozi's mouth twitched slightly as he waved his sleeve, causing a crystal-clear jade slip to land before Ling Chen. It contained Laozi's insights on alchemy, that Laozi's voice then resounded. "Nephew, your comprehension of the paths of crafting and formations in such a brief period demonstrates your exceptional talent. Yet, be mindful not to be overly ambitious. A preliminary foray into the path of alchemy will suffice." It was rare for Laozi to speak so much at once. Whether his concern was genuine or motivated by other reasons remained uncertain. Time flew by. 3,000 years had swiftly passed since Ling Chen's restoration of the ancestral dragon pearl. During this millennium, Ling Chen was continuously guided by Tongtian in the art of swordsmanship. To be precise, initially, it was Tongtian unilaterally imparting his teachings to Ling Chen, but it quickly evolved into a mutual discourse on the path. In just 1,000 years, Ling Chen's swordsmanship soared to new heights, establishing him as a swordsmanship master. Simultaneously, Tongtian's own swordsmanship also saw significant enhancement, a true win-win situation. Had Ling Chen not declined, Tongtian would likely have wished to continue their discussions indefinitely. It wasn't until Tongtian departed, still reluctant, that Ling Chen finally found the time to reflect on the series of events that had transpired. This sequence began with Ao by entering the chaotic Dao field and concluded with Tongtian's philosophical discourse that in total, for 1,000 years had elapsed, for the vast majority of beings in the primordial world. 4,000 years was but a fleeting moment, hardly making any impact. Yet for Ling Chen, it held profound significance and immense rewards. Ling Chen's foremost gain was undoubtedly becoming the co-sovereign of the Dragon Clan. He had, in essence, established his own power within the primordial realm. Although the Dragon Clan currently appeared feeble, with only 4 elderly Dragon Kings of note, they were nonetheless an ancient super race with boundless potential. With each strategic move Ling Chen made, once the Dragon Clan's karma dissipated, they would inevitably reclaim their status among the super races of the primordial realm. By then, Ling Chen would possess a formidable power of his own. What a delightful prospect. Ling Chen's second acquisition was the Ancestral Dragon Avatar. The Ancestral Dragon was originally a powerhouse at the late stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal, although Ling Chen could only unleash a fraction of the Avatar's prowess. It was sufficient to stand tall against the Deluo and even test his strength against quasi-saints. This was evident from his earlier battle with Kunpeng, as Ling Chen's cultivation continued to ascend. The Avatar's capabilities would gradually be unleashed. As for Ling Chen's third boon, it was the ancestral Dragon Pearl. This was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, serving as a vessel to suppress the Dragon Clan's fortune. Ling Chen could leverage the ancestral Dragon Pearl to channel the Dragon Clan's fortune into himself, thereby enhancing his own strength in the short term. In certain respects, the ancestral Dragon Pearl could rival some innate supreme treasures. The fourth reward was the innate spiritual plant garden. This garden was rich with countless innate spiritual roots, including the prized Hong Pao. Not only could it enrich the chaotic world with endless spiritual energy, but it also continuously provided Ling Chen with spiritual fruits and materials for alchemy. Though the innate spiritual plant garden seemed ordinary, its utility was by no means inferior to that of the ancestral Dragon Pearl. Ling Chen's fifth acquisition was the reparations from the Monster Court. The list he initially provided spanned hundreds of miles, indicating the enormity of the reparations. Now, these reparations lay piled like small mountains within the Dragon Clan's treasury. Tian and the other 4 Elder Dragon Kings seemed as if they had never encountered such wealth, visiting the treasury daily to marvel at its contents. The sixth reward was the purple-black chaotic gourd. This gourd was a premium innate spiritual treasure, imbued with chaos. In the hands of Yuanshi, it might have merely served as a storage treasure. However, in the hands of Ling Chen, who possessed the path to create worlds, its significance was entirely different. Even without the Chaos Pearl, Ling Chen could use the purple-black chaotic gourd as a foundation to create an inner world. Even if it wasn't immediately useful, it would eventually serve his disciples well. The seventh reward was Laozi's insights on alchemy. With Tongtian's understanding of formations and Yuanshi's knowledge of crafting, Ling Chen had already become a master in both crafting and formations. Once he comprehended Laozi's alchemical insights, he would attain mastery in alchemy, crafting, and formations. Merely this achievement would enable Ling Chen to thrive abundantly within the primordial realm. Beyond these 7 rewards, Ling Chen also experienced significant enhancements, such as achieving mastery in swordsmanship and deepening his foundational skills, which are too numerous to enumerate. The magnitude of Ling Chen's gains this time was truly immense. Moving forward, Ling Chen's task was to thoroughly digest these rewards and transform them into his own foundation. If all goes as anticipated, once Ling Chen has absorbed these gains, his foundation would approach perfection. At that time, it would be the opportune moment for Ling Chen to break through to the Deluo. It is worth noting that within the primordial realm, Deluo golden immortals are categorized into 12 grades. Excluding the likes of Hongyun, Luo Ho, and the 3 pure ones, the vast majority reside at the 9th grade or below. Ling Chen would undoubtedly achieve at least a 10th grade Deluo. However, given the profound foundation he has amassed, even having opened an inner world, Ling Chen naturally aimed to strive for the legendary 12th grade Great Perfection Deluo. Time marches on, unceasing and relentless. Another 1,900 years passed, and less than 100 years remained until the commencement of the 3 lectures at the Zixiao Palace. On this particular day, Tongtian unceremoniously interrupted Ling Chen's seclusion, tossing a flask of wine and murmuring, "Chen'er, come, share a drink with your master." Ling Chen readily took the wine gourd and took several hearty gulps. Casually inquiring, "Master, what is it you seek from me?" Tongtian did not respond immediately. Instead, he set up a soundproof barrier before finally speaking. The second lecture is about to commence, and it will impart the path of the quasi-saint. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, the teachings imparted during the 3 lectures ought to be the way of the sage. Yet for reasons unknown, my heart of the sword trembles repeatedly, leaving me with an inexplicable sense of unease. Ling Chen remained silent, listening intently. He had not anticipated that Tongtian's heart of the sword could wield such formidable power. According to the trajectory of the primordial chaos, after the 3 lectures, Tongtian would soon ascend to sainthood through the Jieyin Sect, becoming a saint of merit with little prospect, thus squandering his extraordinary talents. Consequently, during the calamity of the investiture of the gods, he would be cast aside by Hongyun and besieged by the 4 saints. Were it within my power, Ling Chen would naturally wish to prevent all this from transpiring. However, this is the inexorable flow of the primordial chaos. And with Ling Chen's current strength, he is utterly incapable of altering anything. Even if he were to warn Tongtian now, it would be of no avail, setting aside whether Tongtian would believe him. Even if he did, with Tongtian's present abilities, he would be unable to escape and would instead arouse Hongyun's suspicion. I am ultimately still too weak. Ling Chen sighed inwardly. Over the course of several millennia, he had developed a profound bond with Tongtian as master and disciple. Yet now, he could only watch helplessly as Tongtian fell into Hongyun's machinations, just as Ling Chen's thoughts swirled. The familiar electronic voice of the system resonated in his mind once more. Ding! The 3 lectures of the Purple Cloud Palace are about to commence. Please choose Option 1. Stand by idly and allow Tongtian to proceed to the Purple Cloud Palace. Reward: a strand of primordial purple chi. Option 2. Prevent Tongtian from going to the Purple Cloud Palace. Reward: a random innate treasure. Option 3. Preemptively seize a thread of Tongtian's true spirit. Reward: a pool of 3 light divine water. After many years, the system task was reactivated. Ling Chen's gaze swiftly passed over Option 1 and Option 2, landing on Option 3, his eyes suddenly igniting with brilliance. System, you have indeed reminded me. Ha! The gloom in Ling Chen's heart dissipated significantly. Option 1, which entailed standing by idly, was not something Ling Chen could bring himself to do. It was thus ruled out. Option 2, which involved obstructing Tongtian, had already been deemed utterly futile, as it would only provoke Hongyun's suspicion. This Option 2 was discarded. In contrast, Option 3 held boundless possibilities. Without further hesitation, Ling Chen made his choice. System. I choose 3. After making a selection, Ling Chen turned his attention to the still disheartened Tongtian, and with a calm demeanor, said, Master, I have a bold idea. Tongtian and Ling Chen engaged in deep discussion for quite some time, until Yuanshi arrived to urge them, at which point Tongtian reluctantly emerged, still brimming with thoughts. Yuanshi raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Third brother, why does your complexion appear so pale? What has that rascal Ling Chen done to you? Tongtian remained speechless, finding Yuanshi's words rather ambiguous. Nevertheless, he chose not to clarify, diverting the topic instead. It's nothing that we should not delay further. Let us hasten to the Purple Cloud Palace. As he spoke, Tongtian strode forward. Yuanshi cast a suspicious glance towards Ling Chen's retreat and then hurried after him. Yuanshi felt a lingering suspicion that something was amiss between Tongtian and Ling Chen, though he could not articulate it. Little did he know that Tongtian, influenced by Ling Chen's suggestion, would sever a thread of his true spirit before attending the critical moment of receiving teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. Ling Chen was preparing to enter seclusion once more when unexpectedly, the little white dragon Aobai knocked at his door. Your Majesty, Aobai requested an audience. Hearing Aobai's somewhat anxious voice, an idea flickered in Ling Chen's mind. Come in. With a wave of his sleeve, he opened the door. As Aobai entered the cave, he abruptly knelt before Ling Chen with a resounding thud. Your Majesty, I wish to take you as my master. Please accept me. As he spoke, Aobai bowed repeatedly, his expression filled with hope. So, he has indeed come to seek apprenticeship. Ling Chen mused inwardly that moment. The electronic voice of the system echoed his mind once more. Ding! Detection of Aobai seeking apprenticeship. Please choose. Option 1. Refuse Aobai. Reward: a strand of primordial purple chi. Option 2. Accept Aobai as a disciple. Reward: a 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus. 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus. A chaos spirit treasure, formed from a half-matured seed of the chaos blue lotus. Ranking at the 24th grade, seated upon a lotus platform. Impervious to all laws, this task activation is remarkable. The reward for Option 2 is indeed the 24th grade reincarnation purple lotus, a treasure of great significance, a chaos spirit treasure, second only to the chaos pearl. Is the highest ranked treasure Ling Chen has ever encountered. Ling Chen's gaze flickered with intent, yet he refrained from making an immediate choice, instead asking with keen interest, after so many years of acquaintance. Why do you only now seek to become my disciple? Ao Bai lowered his head even further, tears streaming down his cheeks as he spoke sorrowfully. Just yesterday, my father summoned me and entrusted the West Sea Dragon Palace to me before falling into a deep coma. I wish to take you as my master, seeking only to better serve the Dragon Clan, so that I may not disappoint my father's wishes. Ao Tan in a coma. Ling Chen furrowed his brow and released his divine sense. Quickly locating the comatose Ao Tian was a seasoned Luo golden immortal. How could this be? Ling Chen questioned, bewildered. Ao Bai lifted his gaze slightly. Sadness evident as he explained, my father has long since attained Dao during the Dragon Han Great Calamity. Having personally experienced that brutal battle, suffering severe damage to his essence, coupled with countless years of karmic erosion, my father has already reached the brink of exhaustion. Furthermore, following the battle with the demon race. As Ao Bai's voice continued, Ling Chen began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It seemed that Ao Tan's life force was nearly depleted. Gazing into Ao Bai's reddened eyes, Ling Chen couldn't help but reflect on the inescapable cycle of life. Aging, illness, and death, even among celestial beings and demons, that are in a state of dwindling life force. Even with Ling Chen's possession of the three light divine water and numerous innate spiritual roots, Ao Tian's demise remained unavoidable. Fortunately, the system had timely rewarded him with the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus. Ling Chen's mind sparked with a bold idea. Meanwhile, Ao Bai observed Ling Chen's contemplative silence, his expression filled with disappointment. To him, Ling Chen's demeanor clearly indicated reluctance to accept him as a disciple, the Dragon Emperor, and the hope for the Dragon Clan's resurgence. Ao Bai could not bear to see Ling Chen troubled. He immediately resolved, Your Majesty, it was I who was presumptuous. I shall take my leave. However, before Ao Bai could finish, Ling Chen interjected, Ao Bai, are you willing to become my personal disciple? Ao Bai was momentarily struck dumb. Having prepared to leave in disappointment, he was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. No, this is not merely a turn of events. It is a delightful surprise. Upon regaining his composure, Ao Bai was overwhelmed with excitement. Rendered speechless, Ling Chen paid no mind to his astonishment. Rising to his full height, that Ao Bai, where the Dragon Clan was ensnared, you dare to brave the peril alone to seek assistance. This is courage. To survive the relentless pursuit of the rejuvenating bird. This is cunning. Fully aware of the dangers of the Western Sea, yet resolutely returning. This embodies loyalty. The events of today shall be deemed filial piety. With both courage and wisdom, loyalty and filial piety coexist. At this point, Ling Chen's voice rose dramatically, proclaiming, Ao Bai, do you wish to become my royal disciple? And do you aspire to be the young master of the Dragon Clan? Ling Chen's voice thundered like a storm, echoing in Ao Bai's ears. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ao Bai's eyes brimmed with tears. Ao Bai, I pay my respects to my master. The void trembled. The profound power of causality descended. One end tethered to Ling Chen, the other to Ao Bai. The master-student bond between Ling Chen and Ao Bai was thus established. Observing Ao Bai below, Ling Chen felt as if he were in a different era. From the moment he transformed, he encountered the Sanxing and nearly faced extermination. After being repeatedly rejected by Laozi and Yuanshi, he ultimately became a disciple under the Tongtian gate. Yet now, merely over 10,000 years later, Ling Chen had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions. Not only had he ascended to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, but he had also become the sovereign of the Dragon Clan. Presently, he had accepted his first disciple, Ao Bai. It truly felt like a different lifetime. With a quiet sigh, Ling Chen waved his sleeve. Before Ao Bai appeared a fan radiating boundless flames and an inner elixir. The fan was the Tian fan bestowed by Yuanshi, while the inner elixir came from the fire sparrow. The Tian fan was inherently a spiritual treasure. If refined with the fire sparrow's inner elixir, its might would ascend to new heights. Most remarkably, as long as one continued to refine it with the inner elixirs of fire-based beasts, the fan's power could perpetually increase. Ling Chen looked at Ao Bai and declared, These two treasures are now bestowed upon you. In that moment, Ling Chen pointed again, and a profound technique entered Ao Bai's body. It was the method of world creation. What is this? Ao Bai had never encountered such an intricate technique, his eyes filled with astonishment. Simultaneously, Ling Chen's stern voice echoed in Ao Bai's ears. This is a secret technique of our sect. It must never be revealed to outsiders. Do you understand? Ao Bai dared not defy, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain. Ling Chen nodded slightly, and added with a smile, "You need not be so anxious. If you can comprehend this method of world creation, I shall grant you another opportunity," without waiting for Ao Bai's response. Ling Chen strode towards the cave's entrance, cheerfully stating, "Your father, Ao Tian, is nearing the end of his lifespan. While I cannot extend his life, there are ways." Upon hearing this, Ao Bai froze for a moment before leaping to his feet. Overjoyed and raced after Ling Chen that a century later, Tian passed away. Ao Bai ascended to the throne. The astonishment of countless beings. Ao Bai not only became the Dragon King of the Western Sea, but was also crowned as the Crown Prince of the Dragon Clan. With the fortune of the Dragon Clan bestowed upon him, Ao Bai successfully broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm on the very day of his ascension. That time, Ao Bai was merely 9,900 years old. Without Ling Chen, Ao Bai would have undoubtedly been the foremost genius of the Dragon Clan, qualified to enter the Dragon Clan's sacred grounds. Notably, after being crowned as the Crown Prince, Ao Bai took charge of many affairs within the Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, Ling Chen, as the sovereign of the Dragon Clan, became a hands-off manager, leisurely engaging in various pursuits within the chaotic world. The pool of creation had expanded several times compared to before, and a new Lotus platform had emerged within it. The 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus. The Lotus platforms were classified by rank, and the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus's rank was double that of the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus. After the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus was refined into the pool of creation, the chaotic world underwent a seismic transformation, that a purple wheel suddenly appeared in the void of the chaotic world. The lingering souls that roamed the corners of the world flocked toward the purple wheel like swallows returning to their nests. That a law began to slowly take shape within the chaotic world. It was the law of reincarnation. However, the law of reincarnation remained somewhat ethereal, not yet fully solidified. At a certain moment, when the first newborn soul came into being within the purple wheel, Ling Chen's authoritative voice erupted throughout the chaotic world. "I am Ling Chen, the Lord of the World. Today, I solidify the law of reincarnation using the 24th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus. The law of reincarnation is established." As soon as the words left his lips, the law of reincarnation abruptly solidified in the void. Rumble, the heavens and earth roared. Ling Chen's commanding voice echoed once more, declaring, "The law of reincarnation is now established. From this day forth, the souls of the chaotic world shall have a place to return, and reincarnation shall follow a natural order." Ling Chen's voice resonated like a powerful decree, reverberating throughout the entirety of the chaos. The massive purple wheel in the void slowly spun, engulfing countless lingering souls. The scene was both grand and eerie. Rumble. Strands of golden thunder crackled throughout the void. The edges of the chaotic world shattered explosively, transforming into boundless spiritual energy. The spiritual energy rained down, merging into all things within the world. Following Ling Chen's successful solidification of the law of reincarnation, the chaotic world became even more complete. The foundation of the world received a tremendous enhancement. As the Lord of the World, Ling Chen would also reap significant benefits. However, before digesting these benefits, Ling Chen had one more task to attend to. His gaze transcended time and space, landing upon a soul in the void, and he proclaimed loudly, "Ao Tan, in the name of the Realm Master, I bestow upon you the title of Lord of Reincarnation, to oversee the wheel of reincarnation." Ao Tian dared not hesitate and immediately bowed deeply. "I humbly obey the decree of the Realm Master." From that moment on, Ao Tian no longer referred to Ling Chen as the Dragon Emperor, but as the Realm Master, and no longer was Ao Tan the aged Dragon King of the Western Sea. He had become the Lord of Reincarnation, presiding over the chaotic world. Excellent. Ling Chen nodded slightly and turned to return to the pool of creation. Everything had been set in motion. What remained was for him to thoroughly digest the benefits from this world. Once he had absorbed these benefits, it would herald the day of Ling Chen's breakthrough to the Deluo golden immortal realm. Time flowed gently, and 3,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. The 3 lectures of the Purple Cloud's palace gradually concluded amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, in a manner reminiscent of the original trajectory of the Hongyun. The Sanqing, Nuwa, Jin, and Zhunti all bowed to Hongjun, each receiving a wisp of primordial purple energy. Hongyun also acquired a wisp of primordial purple energy. However, unlike the Sanqing, this wisp of primordial purple energy was coveted by countless beings that Dijun, Kuanpeng, and others exchanged glances, quietly forming a deadly trap around Hongyun. Meanwhile, the East King, the foremost male immortal of Hongyun, wore a look of dejection. The East King had initially believed that he would undoubtedly become a direct disciple of Hongjun, only to find himself without even a nominal apprenticeship. The foremost male immortal. He felt as though he had been forgotten by Hongjun. Yet the East King dared not confront Hongjun directly at the Taoist platform. Hongjun observed the expressions of the Purple Cloud guests below, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. The 3,000 Purple Cloud guests were the pinnacle of power in Hongyun, and now they were at his mercy. There was no need for him to take action personally. Hongyun would remain under his control. Hongjun chuckled lightly and proclaimed, "The 3 lectures have concluded. I shall now merge with the heavenly Tao to seek the welfare of all beings in Hongyun." As soon as the words fell, Hongjun's figure vanished from the spot. However, he did not immediately commence the merging of Tao, but instead made his way towards the chaos, amidst the turbulent chaos. Yang Mei, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty. This is not right. Danger is approaching. Yang Mei's mind raced, and he quickly deduced the cause. Surely, that old schemer Hongjun is preparing to take action against me. Now that the 3 lectures of Zixiao Palace have concluded, the merging of Tao is imminent. Once he merges, the constraints on him will multiply, making it more difficult for him to act. How could he allow others to rest peacefully on his own bed? With Hongjun's cautious temperament, he would undoubtedly strike before merging to eliminate any potential threats. Unfortunately, the 3 Immortals Island has yet to open. I cannot leave the primordial world to escape to the Hongmeng. For now, it would be wise to retreat. As he murmured to himself, Yang may prepare to flee. Yet, he underestimated Hongjun's speed and even more so his determination to kill him. Just as Yang Mei broke through the chaos and prepared to escape, buzz, the void trembled, but a strand of profound light pierced through the chaos. Descending swiftly, not good, Yang Mei, with no time to flee, hurriedly summoned his power to shift away. Were it not for Yang Mei being a spatial demon god, well-versed in the Tao of space, he would have suffered greatly from that single strike. The old Taoist is indeed a spatial demon god. Even if you have already attained sanctification, you shall not capture me. Yang Mei scoffed repeatedly, ready to utilize the laws of space to escape. But the next moment, his face suddenly contorted with a mix of shock and rage as he screamed, "Hongjun, you are actually able to seal the space within the chaotic turbulence. You have only just become a saint. How could you possess such power?" Yang Mei's question was not merely to test Hongjun, but also to find an opportunity to flee. However, instead of receiving an answer from Hongjun, he was met with deadly Taoist techniques. Yang Mei, that old schemer. Yang Mei was truly at a loss. With no other choice, he could only unleash his essence, forcibly breaking free from the spatial seal, and hurriedly fled into the chaotic turbulence. It was only after Yang Mei had escaped that Hongjun revealed his true form, his expression somewhat grim. Even though he knew Yang Mei was not easy to deal with, Hongjun still felt displeased. Had he failed to capture Yang Mei with that previous assault, it would have become significantly more troublesome. Nevertheless, Hongjun had no intention of letting Yang Mei off the hook. Yang Mei, the vastness of the primordial world no longer harbors a place for you. You cannot escape. Hongjun's cold voice echoed through the chaotic turbulence. Yang Mei, fleeing, felt a slight change in color, and his fleeing speed increased a notch. Hongyun and Yang Mei were locked in a relentless chase through the chaotic turbulence. No one could have anticipated that such a scene would unfold in the terrifying chaotic turbulence. The pursuer and the pursued were none other than the two most formidable figures in the primordial world, Hongyun and Yang Mei. At present, Hongyun had attained the cultivation of a heavenly Tao saint, while Yang Mei remained a perfected Hunyuan golden immortal, regarded as half a step into the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal realm. Although their realms seemed to differ by merely half a step, they were, in fact, separated by a significant chasm. Were it not for Yang Mei's cultivation of the Tao of laws and his status as a spatial demon god, he would have long been subdued by Hongyun. Yet, the gap between them remained vast. Each time Hongyun closed in on Yang Mei, he had to burn his essence to escape. As time went on, the essence within Yang Mei dwindled, his aura continuously declining, and his fleeing speed naturally slowed. In this vicious cycle, it was merely a matter of time before Hongyun captured Yang Mei. Was he truly destined to be subdued by Hongyun? Just as despair enveloped Yang Mei's heart, far away in the West Sea Dragon Palace, Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. Ding! Detecting Yang Mei being pursued by Hongyun in the chaotic turbulence. Please choose Option 1. Stand idly by and allow Hongyun to subdue Yang Mei, rewarded with a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. Option 2. Risk yourself to save Yang Mei, rewarded with the coordinates of the Three Immortals Island. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. The system's tasks have been activating rather frequently lately. However, when he glanced at the options presented by the system, the playful expression on Ling Chen's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a grave countenance. Yang Mei, Hongyun, these should be the two most powerful existences in the primordial world at present. The task of rescuing Yang Mei, while being pursued by Hongyun, this is practically a hellish level of difficulty. Ling Chen nearly chose the first option. However, he felt no allure towards the Hongmeng purple qi, yet the coordinates of the Three Immortals Island were incredibly enticing. That it was rumored that the Three Immortals Island was abundant in spiritual treasures and earthly materials, being the most supreme, blessed land in the primordial world. During the Dragon Han Great Catastrophe, powerful beings such as Beast Emperor Chen'er and Demon Ancestor Luo Ho had tirelessly sought the Three Immortals Island. Yet to no avail. Little did they expect that the system would reward him with the coordinates of Three Immortals Island. However, Ling Chen quickly came to terms with it. The Three Immortals Island was destined to emerge after the 3 lectures of Zixiao Palace. Among them, Penglai Island had been obtained by Dongwang Gong. This ambitious yet talentless individual relied on Penglai Island to establish the Immortal Court, nearly elevating it to the same level as the witch and demon clans. Furthermore, had it not been for Hongyuan's covert machinations, the Immortal Court might have truly succeeded. A mere Penglai Island could give rise to such a magnificent Immortal Court, illustrating the immense opportunities within the Three Immortals Island. This time, the system rewards not just Penglai Island, but the coordinates of all 3 Immortal Islands. System, could you not swap the rewards for options 1 and 2? Ling Chen complained, his expression filled with conflict. Eventually, he could not resist the temptation of the Three Immortals Island and gritted his teeth, declaring, System, I choose option 2. Back in the chaotic turbulence, Yang Mei's face had turned ashen. After burning through his essence repeatedly for hundreds of years, he was on the brink of collapse. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. At this rate, that old mudfish will kill me. What to do? What to do? Yang Mei's expression was one of sheer urgency. Yet, just as Hongyun had said, the vast primordial world no longer had a place for him. Where else could he flee to? Yang Mei was truly at his wit's end. At that moment, buzz, the void trembled. Suddenly, a pearl materialized within the chaotic turbulence. Hongyun is caught up? Yang Mei's expression tightened, nearly preparing to strike. But soon, he realized it was not the case. The pearl showed no signs of attacking him. Instead, it revealed a portal upon his arrival. Yang Mei could distinctly sense the power of the world emanating from the portal. It contained the essence of the world. Could this be the legendary Chaos Pearl? But why would the Chaos Pearl appear here? Could it be that the master of the Chaos Pearl has come to save me? Yang Mei's heart was filled with questions, his expression conflicted. He feared that having just escaped the wolf's den, he was now entering the tiger's lair. Yet, as he sensed Hongyun drawing near, Yang Mei gritted his teeth and dove into the portal of the Chaos Pearl. The moment Yang Mei stepped inside, the Chaos Pearl trembled gently, devouring the chaos within a radius of 10,000 miles before vanishing from sight. Buzz, chaos, and tumultuous turbulence swiftly filled the void. The traces left by the Chaos Pearl and Yang Mei were completely concealed and even obliterated. Yet mere moments later, Hongyun stepped forth from the chaotic maelstrom. His countenance darkened. He had unmistakably lost all trace of Yang Mei in this very place. "Umph!" Hongyun snorted coldly, and the immense power of a sage erupted forth. Hongyun intended to reverse time and space with his sage strength to locate Yang Mei. With his prowess, he was fully capable of achieving this. However, the next moment, his expression soured immensely. He had indeed reversed the time and space of this location, yet he could not glean even the slightest hint of Yang Mei's whereabouts. How could this be? Could it be that a primordial Taoist immortal still lurked in the wilderness? As the foremost sage of the primordial realm, Hongyun could only surmise that only a legendary primordial Taoist immortal could have whisked Yang Mei away without a trace. This thought plunged Hongyun into deep contemplation that if his calculations were correct, he would need to alter his numerous plans regarding the primordial realm. Little did he know, the one who rescued Yang Mei was not a primordial Taoist immortal, but rather a Tai golden immortal. In the chaotic world, Yang Mei's consciousness swept across the entire realm, ultimately resting upon the reincarnation disk in the void. She spoke solemnly. "May I inquire which esteemed elder has come to my aid? I implore you to reveal yourself." No sooner had her words fallen than an elderly figure, hair as white as snow, descended upon a lotus platform, gradually materializing. It was Ao Tan, now the master of reincarnation. Yang Mei's expression shifted slightly, prepared to express her gratitude, when she abruptly sensed something amiss and furrowed her brow. "Your cultivation is merely that of a Taoist immortal. You are not the sovereign of this realm. Merely a Taoist immortal." Upon hearing Yang Mei's words, Ao Tian's face bore a hint of amusement. He was indeed not the sovereign of the chaotic world, yet Yang Mei could never fathom that the lord of the chaos world was not even a Taoist immortal. "I am indeed not the ruler of the chaotic realm. Senior Yang Mei, please follow me." Ao Tian spoke softly, then soared upwards. The chaotic world? Yang Mei hesitated momentarily before following suit. Her curiosity piqued regarding this mysterious sovereign of the chaotic world. Who could it possibly be? The fate demon god? Or perhaps the god of causality? Yang Mei silently pondered. Yes, one of the 3,000 demon gods, the space demon god. He was among the oldest existences in the primordial realm. In Yang Mei's perspective, the sovereign of the chaotic world should also belong to one of the 3,000 demon gods, and should be among the most elite of them. Yet the subsequent developments were entirely beyond her expectations. "Are you truly the sovereign of this world?" Yang Mei looked at Ling Chen, who was merely at the Tai golden immortal stage, her eyes filled with astonishment. How could a mere Tai golden immortal possibly open up a world? Ling Chen smiled faintly, about to affirm this, but at that moment, a flash of insight passed through him, but he retracted his intention to speak the truth and replied cheerfully, "Senior Yang Mei, you jest that I am not the sovereign of the chaotic world, but rather a disciple." As he spoke, he did not forget to wink at Ao Tan, having lived countless years, was well aware of Ling Chen's intent, and responded, "My master is known as Chaos. This is my master's direct disciple and the young master of this realm, Ling Chen." Upon hearing Ling Chen and Ao Tian's words, Yang Mei finally understood. "May I inquire where the lord of the chaos world is? I wish to express my gratitude for the life-saving assistance." At this, Ao Tian was about to speak when Ling Chen interrupted. "After saving the esteemed elder, my master has already set forth to roam the world." "What?" Yang Mei's expression turned somewhat dazed. The sovereign had saved him and then immediately embarked on a journey. She felt there was something amiss, yet could not pinpoint it. However, before she could contemplate further, Ling Chen's voice rang out again. "And my master has stated that before Hongyun achieves harmony, you must not leave the chaotic world, lest your life be in jeopardy. That he also mentioned that if you wish to repay your life-saving grace, you may do so to me. Celestial materials, rare techniques, all would be welcomed. Yang Mei. Yang Mei increasingly felt that something was awry. In contrast, Tin nearly erupted with laughter. Ling Chen's repeated references to his master left the legendary elder in a state of bewilderment. Yang Mei could never imagine that the sovereign of the chaotic world was this seemingly insignificant golden immortal before her. Yang Mei, being one of the oldest existences in the primordial realm, offered countless celestial materials and even a segment of a willow branch to express her gratitude. Ling Chen, naturally, was overjoyed. However, what he valued was not merely the treasures in Yang Mei's possession, but also her comprehension of spatial laws and the secrets beyond the primordial realm. In summary, Ling Chen was determined to extract every bit of value from Yang Mei. Yet, that was a matter for another time. Senior, Ling Chen said, "Your essence has been damaged. Please settle here for the time being and await my master's return." Yang Mei had no objections and readily agreed. Yet, just as she was about to depart, she suddenly noticed Ling Chen inserting her willow branch into the ground. Yang Mei was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Ling Chen, do not waste your efforts. This willow branch contains my mark and cannot take root." Upon hearing this, Ling Chen, without lifting his head, replied, "It is but a mere mark. It can be gradually erased with the power of the world. At worst, it will just require a bit more time. Moreover, you have yet to attain enlightenment, so what you say is not as profound as you believe." Yang Mei felt as though Ling Chen was criticizing her, yet she could find no evidence to substantiate her suspicion. Yang Mei's arrival infused the previously tranquil chaotic world with newfound vitality. From time to time, Ling Chen would emerge from seclusion to inquire about the path of space from Yang Mei. Initially, Yang Mei paid little heed, wanting to brush Ling Chen off. Yet akin to the initial teachings of Tongtian, Yang Mei transitioned from indifference to astonishment, then to shock, until finally she found herself unable to answer Ling Chen's questions. What had begun as a one-sided importation of knowledge gradually evolved into a discourse on philosophy. In the span of mere centuries, Ling Chen's understanding of the path of space surged forward, and even Yang Mei reaped substantial benefits, coming close to touching the threshold of the primordial Taoist immortal. Yang Mei no longer dared to underestimate Ling Chen and even took the initiative to engage in discussions with him. The elder and the youth conversed joyfully. Yet on a certain day, while engaged in philosophical discourse with Yang Mei, Ling Chen suddenly halted, a look of delight crossing his face. "What is it?" Yang Mei inquired. "Are you on the verge of a breakthrough?" Yang Mei quickly discerned that something was amiss with Ling Chen, yet soon dismissed her hypothesis. Though Ling Chen's aura had solidified to its utmost extent, there were no signs of a breakthrough. How could one with such a profound foundation not seek to advance? What was Ling Chen truly plotting? Just as Yang Mei grappled with her confusion, Ling Chen suddenly beamed. "Senior, have you heard of the 3 immortal islands?" As soon as the words were spoken, Yang Mei was taken aback for a moment, only to subsequently erupt with a dazzling brilliance. Few were aware that, aside from the countless celestial materials and earthly treasures within the 3 immortal islands, there also existed a passage leading to the primordial chaos. For countless years, Yang Mei had been in search of the 3 immortal islands, solely to utilize this passage to reach the primordial realm. Regrettably, despite her arduous efforts, she had achieved nothing, nearly falling victim to Hongyun's suppression in the chaos. Yang Mei had not anticipated that Ling Chen would suddenly mention the 3 immortal islands. "Why do you bring up the 3 immortal islands?" Yang Mei suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her and spoke in a low voice. Ling Chen cast a sidelong glance at Yang Mei and replied nonchalantly, "If all goes as expected, the 3 immortal islands are about to emerge." "What?" Yang Mei could no longer contain her excitement, urgently inquiring, "Where are the 3 immortal islands? How do you know they are about to appear?" "You mustn't deceive me, Ling Chen." Ling Chen was taken aback. While he knew the news of the 3 immortal islands would undoubtedly astonish Yang Mei, he had not anticipated her reaction to be so exaggerated. After all, Yang Mei was not lacking in spiritual treasures or celestial materials. Why then was she so agitated? Did the 3 immortal islands harbor other extraordinary opportunities? As Ling Chen's mind raced, he contemplated numerous possibilities. Meanwhile, Yang Mei finally regained a semblance of calmness and stated earnestly, "Ling Chen, The three immortal islands hold immense significance for me. If you can take me to the three immortal islands, I am willing to do everything in my power to assist you in seizing them. I can pledge a solemn oath. Anyone could sense the sincerity in Yang Mei's words. Ling Chen nodded slightly and patiently explained, in truth, I have already obtained the coordinates of the three immortal islands. However, the islands are protected by a natural defensive array that prevents external beings from entering. Only when the three immortal islands emerge will the array weaken or even dissipate. Just a moment ago, my master transmitted to me that signs of the array's decline have begun to manifest. As Ling Chen's voice continued, Yang Mei's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. His words were well-founded and likely true. If all proceeded smoothly, could he truly escape the confines of the primordial realm? Would he finally break free from Hongjun's relentless pursuit? A manic smile crept across Yang Mei's lips, one she could not suppress. During the time she was hunted by Hongjun, she had truly faced death, never imagining she would be saved by Ling Chen's master, nor that she would have the chance to enter the three immortal islands and venture into the primordial realm. What a remarkable twist of fate! Struggling to suppress her myriad emotions, Yang Mei urged, "There is no time to waste. We must set off immediately." As she spoke, Yang Mei reached out to pull Ling Chen towards the eastern sea. However, Ling Chen remained unmoved and playfully remarked, "Don't rush. We need to bring along an old friend of yours." An old friend. Yang Mei was momentarily taken aback. Before she could ponder further, a resounding hum echoed as the shadow of the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus manifested that a young man in a black robe stepped forth from the Black Lotus. "Is that Luo Ho?" Yang Mei exclaimed, her voice trembling with disbelief. "You're not dead? You actually evaded the heavenly Tao's pursuit?" You. Yang Mei stammered repeatedly. First, she received the news of the three immortal islands' emergence, and now she encountered the demon ancestor Luo Ho. This left her heart unsettled. Luo Ho scoffed coldly and retorted, "Aren't you also being hunted by the heavenly Tao and Hongjun? Why are you still alive?" Yang Mei. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Luo Ho was indeed correct. Her current predicament was no better than Luo Ho's had been previously. One misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet, Yang Mei remained curious about how Luo Ho had managed to survive and inquired again. However, Luo Ho showed no interest in answering her, urging instead, "If we do not head to the three immortal islands soon, others will surely beat us to it." Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's expression shifted to urgency, and she ceased her inquiries, casting a longing gaze at Ling Chen. Luo Ho turned his cold gaze towards Ling Chen, fixated intently. Ling Chen. A century later, in the Eastern Sea, a group of powerful celestial beings soared above the waters. Leading them was the Eastern King, who had been designated as the foremost male celestial by Hongjun. Ever since his failure to join the ranks of the saints, the Eastern King's prestige in the primordial realm had significantly diminished. No longer the arrogant figure he once was. On this day, he arrived in the Eastern continent with his dwindling retinue, seeking a celestial mountain treasure to serve as his abode. Yet, as the Eastern King appeared by the shores of the Eastern Sea, an unforeseen phenomenon transpired. Golden thunderbolts erupted across the Eastern Sea. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy materialized from thin air, transforming into a spiritual rain that nourished all. Ethereal melodies resonated, and auspicious beasts dashed about. Boundless anomalies erupted above the Eastern Sea. The celestial beings, led by the Eastern King, exchanged bewildered glances. However, in the next instant, one of the celestial beings knelt before the Eastern King, excitement evident on their face, proclaiming, "These phenomena signify the arrival of a celestial sovereign, heralding the emergence of a significant treasure, perhaps even a hidden abode." A hidden abode? Upon hearing the celestial being's words, the Eastern King was momentarily stunned. A certain legend flashing through his mind, and he instinctively mused, "This is the Eastern Sea. If a hidden abode were to emerge, it could very well be the legendary three immortal islands." And no sooner had he spoken than the void trembled. Suddenly, three ethereal silhouettes of celestial pathways appeared above the Eastern Sea. Witnessing this, the Eastern King's expression shifted to one of immense excitement, and he laughed heartily. Indeed, it is the three immortal islands. Surely, they sense the arrival of this celestial sovereign and have chosen to manifest. This celestial sovereign is undoubtedly the destined ruler of the primordial realm. All the pent-up frustration of the Eastern King dissipated, replaced by unbridled joy. Let us find the entrance to the three immortal islands without delay. The first to locate the entrance shall receive bountiful rewards. The other celestial beings were equally exhilarated, eagerly commencing their search for the entrance to the three immortal islands. Simultaneously, the anomalies above the Eastern Sea captured the attention of countless beings within the primordial realm. News of the three immortal islands' emergence spread like wildfire, echoing throughout the vast expanse of the primordial realm. Ever since the dawn of the primordial realm, the legends of the three immortal islands had never ceased. In every tale, the three immortal islands were depicted as the pinnacle of hidden paradises, brimming with countless opportunities. Moreover, rumors claimed that whoever possessed the three immortal islands would ascend as the sovereign of the primordial realm. The sudden emergence of the three immortal islands shattered the tranquility that had prevailed for countless years. In an instant, myriad factions, both great and small, surged towards the Eastern Sea. This inevitably left the Eastern King and his entourage feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. Desperately searching for the entrance to the three immortal islands, yet to no avail. Meanwhile, three figures stealthily traversed through countless obstacles, arriving at the three immortal islands. Is this truly the three immortal islands? Yang Mei inquired, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the seemingly unremarkable trio of islands before her. Concern often breeds confusion. In that moment, Yang Mei was no longer the calm individual she once was, but rather someone beset by apprehension. Before Ling Chen could respond, Luo Ho interjected with a cold snort. Although this kid Ling Chen may not be particularly formidable, he is nonetheless reliable in his endeavors. Due to Yang Mei's influence, Luo Ho no longer referred to Ling Chen as my lord, opting instead for the more casual kid. Ling Chen let out a cold chuckle, savoring the moment. The demon ancestor still holds considerable trust in me, he noted, emphasizing the words demon ancestor. Luo Ho immediately recoiled, as if haunted by some unpleasant memory. As the sovereign of the world, Ling Chen possessed an abundance of means to manipulate others. Initially, Luo Ho had been skeptical, even daring enough to experience it firsthand. The outcome was evident. Following that experience, Luo Ho had hidden within the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus until Ling Chen roused him this time. Luo Ho cleared his throat, hastily changing the subject. The natural defensive array of Sanxian Island has weakened significantly. It is time for us to break through. Upon uttering these words, the playful expression on Ling Chen's face vanished, and he spoke with solemnity. Indeed, let us proceed to dismantle the array. As soon as he finished speaking, a multitude of array flags fluttered from Ling Chen's hand like butterflies, landing precisely on the various foundations of the Sanxian Island Grand Formation. Although the aura of the Sanxian Island Formation did not diminish, its operational speed and trajectory exhibited a hint of chaos. Effective. Yang Mei and Luo Ho exchanged glances, clearly perceiving the surprise and astonishment in each other's eyes. The delight stemmed from the hope of entering Sanxian Island, while the shock was due to Ling Chen's terrifying talent. It is worth noting that Ling Chen had only taken form a mere 10,000 years ago. Yet in that brief span, he had not only ascended to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, but also laid an exceptionally solid foundation. Furthermore, he had delved deeply into the paths of weaponry, formations, swordsmanship, and even the demonic and spatial realms. Even in the eyes of top-tier demon gods like Luo Ho and Yang Mei, Ling Chen's talent could still be described as monstrous. This prodigy, they mused. If things continue this way, Hongjun and even the heavenly Tao will inevitably be toppled by this aberration. Luo Ho and Yang Mei inwardly reflected, just as they were grappling with these thoughts. Hush! Accompanied by a light reprimand from Ling Chen, the operation of the Sanxian Island defensive array abruptly halted, revealing a portal. Enter, Ling Chen commanded, stepping through. Yang Mei and Luo Ho exchanged glances before following closely behind. The moment they set foot into Sanxian Island, The grand formation erupted in a furious roar. As if enraged, the phenomena above the eastern sea became even more magnificent and violent. Countless primordial beings, including Dong Wang Gong, were filled with excitement, believing that Sanxian Island was about to open. Yet, as they waited in anticipation, the booming phenomena persisted, but Sanxian Island remained an unattainable mirage. Who could have predicted that the three of them, Ling Chen, Luo Ho, and Yang Mei, would quietly step into Sanxian Island right beneath the noses of the myriad of primordial beings? Upon arriving at Penglai Island, an almost infinite radiance of treasures surged into the sky, illuminating the void in breathtaking splendor. Hiss! Even though they had anticipated this, Ling Chen, Luo Ho, and Yang Mei could not help but draw in a cold breath. In a wonder. The treasures were simply overwhelming. Collectively, these heavenly materials and earthly treasures could easily establish a formidable power. Luo Ho, once the ruler of the demon clan, quickly formed his own judgment. Although Yang Mei was somewhat bewildered, she nodded in agreement. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Ling Chen's eyes, for he knew Luo Ho's assertion was entirely accurate. Had they not acted swiftly, Dong Wang Gong would have leveraged the treasures on Penglai Island to forge a power rivaling the witch and demon clans. But now, these spiritual treasures belong to Ling Chen. Let it be known, all these spiritual treasures are mine. Ling Chen laughed heartily, waving his sleeve, causing a veritable mountain of treasures to soar from Penglai Island and vanish into his robe. Yang Mei. Luo Ho. Both Yang Mei and Luo Ho felt a pang of regret. Yet that was all. Though abundant, the spiritual treasures held little utility for them. They were far more focused on other opportunities. However, the scene that followed left even these seasoned individuals agape. After collecting numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Ling Chen remained unsatisfied, gazing longingly at Penglai Island. While the spiritual treasures were magnificent, the island that birthed such an abundance was even more alluring. If only he could take the entire Penglai Island with him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Chen summoned the Chaos Pearl. The overwhelming force of the world erupted, manifesting a colossal portal. A terrifying suction emanated from the portal, enveloping the entirety of Penglai Island. Rumble, like a giant beast turning over, a series of thunderous roars emanated from deep within the ground, causing Penglai Island to tremble incessantly. What is this? Yang Mei and Luo Ho quickly realized what was happening. But before they could contemplate further, boom! Penglai Island lifted off the ground, being drawn into the portal. Witnessing this scene, even Luo Ho and Yang Mei, with their steadfast hearts, could not help but drop their jaws in astonishment. Don't act like you've never seen such a spectacle before. Let's move to the other two islands. Ling Chen appeared to treat this monumental event as a trivial task, brushing off his garments as he headed towards Fangzhong Island. Luo Ho, Yang Mei, upon reaching Fangzhong Island, unlike Penglai Island, Ling Chen found no heavenly materials or earthly treasures. Instead, he encountered a colossal corpse. To be precise, the entire Fangzhong Island was composed of this single corpse. The trio stood at the center of this being's forehead. Whose corpse could this be? Ling Chen furrowed his brow. Perplexed in stark contrast, Luo Ho and Yang Mei's expressions shifted dramatically. Ling Chen immediately noticed the unusual expressions on Yang Mei and Luo Ho's faces and inquired, "What is it? Do you recognize this corpse?" Luo Ho and Yang Mei exchanged glances, then turned their gazes to Ling Chen, their expressions somewhat peculiar. After a moment, Luo Ho's voice resonated slowly. Among the 3,000 demon gods of the Primordial Age, both Yang Mei and I are counted among them, ranking within the top TE and at this point. Luo Ho's gaze grew complex as he continued. If we are not mistaken, this corpse should belong to one of the original 3,000 demon gods and also ranks within the top 10. The life demon god. The life demon god. Ling Chen was taken aback. Simultaneously, Luo Ho's expression turned intricate as he remarked, during the primordial creation of the heavens, the 3,000 demon gods united to obstruct the unfolding of the cosmos. The majority of them perished in that battle, with only a handful of us, including Yang Mei, surviving, albeit severely weakened. The life demon god should have been among the most likely to endure, as Luo Ho's voice echoed on. Ling Chen began to comprehend why Luo Ho and Yang Mei reacted, so that it was not merely nostalgia. It was a poignant reminder of their shared fate. Once, the 3,000 demon gods basked in glory, daring to encircle even Pangu. Yet now they find themselves in such a dismal state. Truly a lamentable sight. However, in the next moment, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow and declared coldly, "The era of demon gods has long passed. This is now the age of the primordial world. Do not dwell in the past." Though Ling Chen's voice was but a whisper to Luo Ho and Yang Mei, it resonated like the toll of evening drums and morning bells. Awakening their senses, the myriad negative emotions in their eyes swiftly dissipated, restoring their clarity. Ling Chen felt a sense of relief and inquired with a smile, "Esteemed demon lords, now that the life demon lord has returned to silence, should we not make good use of his remains, rather his corpse, for our endeavors, perhaps to forge a doppelganger or something of the sort?" Luo Ho, Yang Mei, they could hardly be oblivious to Ling Chen's intentions. Previously, Ling Chen had withstood the might of Kuan Peng using the ancestor dragon's doppelganger, and it was evident he had tasted the sweetness of success. Now, he had set his sights on the life demon lord. Luo Ho scoffed, swiftly dispelling Ling Chen's notion that not harbor such delusions. Ling Chen furrowed his brow and asked, "Why not?" Luo Ho and Yang Mei exchanged glances, and Luo Ho replied nonchalantly, "It is quite simple. The 3,000 demon lords contain fragments of the great Tao within them. Do you truly believe the Tao would permit itself to be forged into a doppelganger?" Ling Chen. Observing Ling Chen's rare moment of defeat, both Luo Ho and Yang Mei revealed faint smiles. Typically, they had often found themselves at a disadvantage against Ling Chen. Now, they relished this moment of regained dignity. Yet before their joy could linger, Ling Chen's voice resounded once more. "The remnants of a life demon lord undoubtedly possess immense vitality. If we cannot forge them into a doppelganger, then we should grind them into powder. It would surely serve as an excellent material for refining elixirs that a perfect utilization of resources." Luo Ho, Yang Mei, Luo Ho cleared his throat and quickly interjected, "The most precious aspect of the life demon lord's remnants lies in their life principle. Typically, the remnants of demon lords are utilized for comprehending these principles. Grind them into powder would be a grievous waste." Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. "Then what ought we do?" "Consume it." Ling Chen, being a traveler from another realm, bore no psychological burden regarding the consumption of a demon lord's remnants. Luo Ho's expression darkened, his gaze toward Ling Chen becoming increasingly complex as he murmured, "Consuming the remnants of a demon lord is not without merit. However, if you were to place the life demon lord's remnants into the chaos world and transform them into a tree of life, the effects would likely be far superior. Not only could you comprehend the life principle, but you would also enhance the foundation of the chaos world." As Luo Ho's voice continued, Ling Chen's eyes gradually brightened. Luo Ho's method was indeed astute, and it could be extrapolated to other demon lord remnants. If Ling Chen could acquire the remnants of the 3,000 demon lords, would he not be able to cultivate 3,000 principles within the chaos world, forging a river of principles? At that time, the foundation of the chaos world would undoubtedly experience a tremendous enhancement, perhaps even ascending to the legendary Great Thousand World. Luo Ho could never have anticipated that his offhand remark would open a grand path for Ling Chen's ascension. After Ling Chen had stowed away the remnants of a life demon lord, the trio made their way to the final isle of the three immortals, Yingzhou Island. Unless fate had other plans, the passage to the outer realms that Yang Mei spoke of lay within Yingzhou Island. Upon their arrival, they were stunned by the scene before them. In contrast to Penglai Island and Fangzhong Island, Yingzhou Island took the shape of a basin, surrounded by towering mountains that pierced the clouds. In the center lay an exceptionally flat basin, where an intricately complex array stood majestically above, emanating a radiant glow. The teleportation array leading to Hongming. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. Luo Ho appeared merely surprised. But Yang Mei trembled with excitement, breathlessly exclaiming, "Can you sense the aura of the teleportation array? That is the unmistakable essence of Hongming. This is indeed the teleportation array to Hongming. There can be no doubt." As she laughed heartily, Tears of joy glistened in her eyes. It was no wonder. Yang Mei hailed from the demon lords of Hongmeng, her path toward greatness fraught with promise. Yet, since her involvement in the Battle of Panga's creation, she had been ensnared within the confines of Honghuang. Though vast, Honghuang felt like a prison to Yang Mei, shackling her freedom and aspirations. Had it not been for this, with her profound understanding and potential, she might have long since attained the status of a true immortal. Yang Mei's heart yearned for the Tao. Now, as she finally stood on the cusp of breaking free from the prison of Honghuang and reclaiming her freedom, how could she not be overjoyed? Half a month later, the teleportation array activated successfully, radiating brilliance across the heavens. Luoho, Yang Mei asked solemnly as she stood at the center of the teleportation array, "Will you truly not depart with me?" Luoho gazed at Yang Mei, envy flickering in his eyes, yet he resolutely shook his head. "I cannot go." If Luoho were alone, he could indeed depart as freely as Yang Mei. Yet he could not abandon his mission. He still had a profound vendetta to settle and countless brethren of the demon clan awaiting his revival. He was not yet ready to leave. Yang Mei refrained from further discussion, smiling warmly at Ling Chen as she unexpectedly declared, "Ling Chen, you must be the master of the chaos world, right?" Yang Mei's voice was imbued with certainty, as though she had already accepted Ling Chen's identity. Ling Chen, having no intention of concealing the truth any longer, responded cheerfully, "Indeed, that is I, Yang Mei." While Yang Mei had initially seemed confident, she was still somewhat uncertain. She hadn't anticipated Ling Chen would so readily confirm it. In the next instant, however, her eyes sparkled with brilliant light as she exclaimed in awe, "To create a world while still in the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal, you are truly exceptional. Even I, Yang Mei, regarded as a prodigy in Hongmeng, am but a mere shadow in comparison to you." How infuriating! Though Yang Mei expressed this sentiment, her tone held no trace of jealousy. Having spent considerable time with Ling Chen, she had developed a significant bond with him and admired his character. The path to enlightenment is fraught with challenges. With a companion like Ling Chen, she could undoubtedly traverse further along her journey. With this thought, Yang Mei waved her sleeve, producing a jade slip, and said earnestly, "Esteemed friends, though I may depart for Hongmeng, I firmly believe we shall meet again. Herein lies the secrets of Honghuang and some fundamental knowledge of Hongmeng that I have compiled. It is a gift for you." Ling Chen's expression grew serious as he stepped forward to accept the jade slip with reverence. "One day, I shall venture to Hongmeng to seek you out. When that day comes," he added with a laugh, "you may find it difficult to best me." As he concluded, Ling Chen laughed heartily, and Yang Mei soon joined in, their laughter echoing in the air. Even Luoho, initially with a slight smile, could not help but throw his head back and laugh with them. "I end this life. How many true confidants can one encounter? To meet even one is a treasure. To have two, what joy that brings!" Returning to the realm outside the Three Immortals Island, the Eastern King and countless beings of Honghuang continued their tireless search, hoping to uncover the entrance to the Three Immortals Island. Yet before they could find it, a sudden stillness enveloped the void. The myriad phenomena in the void abruptly ceased. The ethereal image of the Three Immortals Island dissipated like snow before the blazing sun. Fading into nothingness, the once-filling void was left barren. Eastern King, beings of Honghuang, why have the phenomena vanished? Even the ethereal illusion of the Three Immortals Island has dissipated. Could it be that the Three Immortals Island has vanished? Waves of discontented murmurs echoed throughout the vastness of the primordial world on the shores of the Eastern Sea. The Eastern King stood in a daze, gazing at the empty expanse of the sea, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. "Impossible! I am the foremost among the male immortals, the destined ruler of the Three Immortals Island. I have yet to set foot on the island. How could it possibly disappear? Show yourself!" The Eastern King was nearly driven to madness, his furious roars reverberating through the heavens. Yet, absence is absence. No matter how enraged or unwilling the beings of the primordial world and the Eastern King may be, it is all in vain. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun furrowed his brow. According to his calculations, the Three Immortals Island should indeed have emerged. Why has it suddenly vanished? There must be some underlying mystery. Before the anomaly disappeared, Hongjun seemed to sense the presence of Yang Mei. Could it be related to Yang Mei? Hongjun exerted his utmost to summon the power of the saints, even the power of the heavenly Tao to deduce. Yet he yielded no results. His frown deepened further. Yang Mei, where are you hiding? He was on the verge of merging with the Tao. If he could not resolve the lingering concern of Yang Mei, he could not feel at ease. However, the problem was that he could not locate Yang Mei. Hongjun's expression was hesitant. Just then, buzz, the power of the heavenly Tao materialized out of thin air, transforming into an eye. Indeed, the eye of the heavenly Tao. The eye gazed indifferently at Hongjun, its meaning unmistakable. Hongjun's countenance shifted slightly, and he hurriedly lowered his head, saying, I shall adhere to the decrees of the heavenly Tao, since the heavenly Tao urged him on. Even with the unresolved concern of Yang Mei, Hongjun had no choice but to merge with the Tao. Little did Hongjun know that his troublesome concern, Yang Mei, had already departed from the primordial world, venturing into the more expansive expanse of Hongming. The three immortals' island had fallen into the hands of the dragon sovereign, whom he looked down upon as he was being commanded by the heavenly Tao to merge with the Tao. Ling Chen had already returned to the Western Sea and descended into the chaos world, specifically the pool of creation. Ling Chen sat opposite Luo Ho, their gazes locked. The contents of Yang Mei's jade slip flickered before their eyes. Although the primordial world is vast, it is merely a corner of the Hongming. The hierarchy of the Hongming world is divided from the bottom up into micro-worlds, small worlds, medium worlds, large worlds, and even the grand thousand worlds. The primordial world is but a grand thousand world initially opened up by Pangu. No. To be precise, the primordial world has yet to fully ascend to the grand thousand. It is merely a half-finished product. In the complete grand thousand worlds of the Hongming, there are as many as 9. Each grand thousand world represents the existence of a peak powerhouse of the great Tao realm. The information within the jade slip greatly astonished Ling Chen, while simultaneously filling him with an immense yearning. Just as Yang Mei had said, the primordial world, despite its vastness, is merely a larger cage, if one wishes to achieve the great Tao and ascend to the pinnacle of the Hongming. They must leave the primordial world and step into the Hongming. With a moment's contemplation, Ling Chen felt his heart surge with excitement. Yang Mei, one day, I shall tread upon the Hongming with unparalleled strength. At that time, the entire Hongming shall tremble in response. Though Ling Chen's voice was soft, it resonated profoundly in Luo Ho's ears. Luo Ho's eyes suddenly erupted with brilliant radiance. Although Ling Chen was exceptionally gifted, he often appeared languid and lacked ambition. Luo Ho had never anticipated that Ling Chen's ambitions were so terrifying, to ascend to the pinnacle of the Hongming. Luo Ho pondered Ling Chen's words, feeling his blood surge. If that day were to truly arrive, what glory would it bring? Even with Luo Ho's steadfast heart, he could not suppress his yearning. Yet at that moment, buzz, the jade slip, which was on the verge of dissipating, trembled lightly, transforming into a coordinate artifact that Yang Mei's somewhat playful voice emerged from the artifact. Ling Chen, did I scare you? Huh. Who told you to trick me back then? Humph. After a pause, Yang Mei's tone grew serious. This is the coordinate of the god burial site. Most of the fallen demon gods were buried here, and their remnants are of immense benefit to the advancement of the chaos world. However, this place is extremely perilous. You must at least achieve sainthood before you can enter. When you go, do not forget to bring Luo Ho, this great demon, to serve as your backup. Luo Ho. Ling Chen and Luo Ho exchanged glances, both demons momentarily at a loss for words. Ahem. Ling Chen cleared his throat and said, Old Luo, do not heed Yang Mei's nonsense. After all these years of friendship, how could I ever consider you as mere backup? You. Yet before Ling Chen could finish his sentence, Luo Ho transformed into a streak of black light. Hastily fleeing into the 12th-grade annihilation Black Lotus, Ling Chen. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ling Chen rubbed his nose. Indeed, Luo Ho is not easily swayed. After Yang Mei's departure, Ling Chen devoted himself entirely to absorbing the world's feedback within the pool of creation. 3,000 years later, Ling Chen had finally digested the power of the world's feedback completely. However, instead of embarking on the breakthrough to the great Luo as initially planned, he frowned that I have clearly refined my foundation to perfection. Yet why do I still feel something is lacking? Strange. Ling Chen felt somewhat vexed that he had a premonition. If he forcibly attempted to condense the top 3 flowers in his current state, it would only amount to the 11th grade, still falling short of the legendary 12th grade of complete perfection. Having expended countless efforts, how could he allow it all to come in odd? Just as Ling Chen was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, detection indicates that the host is on the verge of breaking through to the Great Luo. Please choose Option 1. Directly break through, condensing the top 3 flowers of the 11th grade. Reward: 1 shard of the Creation Jade Disc. Option 2. Comprehend the laws of life before breaking through. Reward: 3 Great Tao Incarnation Talismans. Great Tao Incarnation Talismans can divide into incarnations of the Great Tao, possessing the essence of the Great Tao, yet lacking the power of the Great Tao. Once again, the system presented a task. Ling Chen's heart leaped with joy. Upon seeing the 2 options provided by the system, a look of realization crossed his eyes as he chuckled. I should have thought of this earlier. The Chaos world has not birthed life. How can it be considered a true world? So that is how it is. Haha. Under the system's prompt, Ling Chen finally comprehended the path of the Tao. He did not immediately begin to condense the top 3 flowers, but instead sat beneath the tree of life, entering into the deepest level of closed-door cultivation. Little did Ling Chen realize the monumental changes his closed-door retreat would bring to the Chaos world. However, this time of retreat would indeed be somewhat prolonged. Meanwhile, as Ling Chen immersed himself in his closed-door cultivation, the primordial world was rife with upheaval. Following Hongyun's announcement of merging with the heavenly Tao, no longer concerning himself with the affairs of the primordial world, the landscape of the primordial realm underwent a dramatic transformation. First, Hongyun was besieged and slain by powerful beings such as Emperor Jun and Kunpeng, leading to his demise and the extinguishment of his Dao. In retaliation for Hongyun's death, Yuanshi relentlessly pursued Kunpeng across the world, culminating in a siege at the gates of the Monster Court. The prestige of the Monster Court within the primordial world suffered greatly as a result. Yet even so, the monster race remained one of the 2 most powerful super forces in the primordial world. As for the other, it was naturally the Witch Clan. After the solitary Saint Hongjun retreated into seclusion, countless forces of the primordial chaos, once deterred by his presence, began to stir restlessly and embark on a path of expansion. Among them, the Wu clan and the Yao clan were the most prominent. These 2 clans stand as the only superpowers in the current primordial chaos. With their military might directed, who could possibly stand against them? In merely several 100,000 years, the Wu and Yao clans occupied countless territories, establishing themselves as the sole superpowers. It is noteworthy that the Wu and Yao clans have always harbored mutual disdain. Initially, during the early stages of their expansion, this was manageable. However, as both clans grew ever stronger, their conflicts and contradictions escalated continuously. Skirmishes erupted intermittently, resulting in considerable losses on both sides. The Wu and Yao clans had undeniably evolved into arch-nemeses. It was evident to all that a terrifying war between the 2 clans was inevitable. Yet, what the beings of the primordial chaos did not foresee was the sheer swiftness and brutality with which this war would unfold. On a vast plain in the central continent of the primordial chaos, the armies of the Wu and Yao clans stood poised on either side, and a palpable aura of dread and slaughter gathered above their forces. The battle was on the verge of igniting. At the forefront of the Yao army, Emperor Jieyin silently observed the Wu forces, his expression grave, although the numbers of the Wu army were vastly inferior to those of the Yao. Their individual combat prowess far surpassed that of the Yao. Overall, the Yao clan remained slightly at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Emperor Jieyin harbored no intentions of retreat, not only because he was the emperor of the Yao, but also due to the ambition that burned within him. With Hongjun in seclusion and the saints absent, the Wu and Yao clans had become the most formidable powers in the primordial chaos. Should he vanquish the Wu clan, the Yao clan would ascend to become the singular superpower, thereby commanding the primordial chaos. Emperor Jieyin might even harness the grand fortune of unifying the chaos to achieve the esteemed rank of a saint. At that point, not only the 3 pure ones or Nuwa, but but even Hongjun himself would find themselves at his mercy. The Wu clan was merely the stepping stone for Jieyin grand ambitions. With such thoughts coursing through his mind, the flicker of hesitation vanished from Jieyin eyes, leaving only intense desire and murderous intent as he uttered a single word. Kill! As his voice fell. A deafening roar erupted from the Yao army, unleashing a terrifying battle intent. The intent surged like an abyss, crashing down upon the Wu forces with overwhelming force. Witnessing this, Ancestor Wu Daijang remained undaunted. Bellowing, "We're the sons of the Wu. Follow me to slay the Yao and proclaim our might. Kill!" With the final cry of kill, Daijang surged forward, leading the charge, followed closely by the 12 Ancestor Wus, including Gong, Zhurong, and Xianming. Behind them were countless robust Wu warriors, resembling small mountains. Roar! The battle intent soared like a dragon, easily countering the murderous aura of the Yao army. Rumble! Thunder roared. Golden lightning crackled across the void. Amidst the celestial phenomena, the armies of the Wu and Yao clashed like a torrential wave. In an instant, countless warriors from both clans were obliterated. Blood rained down. Flesh and bones were scattered. The pulverized remains of flesh and bones rained from the sky, painting the void a deep crimson. From the very outset, the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans was marked by such horror. Buzz! The void trembled. Dark calamity energy descended from the heavens, merging with the bodies of the warriors from both clans. Under the dual influence of bloodlust and calamity, the murderous intent in the hearts of the soldiers surged anew, recklessly fearless, driven solely by the quest for victory. Hiss! Observing this scene, the beings of the primordial chaos could not help but collectively gasp in horror. An uncontrollable thought surging within them. The battle between the Wu and Yao clans was so terrifying. Could it be that the primordial chaos was on the brink of another calamity? A look of dread arose in the eyes of the beings of the primordial chaos. The Dragonhan calamity had not passed long ago. Even those who had not personally experienced it had heard tales of its terror. No one could guarantee their survival amidst such a catastrophe. But who could halt the already bloodthirsty Wu and Yao clans? With these thoughts, the beings of the primordial chaos raised their gazes skyward. Had not Hongjun proclaimed he would oversee the primordial chaos and maintain its stability? Even if Hongjun was in seclusion, merged with the heavenly path, what of the 3,000 disciples of Hongjun? What of the foremost among the male and female immortals, Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu? What of the 3 pure ones, Niuhua, Zhunti, and Jieyin, the disciples of the saints? Who could prevent this calamity? In the eastern sea, Dong Wang Gong and several immortals were gathered on an island rich in spiritual energy. A cautious immortal spoke up. "Immortal Lord, you do not intend to intervene in the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans, do you?" Upon hearing this, the faces of the surrounding immortals displayed unease. Dong Wang Gong, proud as he was of being the foremost among male immortals, might indeed choose to take action. Fortunately, after the events at Zishao Palace and the 3 Immortal Islands, Dong Wang Gong had become considerably more composed. Responding with a wry smile, in the primordial chaos, everything is determined by strength. Though I'm the foremost among male immortals, I am powerless to intervene in the war between the Wu and Yao. Moreover, he continued, a hint of resentment flickering in his eyes, shouldn't this matter be entrusted to those saintly disciples? In the western continent, atop Mount Shumi, Zhunti gazed at the escalating war between the Wu and Yao clans. His expression filled with distress. "Brother, our master instructed us to oversee the primordial chaos during his seclusion. Given the strength of the Wu and Yao clans, even if we were to act, we might not be able to stop them. Yet, if we do not intervene, we risk incurring our master's ire." King, however, smiled calmly and replied, "Do not worry too much. Junior brother, we are merely the named disciples of our master. Such significant matters naturally require the direct disciples to take the lead. Come, let us set off for Kunlun Mountain." Zhunti's eyes brightened, and he nodded repeatedly, the distress on his face dissipating considerably. Soon after, Zhunti and Jieyin transformed into 2 streaks of light, heading towards Kunlun Mountain. At the same time, atop Mount Buzhou, Niuhua furrowed her delicate brows and said to Fushi, "Elder brother, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. I must go forth to prevent this calamity. Fushi, however, shook his head and replied, that would be unwise. Though we are quasi-saints, we too are powerless to halt the clash of the two clans. It would be wiser to head to Kunlun Mountain and seek the three pure ones, as well as the two from the west. That would be far more secure. Nua's beautiful eyes gleamed with understanding as she immediately took Fushi's hand, making their way to Kunlun Mountain. As the battle between the Wu and Yao clans commenced, Tongtian had already prepared to intervene, but was halted by Yuanshi. Tongtian, we are the true lineage of Pangu. Why should we endanger ourselves for the conflict between the Wu and Yao? Tongtian frowned slightly and replied in a low voice, our master has tasked us with overseeing the primordial chaos. If we do not act, wouldn't that be contrary to his wishes? Yuanshi's expression darkened as he retorted, Tongtian, I am your elder brother. Why do you always oppose me? Is it merely because of a disciple who is somewhat adequate? At these words, Tongtian's brows furrowed, and his expression turned cold. What does this have to do with Chen'er? Moreover, he continued, Chen'er is far more than just adequate. You regret not taking him back then. Regret? The words of Tongtian seemed to pierce the heart of Yuanshi. Enraged, Yuanshi immediately began to shout loudly. In a moment, a fierce exchange ensued between Yuanshi and Tongtian, the atmosphere rapidly approaching a freezing point. Yet, curiously, Laozi remained unfazed, as if he were oblivious to the dispute between Tongtian and Yuanshi, just as their argument intensified. Threatening to shift from the battle of wizards and demons to Ling Chen, a series of 4 resonant sounds echoed. Jingtai, Jin, Nua, and Fushi arrived simultaneously. Laozi slowly opened his eyes that a calm, yet resolute voice emanated from Kunlun, proclaiming, the time has come. Let us proceed to avert this calamity. As he spoke, buzz. The white jade golden bridge materialized. Laozi stepped onto the bridge, vanishing in an instant. Tongtian, Yuanshi, Nua, and the other powerful beings hesitated briefly before following closely behind. The 7 great quasi-saints showed no intention of concealing their presence. 7 beams of terrifying light, imbued with the might of quasi-saints, surged forth from Kunlun towards the battlefield of wizards and demons. It is the Sanqing, exclaimed the onlookers, recognizing Nua, Fushi, and the 2 from the west. With the intervention of these 7 top-tier beings, the battle was sure to be halted and the impending catastrophe averted. How wonderful! The myriad beings of the primordial world felt immense joy in their eyes. The involvement of the Sanqing ensured the cessation of the battle. Even the Sanqing and Nua shared this sentiment. Jingtai and Jieyin's eyes darted with ambition. Having already secured victory, they sought to claim as much credit as possible. However, the denizens of the primordial world vastly overestimated the esteem of the 7 quasi-saints and underestimated the resolve of the 2 races of wizards and demons. Upon their arrival at the battlefield, Jingtai boldly stepped forward and proclaimed, listen, wizards and demons, cease this conflict at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Jingtai's intention was commendable, with the backing of Hongyun and the 7 quasi-saints. If he could halt the battle with a single command, he would undoubtedly gain immense prestige. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the wizards and demons who had been fiercely battling ceased their hostilities. Jingtai's heart soared with elation. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a cold voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth. This is a matter for the wizards and demons. It has nothing to do with you. Depart from this place at once. Do not say I did not warn you. The voice of Emperor Jun was devoid of politeness, brimming with a palpable killing intent. Jingtai was taken aback, then enraged. How dare Emperor Jun speak to him in such a manner? What an affront to his dignity. Yet before Jingtai could retort, another thunderous voice echoed. Old fool Jingtai, are you not hiding in Mount Shumi, seeking death by coming here? The owner of this fierce voice was none other than the ancestral witch Wu. As he spoke, Emperor Gong, and the 12 ancestral witches erupted with overwhelming killing intent, descending upon Jingtai. Jingtai shrank back, hastily hiding behind the Sanqing, and one anticipated that, following the arrival of the Sanqing, Nua, and other great beings, the wizards and demons, who had been locked in battle, would unite against the 7 quasi-saints. After the 3 lectures at the Zhixiao Palace, the demon court was established. The heavenly marriage descended. The heavenly Tao showered down torrents of merit and fortune. Emperor Jun's strength had already reached the late quasi-saint stage. Tai, endowed with extraordinary talent, was equally formidable. The demon generals, Kunpeng and the 10 great demon gods, had all ascended to the quasi-saint realm. This meant that the demon race alone had a total of 13 quasi-saints. As for the wizard race, their strength was subtly superior to that of the demons. The 12 ancestral witches were more powerful than ordinary quasi-saints. Among them, the ancestral witches Emperor Jiang and Xianming possessed individual strength that was not inferior to that of Emperor Jun and Tai. Not to mention the existence of the spatial ancestral witch, Jieyin. Perhaps the combined strength of the 2 races did not surpass that of the Sanqing and Yuhua, but when united, their overall might eclipsed that of the 7 quasi-saints. Sensing the shifts on the battlefield, the myriad beings of the primordial world were filled with disappointment. They had initially believed that the intervention of the 7 quasi-saints would suffice to mediate the conflict between the wizards and demons and prevent the impending catastrophe. However, the scene before them was far from what they had envisioned. If even the 7 quasi-saints could not achieve this, then they would have to rely on Hongyun. But Hongyun had chosen this critical moment to enter seclusion, leaving the denizens of the primordial world in a state of profound despair. Buzz, as if sensing the despair of the primordial beings, waves of Black Calamity energy descended from the void, merging into their very beings. The inhabitants of the primordial world felt their minds clouded, as though shackled by unseen chains. Yet an underlying bloodthirst surged within them. The air was thick with foreboding. The atmosphere above the primordial realm was suffused with a sense of impending doom. It felt as though in the next moment, a catastrophe that would engulf the entire primordial world was on the verge of erupting. Witnessing this scene, Laozi's eyes flashed with determination, ready to take action. But at that moment, an unforeseen event occurred. Boom! A series of purple lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere, spreading across the vast expanse of the void. Beneath the tempest of thunder, a blurred figure gradually materialized. As this figure emerged, the blood-red and calamity energies in the void seemed to retreat in fear, moving away millions of miles. Who is this person? The myriad beings of the primordial world turned their gazes towards the figure. However, as they reached out with their consciousness, they found themselves unable to perceive any living essence, only an overwhelming aura of the D-I-S at the eye of the Tao. No, it was likely the incarnation of the Tao. The battle between the wizards and demons had actually summoned the incarnation of the Tao. The heavenly Tao is ever present. The Tao does not manifest. The Tao transcends even the heavenly Tao and seldom makes itself known. No one expected that the incarnation of the Tao would appear at this moment. In an instant, the attention of the myriad beings of the primordial world was drawn to this figure. Even Laozi silently retracted the step he was about to take. In the midst of the collective gaze, a deep and authoritative voice emerged from the blurred figure. If this war triggers a calamity, it must be eradicated. The voice of the Tao resonated profoundly, echoing in the hearts of every being in the primordial world. Especially as the last 2 words were uttered, the primordial beings felt as though struck by lightning. Gasping for breath, even Laozi, Emperor Jun, Emperor Jiang, and other top-tier beings felt the weight of the moment. Undoubtedly, this figure was the incarnation of the Tao on the battlefield of wizards and demons. Emperor Jun and Emperor Jiang exchanged glances, clearly seeing the unwillingness and fury reflected in each other's eyes. They dared to unite against the mediation of the 7 quasi-saints, yet they could not defy the will of the Tao. Emperor Jun bowed deeply to the incarnation of the Tao in the void and solemnly declared, "Emperor Jun shall abide by the will of the Tao." After speaking, Emperor Jun turned his gaze to the countless demon kin behind him and bellowed, "Demon kin, heed my command, return to the palace." As these words left his lips, whoosh, the countless demon kin collectively exhaled in relief. Had Emperor Jun remained obstinate, even if they defied the will of the Tao, they would have had no choice but to continue the battle. Thankfully, Emperor Jun did not act recklessly. On the other side, Emperor Jiang issued a similar command in the perception of the myriad beings of the primordial world. The wizards and demons, once engaged in fierce conflict, swiftly regrouped, retreating like a receding tide. The once dark and oppressive void suddenly became spacious. Only the Sanqing and the other 6 quasi-saints remained suspended in the void. Jingtai suddenly remarked, "I suppose we can consider ourselves indirect facilitators of the Tao's mediation. Yes, would the great Tao's merits be diminished?" Upon the utterance of these words, the 3 pure ones fell silent. Nuo and Fushi could not help but turn their heads away, feeling a sense of shame. Laozi cast a cold glance at Zhunti, then slightly bowed towards the manifestation of the great Tao before conjuring a white jade golden bridge and swiftly departing. Yuanshi and Tongtian each invoked their respective Taoist laws, vanishing from sight. Following them were Nuo, Fushi, Zhunti, and Jieyin. After the conflict between the witch and demon clans, the 7 great sage ones also disappeared one after another. In the battleground of the witch and demon tribes, no living soul remained. Boom! Thunder roared. Amidst the swirling winds and clouds, a torrential downpour fell, washing away the blood-stained battlefield of the witch and demon conflict, rendering it pristine once more. Perhaps soon, this seemingly desolate battlefield would give birth to new vitality. Witnessing this scene, the beings of Hongyun were inexplicably filled with immense joy. The war between the witches and demons had come to an end. The terrifying calamity would not arrive, and all of this transpired merely due to the 2 utterances of the great Tao's manifestation. The might of the great Tao is truly fearsome. The beings of Hongyun collectively bowed down to the manifestation of the great Tao, expressing their gratitude for its compassion. "We are eternally grateful." As they spoke, waves of wish power surged from the beings of Hongyun and merged into the manifestation of the great Tao. Subsequently, amidst the respectful gazes of the beings of Hongyun, the manifestation of the great Tao gradually dissipated. This signified that the turmoil, which nearly escalated into a calamity, had finally come to a close. What no one knew was that at the moment the manifestation of the great Tao dissipated, boundless power of belief surged forth from the chaos, revealing that during the intensifying conflict between the witch and demon clans, a system task had quietly emerged, forcibly awakening Ling Chen from his seclusion. Ding, initial battle of the witches and demons detected. Please choose Option 1. Observe from the sidelines and let events unfold. Reward: 1 random innate spiritual treasure. Option 2. Step in to mediate the initial battle of the witches and demons. Reward: secret method of wish power golden body. Wish power golden body. Condense wish power into a wish power golden body with boundless applications. After selecting Option 2, Ling Chen used the talisman of the manifestation of the great Tao to evolve that very manifestation, successfully mediating the initial battle of the witches and demons. The beings of Hongyun were overjoyed, yet Tao ancestor Hongjun could not share in their joy. At the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun observed the series of events that unfolded after the battle between the witches and demons. Whether witnessing the brutal conflict or the misfortunes of the 7 great sages, Hongjun's expression remained calm, as if everything were anticipated. However, he never expected the emergence of the manifestation of the great Tao. It was simply unfathomable. Why would the manifestation of the great Tao appear? Could it be that the great Tao sensed something? Hongjun murmured softly, perplexed. Yet one thing was certain. The emergence of the manifestation of the great Tao would alter the layout of Hongjun and even the heavenly Tao. What puzzled Hongjun even more was that after the manifestation of the great Tao appeared, he continuously attempted to communicate with the heavenly Tao, but received no information as the representative of the heavenly Tao. He had suddenly lost contact with it, which left Hongjun greatly unsettled. In contrast to Hongjun's unease, Ling Chen was thoroughly delighted, finding the profundity of the manifestation of the great Tao beyond his imagination. Were it not for this, with Ling Chen's current strength, he would have been unable to withstand this calamity of the witches and demons, let alone acquire such an abundance of wish power. The system's offerings truly are of the highest quality. Ling Chen's gaze fell upon the secret method of the wish power golden body. This method was certainly not to be underestimated. As Ling Chen had surmised, the wish power golden body could be differentiated into a body formed of wish power. Unlike ordinary golden bodies, the wish power golden body possessed an independent consciousness and could even cultivate autonomously. This could no longer be simply described as a golden body. It was a new entity. A marvelous treasure, yet the conditions for its creation were exceedingly stringent. Ling Chen marveled. The creation of the wish power golden body requires no rare treasures or materials, only the purest wish power. Yet this seemingly simple step poses a barrier for the vast majority of beings. Acquiring wish power is relatively easy, but obtaining the immense wish power needed to forge a wish power golden body is nearly impossible. Fortunately, this obstacle does not exist for Ling Chen. He had already harnessed the boundless wish power through the manifestation of the Great Tao. Then let us first forge the wish power golden body and continue to comprehend the laws of life. Ling Chen had made his decision. The laws of life rank among the top 10 supreme laws, making comprehension exceedingly arduous. Unlike before, Ling Chen did not receive direct guidance from Yang Mei or Tongtian. To comprehend it would require a significant amount of time, in that case, it would be better to first forge the wish power golden body. Furthermore, the 3 lectures at the Purple Cloud Palace had concluded, if all went well, Niwa and the 3 pure ones, the 6 destined saints, would soon begin their sanctification. Among them, the key to Niwa's sanctification lay in the 9 heavens breath soil and the gourd vine, both of which were in Ling Chen's possession. All of this required Ling Chen to plan and execute. The emergence of the wish power golden body precisely solved Ling Chen's dilemma as 1,000 years swiftly passed. Buzz! The void trembled in the previously tranquil chaos. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. Where the golden light fell, everything in the chaotic world seemed to rejoice. Waves of wish power surged upwards, merging into this golden light. What is this? Ao Tan manifested from the wheel of reincarnation, his expression filled with confusion. Simultaneously, Buzz, the 12-petal black lotus materialized, the robed Luo who stepped forth from within the black lotus. Luo Hu and Ao Tian exchanged glances, both directing their attention towards the golden light. In the current chaotic world, only Ling Chen, Luo Hu, Ao Tian, and countless remnants of souls remained. With Luo Hu and Ao Tian having already appeared, the remnants of souls could not possibly evoke such an anomaly. Therefore, the one who triggered this phenomenon could only be Ling Chen. What scheme is this young man up to now? Where did he procure such immense wish power? Luo Hu murmured, his gaze tinged with anticipation. He harbored an implicit premonition. Ling Chen was likely about to undertake some astonishing action. Yet what Luo Hu could not have anticipated was that the grand commotion stirred by Ling Chen was merely to forge a single avatar. As the gazes of Luo Hu and Ao Tan were fixed upon him, the golden light in the void continuously surged, merging into the sea of wish power. The once vast sea of wish power began to condense, ultimately materializing into a figure. It was none other than Ling Chen. This was the wish power golden body. What a remarkable technique. Even though he had somewhat anticipated it, Luo Hu could not help but express his astonishment. The wish power golden body was exceptionally unique and precious. Even amidst the boundless chaos, very few could successfully forge it. The great utility of the wish power golden body was proportionate to its difficulty of creation. If coupled with divine methods, it could potentially give rise to a divine realm within the wish power golden body. Luo Hu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. First, there was the avatar of the primordial golden immortal. And now this extraordinary wish power golden body. Just how many trump cards does Ling Chen possess? Yet Luo Hu did not realize that the wish power golden body before him was far more than just a simple wish power golden body. Buzz, the wish power golden body, suddenly opened its eyes. The unique aura of the great Tao erupted from this figure, reaching far and wide. Luo, who was initially taken aback, then could not help but exclaim in shock. This is the aura of the great Tao? Ling Chen was surprisingly able to invoke the aura of the great Tao. Could it be that he, absolutely impossible, Luo exclaimed in disbelief, as a top-tier demon god. He was acutely aware of how arduous it was to summon the great Tao. Only by comprehending one's own laws to the level of harmonization could one potentially invoke it, and no matter how extraordinary Ling Chen was. He was merely a Tai golden immortal. How could he possibly summon the aura of the great Tao? Everything unfolding before Liu had utterly overturned his understanding. What Liu was unaware of, however, was that Ling Chen's comprehension of the laws had not yet broken through to the harmonization realm. The reason the willpower golden body emanated the aura of the Great Tao was simply due to Ling Chen's whimsical idea of refining a Great Tao incarnation talisman into it, akin to the original Great Tao incarnation. The aura of the willpower golden body was merely an empty facade, yet that was sufficient to astonish others. Just as it was now, even the formidable demon ancestor Liu was momentarily stunned. Ling Chen gazed at Liu's dazed and incredulous expression, unable to suppress his laughter. What of the demon ancestor? Challenging me. I have the system as my backing after completing the refinement of the golden body that Ling Chen's main body once again fell into seclusion. As for the willpower golden body, it was sent on a journey through the primordial era, and it was 3,000 years later that far away in the Buzhou mountain, Nuwa abruptly opened her eyes. At the moment Nuwa awakened, Buzz, a rich purple aura suddenly reflected in her beautiful eyes that it was the primordial purple chi. Compared to other times, the primordial purple chi was no longer calm, but was trembling incessantly. The unusual movement of the primordial purple chi. Could it be that my opportunity to attain sainthood has arrived, but I'm only at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint level? Nuwa murmured softly. Her eyes filled with both joy and uncertainty. At the same time, a concerned voice suddenly echoed in her ears. "Little sister, what is the matter?" As she spoke, a young man clad in an 8 trigrams Dao robe entered. It was Fushi. The moment Fushi entered, he was irresistibly drawn to the primordial purple chi before Nuwa. Fushi paused momentarily, then quickly understood, exclaiming with delight, "The primordial purple chi is in motion. Little sister, your opportunity to attain sainthood has come." Yet Nuwa frowned slightly, responding softly, "Brother, why is it that my cultivation and magical power show no signs of change? How can I achieve sainthood?" Upon hearing this, Fushi also furrowed his brow and said, "You should contemplate it further. If that doesn't work, perhaps you could try refining the primordial purple chi." Nuwa was very receptive to Fushi's words. After closing her eyes to carefully contemplate, she began attempting to refine the primordial purple chi. However, no matter how hard Nuwa tried, there was no effect. The opportunity for sainthood lay before her, yet she felt powerless. "Brother, I too useless?" Nuwa's voice was filled with frustration. Fushi stepped forward and gently patted Nuwa's shoulder, softly saying, "On the path of cultivation, haste makes waste. Especially when it comes to achieving sainthood. Why not travel through the primordial era? You may find something of value," with Fushi's voice continuing to resonate. The furrow in Nuwa's brow gradually eased, and she replied softly, "I will heed my brother's advice." After a pause, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Nuwa's face as she cheerfully said, "But before I embark on my journey, I would like my brother to read my fortune." Fushi smiled warmly and replied, "As you wish." Half a month later, Nuwa quietly left her cave dwelling, heading decisively towards the east. Meanwhile, Ling Chen's willpower golden body had also journeyed to the shores of the East Sea. Over 20,000 years had passed since Ling Chen traversed the primordial era. However, he had been preoccupied with cultivation and other matters, hardly taking the time to appreciate the richness of the primordial world. This was Ling Chen's first exploration of the primordial era, and he was doing so in the form of a doppelganger. Even though Ling Chen had anticipated this, he was still astonished by the abundance and diversity of the primordial era. As time passed, Ling Chen gradually forgot the purpose of his journey and became immersed in the experience until he reached the shores of the East Sea. Contrary to his expectations of desolation, the shores of the East Sea were bustling with activity. After making a few inquiries, Ling Chen soon understood the reason behind the liveliness. The emergence of the Three Immortals Island had drawn countless beings from the primordial era to this place. Even after the Three Immortals Island eventually vanished, many beings chose to remain, unwilling to depart. Gradually, numerous marketplaces began to appear along the shores of the East Sea. Countless beings lived and made a living in these markets. Interesting. Ling Chen strolled through the bustling scene, feeling as if he had returned to the marketplaces of his previous life. When he saw the various shops within the marketplace, a thought quietly emerged in Ling Chen's mind. That was to open a shop. In his previous life, Ling Chen had been a delivery worker, enduring the elements, and his greatest desire was to have a shop to shield him from the wind and rain. It would fulfill a long-held wish from his past life. Ling Chen chuckled softly. Not long after, a shop named Heavenly Craft and Creation appeared in the marketplace. The owner of the shop was a young Taoist, and the shop specialized in clay figurines. There were many types of clay figurines. Some assisted in alchemy and artifact forging, some were for cleaning, and even some catered to physiological needs. The variety was extensive, catering to every need. Due to the exquisite craftsmanship and affordable prices, the shop's business quickly flourished, attracting countless customers. Yet strangely enough, the owner did not seize the opportunity to expand the shop. Instead, he set a rule. Only 3 clay figurines would be made in a year. As for who would receive them, it depended entirely on the owner's mood. It was truly a whimsical arrangement. Surprisingly, the shop's reputation grew even larger. Countless beings traveled from afar, seeking just a single clay figurine, until one day, a woman dressed in a pale yellow long gown appeared before the shop. It was none other than Yuan, who had journeyed to this place. Heavenly Craft and Creation? What an intriguing name! A spark of curiosity flickered in Yua's eyes as she stepped inside, her demeanor relaxed and casual. Yua had no ulterior motives. She was merely driven by curiosity. However, upon entering the shop and seeing the vividly lifelike clay figurines, Yua abruptly halted. The primordial purple chi within her surged and trembled wildly. Alongside it, her Tao heart also quivered. Yua felt as if she had touched upon her opportunity for sainthood, yet she still could not fully grasp it. Just at that moment, a gentle voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Though the clay figurine is small, it embodies the essence of creation that if one could integrate it into the path of creation, perhaps the clay figurine could transcend its innate nature and be reborn from the lifeless. Clay figurines, the path of creation, rebirth from the lifeless. Yua pondered over these phrases, and her beautiful eyes burst forth with brilliant light. After years of exploration, Yua finally comprehended the opportunity for sainthood within the clay figurine shop by the shores of the East Sea. As for the shopkeeper, it was naturally Ling Chen in disguise. I understand now. Thank you, young brother, for your guidance. Yua slightly bowed towards Ling Chen. However, in the next moment, Yua sensed something amiss. She distinctly felt the aura of the great Tao emanating from this seemingly ordinary shopkeeper. Yua's heart trembled, and she immediately thought of many things, hastily bowing deeply and saying, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Yua was filled with gratitude. Not only did she introduce herself, but she also referred to Ling Chen as Senior. Clearly, she was enchanted by the aura of the great Tao within the embodiment of her will. Ling Chen smiled gently and said, "There is no need for such formality, that I observe that your path of fortune has already reached a profound level, which is why I have taken a liking to you." Upon hearing this, Yua became even more resolute in her thoughts. This seemingly ordinary shopkeeper was undoubtedly a being beyond the realm of enlightenment. Unfortunately, while Yua had gained insight into the opportunity for sanctification, she still lacked some crucial materials. Just at that moment, 2 brilliant lights suddenly appeared before Yua. One purple and one yellow, a vine of pure purple and a handful of dark yellow spiritual soil. It was none other than the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavens soil. Upon seeing these 2 lights, Yua was momentarily stunned, then erupted with immense joy. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the gourd vine and the 9 heavens soil. Yua had a strong premonition. If she could obtain these 2 spiritual treasures, her chance of achieving sanctification would be utterly fulfilled, with no obstacles remaining on her path. "Senior, may I request these 2 heavenly treasures from you?" "I am willing to give everything." Yua bowed deeply to Ling Chen, her eyes filled with desire. "Are you certain you are willing to give everything?" Ling Chen smiled faintly, a playful expression on his face. Yua. It seemed that Yua thought of something, her cheeks involuntarily flushing, but her eyes gradually revealed a hint of determination. Seeing this, Ling Chen panicked and quickly said, "I jest, since I have presented these 2 items. They are naturally yours as for the exchange. We shall discuss that once you achieve enlightenment." Upon hearing these words, brilliant light erupted in Yua's eyes, and she exclaimed, "Thank you, Senior, the favor of the senior, Nuwa shall certainly remember and never forget. Nuwa addressed him as senior repeatedly, having fully recognized Ling Chen's esteemed identity. Naturally, Ling Chen did not feel the need to explain. The reason he infused the embodiment of his will with the symbol of the Great Tao was precisely to achieve this effect. If everything proceeds well thereafter, this embodiment of will would become one of his most concealed trump cards. But that is a tale for another time. Ling Chen withdrew his thoughts and, with a warm smile, looked at Nuwa and said, "Meeting you is a stroke of fate. There is no need to call me senior. If you wish, you may call me Brother Chen in the future." Brother Chen? Nuwa revealed a radiant smile. Gracefully bowing and sweetly saying, "Nuwa has met Brother Chen." As she spoke, Nuwa's beautiful eyes intently scrutinized Ling Chen, as if she sought to see through him. Though the primordial world was vast, Nuwa seemed to stand at its pinnacle. Appearing humble, yet possessing an underlying pride that Ling Chen's mystery and strength undoubtedly sparked an unprecedented curiosity within her. 3,000 years later, by the banks of the Yellow River, after 3 millennia of refinement, the 9 heavens soil had transformed into a living entity infused with spiritual energy. Nuwa suddenly opened her eyes wide and gently waved the innate gourd vine. The power of creation cascaded down with the vine. Buzz! A small mass of 9 heavens soil leaped forth, merging with that force of creation, transforming into a diminutive being resembling the innate Tao body. It is done. Nuwa suppressed her joy and frequently waved the innate gourd vine. One after another, beings resembling the innate Tao body continued to materialize. Buzz! The void trembled. The primordial purple energy surged into the sky, dyeing the surrounding void a deep purple. A faint aura of sanctity permeated the world, reaching far and wide. Countless primordial beings awakened from their secluded meditations, directing their gazes towards Nuwa's location, and upon witnessing the scene by the Yellow River, exclamations of astonishment erupted uncontrollably throughout the primordial realm. It was Nuwa. She had summoned the primordial purple energy. Nuwa must have discovered the opportunity for sanctification. But how is Nuwa molding clay figurines? Could it be that her chance to achieve sanctification lay within those frail clay figures? This seemed utterly absurd. The eyes of the primordial beings were filled with confusion, utterly unable to comprehend what was unfolding before them. However, in contrast to the ordinary primordial beings, the reactions of the other formidable entities were markedly different. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongyun's gaze was tinged with joy that Nuwa's creation of life and attainment of sanctity was not only the beginning of Hongyun's grand design for the primordial realm, but also a crucial turning point in it. Hongyun's gaze inadvertently shifted towards the East Sea, disdainfully declaring, "The grand momentum is unstoppable. How could a few variables disrupt my plans?" On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi observed the extraordinary phenomena in silence. Tongtian also remained silent. Yet the intent of his sword surged in his eyes, his heart far from tranquil. Unlike Laozi and Tongtian, Yuanshi's expression darkened, and he coldly scoffed. "Humph! How could Nuwa have taken the lead in achieving sanctity? What face do we, the 3 pure ones, have left?" On Mount Shumi, the countenance of Zhunti was filled with sorrow, his expression melancholic. "Elder brother, we shall surely be outpaced by the 3 pure ones that I had hoped to achieve sanctity before Nuwa. But I never anticipated her speed. We truly are unfortunate. When will the heavenly Tao bestow its favor upon us in the West?" Jieyin expression remained relatively calm, yet his eyes were similarly filled with sorrow. There are indeed nuances to achieving sanctity. Nuwa being the first to attain it not only signifies her innate talent, but also grants her greater attention and recognition from the heavenly Tao. On Mount Buzhou, as the elder brother, Fushi's eyes brimmed with joy that he immediately dashed out of his dwelling, heading towards Nuwa's location. Opportunities often accompany tribulations. Naturally, Fushi sought to protect his sister on the Sun Star. Emperor Jun's gaze was profound, his anger surging in the primordial realm. There had originally been only one saint, Hongyun, as the ruler of the demon court. He was the most powerful and esteemed being beneath Hongyun. However, if Nuwa were to achieve sanctification, Everything would change drastically in the Panga Temple. The 12 ancestors of Wu, led by Emperor Gong, also turned their gaze towards the void, their expressions grave. The ancestors prided themselves on their Panga bloodline and often looked down on the quasi-saints. Yet, if a saint were to emerge, the implications would be entirely different. In an instant, the eyes of all primordial beings were drawn to the banks of the Yellow River. Simultaneously, the 9 heaven soil before Nuwa had been nearly exhausted. The number of beings Nuwa had created perfectly reached 129,600. Nuwa slowly ceased her movements, her gaze descending, filled with tenderness. Now that the race had been created, it was time to bestow upon it a name. Inspired, Nuwa gently uttered 2 words, human race. As soon as the words left her lips, the 129,600 innate human beings simultaneously bowed down towards Nuwa. The human race pays homage to the Holy Mother. The voices of 129,600 merged into one, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Boom! With a thunderous roar, bolts of purple lightning erupted, illuminating the vast expanse of the void. On the shores of the eastern sea, Ling Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, murmuring softly, "The human race has emerged. The great Tao is manifest." As soon as his words fell, beneath the tumultuous skies of thunder, an eye enveloped in a swirling miasma of purple gradually materialized. This eye was none other than the eye of the great Tao, affirming Ling Chen's declaration. Confirmed, a primordial syllable burst forth from the eye of the great Tao, echoing throughout the vast wilderness. The myriad beings of the wilderness could not help but gasp in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. Nuwa's creation of humanity not only stirred the primordial purple chi and summoned extraordinary phenomena, but also garnered the recognition of the great Tao. While there have been instances of new races emerging throughout the history of the wilderness, why was it that only Nuwa received such exceptional favor? Was it due to Nuwa herself, or the primordial purple chi? The beings of the wilderness did not entertain the notion that it was solely because of the human race. As a myriad thoughts swirled in the minds of the wilderness beings, another transformation unfolded. Buzz! The void trembled, and purple chi surged forth. Suddenly, a purple auspicious cloud appeared within the void. Merit of the great Tao. This was indeed the fabled merit of the great Tao. Immediately, a powerful being of the wilderness recognized it and let out a shriek. The merits of the heavenly Tao are common, yet the merits of the great Tao are a rare sight. Merits are akin to a versatile panacea, applicable to all aspects of cultivation, and are exceedingly precious, in terms of equivalent magnitude. The efficacy of the great Tao's merits far exceeds that of the heavenly Tao's merits by tenfold. Yet now, the typically elusive great Tao merits had coalesced into an immense auspicious cloud spanning a whole 10,000 acres. What transpired next shattered the understanding of the beings of the wilderness, as if boundless great Tao merits materialized from thin air. They continuously flowed into the purple auspicious cloud. The size of the cloud grew at an alarming rate. 10,000 acres, 100,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1,000,000 acres. The million-acre auspicious cloud of great Tao merits blotted out the heavens and turned the entire void a deep purple. The beings of the wilderness collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with trepidation. A single strand of great Tao merit could make the myriad beings of the wilderness flock to it. 10,000 strands constituted an acre. Yet now there existed a staggering 1,000,000 acres of great Tao merit in the void, equivalent to 100 billion strands. This magnitude was simply terrifying, and in the next moment, Buzz, the 1,000,000 acres of great Tao merit quivered, as if returning home, cascading down towards Nuwa. A century later, Buzz, as the last strand of great Tao merit was refined, Nuwa suddenly opened her eyes and lightly commanded, "Break." No sooner had her words fallen than a terrifying aura, surpassing that of all beings, erupted from her. Nuwa, through the accumulation of the 1,000,000 acres of great Tao merit, successfully attained the saintly position, achieving the status of a sage in one fell swoop. Buzz, the heavens and earth trembled, celestial maidens scattered flowers, and auspicious beasts raced about. Endless purple chi coalesced into jeweled strands, cascading through the void. The beings of the wilderness looked skyward, witnessing the birth of the second sage of the wilderness. Nuwa slowly opened her eyes, but did not speak. She merely waved her sleeve. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Bolts of golden lightning appeared from nowhere, smashing the chaotic edges of the wilderness into the most primordial spiritual essence. Congeal! Nuwa commanded lightly. The power of the sage erupted, condensing and compressing the vast spiritual essence within the chaos, ultimately transforming it into a resplendent palace. The name of the palace gradually emerged on the plaque above the door. Nuwa Palace. After accomplishing all this, Nuwa turned to the beings of the wilderness and calmly announced, "Today, I have attained sainthood. I end 10,000 years. I shall expound the Tao in Nuwa Palace for 3,000 years. All beings of the wilderness are welcome to listen." Nuwa's voice resonated with a grand and profound tone, echoing throughout the wilderness. The beings of the wilderness were filled with uncontainable joy for a sage to impart teachings. What an extraordinary opportunity. The previous teachings at the Purple Cloud's Palace had birthed the 3,000 Purple Cloud's guests who dominated the wilderness. Unlike the teachings at the Purple Cloud's Palace, Nuwa's teachings imposed no restrictions and were open to all beings of the wilderness. This was a monumental opportunity for the gathering of all life in the wilderness. The myriad beings of the wilderness rejoiced, bowing deeply to Nuwa in unison, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, revered sage, for your benevolence." Nuwa nodded slightly, graciously accepting their gratitude, and then turned her gaze to the 12,960 innate human beings below, saying, "I can protect the human race for 10,000 years. Within this decade, no being shall harm the human race. After 10,000 years, the human race shall be no different from the myriad races of the wilderness." Although the 12,960 innate human beings felt perplexed, they all bowed deeply to Nuwa and responded, "We shall faithfully obey the command of the mother of all." Nuwa nodded slightly. While the human race was frail, they could not be coddled as delicate flowers in a greenhouse. The path ahead must be traversed by the human race themselves. This sentiment echoed the words of Brother Chen. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Nuwa's gaze unconsciously fell upon the shores of the Eastern Sea. Her voice ringing clear, "Without Brother Chen's guidance, I would not know how many years I would have wasted. When the time comes for the teachings in 10,000 years, should Brother Chen come, I shall surely welcome him with open arms." Brother Chen, the grace of guidance. The beings of the wilderness seemed to grasp something, an uncontrollable thought resonating within their hearts. Could it be that Nuwa's ascension to sainthood was due to the enlightenment from this Brother Chen? If so, how formidable must this Brother Chen be? Unlike the ordinary beings of the wilderness, figures such as the three pure ones, Zhunti and Jieyin, all possessing primordial purple qi, felt a tremor in their hearts. If this Brother Chen could enlighten Nuwa, could he not also enlighten them? As Nuwa's brother, Fushi's reaction was notably different. For countless years, aside from himself, Nuwa had never been close to any male being. Yet now, she treated this Brother Chen with such warmth. Fushi felt a pang of jealousy. If given the opportunity, he would certainly seek out this Brother Chen, ensuring that his sister was not deceived. In Fushi's heart, Nuwa, even after attaining sainthood, remained the little sister who needed his protection. In the void, sensing the reactions of the myriad beings of the wilderness, Nuwa was not surprised in the slightest. This was the surprise she had long anticipated. After revealing a playful smile, Nuwa vanished alongside Fushi. Yet, unbeknownst to Nuwa, for Ling Chen, this was not a surprise, but rather a fright. Ling Chen thought, "My golden body of willpower is indeed of great use. I should proceed with caution and low profile." However, Nuwa's words had placed him squarely before the myriad beings of the wilderness. Ling Chen was truly at a loss. The only silver lining was that the beings of the wilderness knew only of Brother Chen, unaware that Brother Chen was indeed him. Although he knew he could not hide it from the powerful, a temporary concealment was still advantageous. Ling Chen could then take this time to lay his plans with composure. It is worth noting that as the catalyst for Nuwa's creation of humanity, Ling Chen's gains this time were indeed substantial. Though Ling Chen had not directly participated in the creation of humanity, as a genuine catalyst and provider of materials, he had received a considerable reward in great Tao merits. While it did not reach 1 million acres, it still amounted to an astonishing 100,000 acres. What a marvelous treasure! A sense of elation welled up within Ling Chen's heart. If he could harness the merits of the great Tao to expedite his comprehension of the laws of life, it was certain that he would attain success in a remarkably short span of time, thereby transcending to the realm of the Deluo Jin. However, the merits of the great Tao were exceedingly precious, and Ling Chen was reluctant to squander them. Furthermore, he had long been planning to create humanity through Nuwa even before the lecture at the Zishao Palace, having already contemplated the use of the Taoist merits. Yet, following the emergence of the Wish Power Golden Body, Ling Chen had a change of heart. As previously mentioned, the Wish Power Golden Body was immensely valuable and held profound significance. Fortuitously, having condensed the Wish Power Golden Body, Ling Chen naturally intended to cultivate it diligently. Should he integrate this vast expanse of Taoist merits into the Wish Power Golden Body, one could only speculate the heights to which its cultivation would ascend. Merely considering the enhancement of the Taoist essence within the Wish Power Golden Body would yield substantial growth that in the future, persuading other formidable beings would become considerably more manageable. Without further hesitation, Ling Chen promptly commenced the refinement of the Taoist merits using the Wish Power Golden Body as for his original self. He continued to delve into the laws of life. Time flowed on, and a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Nuwa did not renege on her promise. The Nuwa Palace opened its gates wide, joyfully welcoming visitors from all directions. An unprecedented grand lecture unfolded within the Nuwa Palace. Over the course of 3,000 years, Nuwa's teachings resonated throughout the vast wilderness, reaching even those beings who could not attend the Nuwa Palace, from the three pure ones to the most ordinary of creatures. All were able to partake in the enlightenment, thus validating Nuwa's vow. Every being in the wilderness could listen. This event was a magnificent spectacle, unparalleled in history. From this alone, one could discern that Nuwa's magnanimity far surpassed that of Hongyun. Nuwa's prestige in the wilderness soared to unprecedented heights. 13,000 years later, amidst the jubilant cheers of the beings in the wilderness, the grand lecture gradually drew to a close. The vast majority of wilderness inhabitants began their seclusion to digest the knowledge they had gained. However, shortly after the conclusion of Nuwa's teachings, three figures quietly appeared outside Ling Chen's establishment. Ling Chen felt a twinge of exasperation. He was utterly familiar with these three presences, each embodying profundity and vastness, solidity and weight, or ethereality and mystery. Were they not the three pure ones? Nuwa, this lady, had sold him out rather swiftly. Ling Chen could not help but chuckle wryly. Simultaneously, a notification from the system abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! The presence of the three pure ones, Zhunti and Jieyin, has been detected. Please select an option. Option 1. Avoid their presence and receive a reward of Hongmeng Purple Qi. Option 2. Open the door to impart teachings and receive the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Qian Koan Ding. Ling Chen was not the slightest bit surprised by the emergence of the system task. Upon contemplating the two choices presented, a smile crept onto his face. The reward of Hongmeng Purple Qi had appeared more than once. Yet Ling Chen had never opted for it, not only due to his possession of heavenly Tao techniques, but also because he had no intention of becoming a saint of merit. Thus, his choice was evident. Just as Ling Chen pondered, two more figures manifested. Unlike the three pure ones, these two figures wore tattered robes and bore slightly hunched postures. They were none other than the Western Zhunti and Jieyin, who had hurriedly arrived. Zhunti gasped for breath, grumbling, "I ask you, three pure ones, what is the urgency? Are you afraid we might seize your opportunity?" As he spoke, Zhunti suddenly stepped forward, boldly knocking on the establishment's door. "I, Zhunti of Shumi Mountain, earnestly seek an audience. I implore the esteemed one to grant me an audience." Upon witnessing this, Laozi furrowed his brow slightly, but did not voice any further concerns. Yuanshi could not help but scold. "Step aside. Should you dare to be presumptuous, do not blame us for being impolite." Though Tongtian remained silent, he quietly summoned the Qing Ping sword, unleashing a terrifying aura of killing intent. Zhunti felt his resolve weaken, nearly retreating. Yet, Thinking of the opportunity to attain sanctification, he instinctively straightened his back and coldly declared, "What audacity! I shall see if you dare to lay a hand on me." Yuanshi raised an eyebrow, unable to contain his fury any longer. Zila, sword chi soared skyward as the Qing Ping sword was drawn. However, at that moment, a gentle voice emanated from within the establishment. "Come and not disturb the neighbors." As soon as the words were spoken, the previously closed door of the establishment slowly swung open, and the tense atmosphere outside suddenly loosened considerably. Zhunti's eyes glimmered as he stepped inside first, followed closely by Jieyin. "Humph. Utterly shameless," Yuanshi snorted coldly. "And no need to lower ourselves to their level. Let us enter as well," Laozi softly remarked, stepping through the door. Yuanshi's expression remained somewhat displeased, yet he obediently followed. Tongtian silently sheathed the Qing Ping sword, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes that he had anticipated a confrontation with Zhunti and Jieyin, yet that splendid opportunity had slipped away. Upon entering, the moment Zhunti laid eyes on Ling Chen, he eagerly unleashed his divine sense. Despite Nuwa's recommendation, Zhunti still held reservations and felt the need to verify for himself. In the next instant, Zhunti's expression turned to one of panic and unease. His perception failed to detect Ling Chen's presence, instead revealing a terrifying golden river. Zhunti felt his divine sense throb with pain. Shrieking in terror, "This is the river of laws. I did not intend to offend. Esteemed one, please spare my life. Spare me." This scene was witnessed by Jieyin and the three pure ones, their faces paling in shock as they quickly comprehended what had transpired. They were well acquainted with Zhunti. If all went as expected, Zhunti must have attempted some probing and subsequently faced backlash. Jieyin hurriedly stepped forward, channeling his power to soothe Zhunti while repeatedly apologizing to Ling Chen. "My junior brother acts rashly and is unaware of the depths that I beseech the esteemed one not to take offense." Seeing this, Laozi maintained a nonchalant expression. "Serves him right." Yuanshi chuckled repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. However, Tongtian's gaze remained fixed on Ling Chen, a sense of familiarity stirring within him, as if he had encountered the enigmatic elder before. Ling Chen felt somewhat uneasy under Tongtian's scrutiny. His wish-power golden body had undergone considerable transformation, making it unlikely for him to be recognized. Yet for reasons unknown, Ling Chen felt a twinge of uncertainty and remarked, "Shanqing Tongtian, why do you gaze upon me so? Do you wish to test me as well?" At this, Tongtian furrowed his brow slightly but complied, retracting his gaze. "Haha." Ling Chen breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, though he maintained an air of composure. "If I am not mistaken, it must be that Sister Nuwa divulged this place to you, correct?" Sister Nuwa. The fact that Nuwa had already attained sanctification and that Ling Chen still dared to address her in such a manner indicated that Ling Chen's cultivation prowess was undoubtedly on par with, or even surpassed, that of Nuwa. Sanqing, Zhunti, and Jieyin could not help but indulge in their imaginations. This only served to reinforce their conviction that Ling Chen was indeed a great master of enlightenment. Laozi stepped forward and spoke in a grave tone. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, was it not due to your guidance that Sister Nuwa attained her saintly status?" As soon as these words were uttered, the gathered great beings turned their gaze towards Ling Chen, their expressions filled with anticipation. Under the scrutiny of the seven foremost masters, Ling Chen felt an inexplicable sense of unease. After all, his true form was merely that of a Tai golden immortal. Although his wish-power golden body possessed profound foundations and encompassed the great Tao, his actual cultivation level was not particularly high. It was merely a fa ade. If these great beings were to discover this, he feared he would be in grave danger. Ahem. Ling Chen cleared his throat lightly and spoke with an air of nonchalance. The creation of humanity was, in essence, Nuwa's own opportunity. Even without my enlightenment, she would eventually come to realize it. Indeed, it was due to Ling Chen's enlightenment. The faces of Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Zhunti, and Jieyin erupted with unrestrained joy. Even Laozi, known for his composure, could not help but express his excitement, saying, "I, the younger generation of Ta Ching Laozi, humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder. I am willing to pay the requisite price." Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Tongtian also stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Please, esteemed elder, guide us." Seeing this, Zhunti and Jieyin felt a surge of urgency. Zhunti, disregarding past grievances, hastily exclaimed, "If the esteemed elder is willing to enlighten me, I would be ready to pay any price. I hail from the barren West, and should I attain saintly status, the entire West would be eternally grateful to you." As he spoke, Zhunti was overwhelmed with emotion, his tears flowing freely. Jieyin was no different, creating a scene that would evoke tears from any witness. Ling Chen could not help but think, how shameless. Laozi, unable to bear the sight any longer, rebuked them. "You should not always use the barrenness of the West as an excuse. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful." However, Zhunti and Jieyin paid no heed to Laozi's scolding, continuing their fervent pleas that Laozi's anger reached a boiling point, yet he found himself powerless in the face of their persistence. Ling Chen observed this scene with a sense of secret delight. It was amusing to see Laozi, who prided himself on his dignity, being so thoroughly outmaneuvered by Zhunti and Jieyin. Nevertheless, there were more pressing matters at hand. Ling Chen quickly refocused his thoughts and turned his gaze towards Laozi, stating, "Sanxing is the true lineage of Pangu. Let us begin with Taqing." Upon hearing this, Zhunti and Jieyin ceased their pleas, their expressions filled with sorrow. A rare expression of elation crossed Laozi's face as he solemnly said, "Esteemed elder, please guide me." Ling Chen smiled faintly, not responding to Laozi's request, but instead asking with a twinkle in his eye, "Pray tell, why was Nuwa able to gain the favor of the great Tao through her creation of humanity? Was it due to Nuwa herself, or the so-called primordial purple chi?" Laozi fell into deep contemplation. Since the inception of the primordial world, the act of creating races was not uncommon. It should not warrant the favor of the great Tao, let alone lead to saintly status. But why was Nuwa able to achieve such? Normally, the issue would lie with either Nuwa or the primordial purple chi. Yet, given Ling Chen's inquiry, it was clear that the matter was not so simple. A moment of inspiration struck Laozi as he blurted out, "Could it be related to the human race? The human race? How could that be?" Yuanshi, Zhunti, and Jieyin all shook their heads in disbelief. How could a mere human race influence the great Tao? Surely you jest. Only Tongtian appeared different. He suddenly recalled that his disciple had mentioned the existence of the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity in the primordial world. Could it be that the human path refers to the human race? Ling Chen observed the reactions of the Sanxing, Zhunti, and Jieyin with a calm demeanor and remarked, "Taqing Laozi, your path lies within the human race." At this declaration, Laozi felt a tremendous shock reverberate within his mind. The primordial purple chi, which had lain dormant within him for countless years, suddenly stirred. Rays of purple light shot up into the heavens. The primordial purple chi was responding. Laozi's chance for saintly status was truly tied to that seemingly insignificant human race. Zhunti gasped in disbelief, while Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jieyin struggled to conceal their astonishment and envy. Who would have imagined that with just a couple of words from Ling Chen, Laozi's chance for enlightenment had been effortlessly revealed? In that moment, any lingering doubts they held about Ling Chen vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Laozi forcefully suppressed the ecstatic joy bubbling within him and bowed deeply to Ling Chen, expressing his utmost respect. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. What do you require in return?" Ling Chen smiled lightly, appearing casual as he said, "You should have obtained a gourd at the foot of Mount Buzhou, correct?" Upon hearing this, Laozi immediately understood. He promptly produced a purple gold gourd and presented it with both hands, saying, "Esteemed elder, this is the gourd I acquired earlier. Within it are 9 transformations golden pills that I have refined that I humbly ask you to accept it." 9 transformations golden pills? Ling Chen's heart swelled with joy. He had originally sought the purple gold gourd, not expecting such an unexpected boon. "Excellent," Ling Chen declared, "this gourd shall serve to comprehend the karmic ties between us." With a flourish of his sleeve, he joyfully accepted the gourd and then turned to Yuanshi, saying, "Yuqing Yuanshi, your opportunity lies above the heavenly Tao." Above the heavenly Tao? Yuanshi's primordial purple chi within him stirred slightly before returning to tranquility. His brow furrowed in confusion, yet he dared not ask further. "May I inquire what you require, esteemed elder?" Ling Chen chuckled softly and said, I have heard that you possess a jade void glazed lamp. Yuanshi's expression changed slightly. Although the jade void glazed lamp was not particularly famous, it was a precious artifact for cultivation and artifact refinement, a treasure dear to Yuanshi. The thought that Ling Chen had set his sights on it filled him with reluctance and pain. Yet he still obediently presented it with both hands. Ha! Ling Chen reveled inwardly, casting his gaze toward Tongtian. Feeling Ling Chen's gaze upon him, Tongtian hastily stepped forward and said, Esteemed elder, please guide me, that I shall certainly, in the face of such a grand opportunity for enlightenment. Even Tongtian could not contain his excitement. Ready to make promises, Ling Chen chuckled quietly to himself, finding this side of his master quite rare. However, even though he now wore a mere guise, he had no intention of extorting Tongtian. Ling Chen lightly laughed, interrupting Tongtian. I have long heard of the illustrious name of Tongtian. Seeing you today, it is truly evident that your reputation is well-deserved. You are indeed extraordinary. After a brief pause, Ling Chen's smile deepened. Let us refer to each other as friends, as you seek knowledge. I shall do my utmost to assist you, without the need for recompense. This unexpected display of courtesy from Ling Chen left the 7 quasi-saints utterly bewildered. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, both equally astonished. They had previously shown the utmost respect, yet had still paid a considerable price. What merit did Tongtian possess to receive such preferential treatment from this esteemed figure? Laozi may have accepted this, yet the heart of Yuanshi was ablaze with fury that he prided himself on being superior to Tongtian in every aspect, feeling quite discontented within. Meanwhile, Ling Chen's voice resonated once more. Tongtian, my friend, your path does not lie within the human race, nor does it reside in the heavenly Dao. It is found in your swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. Tongtian's eyes widened in confusion, struggling to comprehend the meaning. Much like Yuanshi before him. Hesitant to inquire further, he prepared to withdraw. Yet, at that moment, Ling Chen's voice echoed once again in his ears. Do not be hasty, my friend. No sooner had the words left his lips than a blade of sword energy materialized out of thin air. Suspended in the atmosphere, this my sword intent. A jolt of astonishment coursed through Tongtian as he gazed at Ling Chen, his eyes filled with incredulity. Merely revealing a hint of sword intent outside the shop had allowed this enigmatic figure to comprehend it? Such terrifying power indeed. Laozi, Yuanshi, Zhunti, and Jieyin shared similar thoughts, further solidifying their suspicions. Ling Chen must surely be a superlative being beyond the realm of enlightenment. Little did they know, the reason Ling Chen could emit this sword intent was due to Tongtian's direct guidance. Observing the expressions of the esteemed figures, Ling Chen secretly chuckled while maintaining an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task. He flicked his fingers lightly. Buzz! The sword energy erupted with a resounding roar. The sword intent surged forth with resolute determination, unyielding and yet imbued with a flicker of vitality. Your path to sanctification lies within this glimmer of vitality in the sword intent. As Ling Chen's voice resonated again. Buzz! The primordial purple energy within Tongtian surged like never before, swirling in the sky. Its grandeur surpassed even that of Laozi moments prior. A flicker of unusual light flashed in Laozi's eyes as he fell into silent contemplation. Yet Yuanshi could not help but feel a surge of indignation. Among the 3 pure ones, the primordial purple energies of Laozi and Tongtian had been thoroughly ignited, while his own merely quivered slightly. Laozi may have accepted this, but the reason Tongtian could attain such heights was entirely due to Ling Chen's favoritism, without him needing to pay any price. This seemed exceedingly unjust. Unlike Yuanshi, Zhunti and Jieyin harbored no anger, only envy and jealousy. Zhunti's eyes twinkled as he donned a sycophantic expression. The West is impoverished. There truly are not many heavenly treasures on my junior's person. Look at my tattered robe. As he spoke, Zhunti turned, lifting his thin rear and pointing at the patches above. Jieyin hastily chimed in. Might the senior consider, on behalf of the beings of the West, to offer us guidance free of charge? We can assure you that should we attain sanctification, we will certainly repay you with a deed. Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian. The three pure ones fell into speechlessness. Zhunti and Jieyin motives were clearly not for the sake of the beings of the West. They were simply seeking to take advantage, shameless. It was evident that this enlightened figure before them possessed the wisdom not to be deceived. Yet, the ensuing developments were entirely beyond their expectations. Ling Chen was well aware of Zhunti and Jieyin ulterior motives. Yet, as they had indicated, the West was indeed barren. Even if he were to squeeze these two dry, little could be extracted. It would be wiser to shift strategies and devise something else. With this thought in mind, a perfectly measured expression of sympathy graced Ling Chen's face as he solemnly remarked, "I have heard of the West's desolation, yet I did not expect it to be to this extent. I cannot impose upon you too much." Effective. Zhunti and Jieyin hearts soared with joy. Zhunti immediately displayed a moved demeanor, saying, "Thank you for your understanding, Senior." However, before Zhunti could finish, Ling Chen interrupted. "Yet you are not Tongtian. You are not worthy to be my friends. This karmic connection cannot be overlooked." Zhunti's smile froze on his face, his eyes wide with astonishment, rendered somewhat at a loss. Jin, however, reacted more swiftly, bowing deeply. "Please elucidate, Senior, or perhaps Jieyin is more apt." Ling Chen silently commended before speaking lightly. "I desire the authority over the 800 bypass paths." Upon this declaration, the three pure ones wore expressions of utter confusion. They had never heard of the 800 bypass paths, nor could they fathom its significance to Zhunti and Jieyin. In stark contrast, Zhunti and Jieyin's expressions shifted dramatically. Their eyes filled with horror. The 800 bypass paths represented one of their greatest trump cards. If the 800 bypass paths had yet to be established, even Hongyun and the heavenly Tao should be oblivious to their existence. How could Ling Chen have knowledge of this? Could it be that he surpassed even Hongyun and the heavenly Tao? As they recalled Ling Chen's aura of grand laws, Zhunti and Jieyin reverence deepened. That it is our honor that the Senior takes an interest in the 800 bypass paths. We agree. Jin, though pained, was resolute. While the 800 bypass paths were valuable, they paled in comparison to the opportunity for sanctification. Ling Chen's heart leapt with joy, smiling. "Then I shall deduce for you." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of the great Tao erupted from Ling Chen, causing the 7 quasi-saints present to change countenance. Moments later, amidst the eager gazes of Zhunti and Jin, Ling Chen slowly awakened, smiling. "Your opportunity for sanctification should lie in the West." The West? Zhunti and Jieyin furrowed their brows slightly. The primordial purple energy within them merely trembled gently. But as Ling Chen's next words echoed, everything transformed. "The key to your sanctification should lie in great aspirations." Great aspirations. Upon hearing these two words, the primordial purple energy within Zhunti and Jieyin convulsed violently. Endless purple energy surged skyward, painting the surroundings in hues of violet. Beneath the canopy of purple, Zhunti and Jieyin prostrated before Ling Chen, exclaiming, "We are immensely grateful for your guidance, Senior." After a pause, Zhunti and Jieyin exchanged glances and declared in unison, "We are Zhunti and Jieyin. Today, we establish the 800 bypass paths. The heavens can bear witness." No sooner had the words left their lips than thunder roared. Golden lightning crackled throughout the void. The sky above the eastern sea erupted with boundless wonders. The manifestation of 3,000 laws appeared. Beneath the 3,000 laws, countless tributaries emerged, astonishingly numbering 800, while the 800 bypass paths could not rival the 3,000 great Taos. They would greatly enhance the world. Buzz, the merits of the heavenly Tao, continuously coalesced, transforming into a golden cloud of merit. Yet rather than flowing towards Zhunti and Jieyin, it merged into the 800 bypass paths. The previously ethereal 800 tributaries solidified abruptly. A seal inscribed with 800 runes leaped forth, descending upon Zhunti and Jieyin. This seal represented the authority of the 800 bypass paths. With gritted teeth, Zhunti pointed towards Ling Chen. Buzz, the seal shifted direction, hurtling towards Ling Chen. "Senior, please accept the authority of the 800 bypass paths." With a wave of his sleeve, Ling Chen accepted the seal into his robe. Laughing heartily, The karmic ties are now severed. You may disperse. As the conversation unfolded, a sudden brilliance emerged, ushering the 5 great quasi-saints out of the shop. Outside, the faces of the 3 pure ones, as well as those of the quasi-saints, including Zhunti and Jieyin, were illuminated with expressions of joy wide in the span of a single day. They had all, thanks to Ling Chen's guidance, stirred the primordial purple energy within their beings. The prospect of achieving sainthood loomed large. It is noteworthy that, based on the intensity of the primordial purple energy stirred, it was expected that Tongtian would be the first to attain sainthood, followed by Zhunti, Jing, then Laozi, with Yuanshi being the last. However, such grand momentum could not be easily contained. If all proceeded as anticipated, the first to attain sainthood would indeed be Laozi. The subsequent events unfolded precisely as Ling Chen had envisioned. 3,000 years later, atop Shuyang Mountain, Laozi sat solemnly on the Tao platform, his golden words flowing as he began to impart his teachings. At the foot of Shuyang Mountain, a throng of humanity gathered. Captivated by Laozi's discourse and the resonance of his teachings, countless souls of the human race became enraptured, immersed in the profound wisdom shared. Waves of fortune and power surged forth from the multitude, merging with the aura above Laozi's head. At a certain moment, when the power of fortune above Laozi reached a critical threshold, he abruptly opened his eyes, imbued with the essence of Tao, and proclaimed with clarity, "I am Laozi." Sensing the deficiencies within humanity, he declared his intention to establish a teaching for humankind, to complete their essence. The teaching of humanity is established. Laozi's voice transformed into a resounding sound of the Tao, reverberating throughout the vast expanse of the primordial realm. The previously tranquil wilderness was suddenly awakened. Exclamations of astonishment echoed uncontrollably across the land. Laozi founding the teaching of humanity, completing the essence of humanity? Wasn't humanity originally a creation of Nuwa? First, Nuwa crafted humankind, and now Laozi sought to establish a teaching. Humanity seemed most extraordinary indeed. With such a monumental upheaval, was Laozi on the verge of attaining sainthood? Amidst the fervent discussions of the beings of the primordial world, a thunderous roar erupted. Thunder rolled, celestial maidens scattered flowers, and majestic phenomena erupted across the void. Beneath the sky filled with wonders, an eye, suffused with boundless power of the Tao, gradually materialized. It was the eye of the Tao. Approved, an ancient syllable burst forth from the eye of the Tao, resonating through the heavens and the earth. Laozi's vow was unmistakably acknowledged by the Tao. As if an infinite stream of golden merit emerged from the void, it swiftly coalesced into a resplendent cloud of merit. Initially, the cloud of merit spanned merely 10,000 acres. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it began to expand at an alarming pace. 100,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1 million acres, 2 million acres, 5 million acres. It continued to swell until reaching 5 million acres, at which point the golden cloud of merit finally came to a halt. Hiss! As the overwhelming merit cloud overshadowed the sky, the beings of the primordial world collectively gasped in astonishment. Initially, there was Nuwa's creation of humanity that invoked 100,000 acres of merit. Now, with Laozi drawing forth 5 million acres of heavenly merit, it was evident that Laozi was poised to attain sainthood, just as the beings of the primordial world surmised, upon absorbing the entirety of that 5 million acres of heavenly merit. Laozi's aura surged to an unfathomable realm. An overwhelming power, transcending all beings, erupted from Laozi, resonating far and wide. His gaze fell upon the chaos beyond the primordial realm, and with a flick of his sleeve, he declared, "Condense." The saintly power erupted, shattering the edges of the chaos into the most primal essence of spiritual energy. Congeal, in a manner reminiscent of Nuwa's creation of the Huang Palace. The chaos shattered and transformed into boundless spiritual energy. This energy coalesced and compressed, ultimately manifesting as a crystalline palace. On the plaque of the palace, 3 grand characters gradually emerged. Ba Jing Palace. After completing this monumental task, Laozi turned slowly to face the beings of the primordial world. Today, I attain the Tao and become a saint. In 10,000 years, he continued, I shall impart teachings for 3,000 years within the Bajing Palace. All beings of the primordial realm are welcome to listen. Laozi's voice resonated in the ears of every soul in the primordial realm. The beings of the primordial world bowed deeply, saying, We pay our respects to the saint, following Yuan's attainment of sainthood through the creation of humanity. The Taiji Laozi established the teaching of humanity, becoming the third saint of the primordial realm. Yet, what no one anticipated was that Laozi's ascent to sainthood was not an end, but a beginning. In the 3,000 years following Laozi's teachings, Yuanshi established the Chan teaching, invoking celestial phenomena and achieving the status of a saint. Like Yuan and Laozi, Yuanshi also created a sanctuary for saints within the chaos, named the Yu Su Palace. Following him was Tongtian. Tongtian established the Jie teaching, attaining sainthood and opening the Bo Palace, becoming the fifth saint of the primordial realm. Pangu and the three pure ones all attained sainthood, truly deserving of Pangu's legacy. After several tens of thousands of years, Zhunti and Jieyin finally managed to attain sainthood with great difficulty through the establishment of the Western teaching and the 48 grand vows. At the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongyun smiled faintly, revealing a hint of joy. The six ordained saints had finally emerged. Hongyun's layout for the primordial realm was essentially a success, allowing him to finally focus on merging with the Tao. However, Hongyun overlooked the most significant variable. This variable was, of course, Ling Chen. Yet at this moment, Ling Chen was engrossed in seclusion. After years of insights, his understanding of the laws of life deepened profoundly. Waves of vibrant life energy swirled around him. Dancing in the air, boom, thunder roared. Wind and rain came together. The chaotic world was alive with myriad phenomena. At the heart of the chaotic world, verdant life quietly emerged upon a withered giant tree. The withered tree blossomed anew. This giant tree was, in fact, the remnant of a life demon god. Luo Hu and Ao Tian sat cross-legged in the void, their expressions filled with shock and anticipation. Especially Luo Hu, he understood that as Ling Chen comprehended the laws of life, it would coincide with the moment of his breakthrough to the great Luo. With such profound foundations, what tier would Ling Chen's top 3 flowers? Once condensed attain, he harbored an inkling of a premonition. The legendary 12-tiered Great Perfection 3 flowers might soon emerge in the primordial realm. But that was not all. After Ling Chen broke through to the great Luo, Golden Immortal, this chaotic world would undoubtedly witness tremendous changes. With such a solid foundation, coupled with this chaotic realm, Ling Chen's path was boundless. Luo, who murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting both envy and anticipation. He had already bound himself to Ling Chen, united in purpose. Naturally, Luo Hu sincerely hoped for Ling Chen to grow ever stronger. Meanwhile, the expression of the demon emperor Jun darkened to the extreme. Since Hongyuan's merging with the Tao, the witch and demon clans had already become the most formidable powers in the primordial realm. As long as they could defeat the witch clan, the demon clan would ascend to the pinnacle of the primordial realm, becoming its sovereign. At that time, Jun would use the fortune of the primordial realm as a foundation to attain sainthood in one fell swoop. This was Jun's ambition and strategy. Yet, with the successive attainments of sainthood by the 3 pure ones, Zhunti and Jieyin, the situation in the primordial realm had undergone a complete transformation. Jun's original plans had all turned to naught. Alas, Jun sighed deeply. T sighed. He spoke softly in consolation. Brother, with our talents, attaining sainthood is merely a matter of time. There is no need for such distress. Upon hearing this, Jun suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fierce unwillingness, and muttered, I desire more than just sainthood. Do you not understand? Tai remained silent. How could he be unaware of Jun's ambitions? Jun was cultivating the path of the sovereign, seeking to bring the entire Hongwang under his dominion. Tai's thoughts were pure, akin to a seeker of the Tao like Yangmei. Yet compared to the path of enlightenment, Tai was more concerned about his elder brother. Since Jieyin aspired to dominate Hongwang as a brother, Tai had no choice but to vow to follow him to the death. In the Panga temple, Dijiao's expression was not much better than Dijun's. Although Dijiao did not possess the same intense obsession with conquering Hongwang as Dijun, he, as a member of the Witch clan, had always prided himself on being a true descendant of Pangu. In the eyes of Dijiao and all the witches, Hongwang ought to belong to the Witch clan. Other races should rightly exist under the dominion of the witches. However, at present, the Witch clan's mightiest 12 ancestral witches were barely comparable to quasi-saints. While 6 saints had emerged in the world, this left the self-proclaimed rulers of Hongwang, the witches, in a state of despair. Yet, no matter how resentful Dijiao felt under the imposing presence of the 6 saints, they could only choose to lie low for the time being, as the emergence of the 6 saints had rendered the once mighty witch and demon clans silent. In contrast, the teachings of humanity, the Chan sect, the Jie sect, and the Western sect were bustling with activity. Among them, the 3 teachings of humanity, Chan and Jie, were all located in Kunlun Mountain. Countless beings of Hongwang flocked there, eager to join these 3 esteemed sections. This made Kunlun Mountain exceptionally lively, seemingly the very center of Hongwang. However, would the saintly sects readily accept disciples? Laozi had only taken in a personal disciple from Xuandu and had retreated from the world. Although Yuanshi did not seclude himself, his standards for accepting disciples were exceedingly stringent. Scaled and armored beings were not accepted, nor were those born from wet eggs, and those with shallow fortunes were also turned away. Only those with profound fortunes could gain entry into the Chan sect. This inevitably left the countless souls who traveled great distances in search of a master utterly disheartened. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the Jie sect had thrown open its doors wide, eagerly welcoming disciples from all corners of the world. The requirements for joining were astonishingly lenient. Countless beings of Hongwang surged into Kunlun Mountain, desperate to be accepted into the Jie sect. For a time, the Jie sect was truly a gathering of myriad immortals. Thriving in popularity on the summit of Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi listened to the clamor below. His brows furrowed deeply as he muttered, "Tongtian, what purpose do you have in accepting these useless beings with scales and armor and those born from wet eggs? Kunlun Mountain has become a chaotic mess because of you. Is this still a blessed ground of the immortals?" Yuanshi, assuming the demeanor of an elder brother, repeatedly chastised him. Tongtian, initially reluctant to retort, could not help but coldly reply, "The doctrine of the Jie sect is to embrace all without discrimination, providing a glimmer of hope to all beings. If the Chan sect chooses not to accept them, why should you concern yourself with the Jie sect? Are your hands reaching too far?" Yuanshi, already incensed, felt his anger surge even more upon being confronted by Tongtian. He admonished, "I am your elder brother. What of it? Moreover, Kunlun Mountain is not solely the domain of your Jie sect. Should you continue to allow your disciples to run rampant, do not blame me for being ruthless." Tongtian's brows knitted, and he abruptly stood up. "What do you intend to do?" Yuanshi mirrored his posture, both expressing their indignation, the atmosphere charged with tension. Just then, Laozi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Third brother, what the second brother says holds some truth. Though Kunlun Mountain is vast, it cannot accommodate such a multitude of beings. You must regulate the number of disciples you accept and impose some restrictions." Upon hearing Laozi's support, Yuanshi felt an immediate surge of joy and mockingly remarked, "Did you hear that? Even the eldest brother says so. Why do you not restrict your disciples? Do you truly think Kunlun Mountain is akin to a marketplace down below?" Tongtian felt stifled but held back his retorts, sitting down in silence. Following this incident, the Jie sect ceased its recruitment of disciples, and the actions of its followers became much more restrained. However, as fate would have it, perhaps due to their doctrines or their backgrounds, conflicts between the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects would occasionally erupt. Yuanshi and Tongtian also found themselves in frequent disputes. The atmosphere atop Kunlun Mountain was palpably tense. Then, on one particular day, boom! Thunder rumbled. A heavy calamity cloud slowly materialized, followed by a torrential downpour of thunder. Someone was undergoing tribulation, who had broken through to the Luo. The beings of Hongwang were no strangers to the spectacle. At the same time, a figure shot up from Kunlun Mountain, ascending beneath the thunderous tribulation. Dear friends, subsequent updates will be available at 7:00 a.m. IT was Guang Chengzi of the Chan Sect, following the arrival of Huang Long Jinren. Guang Chengzi had finally attained the status of the Luo Jingxian. Yet, despite being favored by Yuanshi, why had Guang Chengzi taken so long to achieve the Luo? This is something you may not be aware of. The Luo is divided into 12 ranks, and Guang Chengzi must have been striving to achieve the 9th rank of the Luo, which is why he waited until now. The 9th rank of minor perfection in the Luo? Immediately, beings of Hongwang began to recognize the figure, and murmurs erupted from all corners. Boom! Thunder roared. The calamity cloud in the void expanded, astonishingly reaching a size of 1,000,000 acres. Hiss! The 1,000,000-acre thunder tribulation that Guang Chengzi had attracted was indeed the 9th rank heavenly tribulation. Countless beings of Hongwang gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, boom! The heavens unleashed a torrent of thunder, seemingly intent on reducing Guang Chengzi to nothingness. Yet alas, no matter how the thunder fell, Guang Chengzi remained utterly unfazed, his demeanor haughty, disregarding the terrifying Deluo heavenly tribulation. 3 days later, boom! The final roar of the thunder tribulation echoed, reluctantly dissipating into the void. Guang Chengzi of the Chan Sect had successfully endured the 1,000,000 thunder tribulations, achieving the 9th rank of Deluo. The Chan Sect had gained yet another 9th rank Deluo Jingxian, showcasing its profound depth. In contrast, though the Jie Sect had numerous disciples, it paled in comparison. Indeed, not to mention the quasi-saint Randalon. Just in terms of the Luo Jingxians, the Chan Sect possessed 12, while the Jie Sect had only 4 direct disciples who had reached a Luo. Perhaps the Chan Sect's methods were indeed correct. In the void, listening to the incessant discussions resonating throughout Hongwang, Guang Chengzi could not help but smile. Over the years, the conflicts between the Chan and Jie sects had been relentless. Now, being able to overshadow the Jie sect in such a manner would surely delight his master. And he would earn even more favor from Yuanshi. In contrast, the disciples of the Jie sect were far from joyous atop Kunlun Mountain, the Jie sect's mountain gate. The expression of the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was exceedingly grim as she exclaimed, "I believe Guang Chengzi is doing this on purpose. It is simply intolerable. I shall find an opportunity to teach him a lesson." Not only the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit felt this way, but the other disciples of the Jie sect were equally discontent. Daobao Daoren, however, wore a wry smile that in terms of individual strength, the 4 direct disciples of the Jie sect were indeed stronger than the 12 Jingxians of the Chan sect. Yet the issue lay in their insufficient numbers. As it stood, the overall strength of the Jie sect at the Luo level truly fell short of that of the Chan sect. This was an undeniable fact. Sigh. If only the eldest brother were here. Daobao Daoren sighed. The Jie sect disciple's eyes suddenly brightened. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit could not help but inquire, Daobao Shixiang, the eldest brother has been in seclusion for so many years. When will he finally emerge? Could it be true, as Guang Chengzi and the others say, that the eldest brother has not left seclusion due to his inability to break through to the Luo? Upon hearing this, the Daobao Daoist's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. He had never encountered his senior brother Ling Chen. The information regarding Ling Chen was merely gleaned from the fragmented words of Tongtian. Yet even those scant remarks revealed Tongtian's profound trust and fondness for Ling Chen. It cannot be, the Daobao Daoist declared solemnly. When the senior brother emerges from his seclusion, he will undoubtedly silence the likes of Guang Chengzi and the so-called 12 Golden Immortals. The flicker of anticipation in the eyes of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the other disciples of the quickly morphed into unease. They did not doubt the capabilities of the Daobao Daoist or the legendary senior brother. However, both had thoroughly examined the 8 great Luo Golden Immortals. Even if the senior brother successfully achieved the status of Great Luo, could it truly bridge the gap, unless he were to attain the esteemed rank of the 11th grade Great Luo? As for the possibility of him being the legendary 12th grade Great Luo Golden Immortal, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and her companions had not even considered that on Kunlun Mountain. Laozi remained in silent meditation. Yuanshi, however, wore a smug expression as he gazed at Tongtian, stating, "Tongtian, do you see? Despite the numerous disciples you've taken in, you still cannot compare to my." Tongtian cast a cold glance at Yuanshi, unwilling to engage in a debate with him. Yet Yuanshi had no intention of letting it go to as of now. My boasts 12 golden immortals, while yours has merely 4 direct disciples. Even if that Ling Chen lad successfully breaks through to Great Luo, he could never rival my. Moreover, given that he has not made any progress in such a long time, he may very well have become useless. Tongtian's brow furrowed as he barked, "Silence." Tongtian initially did not wish to stoop to Yuanshi's level. But Ling Chen was Tongtian's Achilles heel. He would not tolerate Yuanshi's slander against him. Furthermore, Ling Chen had been in seclusion for so many years, with no news whatsoever. Tongtian was already deeply worried, and Yuanshi's words cut him to the quick. Meanwhile, upon receiving such a rebuke, Yuanshi's expression darkened. "Whenever Ling Chen is mentioned, you put on such airs. I believe taking in Ling Chen was a grave mistake on your part. If not for this, we would not have had so many disputes about him." Upon hearing Yuanshi's remarks, Tongtian leaped to his feet in fury, declaring, "Yuanshi, if you dare to speak ill of Chen'er again, then let us see if my sword agrees." As he spoke, the Qingping sword erupted from its sheath with a resounding roar. Terrifying sword energy permeated the entire void. Yuanshi, he had not anticipated Tongtian's reaction to be so intense, leaving him somewhat bewildered. But if he were to back down now, where would his dignity as a sage be? Humph. Yuanshi snorted coldly, and the 3 treasures Rui soared upward, locking onto Tongtian for countless years. Yuanshi and Tongtian had been at odds, but now they were on the brink of confrontation. A terrifying aura of the sage erupted from Kunlun Mountain. The battle between sages was imminent. The beings in all directions of Kunlun Mountain could not help but tremble in fear. Was this the might of a sage? Rumors had it that Yuanshi and Tongtian were at odds. Could it be? Just as the myriad beings of the Hongyun realm speculated, a voice rang out, "Stop! What is the meaning of this ruckus?" Even Laozi, who usually remained aloof, could no longer bear to witness the scene and exclaimed coldly. Yuanshi had no intention of fighting and immediately retracted his 3 treasures Rui. After a moment's hesitation, Tongtian reluctantly sheathed his Qingping sword, stating coldly, "Yuanshi, I respect you as my elder brother, but if you dare to slander Chen'er again, I will not easily let it go." With that, Tongtian ignored Yuanshi and sat sullenly to the side. Yuanshi, his anger simmering, chose not to provoke further and sat down in silence. Alas, Laozi shook his head slightly, sighing inwardly. The 3 pure ones had always been like brothers, yet they were now perilously close to parting ways. However, just as Laozi was lost in thought, the previously silent Tongtian suddenly rose. His eyes filled with unrestrained joy. What is happening? Could it be? Laozi and Yuanshi immediately sensed Tongtian's anomaly and turned their gazes toward the western sea. At the same time, the heavens roared with thunder. Golden bolts of lightning crackled throughout the void. Beneath the stormy skies, a heavy calamity cloud surged forth. Another being was transcending the Great Luo tribulation. Could it be from the Dragon Clan? The Hongyun beings speculated. In contrast to ordinary beings, the 3 pure ones, as sages, had already detected a trace of the aura emanating from the Calamity Cloud, which was indeed linked to Ling Chen. Humph. Yuanshi scoffed, his tone grim. So what if Ling Chen achieves the 9th grade Great Luo? Yours still cannot compare to mine. However, Tongtian had no desire to engage with Yuanshi, as long as Ling Chen could successfully break through to Great Luo. That was sufficient. In the eyes of the profoundly inscrutable Laozi, a glimmer of realization flickered, as though he had uncovered something significant, just as the beings of the Hongyun realm believed that yet another 9th grade Great Luo was about to emerge. An unforeseen scene unfolded. Boom! The million-acre thunder tribulation erupted violently. Yet, contrary to the expectations of the Hongyun beings, the tribulation did not descend. Instead, it began to swell once more. 2 million acres, 3 million acres, 4 million acres, 490 million acres, In less than half a stick of incense, the calamity cloud in the void had surged to an astonishing 490 million acres. What is happening? The beings of the Hongyun realm were filled with astonishment. If 1 million acres represented the 9th grade Great Luo, then what did 490 million acres signify? Suddenly, an almost dreamlike voice echoed throughout the Hongyun realm. If memory serves, when the 3 pure ones achieved the 10th grade Great Luo, their thunder tribulation was merely 3 million acres. That it is said that both the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor achieved the 11th grade Great Luo, which drew a thunder tribulation of 490 million acres. An 11th grade Great Luo? Hiss! The beings of the Hongyun realm collectively gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with fear. Following Tao ancestor Hongjun and demon ancestor Luo, yet another 11th grade Great Luo was about to emerge in the Hongyun realm. On Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian suddenly laughed heartily. I told you Chen'er could not possibly remain stagnant after so many years of seclusion. He must have been refining his foundation. I initially thought he would achieve the 10th grade Great Luo, but to think it would be the 11th grade. After countless years, Tongtian finally laughed aloud. In stark contrast, Yuanshi's expression had turned utterly somber. Should Ling Chen attain the 9th grade Great Luo, would still fall short of, if it were the 10th grade, it would barely be a tie. But now, with Ling Chen poised to achieve the 11th grade Great Luo, surpassing even the 3 pure ones, how could the second generation of possibly compare with him? At this moment, even the unflappable Laozi, who remains composed in the face of calamity, could not help but show a change in expression. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongyun's gaze was as profound as the ocean. Since the calamity of Longhan, the primordial world had undergone tremendous transformations, with the laws becoming obscure, to say nothing of an 11 grade Luo. Even a 10 grade Luo seemed nearly impossible to manifest. Yet now, this 11 grade Luo had unexpectedly emerged. Where did it come from? Suddenly, Hongjun grasped a thread of energy amidst the heavenly tribulation. Was it that dragon sovereign again? This child truly is an anomaly. Hongjun muttered to himself, pondering in a state of chaotic contemplation. Rahu gazed at the overwhelming heavenly tribulation, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Back in the day, it was only by condensing the top 3 flowers of the 11th grade that he could be chosen by the primordial rules to become a demon god. However, in the next moment, the nostalgia in Rahu's eyes vanished, replaced by intense anticipation. If his senses were correct, Ling Chen's foundation should not be limited to this alone. Just as Rahu was lost in thought, an upheaval arose over the western sea. Boom! The terrifying heavenly tribulation, which obscured the skies, erupted once more, yet the lightning had yet to descend. Witnessing this scene, a singular thought surged uncontrollably in the hearts of the primordial beings. Could it be that the tribulation was destined to grow even more ferocious? Did this imply that the primordial realm was about to welcome a 12 grade Luo of complete perfection? This seemed utterly absurd. However, before the beings of the primordial world could ponder further, boom! The heavenly tribulation unmistakably broke through the 11 grade limit, initiating a new surge. 500,000 acres, 600,000 acres, 700,000 acres, 800,000 acres, 810,000 acres. A staggering 810,000 acres of tribulation clouds spanned the void, darkening the skies. Every being in the primordial realm was left in a state of shock. Was it truly going to give birth to a 12 grade Luo? If the 11 grade Luo was already astonishing, then the 12 grade Luo would undoubtedly be unprecedented. On Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian gazed at the unprecedented terrifying tribulation clouds, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. 12 grade Luo. Good lad. I am proud of you. My disciple. Yuanshi was rendered speechless, his expression becoming exceedingly complex. In 11 grade Luo could already crush all. What then of the 12th grade? Would it simply trample upon him? Ling Chen. Yuanshi gritted his teeth, yet could not suppress the regret surging within. Had he accepted Ling Chen back then, all this glory should have rightfully belonged to him. Laozi shared the same sentiment of regret. He swiftly compared his own Xuandu with Ling Chen, and the results were painfully clear. Compared to Ling Chen, his once astonishing Xuandu was utterly insignificant. In the primordial realm, beneath the unprecedented heavenly tribulation, a magnificent top 3 flowers slowly emerged. Heavens, it truly is the top 3 flowers of the 12th grade. Exclamations of shock and awe erupted from the primordial beings. If all went as expected, the primordial realm was on the verge of giving birth to a 12th grade Aluo of complete perfection. Simultaneously, a colossal question arose in the hearts of the primordial beings. Who was this unparalleled genius that had summoned 810,000 acres of tribulation clouds? My dear friends, this book has made its debut today. I humbly seek your encouragement, comments, and small gifts. Your little brother is endlessly grateful. The source of the tribulation lay in the Western Sea, where the most powerful beings were none other than the Dragon Clan. And among the Dragon Clan, the mightiest, with this thought, the answer became glaringly apparent. This extraordinary genius was most likely the newly ascended dragon sovereign of the Dragon Clan, as well as the direct disciple of Tongtian, the eldest brother of the Jieyin Sect, Ling Chen. Upon this realization, the faces of the primordial beings revealed understanding, and oh wonder, Ling Chen had secluded himself since the battle in the Western Sea. There were even rumors that Ling Chen could not ascend to the Luo for some reason. Little did they know that upon his emergence, he had achieved an unprecedented 12th grade Luo. The depth of Ling Chen's foundation was terrifyingly profound. Once Ling Chen broke through to the 12th grade Luo, the Jieyin Sect, which had remained relatively weak, would undoubtedly surpass the Chan Sect, becoming the foremost sect in the primordial realm. On Kunlun Mountain, at the gates of the Jieyin Sect, Daobao Daoists could not help but be overwhelmed with tears of joy, exclaiming, "The one crossing the tribulation is our eldest brother. I told you so." The eldest brother would not let us down. Ha! The disciples of the Jieyin Sect, including the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, were equally ecstatic. Over the years, the Chan and Jieyin sects had been at odds, and the Jieyin Sect had endured much from the Chan Sect. The actions of Guang were a testament to this. Now, with their eldest brother Ling Chen breaking through to the Luo with unparalleled talent, it undoubtedly provided a much-needed outlet for the Jieyin Sect's frustrations in stark contrast to the jubilant disciples of the Jieyin Sect. The expressions of the Chan Sect disciples were far from pleasant, especially Guang who had been the most boastful prior. He had reveled in his breakthrough to the 9th grade Luo. Yet now, Guang felt like a mere joke, just as all eyes were on him. An extraordinary figure emerged gracefully from the Western Sea, appearing beneath the heavenly tribulation, if not Ling Chen. Then who could it be? Ling Chen regarded the terrifying heavenly tribulation with indifference, instead directing his gaze towards Kunlun Mountain, proclaiming loudly, "I am Ling Chen, the eldest brother of the Jieyin Sect and the dragon sovereign of the Dragon Clan. Today, I shall summon 810,000 acres of heavenly tribulation to attain the 12th grade Luo. I invite all to bear witness." Ling Chen's voice resonated through the primordial realm like thunder. "Eldest brother," Daobao Daoist shouted, his expression filled with overwhelming excitement. In the next moment, a chorus of synchronized cheers erupted from the gates of the Jieyin Sect, echoing throughout the chaotic primordial world. Rahu could no longer contain his elation, exclaiming, "This kid truly achieved the 12th grade. Splendid, splendid." The ability to condense the top 3 flowers of the 12th grade indicates that Ling Chen's future path will be limitless. As long as he continues his cultivation, he will undoubtedly attain the Tao and become a Hongyun Luo Jingxian, Hongyun Wujin Jingxian, and ultimately achieve the Great Tao. At that time, what worries are there about avenging great grievances? What concerns are there about the return of the Demon Clan brothers? Brothers, just wait a little longer. I will soon bring you back. With the assistance of this little lad, even the heavenly Tao cannot obstruct us," Rahu whispered, his voice trembling. However, the next moment, Rahu's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "No, the heavenly Tao absolutely will not permit the birth of a 12th grade Luo in the primordial realm. Ling Chen is in danger." Just as Rahu was lost in thought, a golden eye suddenly materialized in the void. It was none other than the eye of the heavenly Tao. The eye of the heavenly Tao. Not good. Ling Chen, if you have any hidden cards, use them quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late. Rahu's voice trembled with urgency. Yet once the heavenly Tao had made its move, No amount of Raha's cries could alter the course of events. Returning to the primordial realm, the beings were no strangers to the eye of the heavenly Tao, recognizing it immediately. Confused voices rang out throughout the primordial world. The eye of the heavenly Tao? But I have never heard of a Deluo tribulation summoning the appearance of the heavenly Tao. You have not heard of the 12th-grade Deluo of complete perfection, have you? The appearance of the eye of the heavenly Tao likely signifies a reward for this unprecedented genius. Unlike these ordinary beings, the mighty powers of the primordial chaos held a different perspective. In the purple sky palace, Hongjun could not help but reveal a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the heavenly Tao would not stand idly by as such a prodigy emerged. A 12th-grade perfection of Deluo should never have manifested in this world. On Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. He did not naively believe that the heavenly Tao had come to reward Ling Chen. Rather, he was uncertain of its true intentions. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling began to brew within Tongtian. Yuanshi, too, remained unusually silent, his brows furrowed in thought. Laozi sighed softly, murmuring, "The heavenly Tao will not permit the existence of a 12th-grade perfection of Deluo in this world." "Tongtian," he exclaimed, "prepare yourself." Tongtian, taken aback, sprang to his feet. The heavenly Tao intended to act against Chen'er? No, I must save him. Panic surged within Tongtian as he made to leave, but at that moment, a radiant white jade golden bridge manifested, blocking his path. "Big brother, let me go." Tongtian struggled with all his might. Waves of sword energy erupted from within him, cleaving deep scars into the once flawless white jade golden bridge. In response to Tongtian's desperate pleas and struggles, Laozi merely shook his head slightly, stating, "I cannot allow you to leave. Yuanshi, you too shall assist me." Yuanshi nodded slightly and promptly summoned the Panga banner. Meanwhile, the eye of the heavenly Tao in the void solidified. Its gaze fixed upon Ling Chen, the previously indifferent expression suddenly rippling with emotion. Even the omnipotent heavenly Tao had not anticipated the emergence of such a prodigy as Ling Chen in the primordial chaos. The heavenly Tao would never allow such a being to come into existence. "Cease your cultivation," a cold voice emanated from the eye of the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, the beings of the primordial chaos were momentarily stunned, only to have their expressions shift dramatically. It turned out that the appearance of the heavenly Tao was not to reward Ling Chen, but to prevent him from achieving the 12th-grade Deluo. As the primordial beings processed this shocking revelation, a sense of regret for Ling Chen began to swell within them. Given that the heavenly Tao was intervening, it was evident that Ling Chen could not attain the 12th-grade Deluo. What a pity! Though the reasons behind the heavenly Tao's actions remained enigmatic, a rising genius was about to fall into the dust. Yet, the ensuing developments would once again defy the expectations of the primordial beings. In the void, Ling Chen's expression was grave yet somehow relieved. From the moment he planned to ascend to the 12th-grade perfection of Deluo, he had anticipated that the heavenly Tao would intervene. Thus, how could he not be prepared? However, before he could take action, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Beep! Detection of the heavenly Tao's attempt to prevent the host from achieving the 12th-grade Deluo. Please choose. Option 1. Compromise, settle for the 11th-grade Deluo, reward of the complete method for slaying the 3 corpses. Option 2. Confront the heavenly Tao head-on, achieve the 12th-grade Deluo, reward of the 9 transformations of mysterious origin technique. The 9 transformations of mysterious origin technique, divided into 9 transformations of mysterious power and 9 transformations of origin power, was the fundamental method of Pangu. Humph! Ling Chen scoffed disdainfully. After countless years of hard work to accumulate the foundation for the 12th-grade Deluo, how could he possibly concede? The system's task options were merely a gesture of goodwill. No. More accurately, it was a warm offering. Ling Chen's current cultivation method was still the upper clear Tao technique. For the vast majority of primordial beings, this method was exceptionally powerful. Yet for Ling Chen, it was somewhat lacking. Once he achieved a Luo with a 12th-grade perfection foundation, he would require a corresponding technique. The 9 transformations of mysterious origin technique was precisely what he needed at this moment. System, You are quite considerate. Without further hesitation, Ling Chen made his choice. I choose option 2. Upon completing his selection, Ling Chen's gaze fell upon the heavenly Tao, and he uttered a stunning declaration. Heavenly Tao, what if I refuse? At this pronouncement, the entire primordial chaos fell into a stunned silence. All beings gaped in disbelief at the calm and composed Ling Chen. Who could have imagined that he would respond in such a manner to the heavenly Tao, which transcended all beings? In the chaotic world, excellent. Luo, who could not contain his exuberance, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He recalled how he had once rejected the heavenly Tao's overtures, only to be ensnared by its machinations, leading to his current predicament. Yet even if given another chance, he would still unhesitatingly refuse. In that instant, Luo, who seemed to see his own reflection in Ling Chen. Ling Chen, from this day forth, whether in life or death, you shall be my brother. Even if I must perish, I shall never allow my brother to die before me. Luo, who laughed heartily, his eyes alight with joy and determination, that on Kunlun Mountain, upon hearing Ling Chen's response, Tongtian's eyes turned red, and he began to struggle fiercely. Big brother, let me go. I must save Chen'er. Hurry. Alas, Laozi and Yuanshi had also summoned their saintly powers to the utmost. No matter the circumstances, they could not allow Tongtian to defy the heavenly Tao for Ling Chen's sake. In the void, the usually indifferent eye of the heavenly Tao rarely displayed a hint of anger. You wish to die. Unlike before, the voice of the heavenly Tao was no longer indifferent. It now carried a chilling, murderous intent. The beings of the primordial chaos felt as if a great mountain pressed upon their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. Such a simple statement could evoke such a response. The might of the heavenly Tao in the hearts of the primordial beings was evident. However, the terrifying authority of the heavenly Tao held no sway over Ling Chen. With a calm smile, he boldly declared, I believe you cannot kill me. As Ling Chen's words echoed, the entirety of the primordial chaos fell into a state of shock. It is important to note that Ling Chen was addressing the heavenly Tao itself. The entire primordial chaos was under the dominion of the heavenly Deification. Kill someone. The heavenly Tao merely needed a thought. For Ling Chen to assert that the heavenly Tao could not kill him was nothing short of absurd. Yet soon, some primordial beings began to comprehend. Since Ling Chen dared to make such a claim, he must possess some hidden card. But what kind of card could instill fear in the heavenly Tao? As this thought crossed their minds, an uncontrollable notion surged within the hearts of these primordial beings. At that moment, Ling Chen's proud voice resounded once more. The 12th great perfection atop the 3 flowers represents the supreme foundation of the Tao. With that, a proud glimmer crossed Ling Chen's eyes as he enunciated each word with conviction. This signifies that my foundation has indeed entered the Tao of the great path. As his words fell, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the heavens. In the void, serpentine dragons appeared, swirling endlessly. These dragons were, in fact, golden dragons of fortune, born from the essence of destiny. Gasping in awe, the beings of the primordial chaos collectively inhaled sharply. It was a rare fortune for an ordinary force to condense even a single golden dragon of fortune. Yet Ling Chen had conjured so many. What an immense and terrifying fortune. But even with boundless fortune, what could it truly change? Would the heavenly Tao relent in its pursuit of Ling Chen simply because of his fortune? Or perhaps, can Ling Chen harness the power of fortune to invoke the great Tao? Just as the myriad beings of the primordial era were engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from heavens. By the supreme fortune, I beseech the great Tao for protection. Assist me in achieving the unparalleled foundation of the Tao. As his voice faded, a resounding boom reverberated through the air. It was as if an endless torrent of purple lightning erupted with ferocity, cascading without end. Furthermore, under the celestial phenomenon, purple chi surged forth, revealing the eye of the great Tao, which had been shrouded in the essence of the purple Tao. The beings of the primordial era were left speechless. At the moment they beheld the eye of the great Tao, their minds echoed with a resonating buzz. Even though they had begun to suspect Ling Chen's trump card was linked to the great Tao, Witnessing the manifestation of the Tao, due to Ling Chen's invocation, left them utterly astounded, in the chaotic realm. Upon witnessing the appearance of the great Tao, Luo Ho felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by an uncontrollable excitement. With boundless fortune and the ability to summon the great Tao, how many hidden cards does this young man possess? Wait, why do I feel an inexplicable familiarity with that fortune? Little did Luo Ho know, the fortune inherited by Ling Chen belonged to the Demon and Dragon clans, and the fortune of the Demon clan was originally his own. No wonder he felt a sense of recognition. Returning to the Primordial era, upon the emergence of the Eye of the Great Tao, it paid no heed to the Eye of Heaven's Tao and instead scrutinized Ling Chen intently. The swirling purple essence around the Eye of the Great Tao trembled incessantly, indicating its unrest. Ling Chen slightly bowed and respectfully declared, I am aware that due to the constraints of the primordial rules, the supreme foundation of the Tao cannot manifest in this realm, but I am willing, after transcending the thunder tribulation, to seal myself as a first-grade being descending to the 11th grade. I shall not leave the primordial era, nor shall I revert. After a moment of silence, the gaze of the Eye of the Great Tao gradually shifted from Ling Chen and fell upon the Eye of Heaven's Tao. Uttering a single word, scram, the beings of the primordial era. Ling Chen. Even Ling Chen was taken aback by the audaciousness of the great Tao. The eyes of the beings of the primordial era collectively turned towards the Eye of Heaven's Tao. The Eye of Heaven's Tao. Typically indifferent, at that moment, the emotions within the Eye of Heaven's Tao were exceedingly complex. Anger, frustration, confusion. It was no wonder that Heaven's Tao felt this way. It had always been revered by the beings of the primordial era, yet now it found itself humiliated before them. Had it been any other being, Heaven's Tao might have struck them down with a single blow. However, faced with the great Tao, even if it possessed the audacity, it lacked the capability. The beings of the primordial era looked on in astonishment. Heaven's Tao merely cast a deep glance at Ling Chen before dissipating into the void. Witnessing this, the eyes of the beings of the primordial era erupted with brilliant radiance. Just because of the single word scram from the great Tao, the once exalted Heaven's Tao could only depart in humiliation. The weight of the great Tao far exceeded their expectations. In contrast, the reverence the beings of the primordial era held for Heaven's Tao quietly diminished. And just as the myriad thoughts swirled in the minds of the beings of the primordial era, the vast expanse of calamity clouds, spanning 810,000 acres, erupted violently. It was as if an endless barrage of thunderous tribulations fell down upon Ling Chen after such a prolonged wait. Ling Chen's grand heavenly tribulation was finally beginning. Yet, having just gathered the 3 flowers atop his head, could Ling Chen truly navigate this unprecedented and terrifying tribulation unscathed? The answer was, of course, affirmative. Under the watchful eyes of the beings of the primordial era and the gaze of the Eye of the Great Tao, Ling Chen effortlessly transcended the terrifying tribulation. More accurately, Ling Chen was not transcending the tribulation. He was merely redirecting it into the chaotic realm. Though perilous, the thunder tribulation was of utmost importance for the operation of the world, especially for a nascent world like the chaotic realm. The 810,000 acres of thunder tribulation had an even greater impact. One could say that Ling Chen not only successfully transcended the tribulation, but also reaped benefits from the primordial era, achieving multiple gains in one fell swoop. However, this was not a moment for Ling Chen to rejoice. He had now successfully transcended the tribulation, becoming a genuine Grand Luo Golden Immortal, a 12th grade Grand Luo with no precedent. It was time to fulfill his vow. As the last remnants of the thunder tribulation dissipated, a unique aura manifested around Ling Chen, the aura of perfection that arose only after achieving the supreme foundation of the Tao. Ling Chen suppressed the joy within his heart and turned his gaze towards the Eye of the Great Tao, offering a serene smile. Today, I shall willingly descend to the 1st grade Grand Luo. I shall not leave the primordial era, nor shall I revert. The great Tao bears witness. As he spoke, Ling Chen clenched his right fist and struck it fiercely against his left chest. A spray of essence blood shot forth, causing his aura to plummet by a 10th. The aura of perfection surrounding him instantly vanished. The Eye of the great Tao flickered, and upon confirming Ling Chen's deliberate descent, it finally vanished from sight. Unlike the Great Tao, a wave of regret surged in the hearts of the beings of the Primordial Era. They had anticipated the arrival of an unprecedented 12th grade Grand Luo, only to ultimately lose that prospect. Even if Ling Chen were to regain his 12th grade status in the future, it would be outside the Primordial Era. Moreover, as long as Ling Chen remained within the Primordial Era, he could only be an 11th grade Grand Luo, forever forfeiting the myriad benefits bestowed by the 12th grade Supreme Foundation of the Tao. What a pity. The beings of the Primordial Era sighed inwardly. In stark contrast, Luo Ho could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Good lad. This move was simply marvelous, utterly brilliant." Luo Ho, with his keen intellect, immediately grasped Ling Chen's intentions. Although Ling Chen could only be an 11th grade Grand Luo within the Primordial Era and could hardly step beyond its bounds, what the beings of the Primordial Era and even the Great Tao were unaware of was, Ling Chen possessed a chaotic realm. As long as he returned to the chaotic realm, Ling Chen's vow would become void, allowing him to naturally reap the benefits of the supreme foundation of the Tao. This vow of Ling Chen bore almost no adverse effects. It was no wonder that a formidable figure like the demon ancestor Luo Ho could not help but admire Ling Chen's cunning strategy. It was simply brilliant, and all of this hinged upon the existence of the chaotic realm within Ling Chen. As Luo Ho's words echoed in the air, Tian finally came to his senses. His earlier worry transforming into unrestrained joy. Excellent. The master can even outwit the Great Tao. The rise of the Dragon Clan is within sight. Despite having become the reincarnation master of the chaotic realm, Tian still held on to the Dragon Clan of the Primordial Era. Luo Ho cast a disdaining glance at Tian, as if to say, "What a fuss, with such meager aspirations." Yet the corners of Luo Ho's mouth could not suppress a smile. With such profound roots and astonishing strategies, how could the demon clan fail to return to its former glory? As this thought crossed his mind, Luo Ho could no longer contain his elation and laughed heartily towards the sky. In that moment, the sounds of laughter from Luo Ho and Tian, one a demon and the other a dragon, resonated throughout the chaotic realm. Returning to the Primordial Era, Ling Chen, with a pale complexion, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze towards Kunlun, proclaiming loudly, "Master, the disciple has been in seclusion for many years, causing concern for Master. Once I stabilize my 11th grade cultivation, I shall return to Kunlun Mountain to meet with Master." As he emphasized the words 11th grade, the weight of his tone was unmistakable. The beings of the Primordial Era immediately grasped the implication behind Ling Chen's words. Indeed, although Ling Chen has not achieved the true 12th grade Supreme Tao Foundation, he still stands tall at the 11th grade to Luo, rivaling both Tao Ancestor and the original demon ancestor Luo Ho. The Tao Foundation established by Ling Chen has already reached the pinnacle of the primordial chaos. With Ling Chen's breakthrough, the Jiejiao has decisively surpassed the Chanjiao, becoming the foremost sect in the primordial world. Contemplating this, the gazes of all beings in the primordial realm inevitably turned towards Guang Chengzi, tinged with a hint of amusement. Mocking voices echoed from every corner of the primordial realm. Guang Chengzi's breakthrough to the 9th grade, De Luo, created such a stir. Was it not merely an attempt to overshadow Jiejiao? Who would have thought he would become a stepping stone for Ling Chen? Although there's only a 2-grade difference between Guang Chengzi and Ling Chen, the disparity is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Clearly, Guang Chengzi's efforts have backfired. Listening to the incessant jesting that echoed in his ears, Guang Chengzi's handsome face flushed crimson, and he fled back to his cave on Kunlun Mountain, activating the soundproofing array. If he continued to listen, he feared his Tao heart would collapse like Kunlun Mountain itself. Yuanshi observed all of this with a face as dark as water. All along, Guang Chengzi had been his most cherished disciple, yet in comparison to Ling Chen, he appeared utterly inadequate. Most regrettably, Yuanshi had once had the opportunity to accept Ling Chen as his disciple. Had he taken Ling Chen in at that time, this exceptional 11th grade De Luo disciple would have belonged to Yuanshi. Now, all the glory brought forth by Ling Chen was rightfully his. The tide of regret surged within Yuanshi. rendering his expression exceedingly grim. Although Laozi managed to maintain a facade of calm, internally he was equally filled with remorse that it was foreseeable that as Ling Chen's brilliance grew ever more resplendent, the pangs of regret in Laozi and Yuanshi's hearts would only intensify. Conversely, Tongtian's delight would similarly swell. Ha ha! Tongtian laughed heartily, for at this moment he could finally rest easy. Although Ling Chen had not attained the 12th grade to Luo, being at the 11th grade was still sufficient. Most importantly, Ling Chen was safe. Tongtian felt an immense sense of relief. As for whether Jiejiao's prestige would soar as a result, Tongtian was not particularly concerned. However, the subsequent developments were entirely unexpected for Tongtian. Jiejiao began to recruit disciples in droves. If only counting those below Deluo, Jiejiao could easily overpower Changjiao, and even combined with the other sage sects, they would still fall short. Once Ling Chen achieved Deluo at the 11th grade level, even beings above Deluo would recognize Jiejiao as the first in the primordial realm. Jiejiao undeniably became the foremost saintly sect in the primordial world. Everything in the primordial realm was in contention. Being first naturally carried significant weight. Following this battle, Jiejiao's prestige soared in the hearts of all primordial beings. Countless primordial creatures journeyed from afar to Kunlun Mountain, yearning to join Jiejiao. Unlike before, Tongtian boldly opened the mountain gates this time, selecting disciples. Anyone who could master the Taoist arts of Shanqing within a century would be welcomed into Jiejiao. Upon hearing this news, even more primordial beings flocked to the scene, a magnificent spectacle of myriad immortals paying homage. Buzz, the void trembled. Streams of fortune energy continuously coalesced, merging into the golden dragon of Jiejiao's fortune. The golden dragon of Jiejiao's fortune roared in excitement. In contrast to Jiejiao, the once dominant Changjiao now appeared rather silent. The 12 golden immortals of Changjiao, including Guangchengzi, were all disheartened. Guangchengzi gritted his teeth and said, "Ever since Ling Chen broke through to the Luo, the disciples of Jiejiao have become insufferably arrogant. Especially that multi-treasure fellow, his eyes seem to be reaching for the heavens. I am greatly enraged." The faces of the other golden immortals also revealed expressions of indignation. Guangchengzi clenched his jaw and solemnly declared, "No matter what, we must reclaim our dignity, since we cannot compete with Ling Chen in foundational strength. We shall surpass him in other aspects." Upon hearing this, the golden immortal's eyes brightened. Zhu Lushan immediately spoke up. "We excel in artifact forging. Why not challenge Ling Chen in the art of forging?" Guangchengzi's lips twitched as he suppressed his fury and replied coldly, "Have you forgotten who repaired the ancestral dragon pearl?" Zhu Lushan. Realizing his blunder, Zhu Liuxuan's expression turned awkward. Ling Chen could even repair such supreme, innate treasures as the ancestral dragon pearl. His understanding of the art of forging was likely on par with Yuanshi. How could they possibly compete with Ling Chen? "Think of another approach," Guangchengzi asked unwillingly. Just then, the previously silent Qi Jingzi suddenly spoke up. "I am proficient in alchemy." Qi Jingzi's words seemed disjointed, yet they sparked a glimmer of inspiration among the gathered golden immortals. Guangchengzi could not help but nod vigorously. "Then let us compete in alchemy. Ling Chen is exceptional in forging and array formation, yet I have never heard of his alchemical talents. Surely his alchemical skills must be quite average. Once Ling Chen arrives at Kunlun Mountain, we will set a trap to challenge him in alchemy." Ensuring he loses face, Guangchengzi grew increasingly animated, envisioning Ling Chen's dismay. Had Yuanshi known of Guangchengzi's scheme, he would surely have slapped him dead. Forging, alchemy, and array formation all require profound insight. To compare understanding with a prodigy like Ling Chen, wasn't that a gift? Just as the golden immortals of Changjiao were plotting to humiliate Ling Chen, he had already returned to the Chaos World. In the Chaos World, upon seeing the long-awaited Luo Ho and Ao Tian, Ling Chen was just about to exchange pleasantries when, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz, the tree of life, transformed from the life demon god, trembled violently. What is this? After years of growth, the tree of life had long ceased to be a mere bare trunk. It had flourished into a lush canopy, at the very moment Ling Chen returned. Buzz! A gentle breeze arose, causing the tree of life to shake violently. The emerald leaves cascaded down like rain, drifting towards the world. Each leaf of the tree of life contained boundless life force, imbued with a certain power of Laozi in an instant. The entire chaos world emanated a potent breath of life. Ling Chen witnessed this scene and, inspired, shouted, "Ao Tian, quickly open the path of reincarnation and guide the lingering souls to reincarnate." As these words left his mouth, Ao Tian awoke from his reverie and rapidly activated the reincarnation disc. Rumble! The vast purple reincarnation disc began to spin furiously. Streams of newly born souls descended from the disc, landing upon each of the leaves of the tree of life at the instant the newly born souls touched the leaves, as if golden wines met jade dew. An extraordinarily marvelous reaction unfolded in the void. Green light clusters emerged. Within each cluster, a life was nurtured, a life of flesh and spirit. Luo Ho gazed at this spectacle in a daze, his eyes filled with shock as he exclaimed, using the leaves of the tree of life as vessels and the newly born souls from the reincarnation disc as the foundation, merging the two to grant life. Such means, such artistry, truly a divine craftsmanship. In that moment, even the well-versed Luo Ho could not help but feel his heart tremble. Luo Ho looked towards Ling Chen, not far away, an uncontrollable admiration welling up in his eyes. If in the past Luo Ho had been forced to submit to Ling Chen, now he was truly convinced, from any perspective, Ling Chen is indeed worthy of his allegiance. At this moment, it felt as though a colossal burden had been lifted from Luo Ho's heart, leaving him inexplicably more at ease. From this point onward, he was no longer the all-controlling demon ancestor Luo Ho, but merely the steward, old Luo, of Ling Chen. Meanwhile, Ling Chen remained entirely oblivious to Luo Ho's transformation. As he sensed the emergence of life forms in the void, a powerful premonition surged within him. When these beings finally manifested, it was likely that the chaotic world would ascend to a new realm. Just then, with a resounding crack, one of the life orbs at the pinnacle split open. IT has begun. Ling Chen and Luo Ho, along with Ao Tian, felt a simultaneous jolt in their hearts. In the next instant, before their eyes, a being strikingly similar to the human race stepped forth from the light orb, the only distinction being its entirely green form. With a set of gleaming white teeth that stood out starkly, its hair flowed like vibrant emeralds, swaying in the breeze. Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback, as a phrase from his past life inexplicably resurfaced in his mind. Love is a light, so green that it glows. Above his head lay a vast expanse of verdant grassland. Was this not the most vivid depiction of that sentiment? While Ling Chen was lost in thought, a series of cracking sounds echoed around him. One after another, beings of pure green emerged, their numerous verdant locks dancing in the wind, creating a magnificent spectacle. Ling Chen, though speechless, had come to an understanding. These beings were birthed from the lush, life-giving leaves of the vitality tree, thus making their origins comprehensible. Fortunately, this was but a temporary state. The green hue on their exterior was merely the result of their life force radiating outward. Once they absorbed their internal vitality, the green would naturally dissipate, yet the vibrant green hair might very well remain. As Ling Chen pondered, the life forms below had completely shattered. Countless newly born green beings bowed deeply before Ling Chen, beseeching, "O Master, please bestow upon us names." Hearing this, Ling Chen cleared his throat and declared solemnly, "You, having been born as innate Tao bodies, are akin to the primordial human race, and thus shall be recognized as the human race. Furthermore, since you have emerged from the chaotic world, you shall be known as the chaotic human race." After a brief pause, Ling Chen pointed towards the firstborn of the chaotic human race, a mysterious light descending upon him as he intoned, "By the name of the Realm Master, I decree you to be the chaotic human emperor. Rule over the chaotic human race." Upon hearing this, the countless chaotic humans, led by their emperor, knelt before Ling Chen, exclaiming, "The chaotic human race pays homage to our master. We thank you for bestowing us names." No sooner had the words left their mouths than the once tranquil chaotic world erupted into chaos. Boom! Thunder roared as purple lightning crackled in the void. Where the lightning struck, strands of purple merit materialized out of thin air, manifesting as the merit of the Great Tao. Initially, the cloud of merit from the Great Tao covered a mere 10,000 acres. But in the blink of an eye, it expanded at a terrifying pace. 100,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1,000,000 acres. In just a few breaths, the cloud of merit from the Great Tao surged to an astonishing size of 1,000,000 acres. Previously, Nuwa had summoned 1,000,000 acres of Great Tao merit to create humanity in the Primordial realm. Now, Ling Chen had invoked 1,000,000 acres of Great Tao merit to give rise to beings in the chaotic world. The status of humanity in the eyes of the Great Tao was evidently significant. Excellent. Ling Chen, Luoho, and Aotan were all filled with delight. In the past, Nuwa had achieved sainthood with 1,000,000 acres of Great Tao merit. If Ling Chen were to refine this 1,000,000 acres of merit, he too could potentially attain the rank of a saint. With this thought, Luoho and Aotan could not help but direct their gazes towards Ling Chen. The position of sage was the dream of all beings in the primordial realm. Who could resist the tremendous allure of sainthood? Yet, Ling Chen was not one to be governed by ordinary logic. Luoho and Aotan were eager to discern Ling Chen's choice. Feeling their scrutinizing gazes upon him, Ling Chen smiled faintly and was about to speak. However, at that moment, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding detected that the host has acquired 1,000,000 acres of Great Tao merit. Please choose Option 1. Utilize the power of the Great Tao merit to instantly achieve sainthood, becoming a merit saint. With the reward of the method to attain sainthood. Option 2. Use the Great Tao merit as a foundation to evolve the river of 3,000 laws, with the reward of the method of world differentiation. Method of world differentiation. A unique technique that can condense the world membrane within an existing world, differentiating the world. The system had indeed triggered a selection task. Ling Chen was not the least bit surprised, as his gaze rested upon the two options presented by the system. Should he choose the first option, Ling Chen could almost immediately attain the rank of a saint. However, his attention hardly lingered on the first option. The river of 3,000 laws, the method of world differentiation. Ling Chen contemplated these two terms, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliant golden light. An irresistible thought surged within him. If he were to utilize the Great Tao merit to evolve the river of 3,000 laws, and then apply the method of world differentiation to differentiate 3,000 worlds, subsequently projecting the river of laws into those 3,000 realms, would he not possess the domains of the 3,000 laws? As the domains of the 3,000 laws continued to grow and evolve, the foundation of the chaotic world would inevitably experience a tremendous explosion. With a moment's reflection, Ling Chen felt a surge of exhilaration, unable to restrain a joyous laugh. Ha ha! In the void, witnessing Ling Chen's sudden laughter, Luoho and Aotan were left utterly bewildered. Luoho could not help but exclaim, Ling Chen, you can't possibly be so overwhelmed by this tremendous surprise that you've lost your senses. Could you? Lost my senses? Ling Chen shot a sharp glance at the impudent Luoho, teasingly replying, Luoho, it seems you're feeling rather cheeky. Luoho. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Luoho's face paled, and he instinctively sought to retreat. Yet before he could act, an unforeseen scene unfolded that Ling Chen's gaze shifted from Luoho and fell upon the cloud of merit in the void, commanding, Power of the world, manifest. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying force erupted from the pool of creation, merging into the merit cloud. Buzz. The power of the world and the Great Tao merit began to react violently, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that resonated endlessly. What was Ling Chen up to with such a ruckus? Just as Luoho and Aotan were left scratching their heads in confusion, Buzz, the cloud in the void, underwent a dramatic transformation, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Before Luoho and Aotan's incredulous eyes, the original cloud had morphed into a long river. Upon closer inspection, this river was unmistakably divided into 3,000 branches. This was the river of 3,000 laws. Could it be that Ling Chen had condensed the river of 3,000 laws? How is that even possible? Luoho, being the demon ancestor, quickly recognized the significance of the scene unfolding before him. His voice trembled uncontrollably. What lay before him was simply astonishing. Even during the boundless primordial chaos, Luoho had never encountered anything like it. Yet Ling Chen's subsequent actions would leave Luoho utterly astounded. In the void, Ling Chen cast a disdainful glance at Luoho, the corners of his lips curling into a slight smile that, try not to look so naive. What a disgrace. As Luoho remained speechless, Ling Chen's expression suddenly grew exceedingly grave, with the confluence of the 3,000 laws. The next step would be to differentiate the 3,000 worlds, thereafter reflecting the power of the 3,000 laws within them, thus creating the 3,000 domains. Ling Chen slowly closed his eyes, summoning the power of the world with all his might. Boom! A terrifying surge of world power erupted forth, akin to a thunderous roar in that instant when the illusory form of the Chaos Pearl manifested. Ling Chen abruptly opened his eyes, his voice resounding through the heavens and earth in the name of the Lord of Chaos, I shall differentiate the 3,000 worlds, with the final syllable uttered. The immense power of the world behind Ling Chen quivered in unison, dividing into 3,000 luminous orbs that gracefully descended along an extraordinary trajectory. Upon their descent, the 3,000 luminous orbs expanded at a terrifying speed. In mere breaths, the original 3,000 orbs had transformed into 3,000 membranes of the worlds. The once unified chaos world was instantaneously sliced into 3,000. The 3,000 worlds had come into being. Ling Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart, but dared not show any sign of complacency. He withdrew his gaze from the 3,000 worlds, focusing instead on the river of laws. With the 3,000 worlds established, it was time to reflect the 3,000 laws into each of them. Fall, with a soft utterance from Ling Chen, the river of laws trembled violently. 3,000 bands of color, each distinct, cascaded from the heavens. One end tethered to the river of laws, while the other descended into the newly formed 3,000 worlds. The scene was grand and resplendent. Ling Chen's voice echoed throughout the cosmos. In the name of the Lord of Chaos, I shall merge the 3,000 laws into the 3,000 worlds. The 3,000 domains shall be established. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 3,000 worlds quivered in unison. Each membrane of the 3,000 worlds materialized a fruit of law. Among them, the fruits of the domain, such as the demon domain, sword domain, artifact domain, pill domain, and array domain, had already solidified. These domains represented the laws Ling Chen had comprehended. Within the domains, the essence of law permeated, evolving into boundless phenomena. Apart from these domains, the fruits of law for the remaining domains were but ephemeral, devoid of the essence of law. Ling Chen was not the least bit surprised by this scene. His current comprehension of laws was limited, and the illuminated domains were no different. If there were a day when he could grasp the 3,000 laws, then all 3,000 domains would surely illuminate. The chaos world would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap, perhaps even achieving the grand scale of the Great Thousand Worlds. However, that was a matter for another day. Now that the 3,000 domains were established, Ling Chen's task was to allocate the chaos human race into these domains. With this thought in mind, Ling Chen proclaimed, "Chaos human race, heed my command. You shall immediately enter the domains to cultivate." Under the leadership of the human emperor, countless members of the human race knelt before Ling Chen in unison, responding with a thunderous affirmation, "We shall faithfully obey our Lord's command." In the next moment, under the human emperor's orders, countless chaos humans entered the domains in waves. It is noteworthy that the domains into which the chaos humans entered were all already illuminated. As the last of the human race vanished into the domain, Ling Chen turned, casting a beaming gaze upon the astonished Luoho. Ling Chen had already accomplished the majority of his layout. The final segment remained with Luoho. Ling Chen, Luoho began, "What do you intend to do? I have no desire to be cast into your so-called creation pool." Luoho instinctively took 2 steps back, his expression rife with wariness that in the past he had been deceived by Ling Chen into entering the creation pool, enduring unprecedented agony. Even though his primordial spirit had gained significant enhancement, Luo Ho wished to avoid such an experience once more. He instinctively believed Ling Chen intended to throw him into the creation pool to torture him. However, Ling Chen's actions were entirely beyond his expectations. Luo Ho, Ling Chen said, "What if I told you that I could help you return to your peak? Would you believe me?" Ling Chen asked with a smile. Luo Ho was momentarily taken aback, but then he erupted with resplendent golden light. Present, he was but a remnant soul, even with the 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus. He could only exhibit the strength of a fully realized Luo Golden Immortal. Yet his peak was that of a fully realized Hongyun Golden Immortal. Had it been any other being, even the Tao ancestor Hongjun, Luo Ho would have scoffed and dismissed their words entirely. But Ling Chen's words, that was an entirely different matter. Ling Chen, Luo Ho questioned, "You just not?" Ling Chen shook his head slightly, explaining, "I can appoint you as the Lord of the Demon Domain. In doing so, you shall wield the power of the Demon Domain and utilize it as a springboard to connect with the river of demon laws." As Ling Chen's voice resonated, the joy in Luo Ho's eyes deepened. His understanding of the demon laws had already reached the level of a fully realized Hongyun Golden Immortal. Coupled with the terrifying scale of the Chaos world, Ling Chen's conjecture had a significant likelihood of being realized. He would once again ascend to his peak by leveraging the Demon Domain. Luo Ho's eyes brimmed with emotion as he bowed deeply to Ling Chen, respectfully stating, "I beseech you, my lord, to grant me this boon." Unlike before, Luo Ho no longer addressed Ling Chen by name, but referred to him as my lord from that moment on. Luo Ho set aside all grievances in his heart and wholeheartedly acknowledged Ling Chen as his master. Simultaneously, Ling Chen's voice reverberated throughout the cosmos once more. "Luo Ho, in the name of the Lord of Chaos, I hereby appoint you as the Lord of the Demon Domain. Do you accept?" Suppressing his exhilaration, Luo Ho knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "Luo Ho shall faithfully obey my lord's command." No sooner had the words left his lips than the fruit of law above the demon domain gently trembled and entered Luo Ho's brow. Luo Ho stepped forth, hovering above the demon domain. Boom! The power of the demon domain roared. Surging into Luo Ho's body, that a strand of black satin descended from the river of laws, binding itself to Luo Ho. The 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus materialized beneath Luo Ho's feet. In the next moment, the power of the demon domain and the power of the laws intertwined seamlessly, utilizing the 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus as a foundation. Successfully reconstructing Luo Ho's supreme demonic form, a terrifying aura erupted from Luo Ho. From this moment forth, he was no longer a mere remnant soul, but the lord of the demon domain. A formidable being at the pinnacle of Hongyun Golden Immortal. Ah! Luo Ho laughed joyously, but as he laughed, tears of crystal began to well in the corners of his eyes, though he had returned to his peak. He was bereft of the 4 great demon generals and countless demon kin. A sense of desolation welled up within Luo Ho's gaze. Yet, as Ling Chen's next words resonated, the melancholy in Luo Ho's eyes vanished, replaced by uncontainable ecstasy. "Luo Ho, you can shape your demonic form with the power of the demon domain. Once you locate the remnants of the demon kin souls, you should be able to guide them into your demonic form, reconstructing the countless demon armies of old." As Ling Chen's voice continued to resonate, brilliant golden light erupted in Luo Ho's eyes, filled with gratitude and reverence as he gazed upon Ling Chen. For countless years, Luo Ho had pondered ways to return to his peak and reconstruct the myriad demon armies. Yet he had never found a solution, which had deeply troubled him. However, he never anticipated that the conundrum that had plagued him for years would be effortlessly resolved by Ling Chen. Such a scenario was simply too outrageous. What manner of intellect resided within Ling Chen? Rohu suppressed the tumultuous joy and chaotic thoughts within his heart, once more bowing deeply to Ling Chen with utmost reverence. Respectfully proclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing your teachings." Ling Chen nodded slightly, accepting it with composure, and replied, "The method has been entrusted to you. The subsequent matters are now in your hands." Rohu nodded earnestly and solemnly declared, "I shall not disappoint you, Master." After uttering these words, Rohu stepped into the demonic realm, immediately commencing the formation of his demonic body. Boom! As the demonic aura surged, for colossal demonic shadows suddenly emerged beside Rohu. Unmistakably, the four great demon generals of Ur. Following these four generals were countless smaller demonic figures. Yet, whether it was the four great generals or the demonic army, they were merely phantoms devoid of souls. To truly recreate the glorious spectacle of the demonic army of the past was a task of considerable magnitude. Nevertheless, this was a challenge that Rohu must undertake alone. Ling Chen withdrew his gaze and stepped forth, finding himself back within the creation pool. This breakthrough to the 12th rank of the Luo was fraught with ups and downs, laden with peril at every turn. Had it not been for Ling Chen's meticulous planning, had it not been for the chaotic realm, and had it not been for the system, he would have undoubtedly struggled to achieve such remarkable results. Yet, as the proverb goes, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Amidst the myriad dangers, Ling Chen's gains were substantial. It was only after arranging matters concerning Rohu and other affairs that he had the leisure to assess his latest acquisitions. Ling Chen's first gain was, of course, the successful breakthrough to the 12th rank of the Luo Jieyin, establishing an unparalleled foundation for his path. This supreme foundation undoubtedly laid an exceptionally solid groundwork for Ling Chen's future journey. Furthermore, he harbored an inkling that this supreme foundation, aside from solidifying his base, held an enigmatic opportunity yet to be unveiled. Ling Chen's second gain was the reward from the system, the 9 transformations of mysterious Gong. Prior to reaching the Luo Jieyin, Ling Chen had practiced the upper clear techniques. While these techniques were considered top tier in the Hongyun realm, they were merely first-rate in the primordial chaos. Moreover, the upper clear techniques did not align perfectly with Ling Chen's essence. That in contrast, the 9 transformations of mysterious Gong was markedly different. Upon a brief contemplation, Ling Chen realized that this technique was exceptionally suited to him. The 9 transformations refined the physical body, while the 9 transformations of Yuan nurtured the primordial spirit. With both the physical body and primordial spirit cultivated in tandem, Ling Chen's path would expand infinitely. As for the considerable resources required for the simultaneous cultivation of the physical body and primordial spirit, Ling Chen paid it no mind, not to mention his affiliations with the Dragon Clan, and the resources available within the chaotic realm were more than sufficient for his daily cultivation. If the 12th rank's 3 flowers atop the head had established Ling Chen's supreme foundation, then the 9 transformations of mysterious Gong illuminated his path of cultivation. Ling Chen's third gain was the recent consolidation of the 3,000 domains. Point 1. Should not underestimate these 3,000 domains, although they currently existed mostly as phantoms with a low world tier. Should the day arrive when the laws of the 3,000 domains fully evolved into a world of laws, how terrifying would the tier of the chaotic realm become? As previously stated, within the primordial chaos, worlds can be categorized into micro, small, medium, large, and vast worlds. At the inception of the chaotic realm, it was merely a small world. Yet upon the completion of the 3,000 domains, the chaotic realm ascended to a medium world. This alone illustrates the tremendous augmentation the 3,000 domains have imparted to the chaotic realm. Ling Chen's fourth gain was the profound reciprocation following the chaotic realm's elevation to a central world. This reciprocation was tenfold deeper than the previous one. Ling Chen harbored a vague premonition that after fully assimilating the benefits from this world, he would not only stabilize his cultivation, but also advance significantly. Ling Chen's fifth gain was the prestige he secured for Tongtian due to the primordial and the Chan teaching that had faced considerable hardships in Kunlun Mountain. It was certain that in the aftermath, the Chan teaching would retreat for a time. His own master would also gain greater confidence in the face of the primordial. Ling Chen's sixth gain was Rohu's complete allegiance. Rohu was once a formidable presence that contended with the Tao ancestor Hongyun. Had it not been for the heavenly Tao's covert assistance to Hongyun, Rohu might have truly achieved the Tao through slaughter, becoming a mixed Yuan de Luo Jieyin, even in a state of decline. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Rohu's foundation remained intact. Moreover, with Ling Chen's assistance, Rohu had already reconstructed his supreme demonic body and took command of the demonic realm. It was likely that in the near future, Rohu would lead millions of demons to re-emerge in the primordial chaos with unparalleled strength. One can only imagine the expression on Dao ancestor Hongyun's face at that moment. Aside from the 7 gains mentioned above, Ling Chen's acquisitions were numerous, and he shall refrain from enumerating them all. Ling Chen exhaled deeply, his countenance relaxing. Ever since he chose to ascend to the 12th rank of the Luo Jieyin, Ling Chen had begun to lay the groundwork, targeting none other than Hongyun and even the heavenly Dao. It was fraught with peril. Only now could Ling Chen finally breathe a sigh of relief. His plans had ultimately culminated in triumphant success. The chaotic realm, the supreme foundation, the 3,000 domains, and Rohu had finally acquired the means to contend against Hongyun and the heavenly Dao. What lay ahead for Ling Chen was the assimilation of these numerous gains, particularly the power of reciprocation following the elevation of the chaotic realm. "Let us commence," Ling Chen murmured. Boom! Like the sound of thunder, the once tranquil creation pool suddenly erupted. Waves of reciprocation power materialized from thin air, enveloping Ling Chen. Buzz, the 12th rank of the Great Perfection, 3 flowers atop the head, gradually manifested, continuously absorbing the world's reciprocation power. Ling Chen's aura surged at an astonishing pace. Even Ling Chen himself was taken aback by the rapidity and magnitude of his cultivation advancement. In less than 10,000 years, the reciprocation power within the creation pool completely dissipated. Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, shimmering with vitality. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Ling Chen. Surprise flickered in his eyes as he quietly remarked, "In less than 10,000 years, I have ascended from the initial stage of the Luo Jieyin to the late stage of the Luo Jieyin. The efficacy of this reciprocation power is truly remarkable. If in the future he were to ascend to a large world, he might very well achieve the Dao in one fell swoop, becoming a mixed Yuan de Luo Jieyin." Ling Chen's eyes brimmed with anticipation. The attainment of the Dao was the dream of all beings in the primordial chaos, and Ling Chen was no exception. However, unlike ordinary beings, Ling Chen sought not the saintly position, but rather the path of the mixed Yuan de Luo Jieyin through the laws of the Dao. When he first traversed the primordial chaos, Ling Chen was solely focused on survival. Even after becoming Tongtian's direct disciple, his thoughts remained fixed on mere survival. The concept of attaining the Dao felt impossibly distant. Yet now, it seemed that the attainment of the Dao was no longer a distant dream, but rather within his reach. Ling Chen's remarkable progress was evident, with the foundation before him and the divine selection system at his disposal. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to succeed in his quest for the Dao. Yet, that was a matter for another time. Ever since the battle with Kunpeng and his subsequent retreat, Ling Chen had been in seclusion for countless years, navigating life and death crises and leveraging the power of reciprocation from the world to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Luo Jieyin. This phase of Ling Chen's cultivation had now reached a conclusion. With a balance of tension and relaxation, Ling Chen felt it was time to rest for a while. With this thought in mind, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Kunlun Mountain. He was the foremost disciple of Tongtian. Yet he had never set foot on Kunlun Mountain, nor had he ever visited the gates of the Jieyin sect. This was rather unacceptable. "If that is the case," he declared, "I shall make a journey to Kunlun Mountain. If I wait until Jieyin relocates from Kunlun, the opportunity may be lost." As he murmured this, Ling Chen's figure gradually vanished from the spot. Kunlun Mountain had become significantly more bustling since Ling Chen's trial by tribulation. To be precise, it was the Jieyin sect on Kunlun that had become remarkably lively. Countless primordial beings flocked to it, aspiring to join this foremost sect of the primordial realm, a veritable gathering of myriad immortals. In stark contrast to the thriving Jieyin, the Chen'er sect appeared exceptionally quiet. The 12 golden immortals of Chen'er, once high and mighty, had chosen to seclude themselves in silence. The disparity between the two sects was glaringly apparent. Little did anyone know that the Chen'er was not merely in seclusion, but was brewing a scheme, waiting for Ling Chen's return that on a certain day, A figure clad in a black dragon robe appeared atop Kunlun Mountain. Who could it be if not Ling Chen? It is him, Ling Chen. Qi Jingzi had been waiting at the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain, hoping to catch a glimpse of Ling Chen as soon as he arrived. After 10,000 years of patiently waiting, he was on the verge of giving up when he finally spotted him. Overcome with excitement, Qi Jingzi hurriedly stepped forward to block Ling Chen's path, saying, "Fellow Taoist, please stay." Ling Chen instinctively turned his head, only to halt abruptly. "I am the Primordial realm." Such words carried substantial weight. Meanwhile, Qi Jingzi, seeing Ling Chen's back, mistakenly thought he had not heard him and quickly continued, "Fellow Taoist, please." However, before he could finish, Ling Chen swiftly turned around and snapped, "Silence." Qi Jingzi was momentarily taken aback, but forcibly suppressed his displeasure, forcing a smile that, if I am not mistaken, "You must be the master brother Ling Chen of Jieyin. Right?" The grand scene that triggered the 12th grade Deluo heavenly tribulation is still vivid in my memory. Qi Jingzi attempted to flatter Ling Chen, hoping to catch him off guard. Little did he know, Ling Chen had recognized him from the very beginning and had surmised his ulterior motives. Was it not merely about saving face and regaining a semblance of dignity? Ling Chen scoffed inwardly, yet wore a proud expression on his face as he replied, "You flatter me, my friend. I am indeed Ling Chen, the master brother of Jieyin. May I ask where you receive your teachings?" As expected, Qi Jingzi's eyes gleamed with delight, and he earnestly replied, "I am a disciple of Yuanshi, known as Qi Jingzi. I am one of the 12 golden immortals of Changjiao." Upon hearing this, Qi Jingzi's lips curled upward, clearly pleased with the title of 12 golden immortals. Ling Chen also feigned surprise and said, "Ah, your junior brother Qi Jingzi. I apologize for any offense earlier, this." Qi Jingzi's smile widened even more as he said, "There is no need for such formalities, master brother. The Chan and Jie sects coexist on Kunlun Mountain, both belonging to the three pure ones, akin to brothers. Moreover," he continued, "I, as a junior, admire my master brother's unparalleled grace, which prompted my abrupt approach to block you." With that, Qi Jingzi shifted the conversation. "If possible, I would like to discuss the Tao with you." "Master brother, surely you would not refuse?" Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, as it is merely a discussion of the Tao. "I see no issue." Upon hearing this, Qi Jingzi's eyes sparkled with immense joy. At this point, his plans were well underway. "Master brother, please follow me." Qi Jingzi suppressed his elation and led Ling Chen along winding paths toward a certain location. Unbeknownst to Qi Jingzi, the moment Ling Chen arrived at Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones had already noticed his presence atop the mountain. Tongtian raised an eyebrow and said to Yuanshi, "Qi Jingzi has stopped Ling Chen. What is he up to?" Yuanshi. He continued, "Are you plotting against Ling Chen again?" Yuanshi's expression darkened, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He was uncertain of Qi Jingzi's intentions, but knew one thing for certain. Qi Jingzi could not genuinely admire Ling Chen or sincerely wish to discuss the Tao with him. There must be some ulterior motives. Yuanshi felt an ominous premonition arise within him that if he, too, had been outmaneuvered by Ling Chen on multiple occasions, how could these younger disciples possibly stand a chance against him? Yuanshi instinctively sought to intervene, yet at that moment, Tongtian suddenly spoke up. "Since Qi Jingzi is so enthusiastic, let them be." Yuanshi was momentarily stunned but soon comprehended Tongtian's intent. He was clearly waiting to see Qi Jingzi's folly unfold. When had the usually upright Tongtian become so shameless? As these thoughts swirled in Yuanshi's mind, Ji Lusan had already led Ling Chen into a vast plaza. This plaza was located halfway up Kunlun Mountain, vast enough to accommodate 100,000 beings. That it served as a lecture hall for the Chan, Jie, and other sections. However, it was not the time for lectures, and only a few cultivators were present. These cultivators were the remaining golden immortals of Changjiao, evidently having plotted for quite some time. Interesting, Ling Chen thought to himself, a smirk creeping onto his face as he remained composed. Meanwhile, Qi Jingzi had already joined the others. Greeting Ling Chen with a smile, "Master brother Ling Chen, these are my fellow disciples from Changjiao." Ling Chen nodded slightly, replying, "I have met several of my junior brothers." Junior brothers? Hearing Ling Chen's address, Guang Qingzi and the other Chan Jiao Golden Immortals found it rather grating, a flicker of displeasure crossing their eyes. However, thinking of their impending scheme, their expressions quickly brightened. Guang Qingzi stepped forward and said, "Master Brother Ling Chen, with your 11 Great Sanhua achievement as a Deluo Golden Immortal, you are truly admirable. However," he continued, shifting his tone, "we wish to seek your insights on alchemy." Alchemy? Upon hearing Guang Qingzi's words, Ling Chen immediately grasped their intentions. Previously, he had showcased his prowess in weaponry and formations, but had not revealed his skills in alchemy. Presumably, these Chan Jiao Golden Immortals aimed to embarrass him in this domain. If all went according to plan, Guang Qingzi and the others would soon summon the beings of Kunlun Mountain to witness this event. Humph. Ling Chen smirked coldly to himself, but readily agreed. "As you wish." Upon hearing this, the Chan Jiao Golden Immortals erupted into joy. Guang Qingzi stepped forward with a grin and proclaimed, "I am Guang Qingzi of Chan Jiao. Today my junior brother Qi Jingzi shall engage in a discussion of the Tao with Ling Chen of Jiejiao. All beings of Kunlun Mountain are welcome to listen." Guang Qingzi's voice resonated like rolling thunder, echoing throughout Kunlun Mountain. The once tranquil Kunlun Mountain suddenly became agitated to the Jiejiao gates. To bow down and abruptly open his eyes. Astonished. The master brother has come to Kunlun. Why did the eldest senior brother go to the Chan sect first instead of teaching me? This is unacceptable. The eldest senior brother must have been deceived by those disciples of the Chan sect. Duo Bao Daoist quickly realized something and hurried towards the preaching venue. Behind Duo Bao Daoist, thousands of streams of light soared into the sky, prominently featuring the likes of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudong Holy Mother. Among other disciples of the Jie sect, in stark contrast, the Chan sect's entrance was sparsely populated with only a few scattered beams of light. The comparison highlighted the Chan sect's desolation. However, the most desolate of all was undoubtedly the Rin sect. After a considerable time, following the voice of Guang Qingzi, a single beam of light slowly emerged from the Rin sect, lazily making its way towards the preaching venue. It was none other than Laozi's sole direct disciple, Xuandu. In an instant, disciples from the Run, Chan, and Jie sects gathered at the preaching platform. Sensing the approaching light, Guang Qingzi's smile widened, and he said lightly, "The three sects are essentially one family. Surely, my senior brother would want more fellow disciples to witness our discussion on alchemy." Now that the arrangement was set, Guang Qingzi no longer wished to conceal his intentions, and his gaze towards Ling Chen brimmed with mockery. Yet Ling Chen appeared oblivious, nodding in agreement. Of course. Guang Qingzi internally scoffed, proclaiming loudly, "The contest concerns alchemy. Let us determine the victor based on the quality of the golden elixirs we produce. To ensure fairness," he continued, "I have prepared materials for each of you to refine golden elixirs." At this point, Guang Qingzi shifted his tone, adding, "However, since this is a contest, there must be stakes involved. Should you lose, you will need to bow 3 times towards the Chan sect's entrance. Will you agree?" Ling Chen, as the eldest senior brother of the Jie sect, represented their dignity that if he were to bow towards the Chan sect's entrance, the reputation of the Jie sect would undoubtedly suffer. This was precisely what Guang Qingzi and the others sought. Furthermore, with Ling Chen now placed in such a predicament, it seemed he could hardly refuse. Ling Chen, well aware of Guang Qingzi's ulterior motives, felt a chill in his expression and was about to speak. Just then, the voice of Duo Bao Daoist echoed through the void. "Eldest senior brother, you cannot agree. That Qi Jingzi is extremely skilled in alchemy and has refined the 6th transformation golden elixir countless times. You are no match for him. Do not fall into their trap." Guang Qingzi's expression shifted slightly as he coldly retorted, "Duo Bao, do you dare interfere with the decision of the eldest senior brother of the Jie sect? Does the Jie sect no longer distinguish between elder and younger?" Duo Bao, infuriated, was about to scold him when, at that moment, the voice of Ling Chen resonated, and no need for further words that "I agree." Duo Bao's heart raced with urgency, eager to persuade Ling Chen, but he was halted by Ling Chen's gaze. Seeing this, Guang Qingzi was elated and urged, "Time is of the essence. Let us begin at once." However, Ling Chen remained unmoved and calmly said, Junior brother Guang Qingzi, you only mentioned what would happen if I lost. But what if Qi Jingzi loses? Guang Qingzi was taken aback, laughing. How could Qi Jingzi possibly lose to... Realizing something was amiss midway through his sentence, Guang Qingzi hastily corrected himself. Ahem. If Qi Jingzi loses, we, the 12 Golden Immortals, will bow towards the Sect's entrance. Let us get started. Yet Ling Chen shook his head repeatedly, saying, that is not appropriate. Guang Qingzi furrowed his brows and said sternly, then what do you propose? A glint of mockery flashed in Ling Chen's eyes as he replied, if Qi Jingzi loses, I want the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan Sect to kneel before the Sect's entrance for 10 days and nights. Guang Qingzi never anticipated that Ling Chen would propose such a condition. The Primordial One cares deeply about face that if they were to truly lose, where would the Primordial One's dignity go? Guang Qingzi instinctively wanted to refuse. Yet if he did, all their years of scheming and waiting would amount to nothing. He felt an immense inner turmoil. Meanwhile, the sound of Ling Chen's coaxing voice echoed in his ears. If you are afraid, then I shall return to the Sect first. As he spoke, Ling Chen lifted his leg to depart. Guang Qingzi, in a panic, gritted his teeth and declared, I agree, as soon as the words left his mouth. Ling Chen, who had been about to leave, turned around leisurely, a smile gracing his face. This is what you said. And oh, backing out now. Guang Qingzi couldn't shake the feeling that Ling Chen's smile was unsettling. At the same time, atop Kunlun Mountain, the Primordial One could no longer sit still. These fools, he cursed inwardly, abruptly standing to intervene, only to be restrained by a hand. Tongtian's voice followed. Second brother, what are you doing? Are you afraid your own disciple will lose to Chen'er? Lose? The Primordial One raised an eyebrow, forcibly suppressing his unease, and replied coldly, Ling Chen is indeed skilled in the ways of tools and formations. But in alchemy, he may not be as competent. Qi Jingzi is a genius in alchemy, even praised by our eldest brother. How could he possibly lose? Tongtian chuckled, since you do not believe Qi Jingzi will lose. What are you planning to do? The Primordial One. Just then, Laozi, who had been in silent meditation, suddenly spoke. It is about to begin. Returning to the preaching platform, Qi Jingzi had already commenced the alchemical process with practiced ease. The furnace he used was black and white, embodying the duality of yin and yang. It was the legendary yin-yang furnace. The Primordial One actually lent this supreme, innate spiritual treasure to Qi Jingzi. It should not be considered a gift, but rather a loan. With the assistance of this extraordinary treasure, Qi Jingzi's alchemical skills would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. It seemed the Chan Sect had long planned this. Suddenly, a clamor erupted around them. Guang Qingzi, with an air of arrogance, declared, furnaces of this kind are rare, especially a supreme, innate treasure like the yin-yang furnace. With this ultimate furnace, my junior brother is bound to win. The other Golden Immortals of the Chan Sect also displayed expressions of smug satisfaction. The yin-yang furnace was a crucial element in ensuring their victory. Thus, it seemed Ling Chen would have no chance of turning the tables. However, unlike the triumphant expressions of the Chan Sect's Golden Immortals, Duo Bao Daoist, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, and other disciples of the Sect wore grim faces. All signs indicated that this was a conspiracy against Ling Chen, aimed at bringing shame to him and the Sect. Yet, for reasons unknown, Duo Bao Daoist suddenly recalled Ling Chen's earlier gaze and murmured, the eldest senior brother should be able to win. Able to win? Though the voice of the Taoist Du Bao was soft, all present were cultivators, and thus they naturally heard his words. Uncontrollable concern surged in the eyes of the disciples from the Sect. In their view, Ling Chen was highly likely to lose. Du Bao Daoist was merely attempting to bolster morale. In stark contrast, the faces of Guang Qingzi and the other Golden Immortals of the Chan Sect revealed a shared sneer. Qi Jingzi, a master of alchemy, was already formidable in skill, and with the immense enhancement of the yin-yang furnace, how could Ling Chen possibly prevail? Even Yuanshi's expression had brightened considerably as he chuckled. What use did Guang Qingzi have for the yin-yang furnace? I never expected it to be for today. Tongtian, what do you think? Tongtian, having no desire to engage with Yuanshi, felt a twinge of worry. Ling Chen had never exhibited any aptitude for alchemy. At most, he had grasped the insights of alchemy from Laozi. Furthermore, it seemed that Ling Chen lacked a suitable cauldron. Indeed, it was somewhat troubling. However, the subsequent developments were entirely beyond the expectations of both Yuanshi and Tongtian. With the support of the system, should it come to a contest of spirit treasures, Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, or even the three pure ones would not stand as equals to Ling Chen. Moreover, Ling Chen had acquired numerous treasures from the three pure ones, just after Qi Jingzi summoned the yin-yang furnace. Ling Chen made his move. Virum, radiance soared to the heavens. The dual energies of the cosmos manifested, and an ancient cauldron materialized before the eyes of the crowd. Heavens, this is the Qian Kuan Ding. It was said that the Qian Kuan Ding was transformed from the lotus pod of the chaos blue lotus. Not only was it a supreme innate spirit treasure, but it also possessed the ability to transmute acquired into innate. This was a cauldron even more powerful than the yin-yang furnace. Immediately, some beings recognized it, exclaiming in a WES. The voices of astonishment echoed. The expressions of Guang Chengzi and the other golden immortals from the Chan sect turned grim. They had painstakingly acquired the yin-yang furnace, only for it to be so easily overshadowed. How could Ling Chen, who had only just ascended to the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal, possess such a treasure as the Qian Kuan Ding? This was simply outrageous. What if he has a supreme cauldron? Alchemy still relies on one's own profound mastery of the art, Guang Chengzi stated coldly, conveniently forgetting how he had previously exalted the yin-yang furnace atop Kunlun Mountain. Upon witnessing the Qian Kuan Ding, Yuanshi's expression darkened as he demanded, how could Ling Chen possess the Qian Kuan Ding? Tongtian, could it be that you bestowed it upon him? Though Tongtian was also unaware of the origins of the Qian Kuan Ding, he feigned mystery, replying, and if I did, is that so? Yuanshi replied, his heart inexplicably filled with a foreboding sense of dread as he returned to the Dao platform. Virum, with the emergence of the Qian Kuan Ding, Qi Jingzi became distracted, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the furnace. Qi Jingzi's expression darkened as he had to start anew. Yet, just as Yuanshi had said, Qi Jingzi was indeed a genius in alchemy. Even though his emotions had led to a furnace explosion, he quickly regained his composure. His alchemical techniques were remarkably fluid, even aesthetically pleasing. In less than 3 years, Virum, radiance erupted from the yin-yang furnace, and a golden elixir slowly materialized. It was the golden elixir that Qi Jingzi had refined, adorned with 7 alchemical patterns. It was a 7-transformation golden elixir. Qi Jingzi had indeed concocted a 7-transformation golden elixir. What an astonishing level of alchemical mastery. Perhaps he was only second to Laozi? A chorus of astonished gasps erupted around him. Qi Jingzi's expression also reflected surprise. His previous alchemical prowess had only allowed him to refine a 6-transformation golden elixir. Perhaps it was due to the pressure or the assistance of the yin-yang furnace that Qi Jingzi had once again surpassed himself, creating a 7-transformation golden elixir, filling him with immense joy. The faces of Guang Chengzi and the other Chan golden immortals were equally filled with delight. If all went as expected, a 6-transformation golden elixir would already be sufficient to surpass Ling Chen. With a 7-transformation golden elixir, it would be a complete landslide victory. The outcome was already determined. They had won. Confident in their victory, Guang Chengzi and the others were not alone in their thoughts. Even the multitude of Kunlun cultivators watching shared this belief. The expressions of Dubao Daoist and the other Jie Sect disciples revealed anger. Yet they felt helpless. Unless something extraordinary occurred, their senior brother was destined to lose. Atop Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi's lips curled into a smirk. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as all beings had dismissed Ling Chen, he gently waved his sleeve. Virum, the Qian Kuan Ding trembled lightly, and its lids slowly opened. Unlike the previous yin-yang furnace, no radiance appeared above the Qian Kuan Ding, nor was there any sign of phenomena. Only a single golden elixir gradually emerged. There was not even a hint of alchemical occurrence. Ling Chen, you clearly cannot refine elixirs. Guang Chengzi mocked repeatedly, feeling assured of his victory. However, before Guang Chengzi could revel in his triumph for too long, an unforeseen spectacle occurred. Before Guang Qingzi's eyes, a resplendent golden elixir floated into view from the Qian Ding. Not good. The moment Guang Qingzi saw the golden elixir, his expression shifted dramatically. If it were merely a golden elixir, he would not have been so astonished. The critical factor was the patterns on the elixir. With patterns, elixirs are classified into 10 ranks. The more patterns, the higher the grade. The 9 transformation golden elixir refined by Laozi was the highest rank in the wilderness. Even the 7 transformation golden elixir previously refined by Qi Jingzi was already top tier. In comparison, a 10 transformation golden elixir would be akin to a 12 transformation great luo, representing a level of completion in elixirs. The only difference was that while the 12 transformation great luo could not exist within the rules of the wilderness, the 10 transformation golden elixir was simply subject to the heaven's jealousy, resulting in a tribulation. Returning to the plaza, before Guang Qingzi's astonished gaze, the golden elixir atop the Qian Ding suddenly erupted in dazzling brilliance. Patterns began to manifest continuously. 1, 2, 3. Within just a few breaths, the number of patterns on the golden elixir had reached 6, a 6 transformation elixir, only one step away from Qi Jingzi's 7 transformation golden elixir. Guang Qingzi forcibly suppressed his unease and coldly declared, though there is but a single rank difference between the 6 and 7 transformations, the disparity is monumental. Ling Chen, you will never surpass this rank. Upon hearing this, the gathered beings could not help but nod in agreement. S1 progresses. The gap between each rank widens. The difference between the 6th and 7th transformations is akin to that between a Tai Golden Immortal and a Great Luo Golden Immortal. They are not comparable. Even with Qi Jingzi's terrifying alchemical talent, he had only managed to refine a 7 transformation golden elixir through the yin-yang furnace and favorable conditions. Should he attempt again, the probability of success would be slim. Ling Chen was bound to reach his limit here. What a pity! The onlookers sighed inwardly. Yet at that very moment, the heavens erupted with Ling Chen's mocking voice. A 7 transformation elixir. Is it truly so difficult? Upon hearing these words, Guang Qingzi's expression shifted slightly, and he was about to retort with ridicule. Yet before he could speak, Virum, the golden elixir upon the Qian cauldron trembled gently. Suddenly erupting in a dazzling golden light, a new alchemical pattern slowly materialized. The 7th alchemical pattern. Yet another 7th grade golden elixir. My heavens, Ling Chen's talent in alchemy is astonishingly formidable. A chorus of gasps erupted from the surroundings. Guo Chengzi's countenance darkened considerably. Ling Chen had successfully refined a 7th grade golden elixir, signifying the failure of the long-laid plans of the Chan sect. Guo Chengzi felt an intense displeasure surging within, coldly remarking, "It is merely a stroke of luck," aided by the Qian cauldron, that he managed to concoct a 7th grade golden elixir. Even so, this outcome merely results in a stalemate. Upon hearing this, Daobao Daoist was unwilling to concede and immediately retorted loudly. What do you mean? Aided by the Qian cauldron, would Qi Jingzi have been able to create a 7th grade elixir without the yin-yang furnace? Guo Chengzi, have you no shame? Daobao Daoist, unbothered by decorum, openly berated him. Guo Chengzi remained speechless. After years of scheming falling to naught, Guo Chengzi was exceedingly displeased and was about to retort when a sudden exclamation interrupted. Look, another alchemical pattern had appeared. This was not a 7th grade golden elixir, but an 8th grade one. Guo Chengzi whipped around just in time to see the 8th alchemical pattern solidify completely. His jaw dropped and his heart plummeted into despair. His expression turned ghastly pale. This scheme had been meticulously devised by the golden immortals of the Chan sect, specifically to ensnare Ling Chen, the elder brother of the Jie sect. Their intent was to trample upon Ling Chen and the Jie sect, thus salvaging their dignity. Yet, with Ling Chen achieving a 7th grade elixir, their scheme had already failed. However, the situation took a dire turn with Ling Chen now producing an 8th grade elixir. Not only had the Chan sect failed to undermine the Jie sect, but they had been trampled upon instead. Imagining the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect kneeling before the gates of the Jie sect sent Guo Chengzi into a spiral of despair. The humiliation was one thing, but Yuanshi would surely not let him off the hook. It was all over. Guo Chengzi felt as though he might collapse under the weight of his despair. In stark contrast to Guo Chengzi's turmoil, Chijingzi wore an expression of utter astonishment. He understood all too well the difficulty of refining a 7th-grade golden elixir. It was precisely for this reason that he had felt so confident. Chijingzi could hardly believe that Ling Chen could concoct an 8th-grade golden elixir. It was simply absurd. Yet the essence emanating from the golden elixir was undeniably real. Leaving no room for disbelief, 8th-grade elixir. Ling Chen must surely be the most powerful alchemist beneath the elder brother. Alas, Chijingzi sighed, his expression a complex tapestry of reluctance, anger, and yearning. The subsequent developments would further expand Chijingzi's understanding. Just as everyone assumed this golden elixir was merely 8th grade, a sudden tremor rocked the Qinquan cauldron. A surge of profound energy erupted from the cauldron, enveloping the 8th-grade golden elixir. It was the innate power from within the Qinquan cauldron. What did Ling Chen intend to do? Could it be? While the crowd gasped in astonishment, a thunderous roar reverberated. Boom! The overwhelming innate power surged forth with a resounding noise, crashing into the 8th-grade golden elixir. The elixir erupted in a brilliant golden light. In the next moment, the golden radiance receded, forming a cauldron-shaped alchemical pattern. Alongside the previous 8 patterns, the golden elixir now bore a total of 9 alchemical patterns. 9 transformations of the golden elixir. Ling Chen had actually refined a 9-transformation golden elixir. His alchemical prowess was surely on par with that of the great purity Laozi. The crowd marveled in disbelief. Yet, Daobao Daoist could not contain his exuberance. Laughing heartily, Guo Chengzi, did you truly believe you could scheme against my elder brother? Did you not anticipate that my elder brother would achieve a 9-grade elixir? How does it feel to have your schemes backfire? I await your arrival at the gates of the Jieyin Sect to kneel in reverence. Daobao Daoist's unabashed laughter echoed through the heavens. The disciples of the Jieyin Sect were elated, their faces glowing with joy. In stark contrast, the faces of Guo Chengzi and the other disciples of the Chan sect turned as dark as a pot's bottom. Chijingzi, in particular, howled in disbelief. Impossible. Only the great master can refine a 9-transformation golden elixir. This elixir must be a forgery. It must be an illusion. As he spoke, Chijingzi became increasingly convinced of his assertion. As he stated, a 9-transformation golden elixir represented the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, attainable only by the great purity Laozi. Ling Chen had never displayed any talent in alchemy. How could he possibly concoct a 9-transformation elixir on his first attempt? There was only one possibility. This golden elixir was a fake. Meanwhile, Guo Chengzi and the other disciples of the Chan sect's expressions brightened significantly, hope rekindling in their eyes. If Chijingzi's claim held true, everything would change. Yet for some inexplicable reason, upon gazing at the resplendent golden elixir in the void, Guo Chengzi felt an unsettling certainty that this elixir could not possibly be a forgery. Not so. Even if this golden elixir were genuine, it must be treated as a counterfeit. Otherwise, how could the Chan sect salvage its dignity? With this thought in mind, Guo Chengzi stepped forward, bellowing, "How dare you fabricate such a deception in front of so many brothers? Ling Chen, you possess remarkable audacity. No wonder your Jieyin sect is filled with such deceitful characters." Guo Chengzi's tirade grew more fervent. But at that moment, a thunderous voice resonated throughout the realm. "Silence! Who dares command me to be silent?" Guo Chengzi's brow furrowed, ready to retort, but upon seeing the newcomer, he shrank back, stammering, "Master, what brings you here?" Yuanshi's brow knitted tightly, his voice cold. "Humph. If I had not come, the Chan sect would have lost all face." Guo Chengzi was momentarily taken aback, then queried in confusion, "But that 9-transformation golden elixir is a fake. It is Ling Chen and the Jieyin sect who should be embarrassed." "Master." Yet, as Guo Chengzi spoke, his confidence waned. For he clearly saw the icy gaze of Yuanshi. Could it be a thought of incredulity surged within Guo Chengzi? Meanwhile, the void trembled as the figure of Laozi, the embodiment of the great purity, materialized. His eyes fell upon the golden elixir above the Qinquan cauldron. shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. This elixir was not only a 9-transformation elixir, but indeed a supreme quality among them. Laozi's words, though soft, resonated in the ears of every being present. Guo Chengzi felt numb. The great purity Laozi was the unrivaled master of the primordial alchemy. Since Laozi proclaimed it as genuine, it could not possibly be false. This was truly the end. He had lost all semblance of dignity. Guo Chengzi felt as though he might weep without tears. In stark contrast, Chengzi appeared utterly bereaved, his eyes dimmed and devoid of light. For countless years, Chengzi had prided himself on being a genius in alchemy, even convinced that one day he would surpass Laozi. But now, after exhausting himself, and with the aid of the yin-yang furnace, he had only managed to concoct a 7th-grade golden elixir. Yet Ling Chen had effortlessly produced a 9-transformation golden elixir. This was an insurmountable blow to his pride. The red essence has withdrawn into himself, and his resolve is on the verge of crumbling. His demeanor has not escaped the notice of Laozi, who cannot help but sigh inwardly. The second-generation disciples of the 3 teachings, exposition, interception, and the like, are indeed individuals of extraordinary talent, much like Red Essence himself. His aptitude for elixir crafting is nothing short of breathtaking. Alas, they exist in the same era as Ling Chen. Not only have they all reached the pinnacle in the arts of weaponry, formations, and alchemy, but their foundations are also flawlessly at the 11th rank, comparable to the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by the primordial laws, Ling Chen's foundation might even ascend to the 12th rank of consummation. Ling Chen's brilliance is simply too dazzling. Talents like Guang, Chengzi, and Red Essence, even those slightly stronger like Xiandu, find it exceedingly difficult to rival Ling Chen. Sharing the same epic as Ling Chen is a lamentable fate for geniuses such as Guang, Chengzi, and Red Essence. Yet in a certain light, it is also a stroke of fortune for them. After the enlightenment of the saints, including Zhunti and Jieyin, Laozi and the other sages received the same divine mandate of the heavenly Tao. The edict is straightforward. The primordial realm shall not allow any further individuals to attain sainthood. Even someone as extraordinary as Ling Chen cannot achieve sanctification, but would Ling Chen be content to remain beneath the saints? Clearly not. With Ling Chen's nature, he will undoubtedly resist the heavenly Tao. Much like the former demon ancestor Luo, It is highly probable that Ling Chen's fate will mirror that of Luo Ho, culminating in his demise and dissolution of the Tao. When the whale falls, all things are reborn. Once Ling Chen perishes, the likes of Xiandu, Guang Chengzi, and other second-generation disciples of the saints will soar to new heights. What a pity, Laozi laments, though he himself is unaware of what exactly he mourns. Meanwhile, Tongtian has joyously approached Ling Chen, playfully slapping him on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Good lad, you never fail to surprise your master. You've taken on all the elixirs post-interception." Ling Chen, with a glum expression, gazes at his master in bewilderment, saying, "Master, you are going to wear me out." Without waiting for Tongtian's response, Ling Chen shifts his tone to one of seriousness, declaring, "Master, my golden core has yet to be completely refined. Please protect me." What? Ling Chen's words leave Tongtian and the others baffled. Having already formed a 9-rank golden core, how could it possibly still be incomplete? Could it be? An uncontrollable thought surged through the minds of the beings present, yet was promptly dismissed. Historically, 9 is the ultimate. The most potent elixirs in the primordial realm are all of the 9-turn variety. No matter how monstrous Ling Chen may be, it is inconceivable that he could surpass the confines of the 9 turns. Impossible. Tongtian could not contain his curiosity, asking Chen'er, "Do you aspire to achieve the 10 turns?" His words resonate with the unspoken thoughts of all present. All eyes turn to Ling Chen, who, feeling the weight of their gazes, smiles faintly and responds with calm assurance, "Indeed, I wish to see if I can refine a 10-turn golden core." As expected, the beings are filled with shock and disbelief, awed by Ling Chen's audacity, yet skeptical of his ability to accomplish such a feat. Red Essence cannot help but shout, "Ling Chen, I acknowledge your unparalleled talent in elixir crafting. However, you absolutely cannot break through the 9-turn barrier, Give it up. Even Xiandu, who had remained silent, finally speaks up, urging, Senior brother, do not force it. Give up? Force it? That is not an option. Ling Chen lifts his head high, his expression resolute. He understands that achieving a 10-turn golden core is no simple task. In many respects, the difficulty of this endeavor rivals that of reaching the 12th rank of consummation with 3 flowers. Yet Ling Chen still wishes to give it a try. Throughout the years, although he has devoted the majority of his time to cultivation, he has leveraged his formidable talent and the countless treasures of the chaotic realm to elevate his alchemical prowess to a terrifying level. In the entire primordial realm, only Taiqing Laozi can compete with Ling Chen in elixir crafting. Even before breaking through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Ling Chen had already succeeded in refining an 8-turn golden core. After his ascension, it was only natural for him to craft a 9-turn golden core. However, Ling Chen believes that the 9-turn golden core does not represent his limits at this very moment. With the right time, place, and harmony, Ling Chen is determined to attempt the 10 turns. Rise! With a thunderous shout from Ling Chen, the innate energy that has accumulated within the Qian cauldron for countless years erupts violently. Surging toward the 9-turn golden core, as the innate energy enters his body, the 9-turn golden core bursts forth in a brilliant golden radiance, revealing a vague alchemical pattern. The 10th alchemical pattern. Is it possible that Ling Chen is truly on the verge of success? This seems too incredible. The beings exclaim in astonishment. Yet at that moment, the previously silent Laozi suddenly speaks up. The manifestation of the 10th alchemical pattern is easy, but solidifying it is exceedingly difficult. What a pity! Laozi's implication is clear. Ling Chen still cannot complete the 10-turn golden core. This is unacceptable. Such a shame. The beings are filled with expressions of regret. The most commendable aspect of the Qian cauldron is the innate energy it contains. Ling Chen has evidently exhausted all of the innate energy, yet still cannot succeed. The challenge of achieving a 10-turn golden core is indeed monumental. Even a prodigy like Ling Chen cannot perform miracles. It seems that no one in the primordial realm is capable of accomplishing the feat of a 10-turn golden core. Unlike these ordinary beings, Guang Chengzi, Red Essence, and the other golden immortals from the exposition of teachings breathe a sigh of relief. Had Ling Chen truly achieved a 10-turn golden core, their scheming would have entirely benefited him. Thankfully, he has not succeeded. However, Yuanshi's expression remains far from pleasant, regardless of whether Ling Chen attains the 10 turns or not. The reputation of the exposition of teachings has already suffered irreparable damage. These useless fools. Yuanshi glares at the golden immortals of the exposition of teachings, his face darkened in comparison to Ling Chen. Even Guang Chengzi, whom he usually favors, appears utterly insignificant. Alas, Yuanshi cannot help but sigh inwardly. Had it not been for his rejection, Ling Chen should have been his disciple. Meanwhile, Tongtian steps forward, bellowing, "Everyone, be silent. My disciple, having dared to attempt the 10 turns, will not fail so easily. All of you, watch closely." Tongtian's voice is filled with unwavering certainty. Since meeting Ling Chen, each of his miraculous feats has gradually built Tongtian's faith in him. Since Ling Chen dares to proclaim that he requires protection, it is certain that he possesses a hidden trump card. The ensuing developments unfold precisely as Tongtian had envisioned on the Dao platform. Ling Chen observes the reactions of the beings. Remaining composed, he bows gracefully toward Tongtian, smiling. "I shall not disappoint my master." As he speaks, Ling Chen's expression grows serious, and he shouts, "Chirp!" The moment the words leave his lips, the sound of dragon roars suddenly resonates. Numerous illusory 9-clawed golden dragons emerge, swirling in the void. Hiss! Feeling this spectacle, the beings collectively gasp, their voices faltering. Heaven above, these are all manifestations of the auspicious golden dragons. When he broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he had already summoned such fortune. Who would have thought there could be so many more? What an astonishing fortune does Ling Chen possess? As he invokes such terrifying luck, could it be? Amidst countless gasps of astonishment, Ling Chen extended a finger and declared in a deep voice, Congeal! No sooner had the words left his lips than the golden dragon of fortune roared in unison, ascending towards the elusive nine-turn golden pill in the void. The nine-turn golden pill trembled repeatedly, its 10th pill pattern, which was on the verge of dissipating, suddenly solidifying. The fragrance of the pill wafted through the air. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted. Golden lightning crackled throughout the expanse of the void. This sudden spectacle instantly captured the attention of countless primordial beings that a multitude of gazes turned towards Kunlun Mountain. Their expressions filled with astonishment. Such an extraordinary phenomenon. Could it signify a breakthrough among the beings of Kunlun Mountain? What level of breakthrough could evoke such a magnificent spectacle? Could it be a saintly ascension? But that cannot be. No saintly aura was present in this phenomenon. Just as the primordial beings were engulfed in confusion, boom, the surging medicinal aura soared into the heavens, piercing through the clouds. The purple medicinal aura transformed into countless auspicious beasts, racing through the void. Its medicinal aura. Could it be? Immediately, some powerful beings of the primordial realm began to piece things together. Simultaneously, a voice of authority resonated from the heart of Kunlun Mountain, echoing throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. I am Ling Chen. Today, I have forged a 10-tier golden pill upon Kunlun Mountain. Heaven and earth bear witness. A 10-tier golden pill. The beings of the primordial realm were initially taken aback. Their eyes suddenly ablaze with overwhelming astonishment. 9 is the limit. Even a master of alchemy as formidable as Tongtian Laozi could only concoct a 9-turn golden pill. The 10-tier golden pill was a legendary artifact, one that should not exist in the primordial realm at all. And yet, a being has actually concocted a 10-tier golden pill? Wait, the alchemist of the 10-tier golden pill is none other than Ling Chen. The name Ling Chen is known to all in the primordial realm. He is the sovereign of the dragon clan, the foremost disciple of and the creator of the 12-tier great perfection with 3 flowers. He even dares to threaten the heavenly Tao with the great Tao. Ling Chen's lineage, foundation, and even his Tao heart are among the pinnacle existences of the primordial realm. Yet, it has never been heard that he possesses such terrifying prowess in alchemy. A 10-tier golden pill, following the 12-tier great perfection with 3 flowers. Ling Chen is about to create yet another miracle. A miracle of alchemy, just as the beings of the primordial realm were left in awe. Buzz, a resplendent golden pill, soared skyward, appearing prominently in the heavens above in the chaotic world. Luo Ho gazed in astonishment. Ling Chen had merely ventured to Kunlun Mountain, yet he stirred up such a tremendous commotion. Truly, he is a source of constant concern. One wonders if the heavenly Tao will intervene once more. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of extraordinary phenomena erupted in the void. Boom! Under the tumultuous thunder, boundless golden light erupted at a golden eye slowly materialized. It was the eye of the heavenly Tao. The eye of the heavenly Tao. I must have spoken too soon. Luo Ho was left utterly speechless. He had merely uttered a casual remark, yet it had indeed summoned the heavenly Tao. Cough, cough. Luo Ho retracted his head, his expression awkward. This young man acts with great caution. He must possess means to contend with the heavenly Tao. It must be so, Luo Ho muttered to himself, his voice wavering slightly. The subsequent developments left Luo Ho utterly gobsmacked. Buzz, just as the eye of the heavenly Tao was about to solidify, a vast expanse of purple energy erupted. A purple eye gradually took form. The golden represented the heavenly Tao, while the purple represented the great Tao. At the instant the great Tao's eye materialized, the eye of the heavenly Tao, which was on the verge of solidifying, faltered, caught in an awkward limbo between manifestation and dissolution. Simultaneously, the eye of the great Tao had fully manifested, casting a fleeting glance at the eye of the heavenly Tao before settling its gaze upon the 10-tier golden pill. A ripple surged forth within the eye of the great Tao, and when the eye of the great Tao focused on Ling Chen, the ripples intensified. Once again, it was Ling Chen. First, he achieved the 12-tier great perfection, and now he has concocted a 10-tier golden pill. Even the eye of the great Tao regards Ling Chen with newfound respect. However, the effects of the 10-tier golden pill are exceedingly extraordinary. capable of propelling an ordinary being directly to the level of enlightenment. Under the established rules, the Eye of the Great Tao would not easily permit the emergence of the 10-tier golden pill. Just as the Eye of the Great Tao pondered this, a notification sounded in Ling Chen's mind. Detection complete. Host has concocted a 10-tier golden pill. Please choose Option 1. Forcefully utilize the power of the 10-tier golden pill to attain enlightenment. With a high probability of being obliterated by the Great Tao. Reward. Hongming Bell. Option 2. Destroy the 10-tier golden pill. Reward. 1 random supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Option 3. Enlighten the 10-tier golden pill. Reward. Chaotic enlightenment secret art and 100,000 acres of great Tao merit. As expected. Ling Chen's heart swelled with joy. He had anticipated the arrival of this task, and as he surveyed the 3 options, his smile broadened. Naturally, Option 2 was dismissed. Ling Chen had expended all the innate energy within the Qian Kuan Ding and had consumed so much fortune, relying heavily on fortuitous circumstances to finally concoct the 10-tier golden pill. How could he so easily destroy it? Furthermore, the risk of Option 1 was far too great. Even if Ling Chen were to withstand the heavenly Tao and the great Tao in a desperate attempt to attain enlightenment, he would likely meet a dismal fate. The system's reward of the Hongming Bell was the clearest indication. Option 3 was indeed the optimal solution Ling Chen had planned. For this, he had painstakingly sought out a secret art of enlightenment. However, compared to the chaotic enlightenment secret art, the secret art he had obtained paled in significance. Moreover, the system also rewarded him with 100,000 acres of great Tao merit. What was there to hesitate about? System.I choose Option 3, and just as Ling Chen made his choice, an indifferent voice emanated from the Eye of the Great Tao. The 10-tier golden pill should not manifest in the primordial realm. Ding! Yet before the Great Tao could finish speaking, Ling Chen's voice suddenly rang out across the heavens. I am willing to forego refining the 10-tier golden pill. Heaven and earth bear witness upon uttering these words. The Eye of the Great Tao. The Eye of the Great Tao could not have anticipated that Ling Chen would make such a decision. An opportunity for enlightenment lay before him. Yet Ling Chen was willing to relinquish it. Did Ling Chen not comprehend the effects of the 10-tier golden pill? Or was he merely timid? However, all of Ling Chen's actions bore no resemblance to timidity. Before the Eye of the Great Tao could ponder further, Ling Chen's voice resounded once more. I am willing to enlighten the 10-tier golden pill to complete the alchemical path of the primordial realm. The Eye of the Great Tao. The Eye of the Great Tao finally understood Ling Chen's intentions. Gazing deeply at him, it spoke that if that is the case, this 10-tier golden pill will lose its efficacy for enlightenment. Do you comprehend? Ling Chen nodded and replied solemnly, I understand. I implore the Great Tao to grant me this. The Eye of the Great Tao remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. If that is the case, then you may proceed with the enlightenment. Indeed, it agreed. Ling Chen's heart leapt with joy. He dared not delay and flicked his finger. Boom! The 10-tier golden pill trembled violently. An endless surge of alchemical energy ascended toward the heavens. Piercing through the clouds, buzz, the void trembled. Under the grand essence of the Tao of elixirs, the long river of primordial elixir laws manifested. A ribbon-like force of law cascaded down from the river of elixir laws. One end tethered to the river itself, the other to the 10 revolutions golden elixir. Thus, the completion of the primordial elixir path through the 10 revolutions golden elixir was achieved. What followed was the most crucial moment of enlightenment. Ling Chen's expression sharpened, and he pointed once more. Buzz! An arcane power leaped from Ling Chen's fingertip and merged into the 10 revolutions golden elixir. The elixir quivered gently, and the fragrant aroma surrounding it abruptly vanished. Replaced by the vibrant essence of life, that a dense aura of vitality emanated from within the golden elixir. Enlightenment was achieved. From this moment onward, the 10 revolutions golden elixir would no longer possess the ability to transcend. It would instead become a living being with profound roots. The Eye of the Great Tao observed this scene with keen interest before slowly fading from view. This signified the Great Tao's approval. Alongside it vanished the Eye of Heavenly Tao. However, unlike the Great Tao's eye, the Eye of Heavenly Tao in its disappearance, audibly summoned the power of the heavenly principles. Rumble, thunder roared. Suddenly, a terrifying calamity cloud, exuding a sense of destruction, appeared in the void. This was indeed a measure left by the heavenly Tao, and also the transformation tribulation for the 10 revolutions golden elixir. To this, Ling Chen showed no surprise. The transformation tribulation was unlike the Great Luo tribulation. In both scale and might, it far surpassed the latter. Moreover, the heavenly Tao would meddle in this matter. Ling Chen dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he cleverly guided it into the chaotic realm, serving as nourishment for the world's ascension. Should the heavenly Tao discover Ling Chen's cunning maneuver, it would surely spit out a mouthful of blood. The very moment the calamity cloud dissipated, a resounding wail echoed across the heavens. A being enveloped in the essence of the elixir path materialized. This being appeared as a child of 6 or 7 years, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, eyes clear as crystal that a tiny vermilion mole rested upon its brow. Adding to its liveliness, after enduring the thunderous tribulation, life finally emerged from within the 10 revolutions golden elixir. A collective sigh resonated through the primordial realm. From the 10 revolutions golden elixir, this being was born within the laws of elixirs. What terrifying potential lay within its roots? If it were to be taken under one's wing, the eyes of the primordial beings sparkled with brilliant golden light. If all went well, this child would surely become at least a quasi-saint. Or perhaps even a saint. The very thought of accepting such a disciple left the primordial beings utterly captivated. Even the typically high standards of Yuanshi were ignited with desire, if possible. Yuanshi would have eagerly taken both Ling Chen and the child to the western Mount Shumi. Zhunti and Jieyin were practically drooling at the prospect. Zhunti murmured, "This child, born of the elixir's fortune, shares a deep affinity with our West." Regardless, they all agreed, we must coax, invite him over. Even the usually composed Jieyin nodded fervently, his expression fervent. The West, being so barren, would greatly benefit from the emergence of a master of the elixir path, alleviating their pressing circumstances. This was precisely why Zhunti and Jieyin valued this opportunity so highly. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongyun frowned slightly, his expression revealing discontent. All along, Hongyun had held Ling Chen in disdain. Even with Ling Chen achieving the 12th rank of Great Luo Golden Immortal, he felt the same. For Hongyun knew well that the heavenly Tao would not permit the beings of the primordial realm to attain the saintly path. No matter how astonishing Ling Chen might be, he could not become a saint. Below the saintly realm, all were, but ants a mere larger ant would not warrant Hongyun's concern. Yet, with the 12th rank of Great Luo, and now the 10 revolutions golden elixir, Ling Chen repeatedly shattered the constraints of established rules. This could not help but draw Hongyun's attention. My grand design must not allow for such anomalies. Hongyun murmured softly, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of scheming. Amidst the crowd's gaze, the Grand Master Taiji suddenly spoke. "Disciple Ling Chen," he inquired, "might I know this child's name?" Ling Chen's heart stirred, and he smiled. "Master Uncle, why not bestow him a name?" The Grand Master could not help but admire silently. He had merely hinted at a thought, and Ling Chen had seen through it. This showcased Ling Chen's keen insight. What a pity! The Grand Master couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then turned his gaze to the elixir child. Speaking solemnly, this child not only embodies the transformation of the 10 revolutions golden elixir, but also carries the fortune of the elixir path, that if all goes well, this child will undoubtedly become a leader in the primordial elixir realm. Let us name him Dancenzi. Dancenzi. Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback, recalling a verse from his past life. Tsenfuzi, born of Danxiu, called for the child to exchange for fine wine. Could it be that the Grand Master was also a traveler from another realm? A look of skepticism filled Ling Chen's eyes. Yet from every perspective, the Grand Master bore no traits of a time traveler. It must have been a mere coincidence. Suppressing his thoughts, Ling Chen smiled at the child beside him. "Dancenzi," he said, "do thank Master Uncle for the name." Dancenzi bowed deeply to the Grand Master, his voice sweet and innocent. "Thank you, great sage, for the bestowed name." The Grand Master nodded slightly, though his expression grew somewhat complex, as if he wished to speak but hesitated. Eventually, he could not resist asking, Dan Chen'er, do you wish to take me as your master? If so, I am willing to impart my entire knowledge of the elixir path to you." Upon hearing these words, Dan Chen'er was left speechless. As for the primordial beings, they had not anticipated the Grand Master would suddenly make such a declaration. Only Ling Chen smiled knowingly. The Grand Master had always been tranquil and unassuming, not one to compete or covet. His recent initiative to name Dan Chen'er spoke volumes. Ling Chen chuckled lightly, saying nothing, allowing Dan Chen'er to make his own choice. Dan Chen'er's cheeks flushed, glancing between Ling Chen and the Grand Master. He queried with confusion, "But I already have a master, don't I? My master enlightened me. How can I take you as my teacher?" Moreover, Dan Chen'er's voice dropped significantly, mumbling, "My master's elixir path is the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Why would I need another teacher?" The Grand Master was momentarily stunned, left speechless. Indeed, Ling Chen had already forged the 10 Revolutions golden elixir. His mastery surpassed that of the Grand Master. Why would Dan Chen'er need to take him as a mentor? Faced with Dan Chen'er's words, the Grand Master found himself without any rebuttal. Dan Chen'er, undeterred by the Grand Master's thoughts, leaped into Ling Chen's embrace. "Master," he declared, "Dan Chen'er will not take you as a teacher. I shall follow you for life. Please don't let the big bad guy take me away, okay?" The Grand Master was left at a loss. In Dan Chen'er's eyes, he had suddenly become the big bad guy. How amusing! Ling Chen could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a hearty chuckle. "Ha ha!" Tongtian immediately followed suit, unable to suppress his own laughter. Even a usually somber Yuanshi found himself unable to hold back a smile. Laozi merely cast a melancholic glance at Ling Chen, then reluctantly at Dan Chen'er, who vanished in a thin air along with Laozi. Yuanshi and the multitude of onlookers also disappeared in succession. In the vast expanse of the square, only Tongtian, Ling Chen, Dan Chen'er, and a host of Jieyin disciples remained. Tongtian gazed at Ling Chen, his eyes brimming with affection, exclaiming, "The 12th grade de Luo, the 10-turn golden elixir. Chen'er, you have brought me an abundance of surprises that I am truly fortunate to have taken you under my wing." Tongtian was not one to speak excessively, yet in the presence of Ling Chen, he could not help but express his admiration with fervent praise. The disciples of Jieyin, including Duo Bao Daoran, had never witnessed Tongtian in such a light, leaving them both astonished and elated. Their gazes collectively fell upon Ling Chen, for only the eldest disciple, Ling Chen, could elicit such a profound transformation in Tongtian. The disciples felt no hint of jealousy, understanding that had they been in Tongtian's position, they might have shown even more exuberance. Acknowledging the attention from Tongtian and his fellow disciples, Ling Chen offered a warm smile and cheerfully stated, "A great master begets a remarkable disciple. My achievements owe much to the guidance and support of my revered teacher. Without your acceptance of me back then, I would not be where I am today." Ling Chen immediately showered Tongtian with compliments, causing him to burst into hearty laughter. "Good disciple, spend some time bonding with your fellow brothers before coming to visit me again." Tongtian left with a jovial demeanor. I could see that moment. The ever-impatient Duo Bao Daoran stepped forward and respectfully declared, "Eldest senior brother, I am Duo Bao, the direct disciple of our revered teacher." His words seemed to ignite a spark. In the next instant, Jinling Shengmu, Wu Dang Shengmu, and a throng of Jieyin disciples surged forward, encircling Ling Chen. Initially taken aback by the enthusiasm of the Jieyin disciples, Ling Chen soon found himself at ease among them. "Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. I have something to say." Ling Chen finally managed to extricate himself and hastily continued. Upon hearing this, Duo Bao Daoran and the others ceased their revelry and fell silent. Ling Chen nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied that it seemed that as the eldest disciple of Jieyin, he still wielded a measure of authority. Just as Ling Chen was reveling in this thought, Jinling Shengmu suddenly chimed in with a playful smile. "Eldest senior brother, not only are you a master of weaponry, an alchemy grandmaster, but also the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan. Shouldn't you present a token of your first meeting to your brothers?" Jinling Shengmu's charming smile was captivating, and Wu Dang Shengmu and the others also wore expressions filled with delight. Duo Bao Daoran's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ling Chen felt a warmth in his heart, but could not help but sigh. Compared to the cold indifference of the Chan sect, Jieyin resembled a lively family. Yet, during the impending tribulations of the Fengshen era, it was likely that these endearing brothers and sisters would perish in the calamity. How lamentable! Nevertheless, now that Ling Chen was inseparably bound to Jieyin, he would spare no effort to alter its fate. However, that was a matter for another time. For now, Ling Chen's priority was to assist Tongtian in furthering the development of Jieyin. Suppressing his thoughts, Ling Chen smiled and said, "My resources may be even more abundant than you imagine. Rest assured, I will not disappoint my brothers." As he spoke, Ling Chen waved his sleeve. Buzz, countless treasures manifested. Among them were spiritual treasures, elixirs, and an endless array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Amidst the dazzling display of light, Ling Chen's voice resonated. "Where is Duo Bao?" Duo Bao Dao Run trembled slightly. Quickly responding, "Duo Bao is here." Ling Chen nodded slightly and declared, "You shall be responsible for distributing these heavenly materials and earthly treasures." Upon hearing this, even though Duo Bao Dao Run had anticipated it, he could not contain his joy and exclaimed, "On behalf of the brothers, I thank eldest senior brother for your generous gifts." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jin Ling Shengmu, Wu Dang Shengmu, and the other Jiejiao disciples bowed in unison. "That we thank eldest senior brother for your generous gifts. Wealth paves the way, the expectations of the masses, under the adoring gazes of the Jiejiao disciples." Ling Chen took Dan Zi's small hand and leisurely made his way towards Kunlun Mountain and the Bayou Palace. Dan Zi held a spiritual fruit, savoring it with juice dripping down her chin. Ling Chen and Tongtian exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Ling Chen took the initiative to speak. "Teacher, how have you fared over the years?" Tongtian was taken aback for a moment before replying. "After the 3 lectures at Zishao Palace, not only did I establish Jiejiao, but I also attained the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, I've been doing exceedingly well." Ling Chen's eyes grew deep and contemplative as he replied, "Is it truly all that well?" Tongtian fell silent. Although he had become a saint, his life was far from comfortable. The escalating conflicts between the Chan and Jie sects, along with his discord with Yuanshi, weighed heavily on the loyal and righteous Tongtian, leaving him in a state of profound anguish and helplessness. Furthermore, after attaining sainthood, Tongtian had not gained true freedom. Rather, he found himself constrained at every turn. This was a source of great discomfort, almost clouding his heart with dust. These matters had never been shared by Tongtian with others. How had Ling Chen perceived them? Tongtian gazed deeply at Ling Chen and waved his sleeve. "Buzz." After formidable barriers were erected, Tongtian fixed his burning gaze upon Ling Chen and asked, during the 3 lectures at Zishao Palace, "You urged me to sever a thread of my true spirit. Chen'er, did you foresee the events that would unfold?" Ling Chen shook his head. He could not possibly divulge the truth of his traversing. Yet he had prepared an answer, speaking solemnly. "Teacher, I was born under the auspices of the demon and dragon clans, gaining insight into his actions during the Dragon Han calamity. A person's cultivation may advance, yet their nature is difficult to alter. I do not believe he possesses such benevolent intentions." The he Ling Chen referred to was, of course, the current Dao ancestor Hongyun. However, Hongyun had now become a proven saint and was the foremost saint of the wilderness. To call him by name might draw his attention. Even with Tongtian as protective array, it remained precarious. Naturally, Tongtian understood the implications of Ling Chen's words, and his expression turned somewhat gloomy as he said, "But we can no longer turn back." Ling Chen nodded slightly, responding, "Indeed, there is no turning back." Tongtian, at a loss for words, was caught in contemplation when Ling Chen's voice echoed once more in his ears. "Therefore, I do not intend to follow your path." Tongtian furrowed his brow and could not help but retort, "Currently, the principles of the great Tao are concealed, and the path to realizing those principles has nearly been severed. If you do not pursue the path of severing the 3 corpses to attain sainthood, how will you achieve enlightenment?" In response, Ling Chen rose to his full height, his gaze fixed upon the endless chaos outside the Bayou Palace, declaring softly, "The path I shall take is undoubtedly that of realizing the principles. Without waiting for Tongtian to respond, Ling Chen clasped his hands behind his back, his expression resolute. Though the principles of the Great Tao had become obscured, the Great Tao itself still existed. The path to realizing the principles had not been severed. It merely requires immense perseverance and great courage. Although Ling Chen's voice was soft, it resonated profoundly in Tongtian's ears. Striking a deafening chord, Tongtian gazed at Ling Chen in a daze. His expression stirred. He reminisced about their initial encounter, when Ling Chen was but a newly emerged young dragon, trembling and cautious, fearful that a single misstep could lead to his extermination. Yet now, Ling Chen had evolved from that fledgling dragon into a being whose depths even Tongtian could not fathom. However, within Tongtian's heart, there was no trace of apprehension, only pride. As a naturally gifted sword cultivator, Tongtian would never have embarked on the path of slaying the three corpses were it not for the obscuration of the Great Tao's principles. Yet, as Ling Chen had articulated, although the principles of the Great Tao had hidden away, the path of enlightenment through those principles had not been entirely severed. With Tongtian's unparalleled talent in swordsmanship, opportunities for enlightenment were indeed not out of reach. Nevertheless, Tongtian ultimately chose the easier path of slaying the three corpses, culminating in his attainment of the status of a saint of merit. Chen'er, the master conceded, I cannot compare to you. Yet, I find myself unable to turn back now. Tongtian sighed deeply. Ling Chen slowly turned, a radiant smile gracing his features as he spoke. Master, if I were to offer you the chance for reincarnation and renewed cultivation, would you steadfastly pursue the path of the sword? Upon hearing these words, Tongtian's entire being trembled. Chen'er, do you speak the truth? Ling Chen's smile broadened as he proclaimed, Indeed, I speak the truth. Once the cycle of the primordial world restarts, I shall assist you in your reincarnation and renewed cultivation. Allow me to elaborate. After a night of discourse between Ling Chen and Tongtian, Ling Chen departed from the Biao Palace, making his way towards the gates of the Jiejiao. However, as he descended from the clouds, he was taken aback by the unusual liveliness surrounding the Jiejiao gates. What is happening? He pondered. As whispers and murmurs reached his ears, his surprise, the Chanjiao had indeed come to fulfill their wager. Though proud, the Chanjiao had maintained their promise, which was commendable. However, this time, their reputation had suffered a significant blow. Ling Chen could not help but smirk at the irony. Initially, Guang Chengzi and Shi Jingzi had sought to use him as a pawn to bolster the prestige of the Jiejiao, only to have their plans backfire spectacularly. Following this incident, the Jiejiao's reputation soared due to Ling Chen's astonishing performance, while the 12 golden immortals of the Chanjiao found themselves kneeling before the gates of the Jiejiao. You reap what you sow. Ling Chen chuckled softly to himself as he continued towards the Jiejiao gates. Meanwhile, the surrounding beings had already recognized Ling Chen. It is Jiejiao's senior brother Ling Chen. He has arrived. As soon as those words were uttered, all gazes originally fixed on the 12 golden immortals of the Chanjiao swiftly turned to Ling Chen, their expressions a complex tapestry of curiosity, admiration, and anger. Guang Chengzi and the other 12 golden immortals also cast their eyes upon him, only to lower their heads thereafter. Guang Chengzi had intended to exploit Ling Chen, but little did he realize that they themselves were the true fools in this scenario. Who could he possibly appeal to for redress? Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Chen navigated through the throng, gracefully stepping past the 12 golden immortals and entering the gates of the Jiejiao. Just as he crossed the threshold, a multitude of Jiejiao disciples surrounded him. Senior brother, you have returned. Senior brother. Senior brother, an array of enthusiastic voices erupted. The disciples of the Jiejiao. Tongtian was their master, their ancestor. Though they held Tongtian in reverence, there was an inherent distance between them that, in contrast, Ling Chen seemed to be innately close to them. Moreover, Ling Chen had not only brought innumerable glories to the Jiejiao, but also countless treasures of heaven and earth. Who would not be fond of such a talented and wealthy senior brother? After finally extricating himself from their enthusiastic embrace, Ling Chen declared, Allow me to speak that I am the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, and I shall soon return to my kin. The moment these words escaped his lips, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. The Jieyin disciples could not help but reveal expressions of reluctance. Their senior brother had scarcely arrived before he was to depart once more. Ling Chen observed their emotions and smiled. I did not say I would leave immediately. Before I depart, I shall impart teachings for 3,000 years. What I shall convey is the Great Tao. The Great Tao, the disciples of the Jieyin, including Taoist Duo Bao, were initially taken aback, only to soon display expressions of excitement. Ling Chen had forged the legend of the 12-tiered De Luo Golden Immortal. His understanding of the Great Tao was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the primordial realm, perhaps even surpassing that of the Tao ancestor Hongyun. This was undeniably a tremendous opportunity. Senior brother, when shall you commence your teachings? Taoist Duo Bao boldly asked, voicing the collective sentiment of the Jieyin. Ling Chen smiled faintly and, without hesitation, ascended the teaching platform, sitting cross-legged. There is no time like the present. Let us begin now. Outside the Jieyin gates, after Ling Chen vanished, the gathered beings did not disperse immediately. Rather, they lingered, reluctant to leave. Meanwhile, Guang Qingzi abruptly raised his head, bellowing leave. As he spoke, a terrifying aura of De Luo erupted forth. Pressing down upon the onlookers, Guang Qingzi had issued an order for them to vacate. He had no desire to be scrutinized by this group of lesser beings. Quickly, depart. Most of these beings were scattered cultivators from Kunlun Mountain, lacking in strength, and they dared not defy Guang Qingzi, scattering in all directions. However, at that moment, a clear and melodious bell chimed from within the Jieyin gates. The scattered Kunlun cultivators paused, turning their heads in unison. The 12 golden immortals of the Chen'er did the same in the next instant, as the gazes of the Kunlun cultivators and the 12 golden immortals of the Chen'er converged. Golden lotuses erupted from the ground, and celestial maidens scattered flowers, a majestic aura of immortality materializing from thin air and transforming in a spiritual rain that cascaded down suddenly. Magnificent and extraordinary phenomena manifested above the Jieyin gates. Such phenomena, it must be the result of a powerful being imparting teachings. Who could it be? Could it be the scattered Kunlun cultivators simultaneously envisioned a singular figure, Ling Chen, since Tongtian was in the Bo Palace? The one imparting teachings had to be Ling Chen without a doubt. Hiss! A collective gasp escaped the lips of the Kunlun cultivators. While teachings in the primordial realm were not uncommon, only those above the De Luo level could evoke such phenomena. The higher the level of teachings, the more grandiose the resulting manifestations. However, even a quasi-saint's teachings could not summon such magnificent phenomena. Could they? Yet Ling Chen was merely a De Luo golden immortal. Such an anomaly as Ling Chen could not be measured by ordinary standards. Among the second generation of the Xianmen, none could rival Ling Chen. As long as Ling Chen remained, no one among the second generation of the Xianmen could rise to prominence. The Kunlun cultivators were left in awe. Conversely, the expressions of the 12 golden immortals of the Chen'er were decidedly grim, especially Guang Qingzi, who had always aspired to be the foremost among the second generation of the Xianmen. Prior to Ling Chen's emergence, Guang Qingzi had only two rivals, Xuandu and Taoist Duo Bao. However, with Ling Chen's arrival, Guang Qingzi had lost all motivation to contend for the position. It was not that Guang Qingzi lacked ambition, but rather that the chasm between him and Ling Chen was insurmountably vast. Even if he exerted himself to the utmost, he would struggle to even catch a glimpse of Ling Chen's back. After this battle, Ling Chen undoubtedly became the foremost disciple of the second generation of the Xianmen, whereas Guang Qingzi was merely a stepping stone on Ling Chen's path to ascendancy. Alas, Guang Qingzi sighed deeply, lowering his once proud head, silently kneeling in the Yushu Palace. Yuanshi's gaze swept over the golden immortals of the Chan sect outside the gates of the Jie sect, then landed on the grand spectacle. His expression intricate. Yuanshi had always adhered to the philosophy of elite education, selecting only those students who possessed exceptional roots and fortuitous destinies. Yet in the presence of Ling Chen, what were Guang Qingzi and the others but mere talents? If only I had accepted Ling Chen back then. Regret surged uncontrollably within Yuanshi's heart. He truly felt remorse. In the 8th Scenery Palace, Laozi was equally disinterested in cultivation, quietly observing all that transpired at the GS Sect's gates. Xiandu stood beside him, his eyes flickering between unwillingness and uncertainty. Just as the 3,000 years of preaching were nearing their conclusion, calamity struck the West Sea. Above the West Sea, a thunderous roar erupted. The once calm void suddenly manifested a black calamity cloud, stretching across tens of thousands of acres. Buzz! The moment the calamity cloud appeared, the tranquil West Sea transformed into a surging tempest. Towering waves surged skyward, unleashing terrifying shockwaves. What has transpired? Could it be the Great Luo heavenly tribulation? Another being has successfully condensed the top 3 flowers and is about to face the Great Luo heavenly tribulation. Who could it be? The strange occurrences in the West Sea swiftly captured the attention of countless beings, who soon recognized the roots of the calamity cloud. Meanwhile, the calamity cloud expanded at an alarming speed. 50,000 acres, 100,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1 million acres. In just a few breaths, the size of the calamity cloud surged to an astonishing 1 million acres. Hiss, a million-acre calamity cloud? Another 9th grade Great Luo? Witnessing the spectacle, the beings of the Primordial era gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with dread. In the Primordial realm, the 9th grade Great Luo was considered a minor perfection. While there were many Great Luo golden immortals, achieving the 9th grade Great Luo was exceedingly rare. Even among the 12 golden immortals of the GS Sect, only Guang Chengzi attained the 9th grade, while the rest remained at the 8th grade. This stark rarity underscored the exceptional nature of the 9th grade Great Luo. Amid the throngs of spectators, a thunderous roar echoed. A white dragon erupted from the West Sea, soaring into the heavens. Who but Bai could it be? He was the Lord of the West Sea. It truly is him. The pinnacle of Tai golden immortals within the West Sea was limited, and few possessed the foundation to condense the 9th grade's top 3 flowers. The beings of the Primordial era understood and were shaken to it was clear that the one facing the tribulation was Bai. And the shock was palpable that in the past, when the demon clan invaded, Bai was merely the West Sea Dragon Prince, at the peak of the golden immortal realm, with the entire West Sea hanging by a thread. Now Bai was not only the Dragon King of the West Sea, but also on the verge of becoming a 9th grade Great Luo. All of this was due to the new generation Dragon Emperor. Ling Chen, a great master, produces an exceptional disciple. How wonderful it would be if I too could serve beneath the Dragon Emperor. Indeed, amidst the exclamations of the beings of the Primordial era, the million-acre Great Luo heavenly tribulation erupted with a deafening roar. Endless bolts of lightning rained down upon Bai. Come at me. Bai howled towards the heavens, coiling upward, deliberately heading towards the calamity. Boom! Under the relentless onslaught of the thunderous tribulation, Bai's aura surged steadily, that a trace of Tao essence quietly manifested upon his white dragon form. All of this signified that Bai was on the brink of successfully transcending the tribulation. Once he did, Bai would be a 9th grade Great Luo. Father, ancestors of the Dragon Clan, I am about to shatter the shackles for our kin. Do you see this? Bai's eyes brimmed with tears, his expression filled with immense excitement. And oh wonder, Bai felt this way. Since the calamity of the Dragon Han, the Dragon Clan had suffered under the weight of karmic burdens, with no one breaking through to the Great Luo. As for the Great Luo-level Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas, they were all ancient figures who had achieved Tao during the Dragon Han calamity. If this continued, the Dragon Clan would lose all hope of resurgence until Ling Chen appeared. Years ago, Ling Chen defied the odds and broke through to the Great Luo with his 12th-grade perfection, successfully liberating the Dragon Clan from their shackles. Unfortunately, Ling Chen's extraordinary talents could not represent the majority of the Dragon Clan. But Bai was different. Though endowed with formidable roots, he still operated within the realm of the ordinary. If Bai were to successfully break through to the Great Luo, the Dragon Clan would truly shatter the chains of karma. At that moment, countless dragons looked on with eager anticipation, yearning for the moment Bai achieved the Great Luo. Break! With Bai's thunderous shout, the million-acre calamity cloud roared in defiance. slowly dissipating at a magnificent top. Three flowers radiating immense power gradually emerged. Inscribed with 9 vibrant Tao patterns. I did it. Ao Bai has broken through to the great Luo. How we truly shattered the karmic shackles that have plagued our dragon clan for millions of years. Our confinement has truly been broken. Ha! Countless dragons rejoiced, their bodies trembling with elation. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the calamity cloud dissipated, the void quaked. Ao Bai was suddenly enveloped by an endless gray mist. This gray mist was none other than the karma of the dragon clan. In the next instant, the mist surged violently, transforming into 9 gray chains in the blink of an eye. The chains of karma quivered ominously, swiftly coiling tightly around Ao Bai. His aura plummeted rapidly. Even the newly formed top 3 flowers became tainted with a layer of gray. This sudden turn of events left countless beings of the Primordial era stunned, sending shockwaves through the hearts of millions of dragons. This is bad. These are the chains of karma. The heavenly Tao has ultimately refused to release our dragon clan. We must find a way to save Ao Bai. Quickly, as they spoke, 3 furious roars echoed. 3 colossal dragons surged upward, unleashing their terrifying dragon spirits towards the chains of karma. These 3 dragons were none other than the Dragon Kings of the East Sea. South Sea and North S. Ao Bai was saved. Countless dragons breathed a sigh of relief. However, the ensuing developments plunged the hearts of millions of dragons into despair, just as the 3 terrifying dragon spirits struck the chains of karma. The chains did not shatter. Instead, they absorbed all the assault and ballooned in size. In an instant, the chains of karma surged several times, hurtling towards the Dragon Kings of the East Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. This is bad. The 3 Dragon Kings were alarmed if they were ensnared by the chains of karma. Even with their formidable cultivation, they would likely meet a dire fate that we must flee. Having experienced the horrors of the Dragonhan calamity, the 3 Dragon Kings had led their kin through to the present day, and they immediately made a choice. Although losing Ao Bai would be a significant blow, if they were all ensnared, the Dragon Clan would truly face annihilation. Yet the 3 Dragon Kings ultimately underestimated the power of karma. Whoosh! In less than half a stick of incense, the chains of karma coiled back. And unlike before, they now bore 3 bulges within them, containing the Dragon Kings of the East Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. Including the West Sea Dragon King Ao Bai, the 4 great Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan were unexpectedly ensnared by the chains of karma. Witnessing this scene, the myriad beings of the primordial world could not help but draw a sharp breath. The terror of karma was vividly evident. If nothing goes awry, the Dragon Clan is likely to face a catastrophic downfall this time. Ever since the calamity of the Dragonhan era, apart from the exceedingly unique being known as Ling Chen, the Dragon Clan has not seen any existence above the level of the Luo Jieyin. Ao Bai was on the verge of breaking this curse, yet ultimately fell victim to the weight of karma, a monumental failure. Even the 3 great Dragon Kings were sacrificed if Ao Bai and the 3 Dragon Kings were to perish here. The loss to the Dragon Clan would be unimaginable, but that was not all. Ao Bai's failure signified that the Dragon Clan remained unable to break the curse. This would undoubtedly be a tremendous blow to the confidence of the entire clan. If their cultivation were merely hindered, it could be managed. However, if the spirit of the Dragon Clan were to shatter, it would be akin to breaking their very backbone. Even with Ling Chen as their Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Clan would likely languish, devoid of hope for resurgence. Yet, at that moment, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the void. 45-clawed golden dragons soared into the sky from the 4 seas, revealing themselves as the auspicious golden dragons of the 4 seas. Upon their emergence, these auspicious golden dragons fiercely tore at the chains of karma. Like karma, auspiciousness is also an extraordinarily unique existence. Under the strain of the auspicious golden dragons, the chains of karma revealed numerous cracks. It is the auspicious golden dragons of our clan. The Dragon Kings are saved. Wonderful. A chorus of relieved cheers erupted throughout the 4 seas. These jubilant exclamations came solely from the Dragon Clan. Ao Bai's breakthrough had failed. The three great Dragon Kings rushed to assist, only to be ensnared by the chains of karma. All of this transpired too quickly and too suddenly. Countless dragons watched helplessly as the four great Dragon Kings fell, yet were powerless to intervene. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the auspicious golden dragons manifested. If all goes well, the four Sea Dragon Kings, including Ao Bai, should be able to escape, right? However, the ensuing developments plunged countless dragons into despair. As the four auspicious golden dragons exerted their strength to tear at the chains of karma, the chains appeared on the verge of breaking. Yet, at that moment, a more intense wave of karma surged forth, completely engulfing the chains. The damaged sections of the karma chains were not only repaired, but visibly thickened several-fold. The residual karma mist gently drifted toward the four auspicious golden dragons. Roar! The four auspicious golden dragons roared in fury, yet were still tainted by karma. The once pure dragon bodies were now marred by wisps of gray mist. The aura of the auspicious golden dragons plummeted drastically, leaving them unable to assist the four Sea Dragon Kings. No. The sight of this caused the countless dragons to weep blood, their eyes filled with anguish and despair. If even the auspicious golden dragons cannot rescue the four Sea Dragon Kings, they are truly doomed. No. We still have the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor is currently within Kunlun Mountain. If the Dragon Emperor intervenes, a miracle could surely unfold, saving the Dragon Kings in the next moment. Countless dragons knelt in the direction of Kunlun Mountain, pleading for the Dragon Emperor to act and rescue the four great Dragon Kings. Waves of thought energy surged from the four seas toward Kunlun Mountain. The terror of karma is so profound that even the Dragon Emperor Ling Chen may find it challenging to alter the fate of the Dragon Clan. This time, the Dragon Clan is truly facing annihilation. The myriad beings of the primordial world shared a collective sentiment of grief, feeling a kinship with the fate of the Dragon Clan. Once, the Dragon Clan was the most prosperous race in the primordial world, even having the opportunity to become its sovereign. Yet under the torment of karma, the Dragon Clan had gradually sunk to its current plight. Such sorrow, such lamentation. In the Zixiao Palace, a flicker of unusual light flashed in Hongyun's eyes. The Dragon Clan was originally a pivotal part of his scheme and should not have been heading toward ruin at this juncture. Had this been before, Hongyun would have acted discreetly to restore order. However, upon considering Ling Chen, this anomaly, Hongyun abandoned his intentions. Even if the Dragon Clan were to perish, he could always find another race to replace them. It would merely be an inconvenience. In contrast, Ling Chen, who had repeatedly shattered restrictions, drew Hongyun's greater attention. Very well. Hongyun sighed softly, gradually closing his eyes. On Mount Sumu, Zhunti observed the unusual circumstances of the Dragon Clan, contemplating. Senior brother, if we act now, could we perhaps subdue the Dragon Clan? Although the Dragon Clan is weakened, they were once a top-tier race. Upon hearing Zhunti's suggestion, Jieyin shook his head. Not advisable. The karma of the Dragon Clan is too deep. Should they join the West, it would inevitably affect the auspiciousness of the West. The losses would outweigh the gains. Let them live or die on their own. On the Sun Star, the Demon Emperor Jun harbored thoughts similar to Zhunti's, yet swiftly extinguished them. Though Jun was not afraid of some karma, he feared the presence of Ling Chen behind the Dragon Clan. Ling Chen might not be able to save the Dragon Clan, but he could certainly cause trouble for the Demon Clan in the meantime. While the myriad beings of the primordial world believed the fate of the Dragon Clan was sealed, they ultimately underestimated the resilience of the Dragon Clan, especially the might of the Dragon Emperor Ling Chen. Just as the chains binding Ao Bai and the four Sea Dragon Kings tightened further, a beam of sword light shot up from Kunlun Mountain, cleaving toward the West Sea. Resolute, unyielding, yet it contained a glimmer of hope. This was the sword aura of Tongtian. Had Tongtian intervened, the Dragon Clan would be assured. The myriad beings of the primordial world immediately recognized this distinctive sword intent. But in the next moment, they sensed something amiss. No, this sword energy bore no trace of saintly might, and its power was far inferior to Tongtian's previous interventions. Therefore, this sword energy could not have originated from Tongtian, but from Ling Chen. Indeed, Ling Chen, as Tongtian's disciple, acquiring the sword intent of severing the heavens was entirely reasonable. Yet Ling Chen was merely a Deluo Jieyin, even with the sword intent. He could never sever the chains of karma. Amidst the myriad discussions of the beings in the primordial world, boom, the sword energy of severing the heavens struck down with tremendous force upon the chains of karma. Deep, profound sword marks appeared on the karma chains. The beings of the primordial world had not erred. This sword energy indeed came from Ling Chen, and it could not sever the chains of karma. However, Ling Chen had no intention of severing them, but he merely needed to delay for a moment. Before the karma chains could recover, buzz, a flash of light shot up from Kunlun Mountain and soon manifested in the West Sea. If not Ling Chen, then who? Dragon Emperor Ling Chen, he has finally appeared. The myriad beings of the primordial world instantly recognized Ling Chen. Yet, even upon witnessing his arrival, they remained unconvinced that he could avert the impending calamity. However, the subsequent developments unfolded entirely beyond their expectations. In the vast void, Ling Chen's gaze fell upon the chains of karmic retribution, his expression placid, devoid of any surprise. This was not a mere fade of composure. It was a true reflection of his state of mind. Ling Chen had long foreseen this very moment. The Dragon Clan bore a heavy burden of karma in his quest to transcend to the realm of the Luo, would undoubtedly face the backlash of karmic retribution should the other dragons intervene. Not only would they fail to alleviate the karma, but they would also draw forth even greater karmic forces, plunging the Dragon Clan into an abyss of despair. Yet, since Ling Chen had anticipated all this, he had naturally devised a strategy in advance. Chide. Accompanied by Ling Chen's soft reprimand, a tremendous surge of fortune emanated from him, cascading towards the four great golden dragons of fate. The four dragons roared in unison. In terms of rank, their fortune was not inferior to the karma. However, when juxtaposed against the seemingly endless tide of karmic retribution, the fortune of the Dragon Clan appeared utterly trivial. Yet, now bolstered by immense fortune, the four dragons immediately dispelled the mist enveloping their forms, their spirits revitalized, even preparing to launch a counteroffensive. Retreat, Ling Chen commanded lightly. The four golden dragons of fate hesitated momentarily before obediently withdrawing to the four seas. Witnessing this scene, the myriad beings of the primordial world were engulfed in confusion. Fortune was a potent weapon against karma. Why would Ling Chen order the dragons to retreat? Did he intend to confront the karma using only his own strength? But how could that be possible? Amidst the murmurs of bewilderment from the primordial beings, Ling Chen smiled calmly, turning his gaze toward the chains of karmic retribution. For the myriad beings, karma was a terrifying force that evoked dread. However, Ling Chen, born of the demonic and dragon lineage, shared a symbiotic relationship with karma. As long as the karma did not surpass a certain threshold, it posed no threat to him. The karma before him was, in fact, negligible. With a light chuckle, Ling Chen inhaled deeply. In the next moment, to the astonishment of the primordial beings, the chains of karmic retribution trembled as if encountering a natural enemy. Concurrently, a sharp crack resonated through the void. One segment of the karmic chain snapped, uncontrollably drawn into Ling Chen's mouth. Ling Chen was devouring the chains of karma. What manner of action was this? Was he truly unafraid of death? The primordial beings were left utterly dumbfounded. Yet this was merely the beginning. As the first segment of the karmic chain shattered, the remaining chains began to disintegrate, completely consumed by Ling Chen. The myriad beings could hardly comprehend it. This was karma. Not even the ordinary beings of the primordial world, let alone the revered figures like the three pure ones, Zhunti, Jieyin, or Nuwa, would dare to touch it. Yet, Ling Chen was voraciously consuming it. This was simply absurd. What was even more astonishing was Ling Chen's reaction. Burp. After devouring all the chains of karma, he exhibited no signs of discomfort. Instead, he let out a contented belch. However, he noted with some concern that his accumulation of karma was increasing rapidly. While his fortune had diminished significantly, if this continued, the balance between karma and fortune would surely be disrupted. It was essential to exercise restraint. Karma, while beneficial, could not be overindulged. Ling Chen mused to himself. Leaving the myriad beings in a state of shock. Was karma merely a snack for him? At that moment, as the primordial beings were rendered speechless, Buzz, Ao Bai, and the three Dragon Kings finally broke free from their confinement. Although they had been imprisoned, they had observed the events unfolding outside with clarity. Thank you, Master Dragon Emperor. Ao Bai and the three Dragon Kings simultaneously knelt before Ling Chen. He nodded slightly and waved his sleeve. Radiant hues of gold, silver, and purple manifested, and the divine waters of the three lights cascaded down, instantly healing Ao Bai and the three Dragon Kings' injuries. Ling Chen's gaze fixed upon Ao Bai as he smiled and said, "Disciple, if you do not ascend to the Luo now, then when..." Upon hearing these words, Ao Bai was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with brilliant golden light. "I shall obey the Master's command." He bowed deeply to Ling Chen, and in an instant transformed into his true dragon form, raising his head high. Roar. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that echoed through the heavens, the three luminous flowers atop Ao Bai's head reappeared. His voice resonated throughout the cosmos. "I am Ao Bai, the Dragon King of the West Sea. Today, I ascend to the Luo with the 9-rank 3 flowers." Under the radiance of boundless light, Ao Bai's voice transformed into a mighty proclamation, reverberating throughout the primordial realm, reaching every corner. The myriad beings gazed at the spirited Ao Bai in the void, then turned their astonished expressions towards Ling Chen, clad in a black dragon robe. Just prior to Ling Chen's arrival, Ao Bai and the three Dragon Kings had been ensnared by the chains of karmic retribution. Even the golden dragons of fortune were unable to escape their fate. The Dragon Clan was on the brink of annihilation. Yet, with just 2 actions, Ling Chen effortlessly resolved the Dragon Clan's monumental crisis. Most remarkably, he had consumed such a vast quantity of karma without sustaining any harm. How had Ling Chen achieved this? One thing was certain. As long as Ling Chen remained, the heavy burden of karma would no longer stifle the Dragon Clan's development. Following this battle, the Dragon Clan was poised for a true resurgence. And Ling Chen, the Dragon Emperor, would undoubtedly be etched in the annals of the Dragon Clan's history as a revitalizing monarch, forever inscribed in their bloodline. 12-ranked Deluo, Grandmaster of Alchemy, premier of the 2nd generation of Xianmen. Revitalizing Emperor of the Dragon Clan, the myriad beings reflected upon the multitude of titles bestowed upon Ling Chen, each representing a monumental achievement. An unshakable premonition took root within their hearts. As time passed, Ling Chen's titles would multiply until he reached the zenith of the primordial realm. In the Zishao Palace, Hongjun's expression darkened. Should the Dragon Clan face extinction, Ling Chen, as their emperor, would undoubtedly suffer a backlash, leaving him in a state of despair. Hongjun had never anticipated that Ling Chen could so effortlessly handle karma. Anomaly. Indeed, he is an anomaly. Mount Sumru, Zhunti, and Jieyin exchanged a glance, distinctly perceiving the apprehension reflected in each other's eyes. Once upon a time, Zhunti and Jieyin had contemplated the notion of deceiving, guiding Ling Chen into the Western teachings. Yet now, Ling Chen had undeniably transformed into a walking embodiment of karmic retribution. Fortunately, Ling Chen had no ties to the West. Zhunti silently rejoiced, though an unsettling intuition gnawed at him. How could Zhunti fathom that a profound connection had already been forged between him and Ling Chen? The very being who had enlightened them to the path of sanctity was, astonishingly, a manifestation of Ling Chen's own willpower. But that was not all. The 800 auxiliary paths painstakingly established by Zhunti and Jieyin were also firmly within Ling Chen's grasp. Were Zhunti and Jieyin to uncover the intricacies of this relationship, they might very well weep upon Kunlun Mountain. Unlike before, Tongtian had shown no intention of intervening from beginning to end. This was not merely due to Tongtian's faith in Ling Chen. It was also because Tongtian had witnessed Ling Chen consume karmic burdens, having even glimpsed the moment of Ling Chen's emergence into the world. Above the cocoon of darkness that enveloped Ling Chen prior to his birth, an infinite array of karmic chains had coiled, in stark contrast. The karmic chains summoned by the four great dragon kings seemed almost trivial. Most critically, those endless karmic chains had not only restrained Ling Chen, but had also served to protect him, coupled with their previous night of heartfelt conversation. Tongtian's esteem for Ling Chen had deepened, leaving no room for concern whatsoever. Meanwhile, as the myriad beings of the primordial realm were shaken by Ling Chen's series of actions, he had already returned to the West Sea Dragon Palace accompanied by the four great dragon kings. Upon the Dragon Emperor's throne, Ling Chen smiled, proclaiming, "Ao Bai has successfully broken through to the Luo, shattering the long-standing curse upon our dragon clan. Congratulations! Proclaim my decree." The dragon clan prepared a grand banquet in the West Sea, inviting guests from all directions. Upon hearing this, Ao Bai and the other high-ranking dragons trembled, kneeling before Ling Chen. "We shall obey the Dragon Emperor's command." The faces of Ao Bai and the Dragon Clan's elite radiated joy. For countless years, the Dragon Clan had been suppressed by the heavenly Tao and karmic forces, with nary a joyous occasion in sight. Even the banquet held when Ling Chen first ascended to the position of Dragon Emperor had been a dismal affair. But now, everything had changed. Ling Chen had undoubtedly become a figure of great renown throughout the primordial realm. Bolstered by Tongtian, the revered sage, Ao Bai had also shattered the Dragon Clan's long-standing curse. Should the Dragon Clan issue another invitation, it would undoubtedly draw countless beings from across the primordial realm. "Master," one of the dragons inquired, "should we impose any restrictions for this banquet? It might be difficult to manage if we do not control the number of attendees." The other high-ranking dragons nodded in agreement. Given Ling Chen's current prestige, should there be no restrictions, the number of beings attending the banquet might reach an unfathomable magnitude. The treasures within the Dragon Clan's treasury would surely suffer. However, Ling Chen remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. "No matter. This banquet is a celebration of the Dragon Clan's resurgence. The larger the scale, the better. There is no need for any restrictions. All beings of the primordial realm are welcome to attend." Observing the hesitant expressions of the four great dragon kings, Ling Chen smiled, adding, "As for the treasures, I shall make my own arrangements. You may proceed with the preparations." Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, the four great dragon kings exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We shall obey the Dragon Emperor's command." 300 years later, the West Sea, unlike before, was now bustling with activity. Countless streams of light surged from all corners of the primordial realm. Each stream of light represented one or more beings. These beings had but one purpose in coming to the West Sea: to participate in the grand banquet of the Dragon Clan. The vast expanse of the West Sea was already teeming with beings arriving from various locations. Continuous murmurs of discussion echoed above the waters. They had not anticipated such a multitude of attendees at this gathering. The Dragon Emperor's allure was indeed formidable. Yet, the West Sea Dragon Palace was limited in size. How could it accommodate so many beings? Would the Dragon Clan require them to remain outside the palace? That would be too embarrassing. As the beings engaged in lively discourse, a figure suddenly materialized in the void above the West Sea. It was Ling Chen, the Dragon Emperor. The beings instantly recognized him, their eyes brimming with profound admiration and anticipation. Over the years, Ling Chen had repeatedly performed miraculous feats, capturing the attention of the entire primordial realm. What astonishing actions would he undertake at this banquet? In the void, sensing the gaze upon him, Ling Chen smiled gently and said, "Thank you all for traveling such great distances to arrive in the West Sea. Regrettably, the West Sea Dragon Palace cannot accommodate all beings. Therefore," at this point, Ling Chen's lips curled upward as he declared, "I shall create a dedicated banquet hall for all of you." The beings above the West Sea exchanged perplexed glances, struggling to comprehend Ling Chen's intentions. But at that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Ling Chen raised his gaze to the heavens and swept his sleeve dramatically. Buzz! The void trembled. Suddenly, ripples emerged in the previously tranquil expanse, expanding into spatial rifts. "What is this?" A thought surged within the beings' minds, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Yet before they could ponder further, boom! The void above the west sea shattered explosively. Chaotic energies surged forth from the spatial rifts. Hiss! The beings collectively inhaled sharply. How could Ling Chen, merely a Deluo golden immortal, shatter the void? His abilities were unfathomably terrifying. Simultaneously, Ling Chen's voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. Break! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the chaotic energies exploded, transforming into the most fundamental essence of spiritual energy, merging with the spatial fragments that had pervaded the surroundings. The fragments shimmered brilliantly, swiftly coalescing into a bizarre and wondrous microcosm. This was a miniature world. Taiqing, Nuwa, Zhunti, and Jieyin had only been able to create such worlds upon attaining sanctity. Yet here was Ling Chen, merely a Deluo golden immortal, capable of manifesting a microcosm. This was utterly preposterous, as the beings stood in astonishment. The peculiar world quivered gently, gradually manifesting magnificent palaces. Within mere breaths, a cluster of palatial structures emerged in this realm. At the forefront stood a grand archway, emblazoned with the two characters, Dragon Realm. Ling Chen's voice reverberated throughout the cosmos. This is the Dragon Realm. Today, I must trouble you all to partake in the banquet within this hall. The gathered beings were momentarily speechless. Trouble? What do you mean by trouble? Who among them, apart from those exalted sages, would dare to create a world solely for the purpose of hosting a banquet? Ling Chen, merely a Deluo golden immortal, had astonishingly displayed the capabilities of a sage. This was truly terrifying. The Dragon Emperor Ling Chen indeed walked an extraordinary path. Just moments ago, the beings had worried that the West Sea Dragon Palace could not accommodate such a large number of guests. Yet, with a mere gesture, Ling Chen had conjured the Dragon Realm. If Ling Chen were a sage, it would make sense, but he was undeniably just a Deluo golden immortal. This was utterly absurd. As for whether the Dragon Realm could accommodate them, the answer was unequivocally yes. Even though the Dragon Realm may merely be a diminutive world, it nonetheless constitutes a realm of its own, let alone the beings present. Even if countless more were to arrive, it would pose no issue whatsoever. Ling Chen's actions not only resolved the dilemma, but also elevated the prestige of this banquet, showcasing the might of the Dragon Clan. This inevitably heightened the anticipation among the beings for the upcoming grand feast. Simultaneously, Ling Chen's voice resonated once more. Beyond the Dragon Realm, I shall host a separate banquet at the West Sea Dragon Palace, with my own presence as the host. Upon hearing these words, the myriad beings brightened, realizing that Ling Chen would personally attend. The standards within the West Sea Dragon Palace would undoubtedly be elevated further. Thus, the question arose, who would be fortunate enough to receive Ling Chen's invitation? After Ling Chen's declaration, a certain Deluo golden immortal among the crowd could not help but reveal a smile, remarking, I didn't expect this Dragon Emperor to be quite adept at this. This Deluo golden immortal, known as Tianhua Xianjun, had consolidated the 7-rank Sanhua. Even among the Deluo golden immortals, Tianhua Xianjun belonged to the upper echelon, rivaling even the disciples of saints. Naturally, he was proud. Upon hearing Ling Chen's words, Tianhua Xianjun instinctively believed he would be invited to the West Sea Dragon Palace. No matter his thoughts, even the beings surrounding Tianhua Xianjun shared the same sentiment. A formidable being like Tianhua Xianjun should rightfully be welcomed into the West Sea Dragon Palace. Unreservedly, Tianhua Xianjun strode toward Ling Chen, eliciting envious expressions from the multitude. However, the ensuing developments would once again take everyone by surprise. Dragon Emperor, I am Tianhua Xianjun, a 7-ranked Deluo. Allow me to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace first. Tianhua Xianjun's expression was resolute, and his words were utterly unrestrained. Upon hearing this, Ao furrowed his brow, preparing to reprimand him, only to be halted by Ling Chen. Ling Chen regarded this so-called Tianhua Xianjun with an impassive expression and replied coolly, Tianhua Xianjun, you are not on the invitation list for the West Sea Dragon Palace. As these words fell, Tianhua Xianjun was rendered speechless, as were the other beings present. They could scarcely believe that Ling Chen would utter such a statement. If even Tianhua, Xianjun lacked the qualifications to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace, who among them could possibly qualify? Just as confusion reigned in the minds of the multitude, Tianhua, Xianjun's countenance darkened abruptly, and he coldly retorted, "Dragon Emperor, do not jest with me." Ling Chen remained unfazed. "Why would I jest with you? Withdraw." Tianhua Xianjun was incensed. He was a formidable figure, renowned in his own right. When had he ever endured such humiliation? "This is intolerable." Anger surged within Tianhua Xianjun's chest. Yet upon meeting Ling Chen's frigid gaze, he felt a chill in his heart, beads of cold sweat cascading down his back. He was indeed a 7th-rank Deluo. But Ling Chen was an unprecedented 12th rank. Even if he had been temporarily weakened by the shattering of seals, Ling Chen still possessed an astounding 11 ranks. Moreover, he was the foremost disciple of the celestial path, the chief among the second generation of the Xianmen. Whichever aspect one considered, Tianhua Xianjun found himself utterly outmatched. He immediately recoiled, yet he remained unwilling to concede. "May I inquire, Dragon Emperor, who is deemed worthy of entering the West Sea Dragon Palace?" Tianhua Xianjun's question resonated with the thoughts of all present. Every being turned their gaze toward Ling Chen, their eyes filled with curiosity. Sensing the collective scrutiny upon him, Ling Chen maintained his composure and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, names began to materialize in the void. "Ling Yuezi, he seems to be merely a Tai golden immortal, right? I recognize that tree Taoist. He is nothing more than a decrepit golden immortal. It appears this list contains not a single Deluo." Could the Dragon Emperor be mistaken? Compared to ordinary beings, Tianhua Xianjun's frown deepened, his expression one of indignation. "Dragon Emperor, in terms of both cultivation and talent, I surpass those on the list by countless magnitudes. Why am I not qualified to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace?" Ling Chen replied with a calm demeanor. "The answer is simple. Because they were all guests at the Dragon Emperor's banquet back then." These words struck the beings below with a sense of realization, followed swiftly by profound regret. In the past, when the Dragon Clan hosted the Dragon Emperor's banquet, inviting all from afar, most had declined out of fear of the Demon Court's might. Only those listed had attended the banquet, gaining considerable fortune in the process. They had regretted their choice back then. Little did they expect that after the initial Dragon Emperor's banquet, these beings would once again receive preferential treatment from the Dragon Clan. Now, the Dragon Clan had transformed significantly, backed by the support of saints and rising in power. If all went according to plan, those who had participated in the Dragon Emperor's banquet would not only reap considerable benefits, but would also have the Dragon Clan as their ally. How delightful! As this thought crossed their minds, expressions of regret surfaced on the faces of those below. Had they been braver and more resolute back then, they too might have been part of this grand opportunity. Tianhua Xianjun, filled with both regret and embarrassment, retreated into the crowd below. Ling Chen observed everything from above and remarked with a smile, "The grand banquet of the Dragon Clan shall commence immediately. It will last for 3 months." After stating this, Ling Chen's figure vanished from sight. He had accomplished all that he needed to do. The ensuing tasks would naturally be entrusted to Ao, Bai, and the others. 3 months later, the portals of the West Sea Dragon Palace and the Dragon Realm would open simultaneously. Amidst the celestial melodies, the guests departed the West Sea with lingering sentiments, glancing back repeatedly. As the details of the grand banquet spread throughout the wilderness, exclamations of astonishment erupted. It was said that the Dragon Emperor had actually established a realm to host guests from all directions. It was rumored that the treasures at the Dragon Clan's grand banquet were piled high, inexhaustible and endless. This was merely the standard for an ordinary banquet within the Dragon Realm. The standard within the West Sea Dragon Palace were even higher, with each guest receiving a 7-turn golden pill. Such a pill, the strength of the Dragon Clan's foundation had reached such astonishing heights. Why I dared to attend the Dragon Emperor's banquet back then? I am filled with regret in an instant. Discussions surrounding the Dragon Clan's grand banquet surged, with countless beings lamenting their earlier timidity. From this moment forth, the Dragon Clan's reputation for being extravagantly generous began to take root in the hearts of all beings in the wilderness, compared to the previously somewhat meager Dragon Emperor's banquet. This grand banquet of the Dragon Clan was indeed magnificent, with hosts and guests reveling in joy, capturing the attention of all in the wilderness. The Dragon Clan's prestige within the wilderness experienced a tremendous boost. This marked the first step in Ling Chen's scheme for the rise of the Dragon Clan. As for the second step, the most crucial one, it was to eradicate the Dragon Clan's persistent affliction, karma. The Dragon Clan's karma had long been established, stemming from the countless slaughters committed during the primordial calamity of Hongyun. After years of fermentation and accumulation, the Dragon Clan's karma had reached a terrifying level. By conventional means, the Dragon Clan would forever be unable to escape the torment of karma. Even Ling Chen, who coexisted with karma, dared not to consume all the karma within the Dragon Clan. However, since Ling Chen had chosen to assist the Dragon Clan in their rise, he had naturally devised a plan. Upon the throne of the Dragon Emperor, Ling Chen's gaze descended upon Ao Bai and the four Dragon Kings. And he spoke slowly. The Dragon Clan bears heavy karma, yet it is not without means of dissolution. As soon as these words were spoken, radiant golden light erupted from the eyes of the four great Dragon Clans. Karma had long been a source of anguish for countless dragons, and it stood as the greatest obstacle to their ascendance. If they could eradicate this karma, with their profound heritage, they would surely soar to unprecedented heights. Master Dragon Emperor, is what you say truly the case? Ao Bai and the three great Dragon Kings exclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with excitement. Ling Chen smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, it is true." After a moment's contemplation, Ling Chen continued thoughtfully, "The karma of the Dragon Clan stems from the sins of killing. Yet, at its core, it inflicts harm upon the primordial source. To dissolve this karma, one must find a way to remedy this injury." As Ling Chen's voice echoed, admiration flickered in the eyes of Ao Bai and the three great Dragon Kings. The Dragon Clan had only understood the reasons behind the calamities of killing, yet they could not grasp the essence of the matter. This was one of the reasons the Dragon Clan could not fundamentally resolve their karma. But how can we benefit the primordial realm? Ao Bai inquired once more, while the other three Dragon Kings gazed at Ling Chen with unwavering attention, their eyes brimming with eagerness and hope. Ling Chen rose to his full height, his gaze directed toward the boundless void, and spoke with gravity. Throughout the primordial realm, the only ones who can assist the Dragon Clan in dispelling their karma are the human race. The mention of the human race left Ao Bai and the three great Dragon Kings momentarily stunned. How could it be the humans? Despite the peculiarities of the human race, which had given rise to the saints Enhua and Laozi, they remained fundamentally weak. The strongest among them were merely the three ancestors, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi. Even those three were but great Luo golden immortals who had attained their status through the merits of the heavenly Tao. The strength of the human race paled in comparison to that of the Dragon Clan. How could they possibly assist in eliminating the karma? If such words had been uttered by any other beings, Ao Bai and the three great Dragon Kings would have surely scoffed. However, since it was Ling Chen who spoke, it was an entirely different matter since his emergence. Ling Chen had created one miracle after another, repeatedly saving the Dragon Clan from the brink of extinction. Countless dragons, including Ao Bai and the three great Dragon Kings, had developed an unwavering admiration for him, believing wholeheartedly in his every word. "Master," Ao Bai could not help but ask again, "why do you place such importance on the human race?" Ling Chen nodded slightly, but his words were once again astonishing. "If all goes as expected, the human race is destined to be the protagonist of the primordial realm's future. If the Dragon Clan can unite with them in their humble beginnings, what is karma but a mere trifle?" Though Ling Chen's words were light, they resonated profoundly in the ears of Ao Bai and the three great Dragon Kings. Could it truly be that such a frail race would become the central figures of the primordial realm? It seemed utterly inconceivable. Yet hearing Ling Chen's resolute tone, Ao Bai and the three great Dragon Kings found themselves compelled to believe. "Master, what should we do?" Ao Bai forced down the tumult in his heart and spoke earnestly. Ling Chen's gaze slowly returned from the distant horizon, landing on Ao Bai as he spoke solemnly. "Proclaim my decree. From this day forth, our Dragon Clan shall spare no effort and dedicate all we have to assist the human race. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan must traverse the primordial realm, regulating the winds and rains, and tidying the rivers, in order to benefit the primordial realm. Albai and the three great dragon kings knelt in unison, resounding in agreement. We shall faithfully obey the Dragon Emperor's command. After expressing their commitment, Albai and the three great dragon kings departed to make arrangements. Once they had left, a peculiar glimmer appeared in Ling Chen's eyes as he murmured, "After the war of the witches and demons, when Fuxi enters the demon clan, the secret of the slaughtering which sword should be discovered by them. The true moment for the dragon clan and the human race to merge as one will arrive then." The ancestral land of the human race had flourished significantly since the emergence of the three ancestors. Millions of humans expanded outward at an astonishing pace, creating a scene of vigorous prosperity. However, despite the increase in population, the human race remained fundamentally weak due to a lack of cultivation methods, relying heavily on the three ancestors for support. This was an urgent issue for the human race, yet one that proved exceedingly difficult to resolve. Although humans were born as innate Tao bodies, their physical forms were too frail. Even the most ordinary cultivation methods could easily lead to their demise. Currently, the human race primarily practiced the golden core, Tao passed down by Laozi, but success and failure alike were tied to it, resulting in an infuriatingly slow cultivation speed. Alas, Swerin sighed deeply, saying, "If this continues, we must control our population. Otherwise, we risk attracting the covetous eyes of other forces, leading to disaster." Yu Chao and Zi shared similar sentiments. Yu Chao, still not losing hope, remarked, "If only we could find a cultivation method suitable for the human race. In that case, we would not need to limit our numbers." Upon hearing this, Swerin sighed again. The human race is unique. Even the Taiji saint could only barely deduce the golden core Tao. Who can find a truly suitable technique for the human race? As the three ancestors pondered the future of their race, a sudden, resounding dragon roar echoed above the ancestral land of the human race. A massive white dragon descended, revealing itself to be Albai. Is that Albai, the Dragon King of the West Sea? What brings him to the human realm? Swerin, Yu Chao, and Zi exchanged wary glances. Even though the dragon race was currently in a precarious situation, they were still not a force the human race could provoke. Should the dragon race harbor ill intentions, it would spell trouble. Swerin immediately soared into the sky, positioning himself before Albai, and cautioned, "Albai, my friend, what brings you to the human realm?" Yu Chao and Zi followed closely behind. Albai felt a surge of admiration for Ling Chen as he observed the three ancestors' reactions, which were clearly anticipated by Ling Chen. Thus, he resolved to follow Ling Chen's guidance and proceed step by step with this thought in mind. A smile crept onto Albai's face as he declared, "I have come at the behest of the Dragon Emperor to assist the human race." Assist the human race? The three ancestors remained motionless, their expressions growing more vigilant. In light of Enhua and Laozi's recent ascensions due to the human race, countless beings from the primordial realm had approached the human clan under the guise of assistance over the years. Yet most had ulterior motives. The human race had suffered significantly as a result. Thus, the three ancestors were understandably skeptical of Albai's intentions. My master has foreseen this. Albai sighed internally, before uttering words that left the three ancestors in shock. What if I were to bring a cultivation method that aids the human race? Upon hearing this, the three ancestors were initially taken aback, but their expressions quickly shifted to one of astonishment. The most pressing dilemma facing the human race was indeed the lack of a proper cultivation technique. Albai, as the Dragon King of the West Sea, might very well possess a solution. Swerin could not help but ask, "Is this truly the case?" Albai responded with a proud smile, "I come at the command of the Dragon Emperor." "It is indeed true." At his words, joy illuminated the faces of the three ancestors. "Friend, let us discuss this further in the great hall of the human race." In the grand hall of the human race, Albai wasted no time and immediately conveyed the teachings of the technique entrusted to him by Ling Chen. The principles of the technique were remarkably straightforward. It entailed forging an equal symbiotic contract between the human and dragon races, allowing them to share both their corporeal forms and spiritual essences. Thus, the physical bodies of the humans would undergo a tremendous enhancement, and the risks of sudden death during cultivation would be significantly mitigated. With this, the human ancestors exclaimed in unrestrained ecstasy, "We shall be free to cultivate the path of the golden elixir at will. They were elated at the prospect. However, a single remark from Ao plunged the hearts of the three human ancestors back into despair. Let me speak plainly. Since this is a symbiosis, the human race will not only share the formidable physical forms and spiritual power of the dragon race, but will also inherit their karma. The moment these words were spoken, the three human ancestors stood in stunned silence. Karma was a dread entity that sent shivers down the spines of all beings in the primordial world. The scene of Ao Bai's ascension to the great Luo was still vivid in their minds. The human race, already frail, could face the obliteration of their lineage if tainted by such karma. The human ancestors hesitated. Meanwhile, Ao Bai was unfazed and calmly stated, "You need not reply to me immediately. I plan to remain among the human race for 100 years. If you have not made a resolute decision by then, this matter shall be abandoned." After speaking, Ao Bai sat cross-legged, leaving the human ancestors exchanging glances in bewilderment. In merely 3 years, Ao Bai left the ancestral grounds of the human race with a beaming smile. Returning to the West Sea, another 100 years passed. Accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons echoing through the skies, a multitude of true dragons descended from the West Sea, landing upon the ancestral grounds of the human race. This was merely the first wave of dragons. Soon, more dragons would arrive from the 4 seas and on the other side. The three human ancestors had long been awaiting this moment. Behind them stood 100,000 elite human warriors. Meticulously selected as the first batch of dragon symbionts, if all proceeded smoothly, many more humans would step forward to sign contracts with the dragons. However, if fortune did not favor them, all would be for naught. For this inaugural collaboration, both the dragon and human races placed immense importance on the selection, choosing only the cream of the crop. That, if all went as anticipated, the destinies of both races would undergo a monumental transformation. "Let us commence," Ao Bai declared solemnly. The three human ancestors nodded and turned to the 100,000 elite warriors below, instructing, "You all shall activate the technique and open your minds," as soon as the words left their lips. The 100,000 warriors responded with a thunderous agreement, sitting cross-legged and beginning to channel the technique. Waves of spiritual essence, strong and weak, surged upward. "Excellent!" Ao Bai exclaimed, turning to the 100,000 dragons behind him and calling out, "Why do you not activate your technique and unleash your dragon souls?" Upon hearing this, the 100,000 true dragons let out a unified roar. Streams of dragon souls descended, heading towards the spiritual essences of the 100,000 humans. Under the watchful eyes of Ao Bai and the humans, the spiritual essences of the human elites gradually touched the dragon souls, merging seamlessly to it is accomplished. The ease of this process took both Ao Bai and the three human ancestors by surprise. They had anticipated the merging of souls to be the most arduous step, yet it had transpired with such simplicity. Now, they merely needed to proceed methodically. 100 years later, the 100,000 humans stood suspended in the void, each bearing the intricate engraving of a true dragon on their foreheads. A formidable aura emanated from them, signifying their success. The ease with which they achieved this was astonishing. The three human ancestors were visibly elated, their joy evident. The effects of the method of symbiosis surpassed their wildest expectations. Following the completion of the symbiotic ceremony, not only did the humans experience a qualitative enhancement in their physical forms and spiritual essences, but their combat prowess also leaped to unprecedented heights. When combined with the strength of the dragons, the battle capacity of these 100,000 dragon riders was sufficient to rival the entire might of the human race. Excluding the three ancestors, the potency of the human-dragon symbiosis was now glaringly apparent. Naturally, the three human ancestors were overjoyed that in contrast, Ao Bai's eyes sparkled with surprise as the Dragon King of the West Sea. He could distinctly perceive a significant reduction in the karma burden upon him. He had not expected such a frail race as the humans to share so much of this karma with him. It was truly delightful. Should they continue to expand the number of symbionts, the dragon race's karma would surely diminish substantially. With this thought in mind, Ao Bai glanced towards the three human ancestors, who likewise looked at him, their eyes brimming with joy and anticipation as they simultaneously declared, "If that is the case, let us hasten to begin the second symbiotic ceremony. This time, the number of symbionts shall be 100,000. They both burst into hearty laughter that echoed through the skies. From this moment forth, the human and dragon races would join hands on the path to resurgence, simultaneously, after countless years. The conflict between the witch and demon races erupted once more with ferocity. The animosity between the two had become irreconcilable after years of strife. Even though Ling Chen had skillfully resolved the initial conflict, many years later, the two races found themselves embroiled in intense hostilities once again. The clashes swiftly escalated into a cataclysmic war that affected innumerable beings across the primordial realm. On the battlefield of the witch and demon races, Dijun and Tai Yi had already transformed into their true forms as golden crows. Beneath the rain of blazing golden flames, the river map and Luo book unleashed boundless transformations, raining down countless killing formations that mercilessly ground the witch warriors into dust. The chaos bell resonated continuously, its thunderous tolls echoing through the void. In the aftermath of its sound, the witch race offered no resistance, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. The 10 great demon gods led their countless demon soldiers into battle, forming ranks and engaging fiercely. Conversely, the witch race was equally formidable. The 12 ancestral witches had assumed towering forms, their terrifying blood energy and power of laws intertwining, capable of annihilating countless demon warriors with mere gestures. Great witches like Ho, Yi, and Kwa Fu fought valiantly, tearing through demon ranks with ferocity. Even ordinary witches displayed remarkable bravery as they fought with bloodshed beyond the witch and demon races. Countless peripheral races affiliated with them were also compelled to participate in the conflict. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, rivers flowing red with blood. The atmosphere was thick with blood and malice, staining the once beautiful mountains and rivers a dark crimson. Boom! Thunder crackled. Golden lightning filled the expanse of the void. Amidst the storm of lightning, profound calamity descended, permeating all things in the primordial realm. The calamity was particularly intense on the battlefield of the witch and demon races. Stimulated by this calamity, the battles between the two races grew even more fervent, drawing forth even greater waves of malice. As this vicious cycle continued, the calamity intensified. If this persisted, the calamity of the witch and demon races would be set to erupt. In the Dragon Palace of the West Sea, Ling Chen sat upon his dragon throne, his gaze fixed upon the battlefield of the witch and demon races, murmuring, "The second war of the witches and demons has arrived. The demon race is likely to uncover the secret of the slaughter which soared soon. The day when the dragon race accomplishes its totem among the human race is drawing near." Ling Chen pondered. A sudden voice echoed in his mind. Beep! The system detected the second war between the witch and demon races. Please select Option 1. Remain a bystander, allowing events to unfold, with a reward of 1 portion of the origin of the primordial Qilin. Option 2. Utilize the Great Tao Avatar Talisman once more to end the second war between the witch and demon races, with a reward of 100,000 acres of Great Tao merits. After many years, the system task was reactivated. Ling Chen's heart surged with joy as his gaze fell upon the two options, sinking into contemplation. During the initial war between the witch and demon races, Ling Chen had successfully used the Great Tao Avatar Talisman to intervene, thus reaping considerable benefits. However, even if Ling Chen had chosen not to act, the Heavenly Tao or Hongyun would have intervened to mediate. Ling Chen merely acted preemptively. Such occurrences cannot happen twice. Should Ling Chen continue to interfere, it might provoke the scrutiny of Hongjun or even the Heavenly Tao. If discovered to be a counterfeit of the Great Tao, the consequences would be dire. Although the reward for Option 2 was immensely generous, the risks were exceedingly high. It was not advisable. As for Option 1, Ling Chen's gaze lingered on the portion of the primordial Qilin's origin, and a wave of excitement surged within him. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin races were once the 3 paramount races of the primordial era, favored by the very essence of the world that a unique causal relationship existed among the 3. If Ling Chen's conjecture was correct, they should be of the same root and origin. Furthermore, upon uniting, they could trace back to their very source. An idea blossomed in Ling Chen's mind. If the dragon race were to ascend to the quasi-saint level, they could utilize this primordial Qian's origin to sever a corpse, if they possessed the origin of the primordial phoenix as well. Another corpse could be severed. With the three corpses unified, even without merits, one could attain the status of a heavenly Tao saint. Did the system intend for the ancestral dragon to become a saint? But why? Ling Chen was perplexed yet ultimately made his choice. System, I choose option 1. Immediately after Ling Chen chose to remain a bystander, the 6 saints, including Nuwa, gathered in the various palaces: Nuwa Palace, 8 Scenery Palace, Jade Void Palace, Azure Pool Palace, and the Western Heavenly Spirit Mountain. They received the divine edict of the Heavenly Tao. The content of the edict was quite simple. The 6 saints were required to intervene and halt the second war between the witch and demon races. As saints of the Heavenly Tao, how could the 6 saints possibly disobey? In an instant, 6 figures appeared out of thin air on the battlefield of the witch and demon races. The terrifying power of the saints erupted from these 6 figures, reaching far and wide. The 6 saints had intervened. The beings of the primordial realm recognized the ordained 6 saints at once, their hearts swelling with joy. The witch and demon races were indeed the 2 mightiest races of the primordial era. Who else, aside from the saints, could possibly prevent this catastrophe? In the initial war between the witch and demon races, the 3 pure ones in Yuwa were merely quasi-saints, but now they had all ascended to sainthood. The previous defeat of the 6 saints at the hands of the witch and demon races was a thing of the past. Indeed, as the beings of the primordial realm buzzed with discussion, Laozi stepped forward, his voice solemn, that we act in accordance with the edict of the Heavenly Tao to mediate your conflict. Though his voice was soft, it resonated in the ears of every being in the primordial realm. However, the witch and demon races, consumed by bloodlust, acted as if they had not heard Laozi's words and continued their slaughter. The Laozi's expression darkened suddenly, and he declared coldly, "Cease this at once. Those who dare defy the Heavenly Tao should not blame us for unleashing our wrath." Unlike before, his voice now carried a chilling menace. The beings of the primordial realm had never witnessed Laozi in such a state, their hearts trembling. Even the engaged witch and demon races paused momentarily. The 12 ancestor witches, Emperor Jun, and Tai all halted, their expressions grave. Though they held disdain for the ordained 6 saints, they could not deny their formidable power. Laozi, Emperor Jun spoke coldly, his demeanor impatient. This is a matter between the witch and demon races. Why must you 6 saints interfere? Laozi's expression remained unchanged as he replied indifferently. The Heavenly Tao has issued an edict. We 6 saints must naturally act in accordance. Emperor Jun's brow furrowed deeply. The ordained 6 saints were already a considerable burden for the witch and demon races, not to mention the Heavenly Tao itself. Yet, to withdraw now would be unsatisfactory for Emperor Jun. What exactly was the edict of the Heavenly Tao? Was it not merely a fabrication to avenge past grievances? Laozi's gaze turned icy as he stated solemnly, by the decree of the Heavenly Tao, the witch and demon races must cease hostilities immediately. For 1,000,000 years, no large-scale conflict shall occur. Should you dare to disobey, you shall be executed on the spot. Anyone could feel the bone-chilling killing intent in Laozi's voice if the witch and demon races continued to disregard this warning. The 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and the 2 Western saints would undoubtedly unleash their saintly powers to suppress them with great ferocity. Emperor Jun, Tai, the 12 ancestor witches, before the 6 saints? Even Emperor Jun, Tai, and the 12 ancestor witches, though reluctant, had no choice but to comply. Tai Ching, Emperor Jun inquired, "What shall happen after 1,000,000 years?" Laozi's gaze shifted slightly as he replied calmly, "After 1,000,000 years. You may act as you wish." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's expression softened considerably. 1,000,000 years, though long, was a weight he could endure. "Obey my command. Retreat to the Sun Star." With a cold snort, Emperor Jun ordered. And the 10 great demon gods immediately led countless demons, retreating toward the Sun Star like a tidal wave. The witch race followed suit in less than half a month. The battlefield once filled with the forces of the witch and demon races was entirely vacated. The heavens and earth were momentarily cleared. Yet the shattered mountains and lands had not restored themselves. Countless severed limbs and blood remained scattered across the terrain. Wandering souls drifted through the mountains and fields, lost and without a home. The battlefield of the witch and demon races had transformed into a realm of ghosts, the beings of the primordial realm, since the aftermath of the battlefield. A profound sense of dread surged within them. The witch and demon races were simply too powerful, their destructive capability too great. Although the Second War had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, the damage inflicted upon the primordial realm was no less than that of the initial war. Had the Six Saints not intervened, the chaos between the witch and demon races would surely have spread throughout the entire primordial realm, likely leading to the catastrophic calamity that would instill fear in all beings. Fortunately, such a terrible outcome had been averted, and all credit was due to the ordained Six Saints. The beings of the primordial realm turned their gazes toward the Six Saints in the void. Their expressions filled with admiration and reverence that in the Purple Cloud Palace. Hongyun's lips curled into a smile. He was quite pleased with the unfolding events in the primordial realm. The ordained Six Saints were indeed his creation and his disciples. After this battle, the beings of the primordial realm would undoubtedly hold the ordained Six Saints in the highest esteem. Consequently, his control over the primordial realm would naturally see a significant enhancement. Ha! Hongjun chuckled softly, his gaze drifting toward the western sea as he murmured, "What can mere anomalies do to withstand the greater tide? They are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot." In the Dragon Palace of the Western Sea, Ling Chen could almost foresee Hongjun's current satisfaction. Yet, Ling Chen had no regrets regarding his choice. His current strength was still insufficient to confront Hongjun directly. Moreover, there was an old saying that rang true. To bring about a person's downfall, one must first drive them to madness, to contend against the heavens. Indeed, it was an endless source of amusement. Time flows endlessly. Time is the greatest healer. Merely a mere 100,000 years have passed, and the tremors caused by the Second War of the Lich and the Demon have already faded significantly, after the two clans of Lich and Demon lay dormant. The primordial realm has once again returned to its former tranquility. However, the hatred between the two clans is deeply entrenched, and the ambition of Emperor Jun is glaringly apparent. Once the million-year period arrives, it is likely that a decisive battle will ensue between the Lich and the Demon. From the perspective of the Heavenly Tao, it does not intend to prevent this impending conflict a million years hence. In other words, a catastrophic calamity that will engulf the entire primordial realm is on the horizon. The beings of the primordial realm soon become acutely aware of this, and while their hearts are filled with trepidation, they retreat into seclusion, striving to enhance their cultivation. With each increment of strength, their chances of survival amidst the calamity increase. An atmosphere of tension, akin to an approaching storm, quietly envelopes the skies of the primordial realm. Meanwhile, as the elder brother of the Saint Enhua, Fuxi has quietly departed from Mount Buzhou. Fuxi is one of the top-tier powers of his era, alongside the three pure ones, Enhua, and the likes of Zhunti and Jieyin. In terms of cultivation and background, Fuxi is equally formidable. Yet in recent years, the beings of the primordial realm have only acknowledged the six ordained saints, Emperor Jun, Tai, and the 12 ancestor witches, scarcely recalling Fuxi. Fuxi feels a sense of discontent that he frequently attempts to divine his fate, but has yielded no results. Until one day, Fuxi finally gleaned a hint from the hexagrams. Fortune lies in the east. This hexagram is identical to the one prior to Enhua's ascension to sainthood. Fuxi immediately thinks of the enigmatic figure by the shores of the eastern sea and sets off without delay. Fuxi gently knocks on the door of the heavenly craft shop and respectfully proclaims, "Fuxi has come to seek guidance. I humbly request an audience with the esteemed elder." As soon as his words fall, an electronic voice suddenly resonates in Ling Chen's mind. Beep. Detection of Fuxi seeking knowledge. Please select Option 1. Guide Fuxi on his path. Reward with a portion of the original essence of the Phoenix. Option 2. Avoid and remain unseen. Reward with a random, exceptional, innate spiritual treasure. Option 3. Introduce Fuxi to the Witch Clan. Reward with a strand of primordial purple energy. Fuxi has arrived? Ling Chen awakens leisurely, a knowing glimmer in his eyes. According to the original trajectory of the Primordial realm, after the Second War of the Lich and Demon, Fuxi would enter the Demon Court and soon devise the grand array of the heavenly stars. Concurrently, the secret of the witch-slaying sword would also be revealed to the Demon Court. If Ling Chen desires to disrupt the flow of the Primordial realm, introducing Fuxi to the Witch Clan would undoubtedly be the best choice. However, Ling Chen would not act so recklessly. Being well-versed in the trajectory of the Primordial realm is one of his greatest trump cards, and he would not easily relinquish it. Moreover, if the Dragon Clan aspires to forge a deeper bond with the human clan, even becoming their totem, the discovery and refinement of the witch-slaying sword by the Demon Clan is an inevitable condition. After a brief contemplation, Ling Chen made his choice. System, I choose option 1. Meanwhile, creak, the door of the Heavenly Craft shop slowly opens. Upon seeing Ling Chen's manifestation of will, Fuxi feels as if he has glimpsed the Tao itself. His expression a blend of awe and anticipation. He reveres the terrifying strength of this elder, while equally hoping that this elder can illuminate his path. Ling Chen offers a faint smile and says, "No need for formalities that In-Hua calls me Chen brother. As her elder brother, you may also call me Chen brother." Chen brother? Fuxi, being In-Hua's only brother and a well-known doting sibling, feels a pang of discomfort at the thought of In-Hua sweetly addressing him as Chen brother. Yet with the path to enlightenment before him, Fuxi must suppress his chaotic thoughts and respectfully state, "Given Chen brother's strength, you must already be aware of my intentions, that I humbly request your guidance." Despite Ling Chen's politeness, Fuxi maintains a lowly demeanor. After all, if a great being treats you with courtesy, it reflects their grandeur. But if one mistakenly believes they can stand on equal footing with such a being, that would be a folly. As one of the top sages of the Primordial realm, Fuxi's intellect is certainly sharp. Ling Chen's gaze rests upon Fuxi, seemingly able to penetrate the depths of his heart, and he speaks leisurely. Compared to the 6 ordained saints, your path has been far more arduous and tumultuous, as Ling Chen's words resonate. Fuxi's expression shifts repeatedly. At dawn of the following day, Fuxi emerges from the Heavenly Craft shop and heads directly towards the Sunstar. Since that fateful battle, Emperor Jun has been in low spirits. Not only due to the abrupt interruption of that grand conflict, but also because of a piece of intelligence. Recently, the 12 ancestor witches of the Witch Clan have astonishingly acquired the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array through a certain ritual. In terms of high-end combat power, the Demon Clan is already slightly inferior to the Witch Clan that have coupled with the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. The Demon Clan is likely to suffer greatly, even facing potential annihilation. Unfortunately, I have yet to comprehend the grand array of the heavenly stars. To deduce it by my own strength seems a distant prospect. Alas, Emperor Jun sighs deeply. Tai beside him wears a face full of shame. Though Tai possesses exceptional cultivation talent, he is not adept in formations and cannot assist Emperor Jun at all. Aside from the Xianmen, the only one capable of aiding his elder brother in the realm of formations is Fuxi. Yet Fuxi is In-Hua's brother, and I cannot forcibly bring him into the Demon Court. Tai sighs repeatedly. Fuxi, you say? Emperor Jun nods involuntarily. If Fuxi could join the Demon Court, that would be ideal. But Fuxi has the backing of In-Hua, a saint, and has no reason to join the Jieyin sect. Just as Emperor Jun and Tai ponder this matter, a voice suddenly calls from outside the hall. Your Majesties, Fuxi requests an audience. Fuxi, Emperor Jun, Tai. Both Emperor Jun and Tai reveal expressions of astonishment. Say Fuxi arrives, and he indeed appears. Is there truly such a coincidence in the world? Half a day later, in the grand hall of the Demon Court, Emperor Jun gazes at Fuxi, who stands tall like a mountain below, his eyes filled with disbelief. Fuxi, do you truly wish to join the Demon Court? Is In-Hua aware? Fuxi smiles lightly and replies, Your Majesty, I sincerely wish to join the Demon Court, and my sister is aware of it. Emperor Jun and Tai exchange glances, both seeing the joy reflected in each other's eyes. Currently, the Demon Clan is most in need of a power like Fuxi that if Fuxi can join, Emperor Jun is confident he could deduce the grand array of the heavenly stars in a short time. However, Emperor Jun remains skeptical that Fuxi would join so readily. Until he clarifies this matter, he cannot shake his unease. Fuxi, Can you share your reasons for joining the demon court? Fushi, having anticipated Emperor Jun's reaction, smiles nonchalantly and replies, my sister has already attained the status of a heavenly Tao saint. Yes, her brother, how can I lag behind? In my divination, my opportunity for enlightenment should lie within the demon court. I humbly request your majesties to grant me this chance. As the words of Fushi resonated continuously, Emperor Jun and Tai could not help but display expressions of understanding and joy. The rationale behind Fushi's words was indeed compelling, and their elation was equally justified. Without a trace of hesitation, Emperor Jun descended from his throne and approached Fushi with utmost seriousness. I am immensely grateful for your unwavering support. My friend, I am willing to acknowledge you as the Shi Huang of the demon court, subordinate only to myself and Tai. Will you accept? Fushi, having no reason to decline, laughed heartily. That is indeed my desire. 100,000 years after the Second War of Witches and Demons, Fushi entered the demon court. Roar! The moment Fushi joined the court, the essence of the demon court manifested, roaring in unison as if to welcome Fushi's arrival. Time flowed on, and another 100,000 years passed on the solar star. Emperor Jun and Fushi sat facing each other. The He-Tu and Luo Shu transformed into countless profound runes, hovering above them. At a certain moment, buzz. The He-Tu and Luo Shu trembled violently, and the myriad runes began to swirl rapidly. Within mere breaths, they coalesced into a vast, boundless starry sky. Your Majesty, now is the moment, Fushi exclaimed. Emperor Jun's eyes snapped open wide. Ka! He forcefully drew a drop of his vital blood, transforming it into a miniature golden crow that descended into the infinite starry expanse. Buzz! The solar star erupted with a brilliant golden light. In the next instant, the golden radiance centered on the solar star, swiftly linked with 365 primary stars. Then, using these primary stars as a foundation, it connected with 14,800 secondary stars. Further, with these secondary stars as branches, it unified all the celestial bodies scattered across the heavens. The chaotic stars in the boundless sky suddenly became orderly. A formidable force of formation erupted from the cosmos, merging with the stars in the primordial void. Buzz! The endless stars in the primordial void trembled in unison. Streams of resplendent starlight cascaded down from the void, landing upon the solar star. The great formation of the celestial stars was complete. Emperor Jun and Fushi's eyes brimmed with ecstatic joy. After a decade of relentless effort, they had finally deduced the great formation of the celestial stars. Shihuang, I owe you my deepest gratitude. Without you, I cannot have so smoothly deduced the great formation. Emperor Jun grasped Fushi's hands tightly, his gaze sincere. Fushi, however, discreetly withdrew his hands and replied solemnly, Your Majesty, you flatter me. The great formation of the celestial stars has merely been established. It requires further optimization. Moreover, we still need to refine the celestial star banner. Fushi, well versed in the intricacies of the great formation, spoke with the familiarity of one recounting treasured knowledge. Emperor Jun nodded repeatedly, responding, Your insights are profound, Shi Huang. However, I must trouble you with this matter. Upon hearing this, Fushi furrowed his brow and said, As the primary ray master, it is your duty to personally refine the celestial star banner. Yet Emperor Jun gently shook his head. Shi Huang, you may not be aware. Not long ago, Kunpeng discovered a secret method capable of breaking through the physical defenses of the Witch Clan. Breaking the physical defenses of the Witch Clan? Fushi's eyes brightened with joy. The greatest strength of the Witch Clan lies in their physical prowess. If we can overcome that, our chances of victory will undoubtedly increase. Your Majesty, could you disclose the nature of this secret method? However, the words that followed from Emperor Jun extinguished the light in Fushi's eyes. Kunpeng discovered that by attaching human souls to spiritual treasures, one could easily breach the physical defenses of the Witch Clan, and if we gather enough souls, we might even be able to break through the physical form of the ancestral witches. I have named this plan the Sword of Witch Slaughter. As he spoke, Emperor Jun's gaze was fixed intently on Fu 11. It was understandable, for the human race was created by Nuwa, and Fushi was her brother. There existed a myriad of intricate connections between the human race and Fuxi. Should Fuxi express dissent, the forging of the sword of which slaughter would undoubtedly encounter significant resistance. This was why Emperor Jun had only just now revealed this information to Fuxi. Fuxi, being exceptionally astute, immediately grasped Emperor Jun's concerns and fell into deep contemplation. Emperor Jun dared not interrupt, patiently awaiting Fuxi's response. Time passed, and just as Emperor Jun felt an unsettling impatience, Fuxi suddenly raised his head and spoke. Your Majesty, my sister once expressed that the human race must rely on its own strength to survive in the primordial world, as long as there is no intent to annihilate the human race. She will not intervene. As for myself. After a pause, Fuxi continued, I do not oppose the forging of the sword of which slaughter, but I shall not participate in it. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun was filled with immense joy and repeatedly exclaimed, Shi Huang need only focus on the celestial star banner. The forging of the sword of which slaughter can be entrusted to us brothers. Fuxi sat down impassively, speaking softly. In 100 years, I shall commence the refinement of the celestial star banner. Your Majesty may proceed with your preparations. Emperor Jun nodded enthusiastically, promptly embarking on his arrangements to Fuxi's willingness to